Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 245 to Chapter 290. The beast tamers of the Beast Hall are all good-for-nothings. Upon hearing those words, everyone exploded. What did he say? Who is that fellow? Is he courting death? How dare he insult a beast tamer? He must be tired of living. Everyone immediately turned their gazes over, and killing intent welled up within them. The reason why the Beast Hall was so renowned was due to the beast tamers who were able to control savage beasts. Yet, this fellow actually dared to insult them here. Was there something wrong with his head, or had he lost his mind? Shenbairu's body trembled as well. She hurriedly pulled the young man before her, and she nearly fainted. Where am I, Beast Hall? To say that beast tamers were good-for-nothings here and point the spear at beast tamer Hong, wasn't he just seeking trouble for himself? This is no longer a matter of impulsiveness, but a blatant provocation. All along, he had thought that Miss Zhang was extremely daring, but he didn't expect her to be so daring. What did you say? As expected, beast tamer Hong's face immediately turned crimson. He turned around and bellowed, Yun Tao, is this how you treat the Beast Hall? Zhang Xian was standing together with the group from Hanwu Kingdom, so everyone thought that he was Yun Tao's subordinate. Elder. Yun Tao hurriedly turned to look at Zhang Xian. When Zhang Xian said those words, he also thought that he had gone insane. Even if he was treated unfairly this time and failed the examination, he could always retake the examination next year. But by saying those words, he had completely offended the Beast Hall. Thus, it was impossible for him to take the examination again. Even though he hadn't spent much time with Elder Zhang Xian, the latter's cultivation was high, and he had always done things in a logical manner. Why did he suddenly become unreliable at such a crucial moment? Anxious, he turned to look at the young man, only to see the other party looking at him nonchalantly. Nonchalant, Yun Tao's lips twitched. Was this a lack of confidence in his strength? There were several thousand savage beasts in the Beast Hall, and even the weakest of them had reached Pishue realm. Even a Zhongsha realm expert wouldn't be able to escape from here. Just as he was about to urge the young man to stop, the young man before him suddenly smiled faintly, placed his hands behind his back, and turned to look at him. Ignoring the rules and not abiding by them, not recognizing the savage beast in front of you, acting willfully and recklessly, coming to a conclusion without investigating or debating the matter. If you aren't a good-for-nothing, then what are you? His voice was calm, and there wasn't the slightest hint of panic in it. It was as though he couldn't care less about the infuriated beast tamer Hong. Is he teaching beast tamer Hong a lesson? Who is this guy? Even Hall Master Feng wouldn't say such words, right? Seeing how the young man spoke as if he was lecturing a student, the crowd felt as if their minds were about to stop working. He had seen arrogant people, but he had never seen such an arrogant person. This brat is crazy. Who do you think you are? Beast tamer Hong was a renowned beast tamer in the Beast Hall. To say that the other party had come to a conclusion based on his preferences. This was no longer speaking up for Yun Tao, but a blatant slap to his face, questioning his capability and occupation. You said I didn't follow the rules? You don't recognize savage beasts? Being criticized right in front of his face, beast tamer Hong's aura surged, and it felt as though it would burst out of his body at any moment. I, Hong Feng, have been a beast tamer for 37 years, and I have tamed 24 savage beasts. I have also taught 18 students, and 3 of them have become official beast tamers. Even though I don't think that I have a deep understanding of beast taming, I am not someone who spouts nonsense. Yet, you said that I didn't follow the rules and didn't recognize savage beasts? Very well, very well. If you can't give me a reason today, regardless of who you are from Hanwu Kingdom, don't blame me for not going easy on you. With a burst of aura, Beast Tamer Hong revealed his cultivation. He was a Tongxian realm pinnacle expert, and he wasn't too far away from reaching Half-Zhongsha. Roar, as he raged, a gigantic savage beast leaped out and stood side by side with him. It was a massive red-eyed ape. Standing at 3 meters tall, it exerted a crushing pressure on one. In a battle, beast tamers would usually work together with their tamed beasts. This red-eyed ape had reached Tongxian realm pinnacle as well. Its savage aura gushed forth like a tidal wave, and the pressure it exerted was even stronger than Beast Tamer Hong's. Upon seeing this sight, everyone's face paled in fright, and they subconsciously retreated backward. If this man and beast were to fight, they would be able to match up to even a half Xianxia. Why? Not only did you not repent, you even want to make a move on me? Flicking his sleeves, Xianxia remained nonchalant in the face of such pressure. Even though the other party was powerful, he had reached Tongxian realm pinnacle as well. Furthermore, he had many means up his sleeves as well. Even if there were 10 of them, they wouldn't be able to hurt him. What's going on? Just as Beast Tamer Hong was about to make a move, and the atmosphere in the room reached its peak, a loud bellow sounded. Following which, 3 figures walked in with widened strides. It's Hall Master Feng, Lu Tao, and Wang, the two 2-star Beast Tamers. Didn't Beast Tamer Hong say that they had something on? That lad is clearly challenging the authority of the Beast Hall. Even if they had something on, they would surely come here. That lad is doomed, and so is Yin Tao. Indeed, Hanwu Kingdom is only a Tier 2 kingdom. How can it bear the wrath of the Beast Hall? Upon seeing the appearance of the trio, a huge commotion broke out. All 3 2-star Beast Tamers of the Beast Hall were here at this moment. Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and the others looked over with gleeful looks. The reason why they insulted Beast Tamer Hong previously was because of their personal grudge, and there was still room for negotiation. However, now that the Hall Master was here personally, if this matter were to escalate, it would become an irreconcilable conflict between the Beast Hall and Hanwu Kingdom. Mou Xiaojia couldn't help but shake her head as well. It was already foolish of Yun Tao to bring a bird for the Beast Tamer examination. To think that this subordinate of his would be even more foolish, since he dared to insult Beast Tamer Hong, how could he possibly let this matter rest? If this matter were to blow up, the one who would suffer would be Hanwu Kingdom. Placing her hands behind her back, Mou's expression was impassive. Regardless of whether Yun Tao was doomed or not, it had nothing to do with her. Hall Master, Beast Tamer Lu, Beast Tamer Wang. Upon seeing their arrival, Beast Tamer Hong stepped forward. Even though he was furious, he still recounted the matter. You said that Hong Feng didn't abide by the rules and didn't recognize a savage beast? After hearing those words, Hall Master Feng turned around and looked at them with a sharp gaze. Hall Master Feng was an elder in his 60s. He had a tall stature, and his every movement carried a unique elegance. To think that he would be a Xianxia realm expert, the remaining Beast Tamer Lu and Beast Tamer Wang seemed to be the same as well. Even though they were standing quietly on the spot, they exuded an imposing aura, as though an unshakable mountain. 3 2-star Beast Tamers, 3 Xianxia realm experts, it was precisely due to their presence that no one dared to challenge the Beast Hall despite their exorbitant price. That's right. Xianxia nodded his head. Do you know that your words are doubting his capability? To a Beast Tamer, your reputation will be tarnished. Hall Master Feng narrowed his eyes. It was no wonder why Beast Tamer Hong was so angry. This young man was doubting his capability as a beast tamer. If a beast tamer who couldn't recognize a savage beast were to spread, how could he face others? Xianxia didn't bother explaining. Instead, he walked to the center of the room and flicked his finger. Woo woo woo, the strange bird on Yun Tao's shoulder flew over. Compared to Yun Tao, this strange bird preferred to listen to Xianxia's words. Even though he had pummeled Yun Tao, he had also helped it raise its cultivation. The strange bird landed on Xianxia's hand. Only then did he lift his head and chuckle lightly. I would like to ask the 4 beast tamers what the name of this bird is. Name? Seeing that the other party was asking for the name of the bird instead of answering, everyone turned to look at him. Beast Tamer Hong's face darkened. He harumphed, even though this beast is rare, I have read a detailed description of it in a book. It is known as bone bird. Legend has it that this bird has an additional bone on its back that supports its entire body. This bird is used for ornamental purposes, and it doesn't possess any fighting prowess. Naturally, it can't be considered as a savage beast. Why? Are you going to deny it? That's right. Now that you mention it, it does sound similar to the description of the bone bird. By the side, Beast Tamer Lu stroked his beard and said, the bone bird lives in the depths of the forest. Just as Beast Tamer Hong said, this bird is extremely valuable for viewing and playing with. However, if one wishes to use it for the Beast Tamer examination, it will be difficult for one to use it. Hearing the words of the duo, Xianxia remained impassive. Instead, he chuckled lightly and turned to look at Hall Master Feng. What is Hall Master Feng's opinion? This should be a bone bird. I can clearly see a bone protruding from its back. Hall Master Feng nodded his head. Hearing the conclusion of the three beast tamers, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. Then, he looked at them and asked, since you all have determined that it is a bone bird, which one of you can tell me more about its characteristics? The bony bird has a black back, a red beak, and golden claws. Especially on its back, there are 3 hollow hairs that allow it to emit a clear cry in the wind when it flies. Therefore, its loud and clear song does not come from its throat, but from the feathers on its back. Before the 3 beast tamers could reply, a calm voice sounded. The one who spoke was Xianxia, who had just passed the beast tamer examination. She was describing the characteristics of the bone bird recorded in the books. However, before she could finish her words, she paused. Her clear jade-like face didn't look too good, and her eyes were filled with doubt. You're right. The clear song of the bone bird doesn't come from its throat but from the feathers on its back. In other words, as long as it flies, it will emit a sound. Did you all hear it when it was flying around? Xianxia replied with a smile. This. Everyone was taken aback. This strange bird had flown around the area several times, but they didn't hear a single sound. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have known that it was here. If what Xiaojia had recited was correct, could it be that this wasn't a bone bird? Even though the claws of this strange bird are golden, there are red dots on its palms. There is a fleshy crest on its forehead, and instead of a single bone, there are 3 bones on its back. There aren't any feathers on its body either. More importantly, its light body allows it to fly at an extremely fast speed. Xianxia raised the strange bird in his hand and explained its characteristics one by one. Every time he explained, Beast Tamer Hong's face would darken. Because at this moment, he could tell that this strange bird was indeed different from the bone bird. If it isn't a bone bird, what do you think it is? He couldn't help but ask. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia chuckled lightly. It's an ancient beast, ancient lightning cloud sparrow. Update 2. Continue to plead for monthly votes. Everyone has at least 1 monthly vote, so please cast your votes. At the start of the month, our rankings will be higher so that it will be easier for us to catch up later on. I beg of you. Lawa continues to write the 3rd update. Ancient beast? Everyone's expression changed. There were many types of savage beasts, and ancient beasts possessed the strongest bloodline. As the savage beast grew older, its bloodline would awaken, and its strength would soar. Any beast tamer would take pride in taming an ancient beast. That was because, as the master, he would benefit greatly from the growth of the tamed beast through a contract. However, such a savage beast was incomparably rare, and it had already gone extinct. Many beast tamers had traversed mountains and forests, looking through all kinds of ancient myths and legends, but to no avail. To think that it would appear here, and it was even tamed by Yintao? Impossible. Even if this fellow isn't a bone bird, it can't be an ancient beast. This beast has already gone extinct. Beast Tamer Hong was the first to doubt Xianxia. Even though the others didn't say anything, it was clear that they shared the same thoughts as him. The bloodline of ancient beasts has long been extinct. Even if it still exists, it should have reached the level of a spirit beast. How can it be an ordinary savage beast? Zhu Jinhuang harumphed coldly, even if you want to escape punishment, you don't have to exaggerate. This strange bird is an ancient beast? You must be joking. I can still say that my tiger head beast is a primordial beast. Zhou Xian sneered coldly. Primordial beasts were even more formidable than ancient beasts, and they were much rarer. Not only them, even Yin Tao's mouth twitched, and he nearly fainted. It was just a greedy and shameless strange bird. How could it be related to an ancient beast? One must know that this was the beast hall. If he were to make a mistake, he would be in deep trouble. Hee hee. Xianxia chuckled. If I'm not wrong, the beast hall should have a method to test one's bloodline, right? It's fine if you don't believe me, you'll know once you test it. Since it was an ancient beast, its bloodline should have been passed down from ancient times. It possessed unique powers, and it wasn't difficult for him to test it. This Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Hong, and the others glanced at one another and nodded their heads. If this strange bird was an ancient beast, it would definitely be a shocking matter in the Beast Hall. Ever since the establishment of this branch, it had existed for more than 1,000 years, but there had never been a beast tamer who had managed to tame a savage beast with an ancient bloodline. Legend has it that the spiritual energy in ancient times wasn't as gentle as it is now. Instead, it was violent and violent. Even though it was easier to cultivate there, the blood of the savage beasts back then was akin to boiling water, on the verge of boiling at any moment. If it really is a remnant beast, as long as we take out a drop of its blood and feed it to other savage beasts, they will definitely be unable to withstand it. After a moment of hesitation, Hall Master Feng said slowly. The purity and heat of the bloodline of ancient beasts was a completely different concept from that of modern savage beasts. Sometimes, even a single droplet of their blood might not be able to withstand the heat and be incinerated on the spot. If he really wanted to test it, it wasn't too difficult. An apprentice walked out, and not too long later, he returned with a savage beast in his arms. It was around the size of a wild rabbit, and its entire body was white in color. It was similar to the pill sample beasts in the Apothecary Guild, just that its size was much larger. Just like pill sample beasts, these savage beasts were used by the Beast Hall to experiment on medicine and food. Here. Xianxia flicked his finger, and a droplet of blood appeared on the body of the strange bird. With a light flick, it flew toward Hall Master Feng. With a grab, the droplet of blood was wrapped in Xianxia and sent into the mouth of the savage beast. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. The moment the blood entered the savage beast's body, it was as though a droplet of water had been thrown into a frying pan. Sizzling sounds echoed in the air. Soon, the savage beast's entire body turned red, and it rolled on the ground in pain. Not too long later, it stopped moving and breathed its last breath. Clearly, it was burned to death by a powerful bloodline. This. Upon seeing this sight, the eyes of Hall Master Feng and the others narrowed. Only the power of a bloodline could possess such might. Silence, a deathly silence filled the room. At this moment, even a fool would know that the young man was right. This inconspicuous strange bird was indeed an ancient beast. Even though this fellow was small in size, just the bloodline it possessed was more than 10 times more valuable than the savage beasts tamed by Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang. The two were on completely different levels. It was like the difference between a diamond and mud. Did I just mock an ancient beast? Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian's mouths twitched. They felt as though their faces had been slapped, and they were on the verge of tears. This was an ancient beast, an existence that could cause a huge commotion in the Beast Hall. Yet, they dared to mock it as a worthless bird. With such discerning eyes, how could they shamelessly claim that they were beast tamers? If word were to spread, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Even if they were to become official beast tamers, it would be a huge setback in their lives. While everyone's attention was focused on the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, Xiaojia's face turned grim. She couldn't help but stare at the young man not too far away. Even Hall Master Feng and the others were unable to recognize him. Yet, this fellow spoke calmly and fearlessly. Where did he come from? How could a small place like Tianshan Kingdom produce such a formidable figure? I actually judged Yun Tao, who tamed an ancient beast, to fail? Beast Tamer Hong's face paled, as though he had aged 10 years in an instant. Ancient beasts were existences that countless beast tamers wished to tame, but to no avail. Not only were they difficult to find, more importantly, these savage beasts possessed high intelligence. Usually, they wouldn't submit to a human. Even with his beast taming skills, it would be difficult for him to succeed in taming one. Yet, it was tamed by an apprentice beast tamer, and yet, he judged the other party as a failure and told him to scram. Paying no heed to the astonished crowd, Zhang Xian took a step forward and spoke nonchalantly. The ancient lightning cloud sparrow is able to absorb the energy of lightning to activate its ancient meridian, allowing it to soar into the clouds. This ancient sparrow is similar to the bone bird, but there are many differences. Firstly, its eyes. As the bone bird is a carnivore and herbivore, its eyes are turbid and dull. On the other hand, the ancient sparrow's eyes are filled with a soul-piercing brilliance. Even though it isn't too obvious, it is easy to notice it if one pays close attention. Secondly, its claws. Not only is there a red dot on its palm, more importantly, the claws of the ancient sparrow are extremely hard and sharp. It can easily tear through ordinary weapons, needless to say, human skin. Beast tamer Hung said that it doesn't possess any fighting prowess, but that's because it is still young and doesn't know how to use it. If it were to use its strength, even a Tongxian realm expert would be torn into two by its claws. Of course, these two characteristics are the hardest to distinguish. Most beast tamers would find it hard to differentiate them. With a calm expression, Xianxia paused for a moment before pointing to the head of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. The most obvious characteristic is the crown on its head. Even though it isn't large, it is greenish-red in color, symbolizing king. Even those who don't know beast taming would know that this bird isn't simple. It isn't something that a low-tier beast like the bone bird can compare up to. To be unable to see such an obvious characteristic and judge it wrongly the moment it opens its mouth. At this point, Xianxia stared at him coldly. Beast tamer Hong, as a beast tamer, is this how you examine a savage beast? Beast tamer Hong's face paled. Under the other party's piercing gaze, he couldn't help but take a step back. Who gave you the confidence to judge Yin Tao as a failure and ask him to scram? Xianxia harumphed coldly. Dang dang dang. Pressured by the other party's tone, Beast Tamer Hong lost his previous imposing manner and retreated once more. After Xianxia knocked the ancient lightning cloud sparrow out, it was compiled into a book, and there was a detailed introduction to it. Thus, Xianxia knew its name. Initially, if this fellow were to be a little more serious and humbly seek guidance, he wouldn't hide anything from him. But even after pointing out his mistake, he still released his Xianqi and even summoned his tamed beast, intending to make a move. As a Tongxian realm pinnacle cultivator, he didn't fear the other party's aura and pressure. However, if his cultivation was too low, he would have been severely injured and bleeding from his mouth and nose. Since he had already fallen out with the other party, naturally, he wouldn't give the other party any face. I was careless. Beast Tamer Hong's complexion turned awful. The other party wasn't wrong at all. Even if he wanted to refute him, he wouldn't be able to do so. Despite being in charge of the Beast Tamer examination, you made the decision based on your own emotions. You were unable to be fair, and you nearly caused a talented beast tamer who tamed an ancient beast to be covered in dust. Xianxia flung his sleeves. Is this the conduct of the beast hall? If that's the case, am I wrong to say that you are a useless fool? Hearing the sharp questioning from the other party, Beast Tamer Hong's body trembled, but he was unable to refute the other party's words. Previously, when he heard the other party's words, he was on the verge of exploding in anger. However, after knowing that he had nearly chased away the beast tamer who tamed an ancient beast, he understood that there was nothing he could do to refute the other party's words. The beast tamer examination was to select talents for the beast hall. For such a talent to be chased away was a violation of the rules of the beast hall. This brother, please calm down. There are many types of ancient beasts, and most of them have already disappeared in the annals of history. Even the beast hall isn't able to keep track of all of them. It is normal for there to be a mistake. Hall Master Feng chuckled and walked forward. How about this? Since it is our beast hall's negligence, we won't shirk our responsibility. Let's have Yun Tao re-examine and re-evaluate him. As for Beast Tamer Hong, he neglected his duties. From today onwards, he will be sent to the beast forest to rear savage beasts. For the next 3 years, he will not be allowed to step out. At this point, he turned to Beast Tamer Hong and asked, Beast Tamer Hong, do you agree to my punishment? I have no complaints. Beast Tamer Hong bowed with a downcast expression. With just a sentence, Beast Tamer Hong will be sent to the beast forest for 3 years? Isn't this too vicious? The beast forest is a place where savage beasts are kept. It is similar to a pigsty, and usually, only apprentices enter it. Yet, a 1-star pinnacle beast tamer Hong is to be sent there for 3 years? Hearing this decision, everyone was taken aback. Then, they turned to look at Xianxia with fear in their eyes. This was Beast Tamer Hong. Other than the 3 2-star beast tamers in the Beast Hall, he was one of the most esteemed beast tamers in the Beast Hall. Yet, with just a word from him, he was exiled to the lowest tier beast forest to do menial labor. His means were simply too fearsome, While everyone was horrified, Xianxia secretly sent a message to Shinbairu. This. What kind of place is the beast forest? Isn't this fellow's punishment heavy? Shinbairu widened her eyes in frenzy. The third chapter has arrived. Laowa will continue writing the fourth chapter. I'll be counting on you all for the monthly tickets. Shinbairu was getting more and more confused by the young man before her. The beast forest was where savage beasts were kept, and it was extremely filthy. It was one thing to feed the savage beasts, but more importantly, to clean their feces, bathe them, comb their hair. For an official beast tamer to be confined here for 3 years was already a huge punishment. As long as one was a beast tamer, even an apprentice, or even a beast tamer who had been to the beast hall before, they would know what this represented. Yet, he asked what kind of place it was and whether the punishment was severe. Are you joking with me? It is one thing if you don't know anything about beast taming, but to be able to easily tame the gold-alloyed panther and ancient lightning cloud sparrow and raise their cultivation. Furthermore, to be able to recognize ancient beasts that even Hall Master Feng and the others couldn't. Yet, you are so familiar with it that even Hall Master Feng doesn't know anything about it. Yet, you are completely clueless about the most basic of common knowledge. If it was anyone else, they would definitely think that he was trying to get close to her to win her favor. However, she knew that this young man was truly clueless, because if he wanted to get close to her, she wouldn't even need him to say anything. The beast forest is. Suppressing the frustration in her heart, Shinbai explained the beast forest. Eventually, she couldn't help but ask, you really don't know anything about beast taming? Xianxia nodded his head. Even though there were records on beast tamers in Tianxian Kingdom's book collection vault, they were only a few words. The reason why he was able to raise the gold-alloyed panther and ancient lightning cloud sparrow was due to the Library of Heaven's Path and the purity of his Xinqi. Speaking of which, he really didn't know anything about beast taming. All right. Upon hearing the other party's confirmation, Shinbairu was speechless. Despite knowing nothing, he casually tamed a savage beast, forced the hall master of the beast hall to punish an official beast tamer, and left 4 other beast tamers speechless. If he really knew, wouldn't he turn the beast hall upside down? He pointed out the flaws of formations despite knowing nothing about beast taming. Brother, if there's anything you don't know in the future, can you impart it to me? To be honest, I also want to be ignorant. Shinbairu felt so stifled that she wanted to vomit blood. On the other hand, Yun Tao was on the verge of going insane with excitement. After being berated by beast tamer Hong, he thought that it would be impossible for him to clear the examination today. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that Elder Xianxia would be able to resolve the issue with just a few words. Most importantly, this strange bird was actually an ancient beast, the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. As an apprentice beast tamer, Xianxia knew how valuable a savage beast that possessed the bloodline of an ancient beast was. While it might not be as valuable as a city, it was close to it. To think that he would casually give away such a precious item and have it recognize him as its master. When the beast tamer examination is over, I should find a way to remove the master-servant relationship with it. An idea popped up in his mind. Ancient beasts were great, but given his current strength, he was still unable to control and protect them. Furthermore, it was clear that the ancient sparrow was closer to Senior Xianxia. After the beast tamer examination was over, Xianxia would dissolve the relationship and allow this ancient beast to follow its master. If Xianxia knew what he was thinking, he would definitely shake his head with a smile. It was just an ancient beast. He really did not fancy it. Possessing the Heaven's Path Xinqi formed from the Heaven's Path divine art, along with the rise in his cultivation, he was able to cleanse the blood of savage beasts. As long as he was given sufficient time, he could even turn an ordinary savage beast into an ancient beast. More importantly, even though this ancient lightning cloud sparrow possessed a powerful bloodline, it was too small. Not only was it unable to sit on him, it was even crouching on his shoulder every day. To him, it was of little value. If it was an aerial ancient beast that he could rely on, he could still consider it. He could easily tame 1 or 2 ancient beasts to play with, but to bring it along with him every day to cultivate his cultivation technique, master and servant working together. Just the thought of it was troublesome. Forget it. Hall Master Feng was personally conducting the examination for Yun Tao, and all that was left was to follow the steps. Knowing that the ancient sparrow had been completely tamed, Xianxia couldn't be bothered to pay any more attention to it. Stretching his back lazily, Xianxia was contemplating how he could find the poison temple in Tianwu Kingdom when a fragrant wind blew past him. A beautiful figure appeared before him. With her hands behind her back, an unyielding gleam reflected in her eyes. To be able to recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, you must be a beast tamer as well. She was the genius from before, Mou. As a grade 1 beast tamer, she should have been the center of attention. Yet, this fellow stole all the limelight. This piqued her interest in this young man. Ever since she was born, other than that person, regardless of whether it was her occupation or her cultivation, she had always stood out. She thought that she would be able to get first place in the beast taming examination as well, but from the looks of it, it was impossible. Even though the Tongxian realm viridescent eagle wasn't weak, it was still far from matching up to an ancient beast. Having interacted with Yun Tao for a period of time, she knew that he didn't possess such capability. The only one who could make him tame a savage beast was this unassuming fellow before her. No. Glancing at the other party, Xianxia shook his head. No? Then how do you know that this is the ancient lightning cloud sparrow? Furthermore, you were able to tame this gold-alloyed panther and make the ancient sparrow so intimate with you? A glint flashed across Mou's eyes. As a master-teacher apprentice, Mou was able to discern the intimate relationship between this young man and the gold-alloyed panther, and the ancient sparrow seemed to be deeply attached to him. She wouldn't believe that it wasn't the means of a beast tamer. Oh, it might be because of my good character. Xianxia casually waved his hands. Others might think that she was the third princess of Tianwu Kingdom, an incomparably noble genius who was worthy of fawning upon. But to him, it didn't matter at all. Character? Mou staggered. Beast taming was about emotions, all kinds of means, and schemes. To pit one's wits against a savage beast, character. What the heck was that? When others spoke to her, they would always pretend to understand what they didn't understand, exaggerating and speaking with fervor and assurance. This fellow, on the other hand, didn't say anything if he didn't want to. He couldn't even be bothered to brush her off, character. If it was possible to tame savage beasts, who would bother taking the beast tamer examination? Ever since she was young, she had always been treated with respect. No one dared to speak to her in such a manner, she felt stifled. Seeing how even the third princess of Tianwu Kingdom was at a disadvantage against Xianxia, Bairu shook her head. Honestly speaking, when she first started interacting with this fellow, she nearly choked to death. Now that she had gotten used to it, other than being slapped in the face daily, at the very least, she had gotten used to the way he spoke. To come over to chat with someone who didn't even know his temperament was just asking for trouble. Unaware of Xianxia's glorious deeds, Mou took a few deep breaths before she could regulate her breathing. Then, she tilted her head upwards, reminiscent of a white swan. It's fine if you don't want to say it. To be able to tame a savage beast willingly, you do have some capabilities. Do you dare to have a beast taming competition with me? If I win, you will tell me how you captured the ancient lightning cloud sparrow and won its goodwill. If you win, I will give you a 2-star Master Teacher Jianshu's tutelage jade token. 2-star Master Teacher Xianxia? I heard that he's the most formidable master teacher in Tianwu Kingdom, reaching 2-star pinnacle. On top of that, he's the person in charge of Tianwu Mingshi Tang Academy. Even though his tutelage is only 2 hours long, it's extremely valuable. This isn't something that can be bought with money. If I can obtain it, my cultivation will definitely reach Tongxian realm or even higher. It's too wasteful to use it just to reach Tongxian realm. No matter what, I should use it when I'm trying to reach Xianxia to bring out its full potential. Many people in the surroundings were paying attention to Mou Xiaojia's every action. Upon hearing the stakes of the bet, their eyes glowed in excitement and their breathing hastened. Even though it was only 2 hours long, a 2-star master teacher's tutelage jade token was something that countless people yearned for. Perhaps they might even be able to reach a higher realm. No one would be able to resist such a temptation. Just when everyone thought that this fellow would agree to it, Xianxia's lips twitched and he shook his head. I'm not interested. After disguising as a master teacher for so long, he had interacted with Lucier and the others. Naturally, he knew what a tutelage jade token was and what it could be used for. However, as long as he had sufficient secret manuals, it didn't matter to him whether he needed pointers or not. Putting aside a mere 2-star master teacher, even a 3-star or 4-star master teacher wasn't attractive to him at all. No matter how powerful a 1-star master teacher was, could it be more powerful than the Library of Heaven's Path? There was nothing that could hide from the heavens. Putting aside 3-star and 4-star, even 7-star and 8-star master teachers were nothing to him. Not interested? Think it through. Mou thought that the other party would agree to it immediately after throwing out such a huge bait. However, upon hearing such a reply, she was taken aback. Just as she was about to speak, she saw that Yun Tao had already passed the test. The Heart Inquisition crystal flashed and a row of numbers appeared. 40. What? A loyalty level of 40? This is advanced taming? Hall Master Feng was taken aback. He abruptly stood up and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He wasn't the only one. The entire room burst into an uproar. Even Mou was so shocked that her body trembled and she forgot what she was about to say. Beast taming could be divided into elementary taming, advanced taming, and complete taming. The loyalty level of elementary taming was between 15 to 30. This meant that the beast tamer could summon a savage beast to accompany him wherever he went. In a sense, it was similar to a house pet. For advanced taming, the loyalty level of a savage beast was between 31 to 45. The beast tamer and the savage beast would form a contract, allowing them to communicate with one another. As for the even more profound complete taming, the loyalty level of 45 and above would require many years of cooperation, cultivation, and advancement. It was already incredible for an ancient beast to be able to elementary taming. Yet, the loyalty level of 40. In other words, it had already surpassed the level of a follower and formed a contract. How? Is this possible? How did you do it? Hall Master Feng couldn't help but ask. This. Yun Tao hesitated. If it's not convenient for you to tell me, you don't have to. Seeing Yun Tao's attitude, Hall Master Feng thought that Yun Tao was hiding some secret and hurriedly said. That's not it. Actually. Yun Tao scratched his head. It's all thanks to Elder Xianxia. He beat up the ancient sparrow and it was tamed. End of 4th update. Pummeled. It? Everyone was stunned. Hall Master Feng's mouth twitched, and he nearly fainted on the spot. That was an ancient beast. In the entire Shanluo mountain range, there might not be a second ancient beast that could surpass it. It was such a precious treasure that one should take good care of. Besides, taming a beast required one to nurture their relationship with it. Pummeling might be able to make it submit, but over time, all kinds of flaws would appear. However, if one were to use forceful means to force the ancient lightning cloud sparrow to submit, what the heck is a loyalty level of 40? It was indeed possible to tame a savage beast by force, and there were precedents of such cases. However, even if the savage beast were to sign a contract, its loyalty level would only be at the lowest level of complete taming, roughly 31. A loyalty level of 40 could only be said to be subservient to one's will. Could it be that ancient beasts require such a method to tame? Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and Beast Tamer Wang stared at one another and fell into deep thought. Ancient beasts had never been tamed before, and no one knew how to tame them. Initially, they thought that it would be the same as other savage beasts, requiring care, and friendship in order to tame them. Who could have thought that? Could it be the simplest form of violence? This. May I know where the elder Xianxia you spoke of is? Can we pay him a visit? After pondering for a moment, Hall Master Feng was still unable to come up with an answer. In his view, the elder who had studied ancient beasts was bound to be an esteemed figure. His understanding of beast taming wasn't beneath theirs. Pay him a visit? There's no need for that. Elder Xianxia is here. Taken aback, Yun Tao pointed over. He's Xianxia. Elder? Hall Master Feng was taken aback, and his vision blurred. No matter what, Yun Tao was still a prince of Hanwu Kingdom, and he was only 27 years old. For him to address the other party as elder, the other party should be in his 50s or 60s at the very least. Yet, The other party was a young lad who had just recognized the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, a young man who wasn't even 20 yet. Indeed. Elder might be young, but his beast taming skills are undeniable. Do you see that gold-alloyed panther beside him? It was just recently tamed as well. It took less than 10 minutes for him to tame it. Fearing that Hall Master Feng and the others wouldn't take him seriously, Yun Tao hurriedly praised Xianxia. Taming a gold-alloyed panther in less than 10 minutes? This isn't a dream, right? There should be a limit to your nonsense. Even the simplest elementary taming would take at least 3 to 5 days to complete, let alone less than 10 minutes. Why do I feel like I'm hearing a joke? Yun Tao didn't conceal his voice, so everyone in the room heard him. Once again, they looked at each other and were stunned. Putting aside Mou, Zhou Xian, and the others, even the guards behind them had participated in the beast taming process, so they knew how difficult it was to tame a savage beast. First, he needed to understand the other party's situation, habits, whether he had a partner, likes and dislikes. He had to familiarize himself with all of this before coming up with a plan to tame a savage beast. In any case, it would take at least several months for him to succeed in taming a savage beast. 10 minutes. You must be kidding me, putting aside taming a Pishue realm savage beast, even if you were to give a dog 10 minutes, would you be able to get it to follow you home obediently? Mou Xiaojia couldn't help but stare at the young man who rejected her in disbelief. Taming a savage beast in 10 minutes, if that was true, why did she challenge him? Wasn't she asking for a beating? In order to tame this viridescent eagle, she had spent a lot of time preparing for it 2 months in advance. Taming a gold-alloyed panther in such a short period of time? What kind of method did he use? Attraction of partner? Attraction of stomach? Attraction of strength? Or some other method? Beast tamer Lu couldn't help but ask. He listed more than a dozen commonly seen beast taming methods. No, these methods are more basic, and it takes a longer time to tame a savage beast. I think that it should be a combination of many different methods, so as to capture the other party's interest in a short period of time. Hall Master Feng said. There are too many methods, and it is impossible for him to complete them in a short period of time. My guess is that it should be a single method. Beast tamer Lu shook his head. The two of them had devoted their lives to beast taming, and this occupation had long been ingrained into their bones. Upon hearing that a savage beast was tamed in such a short period of time, the first thing that came to their mind was what kind of method the other party used. Cough cough, Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Lu, Elder Xianxia. All of these methods are useless. Hearing their discussions getting more and more complicated, to the point where it seemed as though they were going to research it, Yun Tao couldn't help but stop their discussion. All of them are useless? Could it be a new beast taming method? The eyes of Hall Master Feng and the others lit up. A new beast taming method was similar to an apothecary's pill forging method. If it were to appear, it would surely cause a huge uproar. To be able to tame a Pishue realm savage beast in less than 10 minutes, if such a method were to spread, it would surely shock everyone. It isn't a new beast taming method, but... Yun Tao scratched his head. Recalling the matter from before, he still found it inconceivable. Elder Xianxia also pummeled this gold-alloyed panther, and then... it submitted to him. What? Pummeled it as well? Hall Master Feng and the others were dumbfounded. Since the golden-alloyed panther was of a different species, this method might work. However, the golden-alloyed panther had been tamed before in the Beast Hall. It had a proud and swift personality, and it rarely interacted with others. If Xianxia wanted to tame it, the best method would be to attract it with a companion. To submit to him after a beating. Indeed. Actually, I was intending to tame this gold-alloyed panther, but I underestimated its strength and nearly got killed. It was Elder Xianxia who appeared and saved us. After Elder pummeled that fellow, it submitted to him and requested to sign a contract. To be honest, Elder was a little reluctant. If not for my persuasion, he probably wouldn't have agreed to it. Recalling the previous experience, Yun Tao couldn't help but say. It submitted after a beating? Or did it submit completely and request to sign a contract? The gold-alloyed panther submitted to him, but it was unwilling. Other people tamed savage beasts as though they had gone through a life-and-death ordeal. On the other hand, after a beating, he submitted to him. Hearing those words, everyone staggered, and they nearly spurted blood. This was especially so for Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were on the verge of fainting. In order to tame the savage beasts around them, they had to mobilize manpower and resources from their respective kingdoms, as well as invest innumerable sums of money into them. Even so, they were only at elementary taming, and the other party could easily back down at any moment. Yet, this fellow actually managed to tame it with just a simple beating. When did beast taming become so simple? To be able to tame an ancient beast with just a beating and recognize it, no matter what method he used, he is a beast-taming genius. After recovering from his shock, Beast Tamer Lu's eyes lit up. Right, is he a beast tamer? Suddenly recalling something, Beast Tamer Wang asked. To be able to tame a savage beast so easily, he should be a beast tamer. But if so, why wasn't there any record of him in the beast hall? He isn't. He hasn't taken the examination yet. He only learned beast taming in his spare time. Yun Tao replied. On the way here, he had asked around and found out that Elder Xianxia had never taken any beast taming examination before. There was a large number of geniuses among the populace who had never taken any examination before, but possessed unique talents. He hasn't taken the examination yet? That's great. Help me ask him if he's willing to take the beast tamer examination. As long as he's willing, I'm willing to take the examination for him personally. Hall Master Feng hurriedly said. Given how the other party was able to tame a savage beast so easily, he would surely shine brightly once he became a beast tamer. Perhaps the name of this beast hall branch might even spread far and wide. More importantly, if the other party was truly as rumored, possessing the ability to tame a savage beast with just a beating, if he were to participate in that competition, he would surely win first place. Of course, he still had to take the examination personally to see for himself. Beast tamer examination? I'll help you ask. Yun Tao nodded. He walked up to Zhang Xian and said, Elder, Hall Master Feng said that as long as you're willing to take the beast tamer examination, he's willing to take the examination for you personally. Forget it. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian rejected the offer. The reason why he was able to tame beasts was due to the Library of Heaven's Path. If he were to take the examination, he would surely be exposed. However, as long as he was given sufficient books, he would be able to solve the problem. More importantly, the beast tamer examination would take more than half a month, and he had no idea how many tests he would have to pass before that. He had to resolve the lethal poison in his body as soon as possible. He didn't have much time to waste here. This is a good opportunity for Hall Master Feng to take the examination personally. Not expecting Zhang Xian to reject him outright, Yun Tao couldn't help but speak up. Hall Master Feng specially added an additional examination. This was an extremely rare opportunity. Many people dreamed of it, but were unable to obtain it. I have urgent matters to attend to. Since you're already a beast tamer, just help me choose a good aerial savage beast. It doesn't matter whether I take the examination or not. Zhang Xian said. This. Seeing that the other party wasn't interested in taking the beast tamer examination, Yun Tao shook his head and said regretfully, actually, for the beast tamer examination, all you have to do is tame a suitable savage beast. It doesn't have to take half a month. Furthermore, after becoming an official beast tamer, not only can you choose your own savage beast and ride the savage beasts of the beast hall, you don't have to pay any fees. In fact, you can even change your mount in any beast hall. You don't have to pay any fees? But before he could finish his words, the calm and composed Zhang Xian suddenly appeared before him, and his eyes lit up in excitement. Indeed, official beast tamers have this privilege. 1-star beast tamers can borrow savage beasts of Xianxia realm and below for free. 2-star beast tamers can borrow Xianxia realm savage beasts for free, and so on and so forth. The higher one's rank, the higher one's standing will be. Yun Tao explained. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Elder Zhang Xian looking at him with a solemn expression. His voice was filled with determination. Free is a small matter, there's no need to talk about it. How does the beast tamer examination work? Why don't I give it a try? Sorry, I'm a little late. On the second day of the month, I'll continue to plead for monthly votes. The great gods behind me will be coming soon, so let's work harder. Lao will work harder. Thank you. Ah? Yun Tao was still in a daze. Wasn't he adamant about not taking the examination just a moment ago? Why did he suddenly change his attitude? The moment he said that it was free to ride on an aerial savage beast, he immediately changed his attitude. Yun Tao felt as though his saliva was stuck in his throat, and he nearly choked to death. In his eyes, this elder Xianxia was a young Xianxia. His cultivation was unfathomable, and his strength was unreachable. Such a person should view money as dirt. For his eyes to light up upon hearing that it was free. Cough cough, he was being too practical. All right then. It took him great effort to swallow his saliva. Just as he was about to speak, Xianxia looked at him with her proud neck arched up, and a cold sneer appeared in her eyes. Take the examination? Humph, do you think that Beast Tamer is a game that anyone can take? You just happened to tame 2 savage beasts, and you think that Beast Tamer is easy. To tell you the truth, just memorizing the names, physical characteristics, temperament, habits, and other characteristics of the tens of thousands of savage beasts on the continent will take at least a few years. It was just a moment ago that she challenged this fellow, but he actually rejected her. This made Mou furious. Seeing how the other party was boasting shamelessly, she immediately harumphed coldly in response. Take the examination. Beast tamer was one of the more advanced occupations in the upper 9 paths. The difficulty of it wasn't any lower than that of an apothecary. Do you think that you can take the examination just because you happen to tame 1 or 2 savage beasts? It was just like concocting a medicine and curing an illness. Do you think that you can take the physician examination just because of that? Dream on. Every single occupation had its own system of knowledge, and it wasn't something that could be learned in a day or two. This was especially so for beast taming. It was possible to tame a savage beast with brute force, but what about a savage beast with a higher cultivation? If you dared to be rude, the other party would probably kill you first. You didn't know the habits of the other party, didn't know how to swim, and yet you dared to take the beast tamer examination. If this wasn't arrogance, what else could it be? Mou Xiaojia, there's no need to get angry at such an arrogant and ignorant person. He was fortunate enough to learn the name of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow and tame the gold-alloyed panther, and he thought that he was the only one in the world. In truth, he doesn't know anything about beast taming. If he were to take the examination, he would surely be exposed. Zhu Jinhuang took a step forward. Beast taming was a field of study. Even if one was talented, one would only be able to learn the basics within a few years. This fellow was not a beast taming apprentice, and from the looks of it, he had never come into contact with beast taming before. Yet, he wanted to take the test just because he knew a few tricks. He's just an arrogant fellow. Beast tamers don't just tame savage beasts, they also have to understand them from the inside out. To defeat a savage beast with brute force and force it into submission, you call yourself a beast tamer? You must be joking. If that's the case, wouldn't everyone be a beast tamer? Zhou Xian sneered as well. The two of them hated Yun Tao, so naturally, they didn't want the people around him to pass the test. Besides, this guy had just humiliated Miss Mou, so it was a good opportunity for him to speak up for her and gain the favor of the beauty. I just happened to tame 2 savage beasts, and I don't know anything at all. Since that's the case. Mou Xiaojia, why do you want to compete with me? Why do you want to learn from me how to win the ancient lightning cloud sparrow's favor? Zhang Xian couldn't be bothered with Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian, the 2 fellows who were following him. He raised his head to look at the beautiful figure before him and said calmly. Mou's body froze, and her face flushed in anger. She was of noble status, and it was common for others to compliment her. No one dared to speak to her in such a manner. For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Lad, do you know who you are talking to? You reckless fellow. Hurry up and apologize. It is an honor for you to be reprimanded by Mou Xiaojia personally. How dare you rebut her, how dare you? Seeing that the fellow dared to speak of their goddess, Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian were displeased. they bellowed simultaneously. However, before they could finish their words, Xiaojia's face darkened. Shut up. No one will take you for a mute if you don't speak. Xiaojia. The two of them were taken aback. Why did they get scolded for speaking up for her? However, at this moment, no matter how foolish they were, they knew that their bootlicking had gone too far. It's all that fellow's fault. Let's see how you embarrass yourself later on. The more they thought about it, the more furious they felt. However, they didn't dare to vent their anger on their goddess. Thus, they could only direct their anger at Xianxia. The more they looked at him, the more they found him an eyesore. Ignoring the three fellows, Xianxia followed behind Yun Tao to Hall Master Feng. Hall Master Feng, Elder Xianxia has agreed to take the Beast Tamer examination. When do you think we should start? Yun Tao asked excitedly. He was very confident in Elder Xianxia's abilities. He had tamed a savage beast, and the other party just had to beat it up. Furthermore, he was able to raise the other party's cultivation easily. Even Hall Master Feng was incapable of such a feat. How could a person with such capability fail the Beast Tamer examination? We can start now. I heard that you haven't taken the examination yet, and you aren't even an apprentice Beast Tamer? Hall Master Feng looked at him. Xianxia nodded his head. Since you are able to tame a Pishue realm savage beast and recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, it means that the apprentice Beast Tamer examination is nothing to you. You can be exempted from it. Hall Master Feng said. Apprentice was only the foundation of the occupation. To be able to recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, which they couldn't even recognize, meant that this Xianxia wasn't a stranger to beast taming. It would be a waste of time to take the examination for an apprentice beast tamer. Of course, if he were to know that Xianxia didn't know anything about beast taming and had only heard of it not too long ago, he probably wouldn't think so. However, without taking the apprentice beast tamer examination, it will be difficult to test your understanding of beast taming. Since that's the case, I will exempt you from the first round of the beast taming examination and add the first round of the apprentice beast tamer examination. The apprentice beast tamer examination consisted of a theoretical test and a savage beast identification test. The official beast tamer examination consisted of obtaining the savage beast's acknowledgement and taming the savage beast. Since this Xianxia was able to recognize a rare ancient beast like the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, it meant that he was extremely knowledgeable. It would be a waste of time to take the savage beast identification test. If he could tame a true savage beast and obtain its acknowledgement, it would be meaningless. Thus, after pondering for a moment, Hall Master Feng changed the examination slightly. There were two tests, but they were different from the other apprentice beast tamer examinations. They are, first, the theoretical test, which is to answer the test paper. Second, taming a savage beast stronger than you. As long as you can pass these two tests, you will be a one-star beast tamer. Ah, all right. Xianxia nodded his head. He had heard from Yun Tao about the beast tamer examination, and it seemed that these were the steps. The other party didn't intentionally make things difficult for him. Seeing the other party agree to it, Hall Master Feng smiled. All right, I will prepare a test paper for you to answer. If there are no problems with your answers, you will pass. Wait a moment. Do you have any books on beast taming here? Can I borrow them to take a look? Xianxia. Read? Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and the others stared at one another in bewilderment. What was the point of reading now? The library over there is filled with books on beast taming. Usually, only apprentice beast tamers are allowed to browse through them. If you wish to browse through them, I can give you my approval. However, if you wish to browse through them now. Even though Hall Master Feng was bewildered, he still spoke up. Even though he didn't finish his words, everyone understood the underlying meaning behind his words. There were at least several 100,000 books on beast taming. Even if you want to study at the last minute, you should find something more important to do. If you wish to browse through them now. Isn't it too late to find a wife only after you want to carry a child? Oh, I have a habit of reading books to adjust my state of mind whenever I encounter a major event. I might have to trouble you, Hall Master. Xianxia said casually. He had used this excuse at Master Lu Chen's residence previously, and it felt good. Thus, he used it once more. Alright, the library is over there. You can head there directly. Hall Master Feng didn't doubt Xianxia and pointed. Thank you. Xianxia nodded his head and walked over with widened strides. It was impossible for him to take the beast tamer examination without reading through books. However, as long as he had the books with him, the rest would be easy. This fellow. Upon seeing that Miss Zhang had agreed to take the beast tamer examination, Shen Bairu's eyebrows twitched, and a mouthful of blood welled up in her mouth. Aren't you a little too gutsy? It wasn't that she didn't trust the other party, but this fellow had followed her all the way here, and he was completely unfamiliar with the art of beast taming. Just a moment ago, he even asked her what the beast forest was. You, a fellow who doesn't even know what the beast forest is, actually agreed to take the beast tamer examination without fear, more importantly. So what if he agreed to it? The other party is about to take his examination paper, yet. You want to browse through books, what are you up to? That's not right. The last time I went to the Academy's Compendium Pavilion, he flipped through the books by himself. Could it be that? Just as she was trying to figure out what the other party was up to, a thought flashed through her mind. She recalled the scene where the both of them met in the Compendium Pavilion. This Miss Zhang had been flipping through the books by her side. Back then, she thought that the other party was intentionally doing so to attract her attention. Only later did she realize that she was thinking too much into it. The other party wasn't flipping through the books randomly. Rather, he had already memorized the contents of the books. Memorizing the contents of the books just by flipping through them randomly. Could it be that this Miss Zhang really didn't know anything about beast taming, and the reason why she was reading books was to learn this? How is this possible? There aren't many books in the Teacher Compendium Pavilion in the first place. Besides, after he became a teacher, he often visited the Compendium Pavilion, so he must have spent more than a day flipping through the books. Putting aside a master-teacher apprentice, even a 3-star master teacher with photographic memory would be incapable of learning everything within a short period of time. Shen Bairu was astonished. Legend has it that those who possess the state of insight, heart of tranquil water, possess photographic memory. As long as one's soul depth reaches 10, they would possess photographic memory. As long as they read the contents of a book, they would be able to memorize it firmly in their mind, never to forget it. This was precisely the reason why formidable master teachers were able to learn so many occupations and memorize so much knowledge in the world. But even if Zhang Laosher's soul depth was above 10, it was impossible for him to finish flipping through hundreds of thousands of books page by page without several months of effort. Could it be? Could it be? Suddenly recalling something, Shen Bairu's body trembled. That's impossible. As this thought flashed through her mind, Shen Bairu shook her head profusely. She had once read an ancient text which stated that other than blacksmiths, apothecaries, and formation masters, there was another mysterious occupation in the upper 9 paths, seer. Seers specialize in divination. They are able to make use of unique techniques to foresee what is going to happen in the near future and make preparations accordingly. Such a person could have known the questions of the examination beforehand and memorized the answers from the corresponding books. There was no need for him to finish reading all of the books. Could it be that Miss Zhang is talented in this occupation? That was why he knew the questions he was going to ask, read them in advance in the Compendium Pavilion, and answered them perfectly. That's why he knew that Yun Tao's formation wouldn't be able to trap the gold-alloyed panther. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed possible, just that. This occupation only existed in the legends. Based on the ratio recorded in the books, there might not even be a single seer among billions of cultivators. It only existed in the illusory world and no one had ever seen it before. If he really had such ability, he would have been able to prevent the matter of him scoring a 0 in the teacher qualification examination. Besides, even a seer should only be able to foresee the gist of the matter. It was impossible for him to know what the questions of the examination were and which book it was in. Shen Bairu's eyebrows knitted together as her thoughts ran wild. The more she thought about it, the more confused she became. She thought that she understood Miss Zhang very well, but she realized that it was only the tip of the iceberg. Even after thinking for a long time, she was still unable to come to a conclusion. Instead, she became even more curious about this Miss Zhang. At this moment, she finally understood why Han Qiong said that she wasn't worthy of the other party. Indeed, even if she was beautiful and talented, she wasn't worthy of such a person. As her thoughts ran wild, Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and the others widened their eyes. This lad. Is there something wrong with him? To only read books when the examination is about to begin? There must be something wrong with his head. Otherwise, what's the point of reading at this moment? The duo muttered as they secretly glanced at Mou. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and it was hard to tell what she was thinking. Just as they were about to say something to fawn on her, the goddess turned around and walked toward the library. Miss Mou. The two of them were about to rush over. Stay here. I'll break the legs of anyone who follows me. Coldly snorting, Mou turned around and headed straight for the library. Damn it, damn it. Hearing Princess Mou berating the two of them for a fellow whom she had just met, Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian's faces paled in anger. However, their anger didn't last long before Miss Mou returned. She was mumbling something and her face was either green or red, but it was hard to tell what she was saying. The two of them looked at each other in confusion, but they were afraid of angering each other again, so they could only stand on the spot and scratch their heads anxiously. After a while, Zhu Jinhuang finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He waved his hand, and a guard walked over and whispered a few words into his ear. The guard took a big detour and arrived behind Miss Mou. After listening for a while, he walked over with a strange look on his face. What did Princess Mou say? Upon seeing Zhang Xian, the duo hurriedly turned to look at him. She kept saying, flipping through the book, flipping through the book, flipping through the book. I couldn't hear what she said clearly. The guard scratched his head. Flipping through the book? Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian stared at one another, and they could see the confusion on the other's face. At the same time, a thought emerged in their minds. Could it be that their goddess had gone mad, oblivious to the frenzy of the two goddesses in the hearts of others? Zhang Xian was flipping through the books frenziedly, just as Mou had said. Initially, he thought that there would be several tens of thousands of books on beast taming in the library. However, upon entering the library, he realized how naive he was. There were at least several 100,000 books in the library. Even though it couldn't be compared to Tianxian Kingdom's library, it wasn't too far off. If Zhang Xian were to continue browsing through the books, it would take him 3 days and 3 nights to finish them. Initially, he thought that the beast tamer examination was a simple matter. If he were to spend so much time reading through the books, even if he didn't go mad, Hall Master Feng and the others would go mad first. It was one thing for others to adjust their state of mind for 2 to 4 hours. However, if he were to spend several days on it and then walk out with bloodshot eyes, even a fool would suspect that something was amiss. If I don't flip through all of these books, the library won't be able to record them. If I were to stumble upon the knowledge contained within, I won't be able to pass the examination. A deep frown formed on Zhang Xian's forehead. If that's the case, I won't be able to enjoy the free benefits of the beast tamer examination, even though he still had several tens of millions of gold coins in his storage ring. As an ordinary person who stayed at home in his previous life, he had already developed a habit of spending money. If he could avoid it, he would never. This wasn't a problem of money, but his principles. Flaws will appear in the library of Heaven's Path just by touching an object. If I touch a bookshelf, will the contents of the books appear? Based on his usual speed, it was impossible for him to finish reading so many books. Could he think of a solution? Just as Zhang Xian was frowning, a thought suddenly appeared in his mind. As long as he touched a book, regardless of whether it was an unconscious human, savage beast, or artifact, books would appear in the library of Heaven's Path, and all kinds of flaws would appear. These books were placed on bookshelves. Would the contents of the books appear in the library of Heaven's Path as soon as he touched them? Let me give it a try. Immediately putting his thoughts into action, Zhang Xian walked to a bookshelf and grabbed it. The library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a book appeared. Flipping it open, Zhang Xian's body staggered, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Written on it was, Shanluo Mountain Range Beast Hall Library's 3rd shelf. Made of camphor wood, 1 Mo craftsman. Year 37, that's not what I want." Tears nearly flowed down Xianxia's cheeks. Clearly, the flaws would only appear if one touched something with one's finger. Trickery was out of the question. No, that's not it. I just have to touch it with my finger. In other words, even if I don't flip through these books, as long as I touch them, a book will appear, right? Xianxian's first idea failed. Another thought flashed across his mind. Regardless of how long it took, as long as he focused his mind and shouted flaws, a book would appear. Since that was the case, wouldn't it be possible for him to just touch the books without flipping through the pages? Let me give it a try. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxian walked up to a pile of books, shouted flaws in his mind, and swiped his palm over. Hoo. Just as he was considering whether it would work or not, the Library of Heaven's Path jolted, and a row of books appeared in his mind. It works? With a reddened face, Xianxian hurriedly took out a book and flipped it open. As expected, the contents of the book were perfectly imprinted within, and the various flaws were recorded as well. It really works. Xianxian cried in agitation. After trying a few more times, he finally understood what was going on. As long as he shouted flaws in his mind, he would activate the Library of Heaven's Path, and wherever his finger passed, he would be able to collect the books. This was more than 100 times faster than flipping through books. Even if he were to flip through more than a dozen books at once, he would have to first retrieve the books, and this would take up a lot of time. However, this wasn't the case at all. As he ran, wherever his finger passed, the books would naturally enter his mind. In less than a minute, he would be able to collect an entire shelf of books. However, due to the speed at which he was collecting the books, the Library of Heaven's Path would tremble, and his mind would be in turmoil as well. As such, he wasn't able to collect everything in a single go. Usually, he would have to rest after collecting a few shelves. Even so, he was still much faster than before. Previously, he would have taken 3 days and 3 nights to finish reading. But now, he would only need 2 hours. Let's begin. Having found a better method to collect books, Xianxian was delighted. Shouting inwardly, he placed his palm on the bookshelf and ran forward. Every time he finished a row, he would check the books. If there were any flaws, he would return to make up for it. As he collected the books swiftly, Xianxian's knowledge on beast taming grew. "Hall Master Feng, are you done preparing the examination papers?" In the room, upon seeing Hall Master Feng walking over, Beast Tamer Liu and Beast Tamer Wang couldn't help but look at him. Hall Master Feng nodded his head. There are several hundred types of savage beasts in the examination papers, and he didn't go easy on them. If he is able to answer all of these questions, his beast taming skills are indeed extraordinary. Since he was able to recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow, he shouldn't be too lacking in knowledge. Perhaps he might succeed. Beast Tamer Liu replied. Indeed. Our Beast Hall has always been ranked last in the Beast Hall tournament. This is because we are too remote, and we don't have any geniuses. If a genius were to appear, we might be able to advance to 3-star. Hall Master Feng's eyes flashed in excitement. Indeed, there's no rush. Let's wait for the results first. Beast Tamer Wang replied. We've only heard about it from Yin Tao, and to be honest, I still find it hard to believe that a Pishue realm savage beast can be tamed within 10 minutes. I don't really believe it either. However, not only did I ask Yin Tao, I also asked all of his subordinates. All of them said the same thing without any problems. Even if it's not as miraculous as the rumors say, it's not far off. Beast Tamer Luke continued. Indeed. No matter what, this is an opportunity for us. If we don't have the capability to do so, we can just continue looking for one. Ah, right, Xianxian hasn't come out from the library yet? After saying those words, Hall Master Feng realized that the examinee hadn't appeared yet. He frowned. He isn't out yet. Beast Tamer Liu nodded his head. Xiao Zhu, go and take a look. Hall Master Feng instructed. Xiao Zhu was his apprentice, and he was currently learning beast taming from him. Upon hearing Hall Master Feng's instructions, he hurriedly rushed over. A moment later, he arrived before Xianxian with a flushed face. What's wrong? He's still reading books? Seeing his apprentice's expression, Hall Master Feng frowned. He was perplexed. His apprentice had always been calm and composed. Did something happen to him? No. Xiao Zhu's face darkened in embarrassment. He's in the library. Running. Where's the monthly tickets? Let's run too. Running? Running in the book collection vault? Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Wang, and the others thought that they had heard wrongly and they looked at him in confusion. If you say that you are reading books in the library, or even cultivating while sitting down, I can bear with it and find it understandable. But running, Hall Master Feng blinked his eyes. Are you sure you are not mistaken? The book collection vault was filled with bookshelves. It was inconvenient for him to run even if he wanted to. More importantly, to be able to tame a Pishue realm savage beast, he must be powerful. How fast did he have to run for it to be useful for his cultivation? Could it be related to his beast taming method? If he ran fast enough, he would be able to catch up to the savage beast. Beast Tamer Wang was doubtful. He doesn't run fast, he runs at the speed of an ordinary human. Furthermore, he is muttering something as he runs, but I can't hear him clearly due to the distance. Xiaozhu was embarrassed. After seeing the previous sight, he was embarrassed to say it out loud. He feared that he would be beaten to death as a lunatic. To think that a person who was adjusting his state of mind to read books would actually run in the book collection vault while muttering. Anyone would find it hard to accept such a sight. Running and muttering? The three beast tamers were truly confused this time. They scratched their heads, but they couldn't comprehend. What the heck does this have to do with adjusting one's state of mind? Honestly speaking, anyone who heard the other party's actions would only have one thought. Darn it, if not, how can one adjust one's state of mind in such a manner? Furthermore, do you have to do it in the book collection vault? Is it impossible for you to run in such a huge room? If you think that this place is small, there is still the Savage Beast activity zone outside. It is several kilometers long and wide. Putting aside running, even a somersault wouldn't be able to reach it in half an hour. This won't do. I'll head over to take a look. There are too many valuable secret manuals in the book collection vault. I mustn't allow them to be damaged. After pondering for a moment, Hall Master Feng felt that it wasn't safe. If a person running in the book collection vault were to lose his mind and set the entire book collection vault on fire, it would be too late for regrets. He mustn't allow such a thing to happen. With a grim expression, Hall Master Feng was just about to head over to the book collection vault when he saw a fatigued young man walking over. It was Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia was completely different from an hour ago. Regardless of whether it was his mental or physical state, he seemed dispirited. It seemed as though he had gone through an inhumane training, and his stamina was sapped dry. Are you all right? Hall Master Feng couldn't help but step forward. Other people would be full of energy after adjusting their state, but this guy looked as if he had done a night of intensive care. Are you sure you're adjusting your state and not exhausting it? Oh, I'm fine. Is the test paper ready? Let's begin. Xianxia waved his hand. Even though he had used a new method to quickly store all of the books in the book collection vault into the Library of Heaven's Path, as he had collected too much knowledge in a short period of time, the concussion in his head was too great, and he felt a little dizzy. It was similar to not sleeping for 5 days and 5 nights. His whole body was filled with fatigue. You're starting now? Seeing that the other party was struggling to open his eyes, Hall Master Feng couldn't help but ask, are you certain? Yes. Xianxia nodded. Alright, let's head over there. The record crystal isn't able to record anything here. Hall Master Feng nodded. Regardless of whether it was the beast taming or pill forging examination, for the sake of fairness, a record crystal had to be used to record everything. After which, it would be stored in case anyone came to check on it. Soon, they arrived at the center of the room, where the record crystal was stored. Hall Master Feng and the other 2 beast tamers sat down. Upon seeing them sitting down, the crowd below knew what was going to happen, and discussions broke out once more. The examination is about to begin. Indeed. Skipping the apprentice examination and going straight for the beast tamer examination, this is a privilege reserved for geniuses of the Beast Hall. Even Xianxia didn't enjoy this privilege. I would like to see how this fellow can continue staying here once he fails. He only managed to tame a savage beast by luck. Do you really think that he is capable? I think that he will definitely fail. Without several years of study, it is impossible to memorize the various characteristics of the savage beasts in the world. Back then, our prince persevered every single day in order to memorize them. This fellow isn't even 20 yet. Even if he were to learn from his mother's womb, how much can he possibly remember? He is just trying to please the crowd. What capabilities can he possibly have? Upon seeing that Xianxia was going to take the beast tamer examination, everyone gathered around him. Many of them were gleeful at his misfortune. Skipping the apprentice examination and going straight for the beast tamer examination, this was the first time in the beast hall that they had seen such a situation. Everyone was eager to see this fellow fail. This was especially so for Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang. Due to Yun Tao and Mo Xiaojia's relationship, they hated this fellow to the core. They couldn't wait for him to make a fool of himself. If he couldn't even pass the theoretical examination, how could he become a beast tamer? Then he could only dream on. While the few of them were discussing, Mo Xiaojia had also regained her senses. She walked up and stared at the young man coldly. With just a single glance, her eyebrows knitted together. What was wrong with this fellow? Just a moment ago, he was flipping through books energetically in the room. Why, did he suddenly look as though he had been cooked? She wasn't the only one who noticed it. The others also noticed it as well. Shen Bairu and Yun Tao glanced at one another and frowned deeply. Miss Zhang, are you all right? I'm fine. Zhang Xian shook his head. I'm just a little tired. In less than 2 hours, he had collected all of the books into the library of Heaven's Path. His mind was working at a high speed, shouting flaws non-stop. It would be a wonder if he wasn't tired. It was already a blessing that he didn't collapse from exhaustion on the spot. Elder, if you're really feeling unwell, why don't we rest for a while and take the examination tomorrow? Yun Tao suggested. There was a high chance that the young man before him was a Zhongsha realm expert. What in the world had he experienced to exhaust him to such an extent? It's fine. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian knew that the two of them meant well. Just as he was about to wave his hands to reject them, a cold sneer sounded not too far away. I think he's just feigning fatigue. He went to the library to adjust his condition. Could it be that he only realized the difficulty of the examination after reading the beast taming book, so he feigned illness to avoid the examination? The one who spoke was Zhu Jinhuang. The cold sneer in his eyes deepened, as though he was determined to expose the disguise of a swindler. That must be the case. Otherwise, how could he possibly be so exhausted from books that he can't even lift his limbs? Pardon my ignorance, but this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Zhou Xian also made use of this opportunity to add insult to injury. This, now that they put it that way, it does seem possible. Probably because he thought that he would be able to pass the examination, he only realized that beast taming is profound after reading the book. Thus, he felt fearful of it, and at the same time, he didn't want to embarrass himself, so he made up an excuse. That must be the case. The words of the duo echoed in the surroundings, and everyone immediately believed 70 to 80% of their words. If that wasn't the case, why would he go to the library to adjust his condition only to return as though he was on the verge of death? His face was filled with fatigue, and it seemed as though he would collapse at any moment. If he was really exhausted, it wouldn't make sense for him to be in such a state while reading a book. Since it was inexplicable, there was only one possibility: he was feigning it. There's no need for that. Let's start now. Ignoring the doubts and discussions of the crowd, Zhang Xian gestured grandly. This is the examination paper I just came up with. You can answer it now. If you can answer it within 2 hours and ensure that your accuracy reaches 100%, you will pass the examination. Seeing Zhang Xian's insistence, Hall Master Feng passed a stack of examination papers over. Similar to the one he took for the apprentice apothecary examination back then, it was several dozen pages thick. Just writing it down would take a long time. Needless to say, he would have to ponder over it carefully. Lowering his head to take a look, Zhang Xian saw that it was filled with all kinds of basic knowledge on beast taming. Without sufficient knowledge, it would be impossible for him to understand it. Alright, you can answer it now. The time starts now. Seeing Xianxia take over the examination papers, Hall Master Feng gestured grandly. Placing the examination papers down, Xianxia picked up a brush. Just as he was about to answer the question, he suddenly felt his head spinning and his hands trembling. Even though he was able to collect the books at a much faster speed than before, his current cultivation was still too weak. As such, he was still unable to withstand it. Not only was he lacking in energy, even his body was showing signs of fatigue. It would probably take him at least an hour to recover from it. But now, he was running out of time. If he were to rest for an hour, given how thick the examination papers were, even with the support of the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be impossible for him to finish it. As long as he were to answer a single question wrongly, he would be unable to pass the beast taming examination. The humiliation of failing was one thing, but what was more important was that he wouldn't be able to enjoy free meals. This was something he couldn't tolerate. Look, he seems to be so tired that he can't even hold a brush. Hee, do you believe that a Pishue realm expert would be so tired that he can't even hold a brush? He must be faking it. Yeah, he must have seen the questions and felt that he didn't know anything, so he pretended to be weak. To be honest, this kind of person is the most shameless. I know, right? Seeing Xianxia's trembling fingers, the crowd harumphed coldly. They weren't the only ones. Even Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and the others stared at one another doubtfully. Could it be that what the others said was true? If that wasn't the case, even if he were to run around the book collection vault, he wouldn't be so tired. Xianxia, if you feel that your body is unwell and you are unable to answer the questions, I can allow you to rest for a day. We'll continue tomorrow. After observing for a moment and seeing that the fellow was indeed so weak that he couldn't even hold a brush, Hall Master Feng couldn't help but speak up. Sighing, Xianxia flicked his wrist and placed the brush down. The other party was right. Given his current physical condition, even if he were to forcefully write, his words would be distorted and ugly. More importantly, if he couldn't keep up with his speed, he might have to rest after writing a few words. If he were to force himself to continue writing, his speed would slow down instead. If he wanted to pass the examination, but he didn't want to waste any more time. There was only one way left. Sighing, Xianxia lifted his head and looked ahead. Hall Master Feng and the two beast tamers, I really don't have the strength to hold a brush. Can I choose to debate? Debate? The three beast tamers stood up abruptly. Disbelief filled their eyes. You. What did you say? You want to choose the most difficult test in the theoretical examination. Debate? Debate was the most difficult examination in the beast tamer theory examination. The examinee didn't use a brush to answer the questions. Instead, they used their mouths to answer the questions. Using a brush to answer the questions, one could consider, ponder, and correct one's mistakes. However, debate was out of the question. One had to answer the question as soon as they saw it. There was no time to think at all, and there was no chance for one to correct one's answer. The moment they started, they had to give the correct answer. This kind of theory examination was similar to the pill debate in the Apothecary Guild. It was specially prepared for master teachers to reduce the duration of the examination, as well as to test the examinee's grasp of knowledge. A normal theory examination would take 2 hours to complete. However, in the debate format, it only took an hour. 2 hours and an hour didn't make much of a difference. Furthermore, this format had a high requirement on one's reaction speed and foundation, so no one dared to attempt it. In the 1,000 years since the establishment of this Beast Hall branch, no one had ever challenged it. Never in their dreams did Hall Master Feng and the others expect that this fellow, who was so tired that he could faint at any moment, would choose such a method. Yes. Xianxia nodded his head. You have to think carefully. There isn't any time to think during the debate. Furthermore, once you make a mistake, there's no chance for you to correct it. Hall Master Feng advised. I know, but I'm simply too tired. I can only use my mouth. It's much simpler. Xianxia nodded his head. Since you insist, let's begin. Seeing the determination in the other party's eyes, Hall Master Feng didn't seem to be joking. Instead, he walked forward and took the paper back. Lifting his head, he said, "Tell me about the unique characteristics of the gold-armored steel fawn beast." The gold-armored steel fawn beast is a Pishue realm savage beast. Its body is covered in golden scales, granting it incredible defense. It lives in the marshes and mountains, feeds on bamboo grass, and is nocturnal. This is the description in Elder Hu Yao's Beast Taming Essentials. Beast Tamer by Zhen's The Encyclopedia of Steel Fawn Beasts has a slightly different description. Based on his observations, the gold-armored steel fawn beast prefers cool environments. Most of them live in shady areas. 30 years ago, many outstanding seniors of the Beast Hall gathered the theories of the predecessors together, and after many years of research, they realized that the steel fawn beast that we speak of is actually not the same species. Instead, it can be divided into 3 types. Those that live in swamps are called swamp iron-tooth beasts, those that live in mountains are called mountain iron-tooth beasts, and those that live in shady places are called shadow iron-tooth beasts. There are obvious differences between the 3 types of metal fawn beasts. Firstly, the scales at the center of their foreheads are different. Secondly, the structure of their tails is different. If you want to know their characteristics, you can read that he left behind. It's on the 17th row of the library, near the left. Xianxia looked over calmly. This is absolutely correct. The gold-body steel fawn beast wasn't a common savage beast, and its classification was even more complicated. Most people would be able to answer the question based on its physical characteristics, and they would be able to determine that the answer was correct. Yet, not only was the other party able to answer the question, he even introduced the books left behind by his predecessors, and even the locations of the books in the library. Damn it, is he still human? Everyone's eyes widened in silence. The characteristics of the savage beast steelback monkey. The steelback monkey has a huge spine on its back, and most of its strength comes from this unique bone. Its feet are thick, and it is able to run swiftly. Even though it is a monkey, it is unable to climb trees, and its physique is similar to some large ape-type savage beasts. These characteristics are recorded in. Elder Zashan was one of the more famous beast tamers in the Beast Hall 140 years ago. Before everyone could recover from their daze, Hall Master Feng asked another question, and the young man answered it without any hesitation. The duo's speed was extremely fast. Often, while everyone was still pondering whether the previous question was correct or not, the next question had already been asked and answered. In the eyes of the crowd, this young man, who wasn't even 20 yet, seemed to be looking at the correct answer. Not only did he answer the question in detail, he even pointed out all kinds of possibilities, deductions, and even guesses recorded in the books. His answers were flawless, and there wasn't the slightest mistake to be found. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. The living environment of the savage beast river worm. Correct. Why is the 3-river worm unable to coexist with the savage beast ebony bird? Correct. Hall Master Feng asked question after question, and the astonishment he received left him feeling numb. Initially, he thought that the other party only knew 1 or 2 questions by coincidence. If he were to ask the more difficult questions, it would be impossible for him to answer them so quickly. In the end, even though the other party seemed to be on the verge of fainting, the more he answered, the faster he got. Even Hall Master Feng was unable to react in time. More importantly, there was nothing wrong with the swift answers. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have dared to believe that there was such a monster in the world. It was no wonder why the other party was able to recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. In terms of basic knowledge on beast taming, even they were far from being able to match up to him. This is impossible. These questions are so difficult. The 3 beast tamers were astonished. By the side, Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang were dumbfounded. They could see the fear in each other's eyes. The questions that Hall Master Feng asked previously were difficult to answer, and even they found it hard to answer them. It wasn't that they didn't have a good grasp of basic knowledge, but there were many savage beasts with similar characteristics, and it was easy for them to make mistakes if they were careless. Take the river swimming insect for example. Even though it sounded like a wild beast, it was actually an extremely powerful savage beast. Its bones grew out of its body, granting it immense strength. Yet, such a ferocious savage beast was able to float on the surface of the water instead of sinking. Upon hearing the words river swimming, most people would think that it lived on the surface of the water. What made them feel helpless was that the most suitable environment for it to live in was the lofty mountains. It had to be said that none of the questions that Hall Master Feng had set were easy. Even when they used a pen to answer the questions, they had to ponder over it carefully. Yet, the fellow before them answered them casually, as though he didn't use his brain at all. How in the world did he do it? There was no need to even think about such a quick reply. Not to mention them, even the super genius Miss Mo would not be able to do it. This was definitely the result of memorizing these basic knowledge into his bones. Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian couldn't help but tremble. How could they doubt such a person? How could they just put on an act? Compared to him, the basic knowledge they had was as laughable as if they didn't know anything at all. A debate might seem similar to a written answer. As long as one's answer was correct, it didn't matter how long it took. However, as people who had a deep understanding of beast taming, they knew that they were two completely different concepts. In the process of beast taming, it was easy for unexpected events to occur. The faster one could extract knowledge from their brain, the faster they could reach a conclusion and make the most advantageous decision. At this moment, every second mattered. If they were to miss the opportunity, many things would become incomparably complicated and difficult to accomplish. This was precisely the reason why a debate might sound useless, but in reality, it was the dream of countless beast tamers. Every beast tamer who was able to complete the debate would become famous in many kingdoms in the future. Initially, they thought that this Xianxia was just a clown fishing for compliments, and that he didn't know anything about beast taming at all. Never could they have imagined that, not only did he answer the question correctly, he even answered it perfectly without any hesitation. He wasn't human at all. While the duo trembled, Shen Bairu's lips also fell agape. 2 hours ago, the fellow who didn't even know what the beast forest was actually able to speak so confidently and competently. No matter how foolish she was, it was clear that there was something amiss. I'm afraid that he really has the talent to become a seer. She still harbored some doubts previously, but at this moment, she no longer had any doubts. If he didn't know the question beforehand, how could he answer it so swiftly? While Shen Bairu was doubtful, Xiaoxia also frowned deeply. She seemed to have thought of something, and doubt could be seen in her eyes. That's all. Hall Master Feng and the two beast tamers, am I correct? After an unknown period of time, Xianxia finished answering the final question and looked at them with a faint smile. You answered every single question correctly, there isn't a single mistake. Glancing at the other two beast tamers, Hall Master Feng nodded his head. In less than an hour, the other party had answered all of the questions on his paper. Not only was there no mistake, he even revealed the origin of every single answer. Even they were impressed by the other party's precise and detailed memory. Since you have answered all of them correctly, you have passed the first round. After which, Hall Master Feng looked at Xianxia once more. Now that you have passed the first round, you will be moving on to the second round, taming a savage beast. You have half a month's time for this round. As long as you can achieve elementary taming, you will pass. Half a month? That's too long. Are there any savage beasts here that haven't acknowledged a master? Can you allow me to tame it? Even though there were many savage beasts in Xianluo mountain range, it wasn't easy to find a suitable one. Furthermore, it would take a long time to search for one. Since this was the beast hall, there should be a suitable savage beast here. As he spoke, Xianxia stood up. After this period of time, his fatigued body had recovered slightly. Even though his condition wasn't too good, he was much stronger than before. Allow you to tame it? Hearing those words, everyone was speechless. You must be joking. Every single savage beast is incomparably precious, how can you possibly tame it? Besides, only tamed savage beasts are allowed into the beast hall. Otherwise, no one will be able to bear the consequences if chaos were to arise. Hearing Xianxia utter such amateurish words, Mou harumphed coldly in displeasure. Is that so? Hearing her words, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. It was truly troublesome to take the beast tamer examination. Where in the world could he find an untamed savage beast? Right, can you lend me your viridescent eagle to tame? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Recalling something, he turned to look at Mou. I'm not feeling well, so I only have 2 updates today. The savage beasts in the beast hall were tamed and brought back by beast tamers. Even if it wasn't their personal property, it wasn't too far from it. Some beast tamers treated their savage beasts as though they were their wives. Yet, this fellow spoke of borrowing a tamed savage beast as though borrowing someone else's wife to play with. Everyone stared at him as though he was a fool. Miss Mou almost died of anger on the spot. Borrowing a savage beast to tame, what in the world was going through his mind? How could taming a wild savage beast be the same as taming a tamed savage beast? The difficulty of taming the latter would definitely be several times greater. Even though this viridescent eagle was only at elementary taming, after spending 7 to 8 days with her and agreeing to many harsh conditions, they had already developed a deep bond. Its loyalty level had even reached 30, and it wasn't too far away from the 31 required for complete taming. There were some errors in the settings previously, so I have already corrected them. Besides, this viridescent eagle was arrogant and hated interacting with humans. It was mostly due to luck that she was able to tame it. Yet, this lad said that he wanted to borrow it to tame it. Do you think that this is a joke? The intense frustration she felt left her frenzied. Just a moment ago, she was shocked by this fellow's solid grasp of basic knowledge and thought that he was a beast-taming genius. Yet, the moment he opened his mouth, he spouted such words. Borrow your head. This is the first time I've heard of borrowing a savage beast, to think that you can fly to the heavens. Why don't you go to someone else's house and borrow their wife to play with? Narrowing her eyes, Mou sneered coldly. Just as she was about to teach the other party a lesson, Zhu Jinhuang walked up to her and whispered. Mou Xiaojia, I don't think it's a problem to lend him the viridescent eagle. What did you say? Narrowing his eyes, it seemed as though this Mou Xiaojia would fly into a rage if he were to say anything wrong. You've already tamed the viridescent eagle, and its loyalty level has reached 30. It's impossible for him to tame it. Isn't this fellow arrogant and gleeful? You can let him try. If he fails to tame it, let's see if he still has the face to continue putting on an act. Zhu Jinhuang harumphed coldly. Indeed. The savage beast already has an owner. Even a 2-star pinnacle beast tamer like Hall Master Feng is incapable of taming it. Yet, a fellow who isn't even a beast tamer dares to spout such nonsense. You must be joking. Zhou Xian said. Hearing the words of the duo, Mou hesitated for a moment before nodding. They were right. It was impossible for anyone to tame a savage beast that had already acknowledged a master. Since this guy didn't know what was good for him, it wasn't a big deal to embarrass him. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia harumphed coldly. You wish to borrow it? My viridescent eagle is right here. If you can tame it, it will be yours. Really? Xianxia didn't expect the other party to really agree to it. His eyes lit up, and he turned to look at Hall Master Feng and the others. If I tame this viridescent eagle, I'll pass the test, right? This counts as a pass. Hall Master Feng and the others nodded their heads in bewilderment. Just now, this fellow was debating basic knowledge, quick to react, and knowledgeable. How did he suddenly become so clueless about animal taming? This viridescent eagle gazed at Mou longingly. Clearly, it was only a matter of time before it was completely tamed. To tame it. Aren't you just asking for trouble? The amount of time it would take would probably be even greater than finding a wild savage beast. That's good. After half a day of recuperation, his stamina and spirit had mostly recovered. With a smile, Xianxia walked up to the viridescent eagle. Little eagle, your master has already lent you to me. Hurry up and submit to me. Qiao, a Tongxian realm savage beast like this was able to understand human language. Upon hearing those words, the viridescent eagle flew into a rage. This was a blatant provocation. Other people usually brought along delicious food, toys, and all kinds of treasures to tame their savage beasts. Yet, he came empty-handed. More importantly, what kind of attitude is this, as though submitting to you is a blessing that I have cultivated for several lifetimes? Pooey! In an instant, the enraged viridescent eagle raised its massive wings and charged toward Xianxia. Hula! The wind howled furiously. The combination of its tough wings and feathers was as though a sharp blade slicing through the air. This fellow was a Tongxian realm savage beast, and its fighting prowess was even greater than that of an average Tongxian realm expert. Wherever its wings passed, the air seemed to be sliced apart. Everyone's face changed, and they subconsciously retreated. Putting aside a frontal attack, even a raging gust of wind wasn't something that a Pixue realm expert could withstand. While everyone retreated, Xianxia remained calm. With a slight sway of his body, he appeared 7 to 8 meters away, dodging the attack. Pipa, struck by the wings, a dozen meters long crack appeared on the hard bluestone ground. The bluestone was purchased from Bayou City at a high price by the Beast Hall. Even a Pixue realm pinnacle expert might not be able to leave a mark on it with his fist. Yet, such a huge crack appeared on the bluestone with a light sweep of the viridescent eagle. Powerful. The faces of Yun Tao and the others paled. If they were in Xianxian's shoes, they would surely have been smacked to death. If you dare to make another move, I won't hold back anymore. In contrast to everyone's fear, Xianxian frowned in displeasure. Qiao, hearing those words and seeing Xianxian's expression, the viridescent eagle flew into a rage. With a flap of its wings, it soared into the sky and swiped its claws at Xianxian. The viridescent eagle only had 2 powerful moves. The first was the sweep of its wings, and the second was its steel claws. The second move was clearly much stronger than the first. Furthermore, it carried the momentum of its flight. Even an unprepared half-Xianxia expert would be at a disadvantage if he were to face it head-on. You won't die if you don't court death. Who asked you to act cool? You deserve it for daring to offend even the viridescent eagle. Upon seeing this sight, Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and the others sneered coldly. Even his strongest guard was unable to withstand such a powerful move from the viridescent eagle. He didn't believe that this young man, who didn't seem to be in his 20s, would be able to withstand it. The moment he is caught, even if he isn't torn apart, a layer of his skin will be torn off. The viridescent eagle possesses incredible strength. Coupled with this move, it can exert a strength of more than 500 ding, comparable to a half-Xianxia. The only way out is to dodge. The others didn't expect this lad to provoke the viridescent eagle into using its strongest steel claws with just a few words. They looked at Xianxian anxiously. It was common for beast tamers to be killed by savage beasts when they failed to tame them. However, it was unheard of for a savage beast to kill a beast tamer in the Beast Hall. Just when everyone was pessimistic about Xianxian's chances, his calm voice sounded once more. Since you don't know what's good for you, then I'll have to apologize. After saying those words, Xianxian clenched his fist tightly and faced the other party's claws head-on. Ah? Everyone shuddered at the sight. The claws of the viridescent eagle could easily crush even steel. To face it head-on with his fist. Pung! Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the fist and the claws had already collided. Just as everyone thought that the viridescent eagle would surely suffer severe injuries from the collision, the arrogant viridescent eagle let out a piercing shriek, as though it had been struck by a mountain. Unable to control its direction, it plummeted from the sky. Pooh! It crashed heavily onto the ground, and its steel-crushing claws were twisted into a dough twist. Ah? The crowd exclaimed once more. The same word ah, but the first one was due to fear while the second one was due to shock. Their emotions felt as though they were on a roller coaster. The shock they had just experienced was even greater than when they were hunting savage beasts. Weren't you arrogant just a moment ago? However, before they could recover from their shock, Xianxian, who had knocked the viridescent eagle down with a single punch, had already walked up to the former and sent a kick over. Pung! Before the viridescent eagle could even react, it was already sent flying. It crashed heavily into a pillar in the room and convulsed uncontrollably. The strength behind his kick definitely exceeded 600 ding. No matter how strong the viridescent eagle's defense was, it was impossible for it to withstand it. How dare you make a move on me? You must be tired of living. Not satisfied with a single kick, Xianxian continued forward and sent another kick. Pung! The viridescent eagle was sent flying once more. Unlike before, it looked like a drenched chicken. If not for the strong defense of a savage beast, it would have died from those 2 blows. Stop! Mou's face flushed in anger. That was her savage beast. If you can't tame it, then don't. If you were to continue beating it like this, it might even be crippled. It wasn't easy for her to tame this savage beast, and she didn't want it to die here. Mou Xiaojia, calm down. This should be Elder Xianxia's beast pummeling taming method. Yun Tao hurriedly walked over. Beast pummeling taming method? I named it myself. Every time Elder tamed a beast, he would beat it up. Looks like this time is no exception. Admiration appeared in Yun Tao's eyes. As expected of Elder Xianxian, his beast taming methods are indeed extraordinary. This is one of the most difficult Tongxian realm's savage beasts to tame. Others would bring along delicious food and precious medicine to rope it in. Yet, you just beat it up mercilessly. I can't help but be impressed. Can it really be tamed like this? I'm afraid that it will only increase the viridescent eagle's disgust. Mou narrowed her eyes. She had read most of the books in the library, but she had never heard of any beast pummeling taming method. This would only make the savage beast even more disgust. How could it possibly be tamed? As one of the more powerful aerial savage beasts, the viridescent eagle is known for its arrogance and pride. If one were to befriend it on equal footing, one might still be able to take a second glance at it. However, to tame it just by beating it up is no different from dreaming. Flinging her sleeves, Mou harumphed. However, before she could finish her words, her body suddenly froze and her eyes widened. Ah? This. What is going on? The viridescent eagle, which was hostile toward Xianxian a moment ago, struggled to its feet and rubbed its head against Xianxian's with a fawning look on its face. As though a pug, its eyes were filled with fawning. To think that a savage beast would willingly submit to him, coming at me ferociously, continue begging for monthly votes. Today, I will try to end the climax of beast taming. This is an incomparably arrogant viridescent eagle. In order to tame it, I specially climbed to the peak of a towering mountain and personally killed a Pishue realm snake to serve as its dinner. I even found some snow to bathe it in. Even so, this fellow had only agreed to take the test with her. It could not be considered as surrendering. But now, he had to lower his head after being beaten up. Especially his expression, which was filled with flattery and fawning. What the hell was going on? Mou felt a tightness in her chest. She didn't feel well at all. That was her savage beast, and it had already agreed to submit to her. Yet, at this moment, it was lying before the other party's legs with a fawning expression on its face. She felt so stifled that she was about to suffer from internal injuries. Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian, who were still brimming with confidence a moment ago, felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Their faces warped, and they were on the verge of tears. Just a beating and you're willing to submit? Did I see wrongly? You too. Just as Zhang Xian was feeling stifled, Mou Xiaojia suddenly turned to look at him with a face as cold as ice. Gritting her teeth, she asked, "Are you the ones who said that he won't be able to tame you?" Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian trembled at the same time. Previously, they were the ones who persuaded Miss Mo to hand over the viridescent eagle so that the other party could tame it. They thought that they would be able to humiliate the other party, but never in their dreams did they expect such an outcome. Miss Mo, don't be anxious. I think the viridescent eagle is panicking from the beating and is purposely begging for mercy. It will definitely retaliate later. Zhu Jinhuang's mouth twitched as he hurriedly replied. Indeed. A savage beast as powerful as the viridescent eagle already possesses intelligence of its own. It must have realized that it isn't a match for that fellow, so it decided to feign weakness first before finding an opportunity to exact vengeance. Zhou Xian added. However, before he could finish his words, a commotion suddenly broke out amidst the crowd. Hurriedly turning around, he saw Zhang Xian dripping a drop of blood into the other party's throat. The contract process had been completed. Chirp, after establishing the contract, the viridescent eagle lay in front of Zhang Xian with a face full of satisfaction. Its head kept rubbing against his clothes, like a lazy cat that had just been fed, full of attachment to its master. Is this what you mean by begging for mercy and counterattacking? Miss Mou was so angry that her face turned red. She kicked the two of them, sending them tumbling twice. Have any of you ever seen someone deliberately beg for mercy and even sign a contract of their own accord? Have any of you seen such an expression on a vengeful savage beast before? Miss Mou's breathing quickened as if her lungs were about to explode. How could he have trusted these two fellows and allowed them to tame the viridescent eagle, now that they had already signed the contract? Even if they wanted to redeem it, it was already too late. His heart was filled with anger and shock. How did he do it? He had watched the entire process of how the other party tamed the viridescent eagle earlier. After infuriating the viridescent eagle, the other party beat it up, whispered something to it, and then patted its body a few times. Following which, the viridescent eagle's attitude changed. The rage on its face turned into fear and excitement, and eventually, it submitted to the other party. Could it be? Not bad. It must have something to do with what he said, otherwise, how could his attitude change so quickly? But, what exactly did he say that caused the viridescent eagle, who was originally incomparably furious and itching to kill him, to change its attitude so quickly? How is it? Am I right? This is Elder Xianxia's means, the beast pummeling taming method. As long as it is a savage beast, after being beaten up by him, it will willingly submit to him. Yuntao laughed heartily. Weren't you suspicious just now? Now you see it with your own eyes. He really made the viridescent eagle submit to him with just a beating. That is Mou Xiaojia's savage beast. How is that possible? I don't understand it either. It's not like we haven't tried pummeling savage beasts in the past, but we all ended in failure. Why would it submit to him with just a beating? The others were also dumbfounded. This was especially so for the three beast tamers. Each and every one of them felt their heads spinning. It wasn't that no beast tamer had ever used brute force on a savage beast before, but, not only did they fail to obtain the other party's submission, they even incurred its wrath, causing it to go on a hunger strike. Such failures could be found everywhere. Putting aside the others, even they had experienced it before. This was precisely the reason why they didn't believe Yuntao's words. To think that, it was actually true, just a beating from Xianxia, and this savage beast really submitted to him. Was this still the arrogant viridescent eagle that soared through the clouds? Why did he look like a pug now? So cheap and shameless? Still in disbelief, Xianxia, who had just signed the contract, walked over and asked, Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamers, am I considered to have passed the test? This, Hall Master Feng snapped out of his daze and said, cough cough, wait a moment. We need to test its loyalty to know whether you have passed the test or not. Even though it seemed like the viridescent eagle had submitted to him, they still had to test it. Firstly, it was for fairness. Secondly, they wanted to see if the viridescent eagle had submitted to them wholeheartedly. If it wasn't sincere, it would be dangerous to fly in the sky. Let's give it a try then. Xianxia replied nonchalantly. He had absolute confidence in this viridescent eagle. Of course, it wasn't as what everyone thought, that this fellow would submit to him after a beating. When it attacked him, a book was formed in the Library of Heaven's Path. With just a single page, Xianxia already understood the flaws of this fellow. Then, he made use of it. After saying a few words, he infused his purest Xinqi into the other party's body to purify its bloodline. It was hard for the other party not to submit to him. His Heaven's Path Xianqi was extremely effective in raising a savage beast's bloodline. No savage beast would be able to resist it since it could purify their bloodline within a short period of time. Either they were killed, or they followed him and raised their strength. No matter how foolish a savage beast was, it would still make the right choice. Compared to raising one's bloodline and raising one's strength, delicacies, and fawning on one's master paled in comparison. Wang, Beast Tamer Lu took out the Heart Inquisition crystal and tested it on the viridescent eagle. Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang stood up and returned to Princess Mou's side. Mou Xiaojia, don't worry. So what if you have signed the contract? The viridescent eagle was beaten into submission, so its loyalty level should be very low. At most, it would be 31. If it's only 31, then Xiaojia's is 30. It might be possible to tame it again in the future. The duo consoled. Even though complete taming was more profound than elementary taming, there wasn't much of a difference between a loyalty level of 30 and 31. As long as they fawned on the viridescent eagle and prepared some good stuff for it, it was hard to guarantee that the viridescent eagle wouldn't betray them. A savage beast would only acknowledge a single master in its entire life. It was said that some incredible beast tamers could make their tamed beasts betray them with just a few words, even if they had already signed a contract. There were also some incredible beast tamers who were capable of taming other people's tamed beasts as well. Putting everything aside, didn't the viridescent eagle tame Xianxia previously? Why would it betray them as well? Since it could submit to Xianxia, it wasn't impossible for it to betray them once more. At most, 31? Xianxia's anger had yet to subside. Indeed. How much loyalty can a tamed beast gain from a beating have? Do you even need to think about it? Zhu Jinhuang sneered coldly. However, before he could finish his words, he felt a tug on his arm. What's wrong? Turning around, he saw that the one who tugged him was Zhou Xian. Look, Zhou Xian's lips quivered. Following the direction of his finger, Zhu Jinhuang took a glance and the words he wanted to say choked in his throat. He felt as though he was on the verge of tears. A line of words slowly appeared on the Heart Inquisition crystal. The viridescent eagle's loyalty level to Xianxia was displayed on it, 45, complete taming, the highest realm, complete silence. Everyone's mouths were agape. Actually, they weren't the only ones who thought so. Everyone else also thought that the viridescent eagle would have a low loyalty level, but they didn't expect it to reach 45. This was the highest loyalty level of complete taming. Countless beast tamers who lived and ate with savage beasts were unable to reach this level. Yet, it was achieved just by beating them up. Everyone felt as though their worldview had been turned upside down. This should be considered as a pass, right? Xianxia wasn't surprised to see 45. Instead, he turned to Hall Master Feng with a smile. In the first round of theoretical examination, you passed the debate without making any mistakes. In the second round, you tamed the viridescent eagle easily, and the loyalty level reached 45. Hall Master Feng nodded his head. I hereby announce that Xianxia has passed the examination and is now officially a one-star beast tamer. Seeing that he had passed the examination, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. With the identity of a beast tamer, he could ride on aerial savage beasts for free in the future. Wait a moment, just as Hall Master Feng finished his words, a shout sounded. What's wrong, beast tamer Mo? Hall Master Feng asked. The one who spoke was Xianxia. She had already become an official beast tamer, and addressing her as beast tamer Mo was a form of respect. I have an objection. I think that since he didn't pass the examination, he isn't qualified to become an official beast tamer. Mou stepped forward and said. Oh? Hall Master Feng frowned. In the beast tamer examination, one has to tame a savage beast stronger than him in order to pass. Even though this Xianxia didn't display his true cultivation realm, the fact that he was able to defeat the viridescent eagle so easily shows that he is stronger than it. He is probably at Tongxian realm pinnacle. Mou sneered coldly, that is to say, even though he tamed the viridescent eagle, he only tamed a savage beast weaker than him. He shouldn't have passed the examination. This, upon hearing those words, Hall Master Feng hesitated. That was indeed the case. In order to take the examination, one had to tame a savage beast stronger than him. Zhou Xian, Zhu Jinhuang, Yun Tao, and the others had also abided by this rule. This Xianxia had only used his physical strength in the previous battle, and he didn't display his true cultivation realm. However, given how he was able to defeat the viridescent eagle so easily, he was definitely stronger than him. Going by the standard procedure, he wasn't qualified to become an official beast tamer. You're saying that, one who tames a savage beast weaker than him won't be able to become an official beast tamer? Xianxia looked at her. Yes. Mou harumphed coldly. Then, if this viridescent eagle isn't at Tongxian realm but Halfzhongsher, does that mean that I have passed the examination? Xianxia asked. Of course. Mou nodded her head. Even though she didn't know the other party's exact cultivation realm, she was certain that the other party wasn't at Halfzhongsher. That's good. Nodding his head, Xianxia turned to the viridescent eagle and said, all right, it's your turn now. Chiao, with a cry, the massive body of the viridescent eagle suddenly grew taller and a powerful force burst forth from its body. Here's the second chapter. There's still the third chapter left, and I'm still writing it. Continue to seek for monthly votes. Monthly votes are only useful at the start of the month, and the ranking changes at the end of the month are useless as well. Those who have votes, please don't keep them in your hands. Boom, as though a bomb on the verge of exploding, the sound of boiling water echoed from the viridescent eagle's body. The acupoints on the surface of its body flickered, as though a powerful surge of energy was infused into them. Jai. Initially, its body was already 3 to 4 meters tall. Following the reverberations from its body, it seemed to have grown even taller, and its fur was growing as well. This is the bloodline evolution of a savage beast, resulting in a breakthrough in its cultivation? Hall Master Feng's eyes narrowed. Beast Tamer Liu and Beast Tamer Wang seemed to have realized this as well. Their faces flushed in agitation, and they clenched their fists tightly. Bloodline evolution? What's that? Someone asked doubtfully. Not everyone in the room was Beast Tamer. Yun Tao, Zhu Jinhuang, and the other guards were present as well. These people didn't know much about beast taming. The strength of a savage beast is affected by several factors, and there are 3 that we commonly see. Firstly, age. As a savage beast ages, its strength will rise as well, and upon reaching adulthood, it will reach its limit. This is the most common factor. Secondly, bloodline. The higher the bloodline of a savage beast, the greater its potential. Even upon reaching adulthood, it will still be able to grow stronger with time. Thirdly, cultivation. Some of the more intelligent savage beasts can cultivate together with their beast tamers, and through this, they will be able to advance together. An insider whispered, bloodline evolution doesn't refer to any of these 3 factors. Rather, it refers to a savage beast with a fixed bloodline suddenly consuming some kind of treasure or experiencing some kind of unique experience, allowing it to break through its bottleneck and advance to a higher level. With the evolution of its bloodline, the bottleneck will naturally be broken, allowing it to reach a higher level. This kind of bloodline evolution is similar to a mutation, and it is extremely rare. To think that this viridescent eagle would encounter such an opportunity. It sure is lucky. Bloodline evolution and a sudden rise in strength. Could it be that this viridescent eagle is going to reach Xianxia? Indeed. If he succeeds, it would mean that this Xianxia has tamed a Xianxia savage beast, and he would have passed the beast tamer examination. Upon hearing the explanation, a commotion broke out. This is impossible. Mou, who had just finished questioning Xianxia, felt her face turning even redder. She was about to go crazy. This viridescent eagle used to be her tamed beast, and she had done a thorough investigation on it. It had already reached adulthood, and there were no records of it consuming any treasures. Under normal circumstances, it shouldn't have undergone bloodline evolution and experienced a sudden surge in its strength. Yet, after being pummeled by Xianxia, not only did he manage to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation, his fighting prowess had also increased as well. Are you kidding me? If he had known that he would have such an opportunity, he would never have let anyone tame him. This was a Xianxia realm savage beast. Once she tamed it and cultivated a secret technique with it, it would be much easier for her to reach Xianxia. In the end, it benefited others. The intense depression was driving her crazy. Miss Mou, do you think it's possible that after this guy was beaten up, the viridescent eagle beast's bloodline evolved, resulting in a breakthrough in strength? Zhu Jinhuang couldn't help but ask. Impossible. Before Mou Xiaojie could say anything, Zhou Xian shook his head and said, the bloodline evolution of savage beasts is usually achieved through consuming precious resources or the blood essence left behind by powerful savage beasts. Thus, its bloodline becomes purer. How can it achieve a breakthrough just by beating it up? Bloodline evolution was dependent on luck. Regardless of whether it was a treasure or the blood essence of a powerful savage beast, it had to be perfectly compatible with the savage beast. The chances of success were less than 1 in 10,000. For its bloodline to evolve after just a beating. You must be joking. Zhou Xian is right. Even if that lad is capable and has some luck, it is impossible for him to purify the bloodline of the viridescent eagle just by beating it up. The only explanation is that the viridescent eagle must have consumed something previously, and it just so happened that it was effective at that moment. Mou nodded in agreement with Zhou Xian's words. Then, she spoke of her thoughts. If I'm not wrong, I might have fed it a stalk of bewilderment flower before coming here. I heard that it is extremely nourishing to the viridescent eagle, so I spent a huge sum of money to buy it so that I can tame it. Recalling the value of the bewilderment flower, her heart ached. Just as she was gritting her teeth furiously, Yun Tao walked up to her and muttered, as expected of Elder Xianxia. As expected of Elder Xianxia. Any savage beast that he pummeled would undergo a bloodline evolution. The gold-alloyed panther and ancient lightning cloud sparrow. I thought that it was just a coincidence, but to think that the viridescent eagle would achieve a breakthrough as well. What did you say? Hearing his words, Mou's words got stuck in her throat. She widened her eyes and turned to look at him. Oh, nothing much. I just said that Elder Xianxia is incredible. You all saw his gold-alloyed panther previously. It was only at Pishue realm, but it has already reached Tongxian realm. The ancient lightning cloud sparrow was only at Pishue realm primary stage previously, but it has already reached intermediate stage. This is all because it was beaten up by Elder Xianxia. Yun Tao said seriously. After being beaten up. Not only did it submit, it even underwent a bloodline evolution? Mou, Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and the others stared at one another in frenzy. Why? Did they find his words so inconceivable? This was especially so for Mou. It was just a moment ago that the viridescent eagle achieved a breakthrough due to her bewildering flower. Upon hearing those words, she felt her face burning up. Who was she? A genius of the Beast Hall, a renowned genius in the entire Tianwu kingdom. Her beast taming rating of 1-to-1 had left everyone in shame. Just when she was feeling gleeful, not only did this fellow tame her savage beast, he even beat it up and allowed it to achieve a breakthrough. You must be intentionally trying to slap my face, otherwise, why would you do whatever I suspect? Boom, while everyone was shocked and frenzied, the rising aura of the viridescent eagle finally came to a stop. Its body had grown larger than before, reaching a height of 4 to 5 meters. Its aura was also much stronger than before, and with just a slight grip of its claws, cracks appeared on the bluestone ground. Half-Xianxia, this viridescent eagle had actually reached Half-Xianxia realm. The three of you, does this mean that I've passed? Xianxian chuckled lightly. You've passed. The three beast tamers nodded their heads simultaneously. If this wasn't a pass, then what was? Besides, they were filled with doubts as well. Mou might not be able to tell, but as two-star beast tamers, they knew that the reason why the viridescent eagle was able to undergo a bloodline evolution had something to do with this young man. To induce a bloodline evolution in a savage beast. If any savage beast was capable of such a feat, it would definitely be a huge matter in the Beast Hall. At this point, Hall Master Feng clasped his fist and said, Beast Tamer Zhang, I have a question I would like to ask you. I know what you want to ask. Are you curious as to why the viridescent eagle would undergo a bloodline evolution all of a sudden? Zhang Xian turned to look at him. Yes. Hall Master Feng replied. Hearing the conversation between the duo, everyone turned their gazes over as well. After beating up the viridescent eagle, not only did it submit to him, it even underwent a bloodline evolution. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they would have never believed it. Everyone wanted to know what was going on. Simple. I used the blood essence of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow as bait to make it submit. After which, it consumed it, and naturally, it achieved a breakthrough. Zhang Xian said. Helping a savage beast achieve a breakthrough was too shocking. If others were to know that it was possible with his Xianxia, he would be in deep trouble. Thus, he pushed the blame onto the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. In any case, there were precedents of the ancient lightning cloud sparrow achieving a breakthrough after consuming a pure bloodline. As an ancient beast, the ancient lightning cloud sparrow possessed a pure bloodline. Even though the viridescent eagle was massive, it was still a type of bird. Perhaps, the two of them could be linked. As for those who dared to try it, they shouldn't blame themselves for dying. Furthermore, the ancient lightning cloud sparrow was Yun Tao's savage beast. Even if others were to look for it, they wouldn't be able to find him. Since this fellow had received an ancient beast from him, he should at least take the blame for this matter. I see. Hearing his explanation, Hall Master Feng and the others glanced at one another and nodded their heads. This seemed to be the only plausible explanation. Otherwise, why would the iridescent eagle achieve a breakthrough after a beating? Even if they racked their brains, they wouldn't be able to make sense of it. It's the ancient lightning cloud sparrow. Hearing the explanation, Mou came to a realization and felt even more regretful. If only she knew that the ancient lightning cloud sparrow could help the iridescent eagle to achieve a breakthrough in its bloodline, she would have forged a good relationship with it. She wouldn't have allowed the other party to tame her savage beast. But now, she had nothing left. Her savage beast had been completely tamed by the other party, and its loyalty level had reached 45. Even if she said that she would borrow it, it was unlikely that she would return it. To be able to recognize the ancient lightning cloud sparrow and possess so many means, could it be that? Suddenly recalling something, Mou hesitated for a moment before walking towards Xianxia. Damn it! Seeing the changes in her expression before walking towards Xianxia, Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang clenched their fists tightly. All of their glory had been overshadowed by this fellow. Needless to say, Mou Xiaojia must have fallen for him. I heard that this lad is from Tianqian Kingdom, and he doesn't have any backing. If it comes down to it. Zhu Jinhuang made a killing gesture. When Yin Tao competed with them, the other party was a prince, so they didn't dare to go overboard. However, this lad was different. He was just an insignificant figure without any background. Even though they weren't a match for the other party, as princes, it wasn't a problem for them to find a few formidable subordinates. All right. Zhou Xian gritted his teeth. Today, they were humiliated by a lad who had nothing at all. If they didn't exact vengeance, they wouldn't be able to quench the hatred in their hearts. Despite having no backing, the other party dared to offend the two princes. He was asking for it, just as the two of them were discussing how they could find an opportunity to kill this Xianxian. Mou Xiaojia walked up to them. Staring at them with glowing eyes, she couldn't help but voice the doubt in her heart. Using the ancient lightning cloud sparrow's bloodline to help the iridescent eagle achieve a breakthrough is only one of the conditions. There's another important reason. If I'm not wrong, you should be a master teacher, right? Master teacher? Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang, who were discussing how to kill the other party, shuddered and burst into tears. To think that the two of them would dare to assassinate a master teacher. Just how bold must they be? The heck, didn't you say that you don't have any backing? Your backing is even greater than the heavens. Master teachers were protected by the Teacher Guild and Mingshi Tang. Putting aside assassination, even if someone were to offend them, it was highly likely that they would be banned. Their ban was extremely powerful, and countless powers and experts respected them. Putting aside a small Tier 2 kingdom, even a Tier 1 kingdom like Tianwu Kingdom wouldn't be able to hold on for long before collapsing. It could be said that if one were to launch a sneak attack on a master teacher and the Mingshi Tang found out about it, not only would they die, even the kingdom behind them would be implicated as well. This was the fearsomeness of master teachers. The #1 occupation in the world didn't allow for humiliation or blasphemy. Anyone who dared to blaspheme a master teacher, regardless of whether they were a king or a sect leader, no matter how powerful they were, the Mingshi Tang could erase them with a single word. Legend had it that the king of a conferred kingdom once flirted with a beautiful master teacher, infuriating her. Without even using the Mingshi Tang, she lectured on the spot for 7 days straight, attracting countless experts. With a single order, she captured the king alive and pummeled him to death. The old ancestor of the kingdom was extremely powerful. He could have stopped the king, but he didn't dare to. There was nothing he could do about it. If the king were to die, he could always choose a new one. However, if the kingdom were to be destroyed, there would be nothing left. Master teachers had countless disciples, and just by guiding them once, they would be considered as half a teacher. Just like a hornet's nest, once touched, one would either die or be crippled. Assassinating a master teacher. To be honest, this was no different from courting death. Zhu Jinhuang and the others trembled in fear. Those who harbored such thoughts immediately suppressed their thoughts. Master teacher? Not expecting Mou Xiaojia to think in such a manner, Xianxia shook his head. I'm not one yet. Even though he was acknowledged by the 3 master teachers, he was only a slightly more powerful apprentice. He hadn't taken the examination yet, so naturally, he wasn't a master teacher. Not a master teacher? Mou was taken aback. She thought that the other party was only so formidable because he was a master teacher, but to think that he wasn't. Not a master teacher? This is great. As long as he isn't a master teacher, I'll kill him. Upon hearing that Zhang Xian wasn't a master teacher, the worried Zhou Xian and Zhu Jinhuang heaved a sigh of relief. However, before long, Shen Bairu's voice sounded, even though Miss Zhang isn't a master teacher, he is the senior of Beiwu Kingdom's Lu Shi, Zhuangshi, and Hanwu Kingdom's Xingshi. Senior brother of a master teacher? The two of them looked at each other. This time, they were really crying. In a Tier 2 kingdom as well, these three master teachers were extremely famous. They could be considered to be the cream of the crop, so how could they not know of them? Their senior brother, even if he wasn't a master teacher, his standing was even higher than a master teacher. It was fortunate that they hadn't made a move yet, or else the other party would have really killed the both of them. I know of Beiwu Kingdom's Lu Shi and have met him once. He once attended a lecture under 2-star master teacher Jiang Shu and can be considered as half a student. You are his senior brother, could it be? Hearing Shen Bairu's words, Mou also realized something and her eyes narrowed. Since the other party wasn't a master teacher but was his senior, this meant that they came from the same teacher. Furthermore, for a master teacher to willingly acknowledge him as his teacher, he had to be at least a 2-star master teacher, or perhaps even higher, a direct disciple of at least a 2-star master teacher. Her status was even higher than that of a princess like her. Furthermore, the fact that he was accepted as a direct disciple meant that he possessed incredible potential. Even she would find it hard to match up to him in the future. After all, even though she was Jiang Shu's apprentice, she wasn't his direct disciple. Knowing this, he turned to look at the young man before him with deep respect in his eyes. So, you're a direct disciple of a master teacher. It's no wonder why you have such a deep understanding of beast taming. Hall Master Feng and the others also came to a realization and nodded their heads. Previously, they were intending to ask Zhang Xian about his beast pummeling taming method. However, after learning of the other party's true identity, they immediately dispelled the thought. Even though beast tamers were considered as one of the upper 9 paths occupations, there was still a gap between them and master teachers. Furthermore, the beast pummeling taming method that Zhang Xian executed came from that master teacher. If the other party were to learn of it, it would be troublesome for them to ask him about his methods. Since that was the case, they might as well find a way to befriend him. This is your 1-star beast tamer emblem. After learning of Zhang Xian's identity, the attitude of the 3 beast tamers improved significantly. Soon, they passed him the emblem that represented his identity as a beast tamer. After receiving the emblem, Zhang Xian casually placed it into his storage ring before turning to look at them. I would like to head to the Red Lotus Ridge and require an aerial savage beast. What do you think is suitable? Even though he had read quite a few books as a beast tamer, he had never ridden on an aerial savage beast before. As such, he was unable to determine how far it would take him. Red Lotus Ridge? Hall Master Feng stroked his beard and calculated for a moment before replying, Tianwu Kingdom is several tens of thousands of kilometers away from here. If you were to ride on the viridescent eagle that you just tamed, it would take you around half a month. Half a month? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He thought that since the viridescent eagle had reached Xianxia, it would only take him a few days to reach the Red Lotus Ridge. Yet, it would still take him around half a month. Indeed. This viridescent eagle has just achieved a breakthrough, so its cultivation isn't stable yet. Thus, it would only be able to travel around 4,000 to 5,000 kilometers a day. On top of that, it would have to rest during the journey as well. Half a month is already the fastest it can travel. Hall Master Feng said. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Even though he didn't know how fast the viridescent eagle could fly, it had just achieved a breakthrough, so its speed was bound to be limited. If it were to reinforce its cultivation and rest as well, it would take quite a bit of effort. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xian recalled Han Qiong's words and asked. I heard that the Beast Hall has a lightning mount that can travel at incredible speeds. Even if it is several tens of thousands of kilometers away, it would only take a few days to reach the Red Lotus Ridge. May I know if that's true? The beast hall does have lightning mounts, which are the savage beasts of Xianxia realm experts. They are capable of carrying humans at incredible speeds, and they are known as lightning mounts. However, Hall Master Feng hesitated for a moment before continuing. There are only 2 such mounts in the entire beast hall. One of them is already on its way to Xianxia Kingdom. As for the other one, at which, Hall Master Feng shook his head. The other 2 beast tamers also revealed a hint of frustration. What's wrong? Seeing their attitude, Xianxia was perplexed. This one is severely ill. It can't even stand up today, needless to say, fly. Beast tamer Liu and I were busy trying to diagnose it and find a way to treat it, so we didn't have the time to come over for the examination. Thus, we had beast tamer Hong take over for us. Hall Master Feng said. Severely ill? Only then did Xianxia recall that when Yin Tao first arrived for the examination, beast tamer Hong said that Hall Master Feng and the others were busy. Previously, he had been wondering what could be more important than the beast tamer examination. So that was the case. A Xianxia realm savage beast could be considered as the greatest asset of the beast hall. It was no wonder why they were so anxious when it was severely ill. What's wrong with it? Xianxia asked. It didn't matter whether the other party was severely ill or not. More importantly, with this mount, he could save a lot of time. Hearing Xianxia's question, Hall Master Feng shook his head. It's precisely because we were unable to diagnose the illness that we couldn't do anything about it. The 3 of us have tried all kinds of means available to beast tamers, but we were still unable to figure it out. Beast tamer Liu smiled bitterly. If they were unable to diagnose the illness, how could they treat it? Is there a solution? Mo couldn't help but ask. As a beast tamer, upon hearing that the savage beast was severely ill, concern surfaced in her eyes. We've already sent someone to Beiwu Kingdom to invite Grandmaster Qingyang over. Perhaps, he might be able to find the cause of the illness. Beast Tamer Wang said. Grandmaster Qingyang? Is Beast Tamer Wang referring to the only 2-star Grandmaster physician in Beiwu Kingdom? Shen Bairu suddenly recalled. That's right, it's him. Even though we beast tamers have some means to treat savage beasts, we are still lacking compared to a true Grandmaster physician. We've already sent someone to invite him over, so he should be here soon. Beast Tamer Wang chuckled. Even though beast tamers had their own means to treat savage beasts, they were only able to treat common ailments. If they were to encounter a more complicated illness, they would be helpless. Thus, the best solution for them was to seek the help of a Grandmaster physician. Beiwu Kingdom wasn't too far away from here. If they were to ride on an aerial savage beast, it would take less than 2 hours for them to arrive. In any case, they had no choice but to wait. That was why they came here to spectate the beast tamer examination and encountered the conflict between Xianxia and beast tamer Hong. After mentioning the Grandmaster physician, beast tamer Wang seemed to have great confidence in Qingyang. He glanced at Xianxia and chuckled. As long as your illness is treated, it won't be a problem for you to get him to send you to the Red Lotus Ridge. However, riding on a Xianxia realm beast isn't cheap. You have to prepare for it. How much is it? Xianxia asked. Based on the price set by the Beast Hall, it will cost at least 20 beast blood ores to travel to Tianwu Kingdom. Since Beast Tamer Zhang is an internal member of the Beast Hall, you will be able to get a discount, but it will still cost you around 16 beast blood ores. If we were to convert it to the currency of the kingdom, it would be around 8 million. 8 million gold coins? Xianxia was taken aback. His eyes widened in shock. Back then, in order to earn a few million gold coins in Tianxian Kingdom, he had to put up all kinds of disguises and suffer all kinds of hardships. Yet, he was able to earn so much just by flying here. This was practically daylight robbery. There's nothing we can do about it. A Xianxia realm savage beast requires a 2-star beast tamer to ride it personally. Furthermore, it has to fly by itself. This price is already the lowest. Beast tamer Wang smiled bitterly. Even though a Xianxia realm savage beast had already been tamed, it was impossible for one to control it without sufficient strength. Thus, a 2-star beast tamer had to accompany it personally. Beast tamers who could reach this level were all at the Grandmaster realm. In other words, a Xianxia realm expert and a Xianxia realm savage beast had to be dispatched for this trip. How could the price be low? One must know that even in a Tier 2 kingdom, a Xianxia realm expert could be considered as an ancestor. Indeed, 8 million gold coins wasn't a huge sum for a Xianxia realm expert. Didn't you say that? As long as one becomes a beast tamer, one can ride on a Xianxia realm beast for free. Suppressing his frustration, Xianxia asked. He had heard from Yun Tao that he had only taken the beast tamer examination because it was free of charge. Yet, he still had to pay 8 million gold coins. Just the thought of it left him dispirited. Indeed, a beast tamer can ride on a Xianxia realm savage beast for free. However, one has to be a 2-star beast tamer in order to ride on a Xianxia realm savage beast for free. Seeing Zhang Xian's confusion, Hall Master Feng explained. A 2-star beast tamer can ride on a Xianxia realm beast tamer for free? Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before continuing, since that's the case. Can you tell me what the conditions are? No, I'll take the examination. My wife has gone to work, and I'm the only one at home to take care of the child. I don't have the time to type, so I had to use my phone to write 3,000 words. Woo, how stifling. On account of my poor nanny dad, please give me a few monthly votes to console him. No, take the examination. The mouths of Hall Master Feng and the others twitched. This was the most ridiculous excuse they had ever heard of in the Beast Hall. Others would take the Beast Tamer examination for their strength to reach a certain level and gain the recognition of the occupation. Yet, this fellow said it just to ride on a beast mount for free. You are the senior of a master teacher, and you possess such capability. As long as you are willing, you can easily earn a few million gold coins. To say such words just for a bit of money. Where is your face? Where is your dignity? Where is your identity? More importantly, this is a 2-star beast tamer. In the 1,000 years since the establishment of the Xianluo Mountain Range Beast Hall, there have only been 3 2-star beast tamers. Take the examination. His tone was as though he was slicing a melon or eating a vegetable. Do you know how difficult it is? Do you know that even a person of Beast Tamer Hong's caliber failed 7 times in a row to spout such bizarre nonsense? Aren't you looking down on the occupation of Beast Tamers too much? Mou's chest heaved up and down. She felt that she was unable to breathe. She was a genius, and it wasn't easy for her to become a 1-star Beast Tamer after a year of hard work. She thought that she would be able to win the praises of everyone, but she met this fellow. She begged her grandfather and grandmother before she could tame a viridescent eagle. Yet, the other party managed to tame it with a single beating. Despite passing the 1-star examination, he still wasn't satisfied and wanted to take the 2-star examination. It was one thing if he had accumulated enough strength and astounded the world, but more importantly, he didn't intend to take the examination at all. It was only after hearing that it was free that he decided to take the examination. Others couldn't even pass the examination despite being on the verge of death, yet, he was treating it as though it was a game. You can't deal such a blow to my confidence. To take the 2-star Beast Tamer examination, one has to. Suppressing his frustration, Hall Master Feng was just about to explain when an elder walked over with an agitated expression. Hall Master, Hall Master. Grandmaster Xianxia is here. He's here? The eyes of the 3 Beast Tamers lit up. They stood up abruptly, and without bothering to explain any further, they walked forward. After taking a few steps, Hall Master Feng stopped and said, since you are new beast tamers, you are qualified to take the examination as well. You can take a look at how a Grandmaster Physician treats a Xianxia realm savage beast. Yes. Mou, Zhu Jinhuang, and the others nodded their heads and followed. Elder, let's head over to take a look as well. This is a rare opportunity to see a savage beast that can heal others. Let's take a good look and learn a thing or two. Seeing that they had left, Yun Tao walked up to Zhang Xian. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. He had always wanted to ride on the lightning beast mount. If this fellow could be cured, it would save him a lot of time and trouble when he went to the Red Lotus Mountain range. Following behind the crowd, Zhang Xian soon arrived at a massive courtyard. It was spacious and vast, and the various buildings looked several times larger than ordinary mansions. It gave people the illusion that they had entered a country of giants. The stone benches and chairs in the courtyard were each 7 to 8 meters wide. If one did not look closely, they would suspect that they were dueling rings. The stone-paved walkway was also very spacious, tens of meters wide and narrow. The pavilion in the middle of the pond was like a palace, full of grandeur. This is a residence specially built for the Iron Fang Howling Firmament Beast. There are 7 beast tamer apprentices who are here to take care of it. Seeing the bewildered expression on Xianxia's face, Yun Tao explained telepathically, the Steel Fang Howling Firmament Beast is that 6 Xianxia realm savage beast. A residence specially built for a savage beast? Xianxian was speechless. Was there a need to be so extravagant? Regardless of whether it was the area or the grandeur of the building, this residence was on par with Tianxian Royal Palace. Those who didn't know better might have thought that it was a residence of an influential figure. To think that it was actually built for a savage beast. There were even 7 apprentice beast tamers assigned to take care of it. It was truly a treatment far superior to that of ordinary experts. It was no wonder why a single flight to Tianwu Kingdom cost 8 million gold coins. Without such a high fee, it was impossible to afford it. Grandmaster Qing Yang, I have troubled you once more. Just as Zhang Xian was lamenting the inferiority of a savage beast, Hall Master Fang's excited voice sounded. Looking ahead, he saw a tall elder standing not too far away. His hands were behind his back, and he exuded an aura that warned others not to disturb him. He seemed to be in his 50s. Dressed in green, he was expressionless, and it was impossible to discern his emotions. It seemed like he was the legendary Grandmaster Qing Yang. Usually, a 1-star physician would be known as a master, and a 2-star physician and above would be known as a grandmaster. This Qing Yang was a 2-star physician, and he was clearly much more formidable than Master Yuanyu. It's fine. Where's the Howling Firmament Beast? Bring me over to take a look. Nodding his head to Hall Master Feng, Grandmaster Qing Yang gestured grandly. All right, this way please. Hall Master Feng led the way. Not too long later, they arrived at a courtyard. Then, they saw a massive savage beast lying on a vast stone platform. Its eyes were tightly shut, and it was hard to tell whether it was dead or alive. This savage beast bore some resemblance to the viridescent eagle, but it was much larger. Its body was more than 12 meters long, and from afar, it looked like a small mountain. Fainted? With a single glance, Zhang Xian could tell that this fellow had fallen into a coma. It was no wonder why Hall Master Feng and the others were so anxious. Upon hearing that Grandmaster Qing Yang had arrived, they didn't even bother to say a word. It seemed like this Howling Firmament Beast was seriously ill. Grandmaster Qing Yang, the Howling Firmament Beast suddenly fell ill 3 days ago. It wasn't serious previously, and it just didn't feel like eating. However, this morning, it suddenly fell into a coma. We have tried all kinds of means, but to no avail. Hall Master Feng explained. Nodding his head, Grandmaster Qing Yang walked forward and circled around the massive body of the Howling Firmament Beast. The more he walked, the darker his complexion became. Tell me about its recent diet and living conditions. Hall Master Feng gestured, and an apprentice beast tamer in charge of the Howling Firmament Beast's daily life bowed respectfully. 10 days ago, the Howling Firmament Beast didn't feel like eating, and it seemed to be restless. Due to the autumn season, it is prone to internal heat. We fed it spirit-cleansing water, which calms its nerves, and its condition alleviated slightly. However, there is still something amiss. Every night, it would wander around the courtyard, and from time to time, it would raise its head to the sky and howl. Especially on the night of the full moon a few days ago, it didn't sleep at all, and it would run around as though it had an inexhaustible energy. When it woke up the next day, it didn't feel like eating anymore. Nothing could interest it, and this morning, it even fell into a coma. Its appetite for the past 10 days is even worse than before. Other than some cooked beast meat and porridge, it hasn't eaten anything else. Oh, just as the Hall Master said, we fed it 2 heat-dispelling pills yesterday, but it didn't seem to have any effect. Instead, its condition worsened. Soon, Hall Master Feng briefed him on the basic situation. After hearing everything, Grandmaster Qing Yang nodded his head and waved his hands. You may leave. Yes. Not daring to say anything else, the apprentice immediately turned around and left. How is it? Hall Master Feng asked. Wait a moment. Grandmaster Qingyang didn't explain. Instead, he circled around the steel Feng howling firmament beast and plucked its fur and eyelids. His eyebrows were tightly knitted together, and he seemed to be analyzing the situation carefully. Can physicians treat savage beasts as well? Seeing the other party's serious expression, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Grandmaster Qingyang is the most formidable medical grandmaster in Beiwu Kingdom. It's said that he has reached 2-star pinnacle, and he isn't far from reaching 3-star. Most of the illnesses that the Beast Hall is unable to solve are solved by him. Yun Tao said with a hushed voice. Regardless of whether it's a human or a beast, a physician works on the same principle. If he can treat a human, naturally, he can treat a beast as well. Otherwise, how can a non-combative physician be ranked so highly in the upper 9 paths? Hearing the conversation between the two, Mou harumphed. There was no doubt that master teachers were ranked first in the upper 9 paths. The rankings of the other occupations were vague, and there wasn't a unified conclusion. However, apothecary, physician, formation master, and beast tamer were ranked highly, and they were respected. Compared to formation master and beast tamer, physicians had no fighting prowess at all. However, it was impossible for them to treat humans. Aren't you skilled in the way of beast taming? I thought that you were proficient in everything. Why, you don't know anything about the way of medicine? Seeing the confused look on Zhang Xian's face, Mou smiled. Aren't you incredible? Do you think that you can tame a savage beast just by beating it up? You don't know anything about the way of medicine at all. Hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian smiled awkwardly. There were very few books on the way of medicine in Tianqian Kingdom. As for physicians, the only one he had come into contact with was Master Yuanyu. Their interaction was only through painting, not medicine. Thus, he wasn't too familiar with this occupation. This was also the first time he had heard of a physician treating humans and savage beasts. Mou Xiaojia isn't just a 1-star beast tamer, 1-star apothecary, master teacher apprentice, she's also an apprentice physician. Yun Tao lowered his voice and his eyes were filled with envy. Apprentice physician? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Even though this Mou Xiaojia was beautiful, she was a little arrogant. Honestly speaking, she did have the qualifications to be arrogant. To be proficient in so many occupations at once, she could be considered as the most talented person he had seen so far. There are similarities between physicians and apothecaries, so I casually picked them up. To me, it isn't difficult at all. After taking the beast tamer examination, I'll take the physician examination when I return. Mou chuckled lightly. What was an incomparably complicated occupation in the eyes of others seemed as simple as playing house to her. She had always been a genius, and she had always been superior to others. Yet, she had been slapped in the face by this Zhang Xian fellow. Seeing that the other party didn't know anything about the way of medicine, she felt that she could turn the tables around and reignite her confidence. After saying those words, she thought that this fellow named Zhang Xian would be impressed. Yet, that fellow disappeared before her eyes. Damn it! Stomping her feet, her face flushed in anger. Did you notice anything? Seeing Grandmaster Qingyang frown, Hall Master Feng couldn't help but ask. I already have some ideas in mind. I should be able to determine what's wrong with it. Grandmaster Qingyang nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly froze. His face darkened and he bellowed, "What are you doing?" Hearing his bellow, everyone turned their gazes over. Unknowingly, a young man was standing in front of the howling firmament beast and stroking its head. My wife is in her 3rd year of high school this year, so she went to work early. Today, she stayed at home to take care of the child, so she didn't have time to write. My apologies for updating late. Sigh, taking care of a child for an entire day is even more tiring than writing. Sweat. Also, I recommend a book by Immortal Master Copper Trigram, Legend of Aslan. Those who are lacking in books can take a look. This. Seeing the actions of the young man, everyone was dumbfounded. This fellow was way too gutsy. Didn't he see a Grandmaster physician treating it? Why did he run over? Furthermore, That was the Steelfang howling firmament beast, a Xianxia realm savage beast, not your pet. To touch it. It was as though he had met a pug. What the heck was he up to? I would also like to see what illness this Steelfang howling firmament beast is suffering from. Seeing the doubt in everyone's eyes, the young man turned around and smiled. Humph. Hearing those words, Mou harumphed. As soon as the other party turned around, she recognized him. He was none other than the person who had left her depressed all this while, Xianxia. It was no wonder why he disappeared while they were chatting. He had gone over to touch the howling firmament beast. Hall Master Feng sent us here to observe Grandmaster Qin Yang's treatment so that we can learn from him. We should just watch quietly. What are we doing? What the heck are you touching? Aren't you asking for a scolding? As expected, the moment she thought of this, Grandmaster Qin Yang's face turned livid and his eyes narrowed. Audacious! Flinging his hands, he glared at Hall Master Feng and said with a sharp tone, "Is this how a member of your beast hall acts? How can you be so unruly? Taking a look. Do you even understand? To come here and touch without understanding anything, you really don't know how high the heavens are. Grandmaster, please calm down. He didn't do it on purpose. He might be worried about the howling firmament beast." Not expecting Xianxia to be so reckless as to touch the howling firmament beast, Hall Master Feng hurriedly explained. "I require absolute silence during my treatment, and I don't like to be disturbed. You should know that after so many years together." Interrupting him, Grandmaster Qin Yang's eyes flashed with an inviolable arrogance. "I know, it's just that. It's good that you know, there's no buts. Since we have been friends for so many years, I won't hold it against you. However, this isn't a place where any random person can enter. Chase them out, I'll be treating the patient now." After which, Grandmaster Qin Yang waved his hands proudly. Who was he? A Grandmaster physician, a famous existence in Beiwu Kingdom. He was in the midst of treating the howling firmament beast, and a fellow who came out of nowhere said that he wanted to take a look. "Can you read it?" "Grandmaster Qin Yang, please calm down. These few youngsters are beast tamers who have just passed the examination today. I invited them over to observe the battle, and they have no intention of offending you." Hall Master Feng said. Indeed, beast tamer Zhang only touched it out of curiosity. I guarantee that he won't do it again. Beast tamer Lu hurriedly walked over to persuade him otherwise. Humph, I'll give the two of you some face today. Next time, I hope that the beast hall will have some rules. Absolute silence was required to treat patients. Not everyone was qualified to come and watch and understand what was going on. If there's a next time when you don't know anything and start to get physical, which will delay the best treatment time, which one of you can afford it? Grandmaster Qin Yang snorted and looked around with an irrefutable majesty. Yes, yes. Hall Master Feng hurriedly nodded. The status of a beast tamer was similar to that of a physician. However, he had a favor to ask of the other party, so he had no choice but to do so. Who asked the howling firmament beast to be so ill, and only this person could cure it? Even if the other party berated him, he could only endure it. Seeing that the crowd's attitude was still acceptable, Grandmaster Qin Yang decided not to pursue the matter any further. Instead, he turned his attention back to the unconscious howling firmament beast. Grandmaster, you said that you have already seen through the problem. Do you have a solution? Hall Master Feng asked anxiously. Based on my initial diagnosis, I have already determined the root of the problem. Grandmaster Qin Yang gestured grandly. Everyone's eyes lit up. As expected of a Grandmaster physician, to be able to find the root of the problem so quickly. One must know that 3 2-star beast tamers and many 1-star beast tamers had studied the problem for 2 whole days, but they were still unable to find a solution. Seeing everyone's expectant gazes, Grandmaster Qin Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. Then, he said calmly, "This Steelfang howling firmament beast's body is burning hot, and it is filled with energy. From time to time, it would raise its head to the sky and howl. If I'm not wrong, it is seeking a mate." Seeking a mate? Indeed. Savage beasts have the desire to mate as well. Especially in autumn, this desire becomes even more intense, to the point where it becomes uncontrollable. I took a look at it just now. Its body is burning hot, and it is in urgent need of an outlet. However, due to its inability to fulfill its desire, it became more and more agitated. Eventually, its internal heat surged into its lungs, causing it to fall into a coma. Grandmaster Xianxia lifted his head, and a wise glint shone in his eyes. We have suspected this as well, just that. According to the age of a savage beast, it shouldn't have matured yet. Hall Master Feng was perplexed. You can't judge a savage beast by its age. As long as its organs mature, it will naturally develop special desires. This is its innate nature. Staying up all night and howling at the sky, these are all signs that it is seeking a mate. There's no mistake about it. Grandmaster Xianxia stared at Hall Master Feng with a sharp glint in his eyes. Why? You don't believe my diagnosis? That's not it, just that. Hall Master Feng shook his head. He didn't want to dwell on this problem anymore. Instead, he looked at Grandmaster Xianxia anxiously and asked, then, how should we resolve this situation? It seems complicated, but once we find the root of the problem, it becomes simple. If it wants to seek a mate, we just have to find one for it. Grandmaster Xianxia smiled. Find one? A bitter expression appeared on Hall Master Feng's face. The other two two-star Grandmasters shook their heads as well. It's not that we don't want to find one, but the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast is extremely rare. It is impossible to find one of similar age within a short period of time. Even in the entire Shanluo mountain range, there weren't more than 2 savage beasts like the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast which had reached Xianxia realm before maturing. More importantly, given how fast it flies, even if they were to find it, how could they possibly capture it and tame it? Back then, the Beast Hall had taken in this savage beast when it was young. They even built a residence for it and sent servants to serve it. Only then did it manage to stay here obediently. Honestly speaking, even until now, they hadn't managed to tame it completely and it hadn't signed a contract with anyone. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but that they couldn't. The Howling Firmament Beast was prejudiced against humans, and it was difficult to tame it completely. If they could really tame it completely, it would have been able to communicate with its master, and they would have known what illness it was suffering from. If they couldn't even tame a Howling Firmament Beast which they had raised since young, how could they possibly find a mate for it within a short period of time? Clearly, it was impossible. You can't find one? That's right. Hall Master Feng turned to look at Grandmaster Xianxia. I beseech Grandmaster Xianxia to think of another solution. As long as it can save the Howling Firmament Beast, everything will be fine. I do have a solution, and it can solve this problem once and for all. Just that. It might be a little troublesome. Grandmaster Xianxia hesitated for a moment. Since there's one, I'll have to trouble Grandmaster Xianxia to do it quickly. Hall Master Feng and the others' eyes lit up and they hurriedly said. All right then. Placing his hands behind his back, Grandmaster Xianxia nodded his head. Actually, if you can't find a mate, there's an easy way to solve this problem. That is, castrate it. As long as you succeed, it won't have to worry about such problems anymore. It will also submit to you and focus on working for the Beast Hall. Castrate it? Hall Master Feng and the others were taken aback. Only by castrating him will he be able to stabilize his mind. He won't feel unbearably hot and uncontrollable every day, and this kind of situation won't happen again. Grandmaster Xianxia nodded his head. Don't you have many savage beasts in the Beast Hall that are castrated to avoid trouble? This. Hall Master Feng nodded his head. There were indeed quite a few savage beasts in the Beast Hall that were castrated from birth. This way, they wouldn't have to think too much about other matters and could serve mankind. Alright, this is my diagnosis method. You all should consider it. If you want to make a move, you should do it quickly. This fellow clearly won't be able to hold on for much longer. If you don't resolve it, I fear that it won't be able to hold on until tomorrow. Grandmaster Xianxia stood silently on the spot, waiting for the others to make their decision. Are we really going to do that? Hall Master Feng and the others stared at one another with conflicted expressions. The Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast had been with them since young, and they had been together for many years. They had already developed a close relationship with it, and to castrate it. They couldn't bring themselves to do it. Besides, there were indeed precedents of castrating savage beasts in the beast hall. However, most of the savage beasts didn't survive the ordeal and died on the spot. Now that the howling firmament beast was in a coma, it was already severely ill. If they were to castrate it, it would be disastrous. Furthermore, a Xianxia realm savage beast possessed its own consciousness. If they were to castrate it, it might very well fly away, never to return. In fact, it might even exact vengeance on the beast hall, bringing even more trouble upon them. Such a situation wasn't unprecedented. The other beast halls had encountered such a situation before. Castrating a half-Xianxia realm savage beast caused the other party's personality to change drastically. Not only did the savage beast betray the beast hall, it even viewed the beast hall as its mortal enemy. Thus, it came to seek trouble with the beast hall every day. Eventually, the beast hall could only dispatch an expert to kill it. It was said that after it was killed, the owner of the savage beast cried for 3 whole days. Due to the immense sorrow, his Xianxia dissipated, and he passed away shortly after. Just like humans, savage beasts were to be respected. Castrating it without informing the other party was a humiliation in itself. Grandmaster Xianxia, is there any other solution? This is really difficult to resolve. After hesitating for a moment, Hall Master Feng asked. This is the best way to solve this problem. If you are unwilling, then forget it. I'll give you the diagnosis and treatment method. If you don't want to do it, that's your problem. If you have any problems in the future, you don't have to look for me. Grandmaster Xianxia harumphed in displeasure. He had already given the diagnosis and treatment method, yet the other party was still pushing the matter away. Could it be that they didn't trust him, a Grandmaster physician? Hearing the other party's words, Hall Master Feng gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to agree to it, a calm voice sounded. I've long heard that quacks harm others, but I didn't believe it. From the looks of it now, it seems like it's true. What did you say? Grandmaster Xianxia immediately flew into a rage. Turning his head around, he saw a young man looking at him calmly. He was the fellow who sneaked over to touch the head of the howling firmament beast. Xianxia. I said that you're a quack. If you don't understand. With a serious expression, Xianxia replied, a fool with inferior medical skills. You often make random diagnoses when you aren't able to see through the illness. Monday, seeking recommendation votes. Grandmaster Xianxia is a quack? He's a fool with poor medical skills? Everyone was stunned. Mou, who had a grudge against Xianxia, was taken aback as well. To say that a Grandmaster physician is a quack. This was equivalent to insulting the other party's professionalism. This was a complete fallout. You don't know anything about the way of medicine, so why are you putting on an act? Even though it wasn't common to castrate a savage beast, it wasn't unheard of. Given the state of the Steelfang howling heaven tiger, was there any other way? Beast tamer Zhang. Not expecting the other party to speak at this moment, Hall Master Feng's face darkened. He hurriedly waved his hands. Grandmaster Xianxia, don't be angry. He didn't do it on purpose. Shut up. Grandmaster Xianxia's face was savage, as though an enraged lion. He stared at the young man before him coldly and said, I, Xianxia, have been practicing medicine for 39 years, and my reputation has spread throughout the kingdom. I have treated countless patients, and this is the first time I've been insulted in such a manner. Lad, I don't care whether you're an official beast tamer or not. If you don't make things clear today, don't blame me for getting nasty. Boom, as soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura surged into the clouds, forcing Yun Tao and the others to retreat. To think that he was a Xianxia realm expert as well, regardless of the occupation, not only did it require talent, it also required strength to match it. Most 2-star occupations were Xianxia realm experts. This was precisely the reason why 1-star occupations were known as masters, and 2-star occupations were known as Xianxia. This wasn't just a sign of respect for the occupation, it was also a sign of respect for one's cultivation. As the most formidable physician in Beiwu Kingdom, Xianxia had never been insulted in such a manner before. If not for his high self-restraint, he would have long flown into a rage. The reason why I didn't get insulted like that is because I didn't meet you. If I had met you earlier, I would have scolded you long ago. Facing the other party's pressure, Xianxia looked at him calmly. Grandmaster Qing Yang's eyebrows twitched. Do you think that I don't dare to kill you? Kill me? You made a rash diagnosis without seeing through the illness. If I were to do as you said, not only would I fail to save this howling heaven beast, I might even cause it to die on the spot. Is this the conclusion of your diagnosis? If you aren't a quack, what else can you be? You even dared to kill me. How can you be so thick-skinned? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. You. Upon hearing those words, Grandmaster Qing Yang was so infuriated that he nearly spurted blood. Releasing the full might of his Xianxia realm aura, he thought that the other party would apologize with a trembling voice. Never in his dreams did he expect the other party to speak so confidently and even scold him for being thick-skinned. For a grandmaster of the physician to be insulted in public was Qing, and Qing is Qing Qing. Then let me tell you. Just as it was about to fly into a rage, the young man before it suddenly walked up to the howling firmament beast. If you want to look at the Steelfang howling firmament beast's age, the most direct basis is its teeth. The Hao, Yang, Wu Gu, Hao's Wu, Qing. Yang, Zhang Qing, Wu, Wu, the Zhang, Hao, Tao Hao, beast of, fair. A Ling, with, he, Yang, Qing said, Mangu, Qing, Qing, Wu, Qing is Qing, Yang, he. If I'm not wrong, he should only be 17. Considering the howling firmament beast's lifespan of 200 years, he can only be considered as a child. I would like to ask, how can a young savage beast have the desire to mate? Hall Master Feng and the others thought that Zhang Xian was fooling around. Upon hearing those words, they were taken aback. Others might not know how old this howling firmament beast was, but they were well aware of its age. It had been raised here since young, and it had been 17 years. If they didn't know about it beforehand, they wouldn't have believed that it was only 17 just by looking at its massive size. Compared to a 200-year-old savage beast, this age was equivalent to a 17-year-old human. It's a savage beast. Grandmaster Qing Yang harumphed. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted. Don't tell me that the body of a savage beast is different from that of a human, and their development is different as well. If this fellow is really in heat and wants to find a mate, it would at most be unbearably hot and short-tempered. Once it goes into heat, it would fall into a deep sleep. Grandmaster Qing Yang's judgment, could it be that you are in the same state as it? Zhang Xian continued. That's right. At most, one would feel uncomfortable during heat. I've never heard of anyone who would fall into a coma from longing for a woman. Everyone was taken aback for a moment before they started muttering among themselves. It was a physiological need for a mature savage beast to find a mate. This wasn't just a case for savage beasts, it was also the case for humans. However, they had never heard of anyone who would fall into a coma just because they couldn't find a girlfriend. This didn't make sense at all. Humph. Grandmaster Qing Yang's face turned red. He wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to reply. Flinging his sleeves, he harumphed, you said that it isn't in heat, so why is it so anxious? Especially on a full moon night, it runs back and forth, so it has an inexhaustible energy to vent. Anxious and has an inexhaustible energy to vent, so it wants to ask for a mate. What kind of theory is that? Zhang Xian shook his head. If that's the only reason, why doesn't it want to eat? Why can't anything pique its interest? Grandmaster Qing Yang was speechless. If it really wanted to ask for a mate, even if the savage beast didn't say it, it would at least express it in various ways. It was indeed perplexing that it didn't want to eat and wasn't interested in anything. Based on the words of that apprentice, we can deduce that 10 days ago, this fellow just didn't want to eat. Over the past few days, its condition gradually worsened, and this morning, it couldn't take it any longer and fell into a coma. If it really wanted to choose a mate, it could have just flown away. I don't think the beast hall has restrained it with a metal chain to prevent it from flying. Everyone nodded their heads. The beast hall couldn't wait to fawn over it, so how could it possibly restrain this fellow? If it really wanted to choose a mate, it could have flown out to look for one. There was no need for it to remain in the courtyard until it fainted. Hearing this analysis, everyone doubted Grandmaster Qing Yang's diagnosis, and they looked at him with bizarre gazes. Then, what do you think is going on? Grandmaster Qing Yang's face paled. He realized that he had overlooked many things, and his anger dissipated. Thus, he asked. If it isn't seeking a mate, then the rest is simple. That is, the howling firmament beast is really suffering from a serious illness or some other reason. Xianxia scanned the surroundings. Everyone, take a look at the claws of the howling firmament beast. Unlike eagle-type savage beasts, the howling firmament beast has a thick layer of muscles, similar to the feet of a human. Under normal circumstances, its claws should be greenish-golden color, but the one before us has red lines on its flesh. Everyone turned to look at the claws of the howling firmament beast, and indeed, they noticed some blood-red lines. These lines were extremely fine, similar to capillaries. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to notice them. Most savage beasts have a flesh crown, and this howling firmament beast is no exception. Under normal circumstances, its flesh crown is blood-red in color. However, at this moment, it is slightly white. Even though it is slight, it is still visible. Xianxia continued. Everyone turned to look at it once more, and it was just as he said. What kind of illness is this? Seeing how Xianxia pointed out the minute changes, everyone began to believe his words. Hall Master Feng couldn't help but ask. It isn't really an illness. In fact, I have to congratulate Hall Master Feng. Xianxia chuckled. Congratulate? Why would you congratulate me? Hall Master Feng was dumbfounded. The howling firmament beast was unconscious, and it was hard to tell if its life was in danger. Besides, even if he knew of the illness and knew how to treat it, he had to wake it up first. Why would he congratulate him now? If I'm not wrong, the howling firmament beast has undergone a bloodline evolution. Xianxia said. Bloodline evolution? How? How is that possible? Hall Master Feng was taken aback. Everyone else was in disbelief as well. The bloodline evolution of a savage beast was similar to a mutation, and it was extremely rare. Without a trigger, it was impossible for it to happen. The so-called inducement was the absorption of purer blood, or the ingestion of some heavenly treasures. None of these seemed to have happened before. Furthermore, even if the howling firmament beast had undergone a bloodline evolution, it shouldn't have fallen into a coma. Seeing the crowd's disbelief, Xianxia chuckled lightly. Turning to Hall Master Feng, he asked, half a month ago, did this steel feng howling firmament beast go to an area with densing energy? This. Half a month ago, it sent someone to the chilling wind valley. The one who replied was Beast Tamer Wang. He was the one who sent it there, so he remembered it clearly. The chilling wind valley is filled with densing energy, and it produces a powerful yin attribute fruit known as the chilling wind fruit. It can raise the cultivation of those with yin attribute. I believe that person used this as a reward. Xianxia said. Yes. Beast Tamer Wang nodded. Riding on the beast mounts of the beast hall could be done in exchange for money or rare treasures. The chilling wind fruit was extremely famous, and if it was sold individually, it would fetch an exorbitant price. Naturally, Beast Tamer Wang agreed to it. The reason lies in this chilling wind fruit. Xianxia chuckled. I believe everyone here knows the gender of this howling firmament beast. It's a male. After consuming the chilling wind fruit, the yin and yang energy in its body clashed. Logically speaking, it would only feel a little discomfort. Given its massive size, it should be able to overcome its affliction quickly. Yet, you fed it spirit cleansing water. Spirit cleansing water calms one's mind, and it can calm one's agitation. The main ingredient of this water is yeast grass. This is a medicine that calms one's body, so it should be fine no matter how much one consumes it. However, it just so happens that the attribute of this herb clashes with the chilling wind fruit. The moment it comes into contact with the chilling wind fruit, its yin energy will burst forth, and the effects will be amplified threefold. The combination of the two is the main ingredient for forging the Unravel Yang pill, and it has great effects on those with yang attribute. Xianxia continued, the yang attribute in the howling firmament beast's body is stimulated, and that's why it can't sleep at night. Thus, it possesses an inexhaustible amount of energy. If that was the case, it would still be able to persist. As long as the yin and yang energy in its body are balanced, it would be able to resolve its affliction. However, Hall Master Feng fed it 2 more, heat-quenching pills. At this point, Xianxia shook his head in pity. The heat-quenching pill contains the extreme frost grass, and it can dispel the yang energy in one's body. The howling firmament beast has just awakened the yang energy in its body, and yet, you fed it 2 of them at once. This is equivalent to throwing ice cubes onto a flame. It's already fortunate that it didn't die on the spot. Honestly speaking, this howling firmament beast was truly pitiful. It was initially fine, but it was nearly killed by them. Treating it. That was practically murder. The complexions of Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and the others darkened. Clearly, they didn't expect the howling firmament beast to be in such a state because they fed it the wrong medicine. Try to recall. Is it because the howling firmament beast's condition worsened after it was fed with the medicine? Xianxia asked. Yes. Recalling the words of the apprentice, everyone nodded their heads. That was indeed the case. No one could have expected that the medicine they fed to the howling firmament beast would have an adverse effect. The yang energy in its body has been awakened, and it is clashing with the cold energy. If we were to castrate it now, the yang energy would dissipate and the yin energy would rise. In less than 2 hours, it would stop breathing and die on the spot. At this point, Zhang Xian turned to Grandmaster Qing Yang and said, "This is also the reason why I called you a quack. If we were to do as you say, not only would we be unable to save the howling firmament beast, it would be a corpse by now." This. Grandmaster Qing Yang's body turned cold. As a 2-star physician, he had a deep understanding of the way of medicine. The other party's analysis was flawless, as though he had seen it with his own eyes. Even Grandmaster Qing Yang was impressed by the other party's words. He wanted to refute the other party, but he couldn't find a reason to do so. You mentioned bloodline evolution just now. What's going on? Fearing that Grandmaster Qing Yang would be put in a difficult position, Hall Master Feng hurriedly changed the topic. The yang energy in its body has been awakened, and once it stabilizes, it will undergo a bloodline evolution. Otherwise, it will die. In other words, if the howling firmament beast can survive the bloodline evolution, its cultivation will improve, and it will benefit greatly from it. If it fails, it will die. Then, is there a way to save it? Hall Master Feng asked anxiously. Of course there is. However, it might require the assistance of an apothecary. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before saying. Mou Xiaojia is an official apothecary. She can help. Yun Tao hurriedly said. Everyone's gazes gathered on Zhang Xian. What do you want me to do? I can do it. Mou placed her hands behind her back and said proudly. Even though she wasn't too interested in this fellow before her, she was willing to do anything as long as she could save the howling firmament beast. Besides, she was inferior to the other party in other aspects. This time, she could finally display her talent as an apothecary and wipe away her previous humiliation. Aren't you skilled in beast taming? Aren't you a master teacher apprentice? Aren't you able to point out the basics of the way of medicine? Even though I can't compare to you in these aspects, at the very least, I have a way of pill forging. At the very least, I am an official 1-star apothecary. She walked out of the crowd proudly. Just as she was about to ask the other party how she could help, the young man frowned and asked doubtfully. Do you know how to forge pills? You. Mou staggered and she nearly exploded on the spot. Do you even know how to speak properly? I am a 1-star apothecary, of course I know how to forge pills. How did you pass the examination without knowing how to forge pills? She knew that this fellow wouldn't say anything nice, but she didn't expect him to be so despicable. Gritting her teeth, her breathing hastened, and her chest heaved up and down. Have you ever seen an apothecary who doesn't know how to forge pills? I have. Zhang Xian shook his head. I'm afraid that you are an apothecary who has achieved pill debate as well. If that's the case, you won't know how to forge pills. Pill debate? That is something that only apothecaries who have reached a certain level of proficiency in pill forging are capable of. Mou's eyes were filled with admiration. Every single one of these elders possesses astounding talent, and yet you say that they don't know how to forge pills? You must be joking. If you dare to say such words in the apothecary guild, you will definitely be beaten to death. Before she could finish her words, the young man before her silently took out an apothecary emblem and wore it on his body. Then, he scratched his head awkwardly. I am the kind of elder you speak of. It just so happens that I don't know how to forge pills. 4,200 words chapter, this time, MOU was really on the verge of tears. Are you toying with me on purpose? I had just gotten the first place in the beast taming examination when you came over to beat up my savage beast and became an official beast tamer. She had just proudly declared that she was an apprentice physician when not only did she reprimand a 2-star grandmaster physician, she even pointed out the illness of the howling firmament beast and the method to treat it. Initially, she thought that she could brag about her pill forging skills. Yet, she took out her apothecary emblem and claimed that she had passed pill debate. Who in the world did she offend? Is it that difficult to display my talent quietly? Pill debate? What's that? It's an examination where one challenges 10 official apothecaries simultaneously and forces them to admit defeat. I heard that this examination is extremely difficult and the passing rate is less than 1%. An examination where the passing rate is less than 1%? Many of the beast tamers present weren't familiar with pill debate. After hearing the explanation, all of them were dumbfounded. To force 10 official apothecaries to admit defeat and pass the examination, how incredible must one be? Only at this moment did Yuntao, who had always thought that he was a genius, realize that compared to Elder Xianxia, his talent was nothing at all. He wasn't even worth a mention. Formation, beast taming, medicine, master teacher, pill forging. Big brother, I want to ask, is there anything you don't know? I want to learn from you. Forget it, it's better not to ask anymore. You always say that you don't know anything. If you really think so, I can guarantee that you won't be able to retaliate at all. Didn't you see MOU Xiaojia? Even he felt embarrassed for the princess. In any case, this fellow was a freak. It was best not to compare with him in any aspect. Since you know how to forge pills, you should have a cauldron with you, right? Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Xianxia looked at MOU. MOU gritted her teeth in anger, but she still suppressed her anger and harumphed. That's good. Xianxia nodded. He turned to the beast tamers and said, Hall Master Feng, prepare the following medicinal herbs as soon as possible. A stalk of 30-year-old searing sun grass, a tail of 15-year-old searing sun leaf. He listed the names of a bunch of medicinal herbs consecutively. Hearing those medicinal herbs, MOU was taken aback. Suddenly, she thought of something and her eyes narrowed. You can't be thinking of getting me to forge the searing sun pill? Yeah. Xianxia nodded matter-of-factly. Are you kidding me? The searing sun pill is a grade 2 pinnacle pill, and I am only a 1-star apothecary. How can I possibly succeed? Miss MOU's body trembled, and she almost fainted. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? The searing sun pill was a pure yang pill formed by the fusion of 9 kinds of yang attribute medicinal herbs. It was a grade 2 pinnacle pill, and even most 3-star apothecaries would find it difficult to forge it. Yet, Xianxia, a mere 1-star apothecary, was tasked to forge it. Was there a mistake? Don't worry, I will guide you. As long as you know how to use the alchemy furnace and control the temperature of the flames, it will be very simple. Xianxia said indifferently. You know how to use an alchemy furnace? Controlling the temperature of flames? Very simple? It would have been better if she didn't listen to his explanation. After hearing his explanation, Miss MOU felt like she was going crazy. Big brother, are you an alchemist or not? Even apprentice apothecaries would know this basic knowledge. If pill forging was really that simple, wouldn't everyone be a grandmaster apothecary? Pill forging wasn't a simple matter of 1 + 1 = 2. The most crucial part was the control of the flames and the control of the alchemy furnace in real time. She had just reached 1-star this year, and she wasn't even able to forge some of the more formidable grade 1 pills. How could she possibly forge a grade 2 pinnacle pill? More importantly, only by forging a pill personally would one be able to control the progress of the pill in real time and proceed to the next step. His guidance. In other words, he wasn't participating in the forging. Where in the world did this fellow get his confidence from? Indeed. If you think that you aren't up to the task, you can find an apprentice apothecary to do it. It isn't easy to find one-star apothecaries in the Beast Hall, but it should be possible to find apprentice apothecaries. Seeing the frenzied look on her face, Xianxia frowned. Is there something wrong with this woman? Why is she always so flustered? Didn't I already tell you that I'll guide you in pill forging? Why are you spouting so much nonsense? If you really think that you aren't up to the task, I'll find someone else. There's no need for that, I'll do it. Seeing the other party's look of disdain, Mou felt as though her heart was being scratched by 10,000 cats. She was on the verge of going insane. Gritting her teeth, she harumphed. In Tianwu Kingdom, other than being inferior to that person, she was a top-notch genius in all aspects. She didn't expect to be looked down upon by a country bumpkin in such a remote place. Damn it, fine, aren't you acting? Let's see what I'll do if you fail to forge a grade 2 pinnacle pill later on. I'll tell you in advance. You have to follow my instructions strictly. Fearing that she would cause trouble, Xianxia reminded her. Don't worry. Mou's stubborn temper flared up. That's good. Xianxia nodded his head and fell silent. Knowing the urgency of the matter, Hall Master Feng didn't dare to hesitate. Soon, a pile of medicinal herbs was delivered to him. Even though the Beast Hall wasn't the apothecary guild, savage beasts were naturally fond of medicinal herbs. Thus, they had sufficient medicinal herbs. Let's begin. Seeing that all of the medicinal herbs had arrived, Xianxia took a look at them, and after confirming that they were of sufficient age, he nodded his head in satisfaction. Of the various occupations, the one he was most familiar with was pill forging. Not only was he the first apothecary to take the apothecary examination, more importantly, with the help of the Golden Book, he was able to convert all of the books in the apothecary guild into his own knowledge. In terms of basic knowledge, even 2-star and 3-star apothecaries couldn't match up to him. Suppressing her anger, Mou flicked her wrist and a massive cauldron appeared before her. She lit the fire and heated the cauldron in a single breath, displaying her excellent foundation. Even though she was certain that it was impossible for her to forge a grade 2 pill, seeing how confident the other party was, she decided to give it a try. It wouldn't be too late for her to mock him when she failed. Not bad. Seeing how smooth her movements were without the slightest hesitation, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. As expected of a genius from Tianwu Kingdom. Even though this Mou Xiaojia looked young and aloof, her pill forging skills were indeed incredible. Compared to Bai Ming, Chen Xiao, and the others, she was much more formidable. Impressed, Xianxia walked up to the cauldron and touched it casually. Xianxia didn't say anything else. He stood motionlessly on the spot. Do you think that he can succeed? Looking at the duo standing not too far away, Beast Tamer Lu couldn't help but worry. I don't know either. However, if I were to tell you that you can tame a savage beast with a loyalty level of 45 after beating it up, would you believe me? Hall Master Feng smiled bitterly. This? I wouldn't believe it even if I were to be beaten to death. Beast Tamer Lu hesitated for a moment. If someone were to tell him such words before today, he would have definitely pummeled that person to death. To tame a savage beast with a loyalty level of 45 after beating it up. Isn't this a joke? But after witnessing it with his own eyes, he couldn't refute it at all. The young man before him, Xianxia, seemed to be the creator of miracles. He constantly refreshed everyone's understanding of the world. I have once witnessed a 3-star master teacher guiding an apprentice apothecary in a conferred kingdom to successfully forge a pill, and that incident shocked everyone. To think that I would be able to witness it personally today. Beast Tamer Wang's eyes glowed as he muttered to himself. I know about that as well. However, the pill back then was a 1-star pill. Since Beast Tamer Zhang is going to guide Princess Mou to forge a 2-star pinnacle pill, the difficulty has increased by more than twofold. Indeed. Every tier of a pill is extremely difficult to surpass. The distance between them is even greater than the distance between mountains and rivers. If a 1-star primary apothecary were to really forge a 2-star pinnacle pill, it would definitely shock the world. Hall Master Feng and Beast Tamer Lu nodded in agreement. Look, the pill forging is starting. Amidst the discussions, the pill forging had already begun. Xiong xiong, the flames in the cauldron burned brightly. Mou Xiaojia's slender hands danced around the cauldron as though a butterfly. Put in Xianxia. After 7 breaths, add in white beard grass. After 14 breaths, use 1,000 illusory cloud ripple hands. With his hands behind his back, Xianxia's voice sounded calmly without the slightest hesitation. Even though the Searing Sun pill was known to be a yang attribute pill forged from 9 types of pure yang medicinal herbs, it still required the neutralization of several medicinal herbs. Otherwise, with so many yang attribute medicinal herbs mixed together, the cauldron would surely explode. Initially, Mou didn't think that she would be able to forge a 2-star pinnacle pill by following the other party's instructions. However, as the medicinal herbs gradually entered the cauldron, the disdain in her heart gradually disappeared. Instead, her face gradually turned grim, and she became more and more shocked. She had seen the pill formula for the Searing Sun pill before. The 9 types of yang attribute pills were akin to 9 bombs. Even if there was a neutralizing medicinal herb in the cauldron, if the timing was slightly off, it would still explode. Many 2-star apothecaries had failed to control the timing properly, resulting in the cauldron being destroyed. But now, she had already thrown in 5 yang attribute medicinal herbs and was halfway through the pill forging. Yet, the cauldron was still operating, and there wasn't the slightest sign of disturbance. In other words, there wasn't the slightest mistake in the timing and steps. Everything was perfect. How was this possible? One must know that everyone's cultivation, Xianxia, cauldron, and flames were all different from one another. As such, there was a huge difference in the forging process. As such, one had to constantly adjust one's control over the cauldron, not daring to slack off for even a second. In fact, if a person were to forge a pill twice, even if they were in a different state and cultivation, they wouldn't be able to follow the same sequence of steps. Despite the complexity of the pill forging process, there wasn't the slightest mistake in the other party's instructions. How could she not be shocked? More importantly, how did the other party know of her pill forging techniques and the level of control she had over the pill forging process? Every single time he opened his mouth, his words were completely accurate, and there wasn't a single word that was beyond her capability. She was certain that she had never forged a pill before the other party before. Then, how did he know so much about it? Don't get distracted. Just as her thoughts were running wild, a loud bellow suddenly sounded by her ears. Only then did she realize that in her daze, she didn't throw in a medicinal herb according to the other party's instructions. Gu-gu-gu-gu, in an instant, the yang energy in the cauldron began to surge. The previously stable and balanced energy seemed to have been ignited, and the entire cauldron shook violently. This is bad, the cauldron is going to explode. Someone among the crowd shouted, and everyone's face warped in shock. Author, Guanshan Guyua's book, Rise of the Sorcerers. Back then, during the Xianxia annual assembly, the other gods went to the spa. Only the 2 of us remained steadfast, and went to the supermarket. Isn't it amazing? Feel free to take a look at it. It's a masterpiece of fantasy. Cauldron explosion? Hall Master Feng and the others clenched their fists tightly. A cauldron explosion was the most frightening thing in the pill forging process. It was due to the cauldron failing to control the strength of the medicinal herbs, causing the pill forging to go out of control. If the cauldron were to explode, the medicinal herbs in the cauldron would be destroyed. More importantly, the entire cauldron would be destroyed, and the cauldron itself might even be damaged. The higher the tier of the pill, the more violent the energy within it, and the more likely it was for it to explode. If Mou Xiaojia was a 2-star apothecary and her cultivation had reached Zhongshi realm, she might have been able to suppress the boiling energy in the cauldron with her strength and control over medicinal herbs. However, the cauldron was shaking violently, and it was on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Without a doubt, the cauldron was on the verge of exploding. Did she fail? Hall Master Feng's complexion turned awful. He knew that the Searing Sun pill was of utmost importance to the Steelfang Howling Firmament beast. If the cauldron was successfully forged and fed to it, the yang attribute energy in its body would be raised, and it might be able to complete the bloodline evolution successfully. If it failed, it would be difficult for it to wake up. Only death awaited it. Previously, when he saw Beast Tamer Zhang guiding Mou Xiaojia, he still harbored a sliver of hope. However, upon seeing the cauldron shaking violently, he knew that his hopes were dashed. The cauldron explosion and the destruction of the pill was inevitable. No one could change that. It's over. Yun Tao didn't expect such an outcome, and his face paled. Even though he hadn't spent much time with this young man, he could tell that there was nothing he couldn't do. That confident smile of his was deeply etched in his mind. Could it be that the seemingly invincible elder Xianxia was going to fail in pill forging? Who asked you to continue acting? It's all over now. In contrast to the anxiety of the others, Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian glanced at one another and sneered coldly. Didn't you pretend to be incredible previously? I was going to guide you in pill forging and guarantee your success. Pooey, now that the cauldron has exploded, let's see what you can say. Despite your young age, you act as though you know everything. Let's see how we'll mock you later on. Paying no heed to the anxious gazes of the crowd, Xianxia frowned. This MOU was way too unreliable. She actually got distracted at the crucial moment. He really couldn't understand how she managed to become an apothecary. Even though it was only half a breath's worth of time, the balance he had maintained with great difficulty. The slightest difference could lead to a great error. Formidable apothecaries were able to use their own strength to forcefully suppress the explosive medicinal properties of the pill. MOU was only a one-star apothecary, so she was unable to do so. Thus, she could only rely on the balance between the various medicinal herbs to forge the pill. At this moment, a mistake had occurred, and if she didn't salvage the situation in time, all of her previous efforts would go to waste. Calm your mind, don't panic, don't retreat. Seeing that the cauldron was about to explode at any moment, MOU instinctively wanted to retreat. However, Xianxia's face darkened and he berated her. At this time, he absolutely could not retreat. Once he did, he would lose control of the pill furnace and an explosion would become inevitable. MOU's face reddened. What? Scared? If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have looked for you. If I had found an apprentice, this wouldn't have happened. Xianxia snorted. You. MOU exploded. She had a prideful personality and was never one to admit defeat. It was because of this that she was able to take on multiple professions and was called a genius in the eyes of others. Initially, when she saw that the cauldron was on the verge of exploding, her heart was filled with hesitation. However, when she heard the other party say that it was a mistake to get her to forge a pill and that an apprentice would be better than her, the flames of fury in her heart were ignited. If she were to back down now, wouldn't she be mocked to death later on? Gritting her teeth, she forcefully halted her footsteps and asked, "What should I do next?" Xianxia knew that his provocation had worked. He instructed, "Throw the remaining white sun leaf and muddy yang vine into the cauldron." Throw everything in? MOU was taken aback. She had already lost control of her strength, and if she were to throw in the yang attribute medicinal herbs as well, wouldn't that just cause the cauldron to explode even more? No one forged pills like that. If the cauldron were to explode, it would at most shatter the cauldron. If she were to throw in these two medicinal herbs as well, not only would the cauldron explode, the intense heat from the cauldron would probably inflict severe injuries on her. This fellow can't be abusing his authority to get back at me, right? Hurry! Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. All right. Not expecting the other party to berate her, her face darkened and she gritted her teeth. So be it, even if she were to be severely injured, it would still be better than being mocked by this fellow. Nodding, she flicked her wrist and threw in the last two yang attribute medicinal herbs into the cauldron. Boom, as expected, as soon as the two pure yang medicinal herbs were thrown into the cauldron, the entire cauldron shook even more intensely. If it was said that the cauldron would explode before, at this moment, it was 100% certain that it would explode. That was because the cauldron was already on the verge of collapsing. Cracks had already appeared on the walls of the cauldron. Everyone, back off, Hall Master Feng's face turned grim. A surge of Xinqi gushed out from his body and shielded the cauldron. Everyone also knew that the cauldron explosion was dangerous, and they hurriedly retreated. Everyone was on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Jai, the cracks on the walls of the cauldron grew larger and larger, and the violent heat from the cauldron intensified. Add in the green toad grass and crepe myrtle flower. Without the slightest hint of panic on his face, Xianxia continued to instruct. Knowing that she could only listen to the other party's words, MOU had no other choice. She turned around, grabbed the neutralizing medicinal herbs that the other party had mentioned, and threw them into the cauldron. At this moment, all of the medicinal herbs had been thrown in. After the medicinal herbs were thrown in, the cauldron began to boil even more intensely. Even the air around the cauldron began to distort. Witnessing this sight, the crowd couldn't help but wipe off their cold sweat. They couldn't help but feel nervous. Double the firepower. Xianxia continued to instruct. Double the firepower? Mou clenched her fists tightly. The cauldron was already at its limits, and yet, she was still asking for more firepower. This was no different from adding oil to an explosive. However, she had already made up her mind. Regardless of the consequences, she channeled Xianxia into her palms. Xiong xiong, under the surge of Xianxia, the flames on the cauldron instantly grew by a fold. The scorching flames immediately shrouded the entire cauldron. Kacha! 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 The impact of the medicinal energy within the cauldron was already too great, and the cauldron was already on its limits. Now that the flames were being increased, how could it possibly withstand it? A series of crackling sounds echoed, and the fine cracks on the cauldron suddenly increased in size. It exploded. The crowd exclaimed in shock. The cauldron that was already on the verge of collapsing couldn't withstand the heat any longer, and boom, a deafening explosion sounded. A scorching heat wave instantly soared into the sky. The originally sturdy and heavy pill furnace was torn apart, and pieces of it shot out in all directions. It's over. Mou, who was in the midst of channeling Xianxia into the cauldron, didn't expect the explosion to happen so abruptly. She didn't even have the time to react. Instead, she felt an immense pressure crushing down on her. The pressure contained the fragments of the cauldron. If she were to be struck by it, even though she wasn't weak, she would still be severely injured. It's over. I was really done for by that fellow. Knowing that it was impossible for her to escape, she could only drive her Xianxia to protect her vitals. Who, just as she thought that she would be severely injured, a figure suddenly appeared before her eyes. Boom boom boom, a violent shockwave burst forth, but the figure stood before her without moving at all. It was as if a massive mountain had blocked all of the attacks with his body. Xianxia, at this moment, she recognized the figure. He was the person whom she hated the most. In the instant of the explosion, he stood before her and blocked all of the shockwave. Her eyes reddened. She didn't expect that even though that fellow's words were nasty, he wouldn't be careless in his actions. Zhu Jinhuang, Zhou Xian, and Yin Tao had all said that they would do anything for her, but when it came to the crucial moment, none of them dared to do anything. Instead, it was this fellow who stood before her. Who? When the dust finally dissipated, the towering cauldron that had been standing a moment ago had already been reduced to smithereens. Charcoal was scattered all over the place as well. Xianxia stood before the cauldron and blocked all of the attacks for Mou Xiaojia. However, his body was a mess. His clothes were torn and his face was charred. Are you all right? Hall Master Feng and the others walked over. I'm fine. Xianxia shook his head. The Heaven's Path golden body and Heaven's Path Xianxia made his defense as tough as steel. Even though the cauldron explosion wasn't weak, it was only a superficial wound. It's good that you're fine. If you really can't forge it, I'll send someone to Beishu Kingdom to get Apothecary Wang Xing to do it. Hall Master Feng consoled. Apothecary Wang Xing was the guild leader of Beishu Kingdom's Apothecary Guild, a 2-star pinnacle apothecary. It would be difficult for others to get him to make a move. However, Hall Master Feng was on good terms with him, so it wasn't too difficult for him to get him to make a move. There's no need for that. Shaking his head, Xianxia was just about to speak when Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian suddenly rushed forward and helped Mou up with a concerned look on their faces. Mou Xiaojia, are you injured? Seeing that they had only just arrived, Mou shook her head in disappointment. The shockwave from the cauldron explosion was completely blocked by that young man. She was only shocked, but there weren't any injuries on her body. It's all that fellow's fault. He even said that he was going to guide her on pill forging, but look what happened in the end. Not only did his cauldron explode, he even nearly injured Mou Xiaojia. If anything were to happen to her, can you bear the responsibility? Pill forging isn't child's play. Do you think that you're a master teacher? Even a master teacher wouldn't dare to say that he can guide a 1-star apothecary to forge a grade 2 pill. You sure don't know what's good for you. Seeing that their goddess wasn't speaking, the duo grew even angrier. They turned to look at Xianxia and harumphed coldly. "Shut up." Mou was already disappointed in the duo, and upon seeing them prattle on, she became even angrier. Her face darkened. Mou Xiaojia, he didn't expect that he would get back at them for standing up for her. Just as he was about to explain himself, his goddess walked up to Xianxia and said apologetically, "It's my fault that I didn't succeed in forging the pill. If I really can't do it, I'll forge it again. This time, I promise that I won't be distracted." "It's fine." Xianxia waved his hands nonchalantly. "Thank you for standing in front of me and blocking the shockwave from the cauldron explosion for me. No man has ever done that before. I understand your intentions." Seeing the other party's nonchalant expression, Mou felt even more guilty. Cough cough, stop right there. You're thinking too much. I wasn't blocking the shockwave from the cauldron explosion for you. Xianxian shook his head. Stretching out his hand, he took out a few round pills and said, "I was trying to collect the pills that I had just forged." Pill? Mou was taken aback. Her face warped, and her lips quivered. Could it be that he succeeded? When the cauldron exploded previously, everyone thought that he had failed. However, the pill in the other party's hand was smooth and round, and it exuded a powerful yang attribute aura. If it wasn't the searing sun pill, what else could it be? Succeeded? How is this possible? Mou exclaimed in shock. Only then did the others notice the pill in Zhangxian's hand, and they were dumbfounded. What was going on? He actually formed a pill. This was especially so for Zhu Jinhuang and Zhou Xian. They felt as if they had been slapped in the face, and their bodies stiffened. He had just reprimanded the other party righteously, and yet, he took out a pill. The cauldron had already exploded into smithereens, so where did this thing come from, if not for the fact that it was emanating steam and glowing brilliantly without the slightest bit of energy leaking out of it, making it seem as though it had just been forged. One might even suspect that it was a pill that had been prepared from the very beginning and was intentionally taking it out in front of everyone to put on a show. Didn't the cauldron explode? This pill of yours. Zhu Jinhuang's body trembled, and he couldn't help but ask. The others also turned to look at Zhangxian. They felt their heads spinning, and they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Who said that a pill can't be forged if a cauldron explodes? Zhangxian raised his eyebrows. An exploding cauldron can be used to forge a pill? Everyone felt lightheaded. Everyone knew that an exploding cauldron was a sign of a failed pill forging. Yet, this fellow's cauldron was smashed all over the place, and yet, the pill was perfectly fine. What in the world happened? What's going on? Hall Master Feng asked. As the head of the Beast Hall, he was knowledgeable. Even so, he had never heard of such a situation before. The cauldron is only a medium for forging a pill. The true key to the formation of the pill is the cauldron and the medicinal herb. Seeing everyone's eyes widen in disbelief, Zhangxian explained, previously, when Mou Xiaojia placed a medicinal herb in, she didn't grasp the timing well, and the aura of the cauldron collided. However, at the very last moment, she increased the intensity of the cauldron, and the pill was already formed when the cauldron exploded. If the other party had followed his instructions strictly, she would have been able to successfully concoct the searing sun pill. However, it was a pity that Mou was distracted at the crucial moment, resulting in a mistake. However, as long as it was alchemy, the books in the Library of Heaven's Path could be updated at any time. He did not give up because of a single mistake and continued to guide the alchemy process. During the process, he kept avoiding mistakes. Although he did not protect the furnace, the alchemy pill was successfully refined in the end. When the furnace explodes, the pills are formed. Everyone looked at each other, and all of them seemed to be driven mad. Even though he had heard the explanation, he still found it hard to believe. The pill was in the furnace, so how did you know it was formed, and at the same time as the explosion? How profound was his control over the drug to be able to do this? When others thought that he was only a beast tamer, he stood out and claimed that he was proficient in the way of medicine. When others thought that he was only proficient in the way of medicine, he stood out and claimed that he was an apothecary. Even if he is an apothecary, we can still tolerate it. After all, it isn't a big deal for an apothecary to be proficient in multiple occupations. But to say that he doesn't know how to forge pills, alright, I can accept it. But to be able to guide a one-star apothecary to successfully forge a grade 2 pill despite not being proficient in pill forging, and on top of that, to form the pill while the cauldron was exploding. This is a little too much. It is said that geniuses do not walk the normal path, but your path is way too abnormal, every single time, it is beyond one's imagination. Since the furnace has exploded, the pill is still inside, so naturally, it's fine. However, I knew that if I didn't protect the pill quickly, the impact of the explosion would have reduced the pill to dust. Thus, I rushed over and grabbed the pill at the instant of the explosion. It's fortunate that I succeeded, Xianxia remarked. Then, he turned to Mou and said earnestly, I was really trying to save the pill. You are an apothecary, so when the pill comes out of the furnace, it will definitely fly toward you. Thus, the best position is right in front of you. Please don't misunderstand, I really didn't mean to save you, you. Seeing the other party's earnest expression, Mou's face twitched, and her body trembled. A surge of rage rose from her chest, and she nearly exploded. Previously, when she saw the other party rushing forward to protect her, she was touched beyond words. However, upon hearing those words, the favorable impression she had for him immediately dissipated. Damn it, can't you speak some human words? It wasn't easy for a man to win the goodwill of a beauty. Even if he didn't think of it that way, he would still pretend to be a gentleman and acknowledge it politely. Yet, he hurriedly rejected her, as though fearing that he would be implicated. No matter what, she was one of the top beauties in the world, and on top of that, she was the princess of a kingdom. To be in such a hurry to disassociate himself from her. What do you mean by that? Am I not worthy of you? Or do you think that I am too ugly? Gritting her teeth in anger, Mou clenched her fists tightly. If not for the fact that she knew that she wasn't a match for the other party, she would have long pummeled him. Taking in a few deep breaths, Xianxia suppressed the rage in her heart and gritted her teeth. As the princess of Tianwu Kingdom, I don't owe anyone a favor. Since you've saved me, you can just say whatever you want. Does that mean that I will be rewarded for saving you? Xianxia was taken aback. That's right. Mou gritted her teeth. So that's the case. Xianxia straightened his face and heroism shone in his eyes. Actually, I rushed over here because I saw that you were in danger. As for the pill, that's a small matter. What's more important is to save you. Look at how injured I am. If you can give me a few million or some recovery pills, I wouldn't mind. Mou, Hall Master Feng and the others. They had seen shameless people, but they had never seen someone as shameless as him. As for Miss Mou, she was so stifled that she almost lost her breath. In the end, as the princess of a kingdom, she wasn't even as charming as those gold and silver objects. How can we save the howling firmament beast now that the pill is forged? Should we feed it directly? Hall Master Feng's mouth twitched. Seeing that Princess Mou was on the verge of tears, he hurriedly interjected to interrupt the awkward situation. He was afraid that if he allowed things to go on like this princess of a Tier 1 kingdom would die from anger. Oh, dissolve it with water and infuse Xianxia into it. Xianxia passed a searing sun pill over and kept the other two in his storage ring. All right. Knowing the treatment method, Hall Master Feng and the others hurriedly dissolved the pill and fed it to the unconscious howling firmament beast. Goo-goo-goo, as soon as the medicinal liquid entered the howling firmament beast's body, a thunderous sound echoed. A searing aura rose from its body, as though hot oil being ignited. Palipala, not too long later, the sound of bones creaking could be heard. The massive body of the howling firmament beast grew once more, and it felt even more majestic. The massive savage beast opened its eyes and let out a long howl. The wind and clouds shifted, and its howl shook the entire valley. Feeling its powerful might, all of the savage beasts in the beast hall shut their mouths and trembled in fear. This is Hafshizuan? It advanced from Xianxia realm to Hafshizuan? Hall Master Feng's eyes narrowed, and his lips quivered. Beast Tamer Liu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. They had expected the Steelfang howling firmament beast to undergo a bloodline evolution, but they didn't expect it to be so formidable. It broke through the bottleneck of Xianxia realm and reached Hafshizuan, Jizuan realm was the highest realm a fighter could reach. It was more than twice as strong as a Zhongshi, a true pinnacle existence. Even though the howling firmament beast was only at half Jizuan, it wasn't too far away from it. Even in Tianwu Kingdom, an expert of this caliber could be considered an ancestor. With such a formidable savage beast guarding the Shanluo mountain range beast hall, the standing of the entire branch would soar in an instant. He's right, Grandmaster Qing Yang's face paled, and he retreated 2 steps. If he was doubtful of the young man's words previously, after seeing this sight, he understood everything. There was nothing wrong with the other party's words. The Steelfang howling firmament beast was indeed suffering from a clash of attributes, causing it to fall into a coma. If Grandmaster Qing Yang had done as he said, this powerful savage beast would have been dead by now. As a 2-star physician, he had treated countless patients. He didn't expect that he would suffer a setback because of a savage beast. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 10 years, and the imposing aura he exuded when he first arrived was nowhere to be seen. To be able to see through the howling firmament beast's illness with a single glance and guide a 1-star apothecary to forge a grade 2 pinnacle pill, Grandmaster Qing Yang's lips quivered as he turned to look at the young man. The more he looked, the more incredulous he felt. Putting aside him, even the famous Beiwu Kingdom's Lu Shi wasn't capable of such a feat. As long as such a person didn't die, his name would surely resound throughout the kingdom. Little brother, what's your name? Grandmaster Qing Yang couldn't help but turn to look at Zhang Xian. Me? Zhang Xian glanced at him and said, my name is Jumbled Mess. Jumbled Mess? Grandmaster Qing Yang froze. Previously, when the other party touched the howling firmament beast, he said that the other party was an insignificant figure and wanted Hall Master Feng to chase him away. He didn't expect the other party to throw his words back at him. Even an influential figure invited by the Beast Hall wasn't able to treat the howling firmament beast, nearly killing it. Yet, not only did this insignificant figure treat it, he even helped it break through its bottleneck and reach half Jizuan. Grandmaster Qing Yang felt his face heating up. He couldn't bear to stay any longer. Hall Master Feng, Beast Tamer Liu, and Beast Tamer Wang, I'll be taking my leave. After which, he turned around and left. He didn't even ride on the aerial savage beast of the Beast Hall. He had embarrassed himself greatly this time, and he didn't have the face to stay any longer. This, seeing how Zhang Xian made a Grandmaster physician leave in shame with just a few words, everyone's mouths twitched. This fellow might seem like a nonchalant person, but when it came to it, he was truly fearsome. It could be said that one could choke to death without paying for it. Beast Tamer Liu, send Grandmaster Qing Yang off. Hall Master Feng didn't expect Zhang Xian to say such words. Smiling bitterly, he shook his head and instructed. Young and capable, it was normal for him to retaliate after being insulted in such a manner. Yes. The elder hurriedly chased after Zhang Xian. It wasn't that Grandmaster Qing Yang's diagnosis was lacking, but that he had been treating humans for a long time. As such, he wasn't familiar with savage beasts. Besides, who could guarantee that he could diagnose the howling firmament beast accurately every single time? Even a 9-star physician wouldn't be able to do so. There were all kinds of illnesses, and no one dared to claim that they had seen all of them. It was just a matter of whether they were skilled in it or not. Hula, after Beast Tamer Liu left, the rising aura of the howling firmament beast finally came to a stop. It turned its massive head around and landed on Zhang Xian. Roaring, it walked up to him, lowered its head, and rubbed its head against him. This is voluntary submission? Even though this Steelfang howling firmament beast was reared by the Beast Hall, it had never submitted to anyone. Yet, at this moment, it actually submitted to Zhang Xian. All of the beast tamers present widened their eyes in shock and they nearly fainted from shock. Especially Hall Master Feng. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he was on the verge of tears. It was just a moment ago that the Beast Hall was going to rise, but this savage beast submitted to someone else. Once it leaves with its master. Without its master, how could the Beast Hall rise? You want to submit to me? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned upon him. This fellow might have learned of the truth after waking up. Knowing that he had saved its life, it wanted to acknowledge him as its master out of gratitude. All right. It just so happened that he felt that the viridescent eagle wasn't fast enough. Since the howling firmament beast had reached half-Shizuan realm, its speed should be sufficient. With a tap of his finger, a droplet of blood flew out for the howling firmament beast to swallow. A will of submission was immediately transmitted over. Just as he had guessed, the howling firmament beast knew that its manhood was nearly cut off, and it knew that the person before it had saved its life and helped it achieve a breakthrough. Thus, it hurriedly acknowledged him as its master. After acknowledging him as its master, if anything were to happen, it could communicate with its master. At the very least, it wouldn't be in as much danger as before. Knowing all of this, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. He didn't expect that not only would he tame 3 savage beasts in this trip to the Beast Hall, he would even become a 1-star beast tamer. Ah, right. Hall Master Feng, I asked you about the 2-star beast tamer examination previously, but you didn't tell me about it. Suddenly recalling a matter, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Previously, when he asked about the 2-star beast tamer examination, Grandmaster Qingyang happened to be there, so he didn't have the time to answer. Now that he was free, he decided to clarify the matter. Even though he had the Steelfang howling firmament beast, since he had the opportunity to take the 2-star beast tamer examination, he might as well finish the examination first. In the future, he would be able to ride a Xianxia realm beast mount for free in other beast halls. 2-star beast tamer examination. Hall Master Feng shook his head. You need not take the examination. Need not take the examination? Yes, because you have already passed the examination. You're already a 2-star beast tamer now. Hall Master Feng smiled bitterly. Close to 4,000 words long. Seeking monthly votes. I have fallen to 5th place. It's not that I don't want to explode, but that I can't write fast enough. I'm about to enter the plot of Poison Temple, and after that, I'll be taking the Master Teacher examination. I haven't planned out the details properly, and it involves the main storyline, world background, Master Teachers, and the Library of Heaven's Path. In fact, there's even a line that connects directly to the end of the book. Laowa is currently pulling on his hair. Everyone, don't rush me. Passed the examination? Xianxia was perplexed. When did I pass the examination? Before the other party could finish his words, Xianxia had already treated the howling firmament beast. He didn't even know what the content of the 2-star beast tamer examination was. How did he suddenly pass it? The 2-star beast tamer examination is much simpler than the 1-star beast tamer examination. All you have to do is tame a Xianxia realm savage beast. Now that the howling firmament beast has submitted to you, you have fulfilled the requirements. Beast Tamer Lu explained. Ah. It's that simple? Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had to run and debate the 1-star examination. He didn't expect the 2-star examination to be so simple. Hearing his words, the crowd was speechless. Savage beasts that had reached Xianxia realm had their own pride and disposition. It was impossible for them to submit to a human easily. This could be seen from the fact that the howling firmament beast had never submitted to anyone before. You happened to treat it when it was ill, and that was why it was so grateful to you and submitted to you. If it was any other time, how could it be so simple? Beast Tamer Zhang, your 2-star beast tamer emblem won't be ready today. It will only be delivered tomorrow. Why don't you stay here for the day? I have something to discuss with you as well. Hall Master Feng smiled. This. Xianxia hesitated. The howling firmament beast has reached half-Shizuan realm, and its speed is much faster than before. Even though the Red Lotus Ridge is far away, we can reach it in 2 days. It won't be a problem for us to leave tomorrow morning. Hall Master Feng continued. All right then. Lifting his head, Xianxia saw that it was already evening. Thus, he nodded his head in agreement. Then, Beast Tamer Zhang, this way please. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Hall Master Feng gestured happily. Let's go. Xianxia nodded his head and followed behind. Seeing that the howling firmament beast had been cured and even submitted to another, the others knew that there was no point in staying any longer. Thus, they turned around and left. You said that. Not only did Beast Tamer Zhang cure the howling firmament beast, he even tamed it? He cured an illness that even Grandmaster Qingyang was unable to treat? You can't. Be pulling my leg, right? The Steelfang howling firmament beast reached half-Shizuan realm? The news quickly spread, and when everyone in the beast hall heard it, they couldn't believe their ears. This was especially so for Shunbairu, who was waiting outside. She was dumbfounded. He had long known that Miss Zhang would cause trouble wherever she went, but never in his wildest dreams did he expect her to be so unruly, yet, he was able to see through the illness that Grandmaster Qing Yang was unable to. When did this fellow learn so much about the way of medicine, taming the howling firmament beast and becoming a 2-star beast tamer? I wonder if Han Qiong will believe me if I tell her about this. After digesting the news from Yun Tao, Shunbairu smiled bitterly. Even her good friend, Han Qiong, had only managed to become an apprentice beast tamer after spending countless years of effort. Yet, she was still unable to become a true beast tamer. Yet, this fellow actually came to the beast hall on a beast mount. Yet, not only did he become an official beast tamer, he even became a 2-star beast tamer. More importantly, he even managed to steal the treasure of the beast hall. If he told Han Qiong about this, she would probably go crazy on the spot. After becoming a 2-star beast tamer, Zhang Xian was given a residence in the beast hall. Zhang Xian knew that Shunbairu didn't have a place to stay at the moment, so he had her move in first. Following behind Hall Master Feng, they arrived at a spacious hall. Beast Tamer Zhang possesses outstanding talent, and you're a master teacher apprentice as well. I believe that this item will be of some use to you. After the group sat down, Hall Master Feng smiled and passed an item over. Taking the item, Zhang Xian was taken aback. Enlightenment Jade? The item that Hall Master Feng passed over was none other than the Enlightenment Jade that Zhao Ya's father, City Lord Zhao Feng, had given to him back then. It was extremely beneficial to raising one's soul depth in the state of insight. That's right. Hall Master Feng nodded. Zhang Xian looked at Hall Master Feng doubtfully. Back then, Zhao Feng had scoured the entire Bayou City to find a single piece of it. Yet, Hall Master Feng was giving it away so casually. I obtained this item by chance, and it's useless to beast tamers. However, as a master teacher apprentice, it's necessary for you to raise your soul depth in order to take the master teacher examination. Rather than wasting it in my hands, I might as well give it to you. Seeing through Zhang Xian's doubt, Hall Master Feng said. Zhang Xian nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, Beast Tamer Lu smiled and said, Beast Tamer Zhang's cultivation has reached Tongxian Realm Pinnacle, and you aren't too far away from reaching Halfsongshire. I happen to have some cultivation technique manuals and insights that I had back then, so I'll give them to you. Even though you have a formidable teacher, these aren't much. Consider it a token of my appreciation. After which, he took out a few books and passed them over. Zhang Xian flipped through them casually, and they were the cultivation technique manuals and insights on breaking through to Halfsongshire. I'm not as generous as those two old men, and I don't have many good items either. I only have a sword that was forged by Tianwu Kingdom's Grandmaster Blacksmith Qing Yanzi. I'll give it to Beast Tamer Zhang. Stroking his beard, Beast Tamer Wang took out a sword and passed it over. Wait a moment. Seeing that the three old men were giving him gifts as soon as they arrived and were even looking at him with smiles on their faces, Zhang Xian hurriedly waved his hands. One shouldn't accept a reward for nothing. He didn't think that his face was so big that 3 2-star beast tamers would give him treasures as soon as they met. Beast tamers, feel free to speak your mind. As expected of Beast Tamer Zhang. Hall Master Feng and the other two glanced at one another before nodding their heads. Since that's the case, I'll get straight to the point. Actually, we have a favor to ask of you. A favor to ask of you? Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Even though he had become a 2-star beast tamer, so had the others. Besides, he had been in the beast hall for so long. Why would they need his help, could it be? The beast pummeling taming method was created by my teacher, and he instructed me not to impart it to others, so. After browsing through the books in the beast hall, Zhang Xian understood why everyone was so shocked that he was able to tame savage beasts with just a beating. It was due to the purity of the Heaven's Path Xianxia and the ability of the Library of Heaven's Path to see through the flaws of savage beasts. Even if he were to impart it to them, they wouldn't be able to learn it. In fact, they might even expose the existence of the Heaven's Path divine art. These three old men were giving him gifts the moment they met, and now, they had a favor to ask of him. If they wanted to learn the heaven's path divine art, he had to be able to teach them first. It was better for him to reject their request first. In any case, the teachings of a teacher were strict in this world. If their teacher didn't allow them to impart the heaven's path divine art to others, they wouldn't be able to say anything either. This was the best excuse he could come up with. Every beast tamer has their own secret art. If they aren't willing to impart it to others, we won't ask about it. This isn't what we are asking for. Hearing those words, Hall Master Feng shook his head. Beast tamers were similar to apothecaries. There were all kinds of pill forging techniques, and the same applied to beast taming as well. Besides, everyone's disposition and cultivation technique were different. Even if one were to learn the other party's techniques, it would be useless. Rather than offending a beast tamer, he might as well not say anything at all. You aren't asking for this? Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked doubtfully, could it be that, the three of you have contracted an incurable disease? You want me to treat you as well? Could it be that you are suffering from insomnia like the howling firmament beast? If that doesn't work, we can try Grandmaster Qing Yang's method. Cough cough. Hearing those words, Hall Master Feng and the others nearly choked on their saliva. They felt a chill down their spine and black lines streaked across their heads. What in the world is this? We just have a favor to ask of you. If you were to continue speaking, we would probably become eunuchs. It's like this. Fearing that he would lose his reputation if he were to continue speaking, Hall Master Feng hurriedly interjected, just like the Apothecary Guild, the Beast Hall has many branches. As official beast tamers, I believe that there's no need for me to introduce them to you. Xianxia nodded his head. After reading the books, Xianxia was able to understand these matters clearly. The Beast Hall wasn't the only one. This was just one of the branches. Our Beast Hall is a branch of a Tier 2 kingdom, and it is under the jurisdiction of Xianyuan Kingdom's Beast Hall. There was a hierarchy to the branches as well. Shanluo Mountain Range's Beast Hall had dealings with the neighboring Tier 2 kingdoms, and it was at the bottom of the hierarchy. Xianyuan Kingdom was the closest conferred kingdom. Kingdoms were categorized into conferred, Tier 1, Tier 2, and unrated, meaning that they didn't have a master teacher, so they couldn't be ranked. Tianxian Kingdom was ranked at the bottom. Beiwu Kingdom had a 1-star master teacher, and it was ranked at the top of the Tier 2. Tianwu Kingdom had a 2-star master teacher, and it was ranked at the top of the Tier 1. As for Xianyuan Kingdom, it had a 3-star master teacher, and it was qualified to build a massive teleportation formation to purchase and sell all kinds of resources. Every 5 years, Xianyuan Kingdom's Beast Hall would organize a beast taming competition and invite the young beast tamers of its branches to participate in it. Hall Master Feng continued, since you became a beast tamer in our Shanluo Mountain Range branch, you are considered a member of our branch. I hope that you can participate in this competition in the name of our Beast Hall. Beast taming competition? That's right. This beast taming competition gathers the talented beast tamers from the neighboring kingdoms. If you can emerge as the champion, the Beast Hall will view you highly, and the reputation of our branch will soar. After saying those words, Hall Master Feng looked at Xianxia expectantly. Not expecting the other party's request, Xianxia turned to Hall Master Feng and asked, when is the competition? If it were to be held soon, he wouldn't be able to spare the time. What was more important at the moment was to find a way to resolve the poison in his body and take the master teacher examination. As for becoming a beast tamer, it was just a matter of convenience. It wasn't Xianxia's goal. Half a year from now, in Xianyuan Royal City. Hall Master Feng said. Half a year from now? That will depend on whether I have the time or not. Xianxia didn't dare to agree. He didn't want to stand up for others just because he accepted a few gifts. You are a 2-star beast tamer at such a young age, and you are skilled in the way of medicine and master teacher as well. If you were to participate in the competition, you would definitely shock the world. Seeing that the other party wasn't interested, Hall Master Feng suddenly thought of something and said, furthermore, as long as you can emerge as the champion, you will be rewarded handsomely. Rewards aren't important. What's more important is that I don't have the time. Xianxia shook his head. Hearing the other party's rejection, Hall Master Feng and the others couldn't help but feel disappointed. However, their emotions didn't last for long before the other party continued speaking. Ah, right, what is the reward? The rewards for each competition vary, but they are all extremely generous. More importantly, if one is valued highly by the Beast Hall, one might even get the opportunity to study in a higher-ranked kingdom. Hearing the question, Hall Master Feng hurriedly said, the champion of the previous competition received a 3-star Master Teacher Tutelage Jade Token and the Flowing Water Beast Taming Technique. You call that generous? Xianxia was speechless. He thought that the champion would receive some sort of treasure, but 3-star Master Teacher Tutelage Jade Token and Beast Taming Technique manuals. To him, they were all useless. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia asked, if I don't want their rewards, can I exchange it for something else? That depends on what you want. Hall Master Feng looked at Xianxia in bewilderment. Even to him, a 3-star Master Teacher Tutelage Jade Token was a priceless treasure. Was this fellow still not satisfied? Did he want something more valuable? Exchange it for some cultivation technique manuals. Xianxia said. Cultivation technique manuals? Some of them? Huge question marks hung on the faces of the 3 beast tamers. Do you think that cultivation technique manuals are cabbages? The moment you open your mouth, you ask for some. Xianxia nodded his head. For example, Xianxia Realm cultivation technique manuals. The more, the better. It would be best if you have more than 1,000 of them. More than 1,000? Everyone's body swayed. Initially, they thought that some would only be a dozen or so. To have more than 1,000. Are you going to plunder the entire Beast Hall? What tier? Hall Master Feng asked. Cultivation technique manuals were divided into different tiers, and it was difficult to obtain even a single one of them, much less 1,000. Oh, there's no requirement on the tier. Any tier is fine as long as you have them, the more the better. This. Everyone was taken aback. If it wasn't for the tier, then it wouldn't be valuable. In a tier 1 or 2 kingdom, Xianxia Realm cultivation technique manuals were precious. However, in a conferred kingdom, they weren't worth much at all. As long as one had sufficient gold coins, they would be able to buy them. Yet, this fellow wanted to exchange for them with a 3-star Master Teacher Tutelage Jade Token. Wasn't this too much of a waste? Even in a conferred kingdom, a 3-star Master Teacher was a top-notch figure. Countless people would struggle to obtain his Tutelage Jade Token. Yet, he was using it to exchange for useless cultivation technique manuals. Why did it feel as though he was returning the pearls and the casket? One had to know that a cultivator could only cultivate one type of cultivation technique. If he wanted to change it, he would have to start from the beginning. It was extremely troublesome. It would be fine if he wanted some powerful cultivation technique, but if he didn't care about the grade, there were all sorts of cultivation techniques, and he wouldn't be able to cultivate them either. Upon understanding this, the 3 beast tamers stared at Xianxia with widened eyes. This beast tamer Zhang's taste was too unique. If you don't care about the grade, this kind of cultivation technique is quite easy to find. It should be possible. The prerequisite is that you become the champion of the beast taming competition. After a moment of hesitation, Hall Master Feng nodded his head. There were precedents of changing prizes in the beast taming competition. As long as the value of the prize was not too high and they could afford it, it was not a big deal to use it to rope in beast taming geniuses. Well, I agree. Xianxia responded. The higher his cultivation level, the harder it was to collect cultivation techniques. Since he would have to head to a conferred kingdom sooner or later, it would be best if someone could lead the way. Great. Let's meet at Xianyuan Royal City half a year later then. Hearing Xianxia agree to it, the eyes of the 3 beast tamers lit up, and they clenched their fists tightly. Their Xianluo mountain range beast taming competition had always been at the bottom. With this genius beast tamer joining them, they might be able to shock the other beast halls. After discussing the beast taming competition, the 3 master teachers chatted for a while longer. Seeing that they were unable to get anything out of the other party, they decided to give up. The fellow before them would feign ignorance as soon as they got to the crux of the matter. They gritted their teeth in anger, but there was nothing they could do about it. It was one thing for you to say that you didn't know anything. As the senior of a master teacher and an apprentice master teacher, you should at least know how to take the master teacher examination, right? Even if you don't know how to raise your soul depth, you should at least know how to do it, yet. You don't know anything at all. Fine, I'll tolerate it, given how skilled you are in the way of medicine, to think that. You don't know anything about basic medicinal knowledge, tolerate it, but. You are already a 2-star beast tamer, but you don't even know how to ride on an aerial savage beast, and you don't even know what the beast hall is like. If I can still tolerate this, ask how big the beast forest is, how many apprentice beast tamers there are, and how many apprentice beast tamers a beast tamer can take in. Isn't this acting a little too much? If you don't want to talk to us, just say so. Acting as if you don't know anything at all. Do you find it interesting? Just a moment ago, when you were beast taming, treating illnesses, forging pills, and slapping our faces, there was nothing you couldn't do. Yet, at this moment, you are behaving like this. If we didn't understand you, we might have thought that you were suffering from schizophrenia. After chatting for a moment, the 3 beast tamers couldn't take it anymore and hurriedly bade farewell. Hey, don't leave. We're not done yet. Xianxia hurriedly called out. The 3 of them immediately executed their battle techniques, and before they could finish their words, they had already disappeared without a trace. Who wants to chat with me? I still want to live a little longer, I don't want to die of anger here. I've learned a lot from chatting with you. Oblivious to the thoughts of the 3, Xianxia sighed and stood up. Even though Hall Master Feng and the others were only beast tamers, they had a deep understanding of the surrounding kingdoms and powers. They were also able to speak a little about the occupations, and this had truly widened his horizons. Even though there wasn't any technology or modernization in this world, the knowledge system that had existed for countless years was even more profound and solid than that of his previous life. It had been less than 20 days since he transcended to this world, and his mind was still filled with the thoughts of his previous life. As such, there were many things that he wasn't clear about. Thus, he had benefited greatly from chatting with these experienced fellows. After rushing for 2 days and spending an entire afternoon in the Beast Hall, Xianxia was a little exhausted. Under the lead of an apprentice, he headed to the residence allocated to him. Before he could even reach the entrance, he saw a graceful figure standing outside, as tranquil as a painting. "MOU?" Xianxia was taken aback. It was none other than the genius lady whom he had been venting his frustrations with the entire day, the 3rd princess of Tianwu Kingdom, MOU. Beast Tamer Zhang. Upon seeing Xianxia, MOU gazed at him. "Xiaojia is waiting for me?" Xianxia looked at her doubtfully. After settling the matter regarding the howling firmament beast, the sky had already darkened. After chatting with the 3 master teachers for another 2 to 4 hours, it was already past 10 at night. Why was she waiting at the entrance at this hour? That's right. There's something that I can't understand, so I came here to ask you about it personally. MOU gritted her teeth. Oh? The cauldron has already exploded today, so how can you be sure that the pill in the cauldron has already been forged? MOU asked. She couldn't figure it out no matter how hard she tried. As an official apothecary, she knew that it was extremely difficult to forge a pill. Even though she had witnessed it with her own eyes, she still found it hard to believe that the pill would be formed at the same time as the cauldron exploded. It was as though a legend. Luck. Xianxia replied casually. With the real-time surveillance of the Library of Heaven's path, he could clearly see when the cauldron exploded and when the pill was formed. However, he couldn't say these things out loud, so he could only feign ignorance. Luck? MOU shook her head. There is no such thing as luck in pill forging. I hope that Beast Tamer Zhang can enlighten me. I, MOU, am sincerely grateful. As a genius who had studied many occupations, MOU had a strong thirst for knowledge. Initially, she didn't think much of Xianxia. However, after she returned, she recalled the various steps in pill forging, and to her astonishment, she realized that the other party's control over medicinal knowledge and cauldron flames were far beyond that of her teacher. One must know that her teacher was a 2-star pinnacle apothecary, one of the top figures in Tianwu Kingdom. For a fellow who wasn't even 20 to be inferior to her teacher. Was that even possible? Thus, in her view, the other party must have used some kind of technique. After pondering over it, she was unable to make sense of it. Thus, she came over to ask the other party, hoping to glean some enlightenment from her. You wish to learn? Xianxia thought that he would just fool the other party with a few words and she would back down. He didn't expect her to be so serious. Xianxia was taken aback. Yes. I really wish to learn. Mou looked at Xianxia earnestly. Seeing the other party's attitude, Xianxia couldn't help but nod his head. She didn't put on the airs of a princess, apologizing to the other party just because she couldn't understand. It was no wonder why she had so many occupations at such a young age. This Mou Xiaojia was indeed outstanding. Since you wish to learn, I'll explain it to you. Towards such a studious person, Xianxia wasn't stingy. Placing his hands behind his back, he slowly said, even though pill forging is about fusing medicinal herbs together to better bring out the medicinal properties of the medicinal herbs, one mustn't just focus on this during the forging process. There are many other factors that must be considered. If I'm not wrong, the cauldron that you caused the explosion was forged from the frigid gold mountain in the northwest of Tianwu Kingdom. It took 49 days to forge the cauldron. Even though it wasn't forged by an official blacksmith, it was forged from the hands of a famous 5mo blacksmith. After going through thousands of tempering, it is exceptionally sturdy. However, changing the topic, Xianxia continued, you have forged this cauldron a total of 18 times, and there were 7 instances where the aura of the cauldron exploded. Even though you used a powerful force to suppress it, it still caused severe damage to the cauldron. Many cracks appeared on the interior of the cauldron. If that's all, it's fine. But if I'm not wrong, a month ago, you used it to forge an ice soul pill. The clash of heat and cold within the cauldron is extremely detrimental to the cauldron. Under normal circumstances, the cauldron would require the protection of Xianxia in order to not be damaged. However, you didn't do so. Thus, there are some problems with the cauldron itself. Even if it didn't explode this time, it won't last for long. Now that we're done talking about the cauldron, let's continue talking about the environment you were forging the pill in. It's already autumn, and it's evening, so it's getting cold. When you started forging the pill, you didn't warm the cauldron up properly. Instead, you increased the temperature of the cauldron in an attempt to display your control over the flames. Even though it looks dazzling, it's actually destroying the cauldron. At this point, Xianxia chuckled. Lifting his head to look at the lady before him, he asked, Mou Xiaojia, I wonder if what I've said is correct? This. Mou's body jolted. Her eyes widened in shock. Requesting for recommendation votes and monthly votes. These are 2 important matters that I must talk about frequently. Mou's pill cauldron was given to her by her teacher when she first passed the 1-star apothecary examination. Looking at it carefully, she had indeed forged the pill 18 times, and there were 7 instances where the cauldron was on the verge of exploding. Furthermore, she had forged an ice soul pill a month ago. The other party's words weren't wrong. He was able to deduce all of this just by looking at the cauldron? Wasn't this a little too incredible? Mou's body trembled in disbelief. Of course, these are just the basics. It can only help one determine that the cauldron might explode during the forging process. It isn't certain when the cauldron will explode, how strong the explosion will be, or how long the cauldron will last. Seeing the other party remain silent, Xianxia didn't probe any further and continued. In order to ascertain all of these, one's control over the medicinal herbs has to reach a certain level. The searing sun pill is formed by the fusion of 9 yang attribute medicinal herbs. Only when the 9 medicinal herbs neutralize one another can one's energies not clash with one another. Otherwise, a single mistake would result in a series of mistakes. Previously, you followed my instructions strictly and threw in the medicinal herbs without any problems. However, on the 17th step, when you threw in the limit root grass, it happened to be half a breath too early. Don't underestimate this half a breath. The sunfirewood in the 11th step and the golden sunflower in the 14th step clash with one another. Given the situation in the cauldron, the sunfirewood would require 12 breaths to completely melt while the golden sunflower would require 7 breaths. The best timing to throw in the next medicinal herb is right at the moment of fusion. The limit rootgrass was half a breath too early, which means that the two medicinal herbs haven't fused completely yet. The young attribute of the medicinal herbs is still clashing with one another, and just like when gunpowder is ignited, a shockwave is produced. This shockwave isn't sufficient to shatter your cauldron, but it hastens the process. Thus, the reason why I had you continue throwing in the medicinal herbs and increase the intensity of the flames was to observe and calculate the impact of the fusion of the medicinal herbs, as well as the endurance of your cauldron. After some calculations, I realized that it was sufficient to last until the formation of the pill, so I allowed you to continue. At this point, Xianxia paused and looked at her calmly. Do you have any other questions? I know. You found it hard to quell the shock in her heart. She thought that it was some kind of technique that allowed the other party to have such precise control over the pill forging process, but now, she realized that even though it was a technique, it wasn't something that she could learn. There were too many things involved in this. Equipment, herbs, pill concoction technique, environment, and even the state of mind during the concoction. Not a single one of them could be omitted. Even the slightest mistake could lead to failure on the verge of success. Previously, she was still thinking that there was only a slight gap between her and the other party in terms of pill forging, and as long as she cultivated diligently, she would be able to catch up to him. But at this moment, she realized that the gap between them was far greater than that. They were on completely different levels. It was no wonder why he was able to pass the pill debate. Just this understanding of pill refinement was enough to make her feel despair. If there are no more questions, I'm going to rest. Seeing that he had managed to fool the other party, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, what he had said previously was just a casual remark. If not for the Library of Heaven's Path, even a 5-star apothecary wouldn't have been able to analyze the details of the cauldron explosion and the formation of the pill simultaneously. To have such an ability, one had to be at least 6 stars, or even higher. Beast Tamer Zhang, please wait a moment. Seeing that Xianxia was about to enter the residence, Mou hurriedly shouted, I heard that you were heading to Tianwu Kingdom? How did you know? As soon as Xianxia asked the question, he immediately realized that Yun Tao was the one who had spoken out of turn. However, he didn't intend to hide it from her anyway. Thus, he nodded his head, I am heading to the Red Lotus Ridge. The Red Lotus Ridge is extremely desolate, and no one goes there. It can't be that you are heading there in search of the Poison Temple? Mou couldn't help but ask. Shanluo mountain range was filled with lush greenery and innumerable savage beasts. On the other hand, the Red Lotus Ridge looked as though it had been ravaged by flames, and there was almost nothing around it. As a result, no cultivator would dare to head there. The reason for this was because it was rumored that there was a poison temple hidden in the depths of the mountain range. It was surrounded by lethal poison, and as long as one were to approach it, regardless of whether it was man or beast, they would be assaulted by the poison and die a violent death. No one knew the exact reason for this, but most of the people who went there never returned. As time passed, the faces of everyone turned pale, and no one dared to head there anymore. Basically, the Red Lotus Ridge was located in an uninhabited area. Most likely, the reason why Xianxia was heading there was for the Poison Temple. You know of the Poison Temple? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He had only heard of the matter regarding the Poison Temple from Lucier and the others. Thus, upon hearing Mou's words, he immediately became agitated. Legend has it that there is a poison temple in the Red Lotus Ridge, but no one knows where it is exactly. Mou shook her head. It's fine as long as it exists. I'll find it eventually. Xianxia chuckled lightly. As long as he could confirm that the poison temple was in this mountain range, it would be easy for him to find it. At the very most, he could just find a map and test it out one by one. The Library of Heaven's Path was able to discern the true from the false. Even though it wasn't able to point out the correct location, it was still able to identify all the wrong locations. As long as there were no mistakes, it would be the correct location. That might be the case, but the Red Lotus Ridge covers an area of several thousand li. If we were to search inch by inch, it would be impossible for us to do so. Besides, even if we were to find it, the poison temple might be surrounded by lethal poison. Without a guide, it would be impossible for us to enter. At this point, Mou paused for a moment and looked at Xianxia with her beautiful eyes. If you wish to search for it, I can help you. You? Xianxia was taken aback. You can find the poison temple and enter it? I'm unable to do so, but I know someone who can. Mou chuckled. Oh? Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't expect Mou Xiaojia to have such connections. If she could bring him there, it would definitely save him a lot of trouble. Teach me pill forging, and I'll bring you to that person. How about it? Mou looked at him. Deal. Xianxia nodded his head. When do we set off? Tomorrow morning. Right, do you have an aerial savage beast? Xianxia asked. The Steelfang howling firmament beast had reached half-Shizuan realm and possessed incredible speed. If her aerial savage beast couldn't keep up with it, it would drag her down. You. Hearing the other party's question, Mou's eyes narrowed. Gritting her teeth, her breathing hastened. Touching my sore spot, you must be doing this on purpose, right? Ah. Seeing her expression, Xianxia recalled that she did have an aerial savage beast, but it had already betrayed him. It was his now. How about this, you ride the howling firmament beast with me? The Steelfang howling firmament beast had a massive body. Putting aside 2 people, it was more than enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people. Humph. Hearing those words, Mou's complexion improved slightly. However, not too long later, the other party continued. The howling firmament beast is my tamed beast. If you wish to ride it, you'll have to pay a fee. Previously, when it was still at Zhongshe realm, a trip to Tianwu kingdom cost around 20 beast bloodstones. Now that its cultivation has risen, its speed has increased. I'll double the fee, 40 beast bloodstones. Xianxia calculated and said, prepare it tomorrow and pay in advance. Don't renege on your debt. After reading through the books in the beast hall, he knew what the beast bloodstone was. Similar to gold coins, it was a currency used by the beast hall. It was extremely useful for the bloodline evolution of savage beasts. Cultivators absorbed spiritual energy while savage beasts consumed beast bloodstones. Mou's body swayed. You are an expert in so many occupations, and you are a talented apothecary as well. Can you not talk about something so vulgar? Humph. Knowing that she would die from anger if she continued speaking to this fellow, she turned around and left. Barely after taking a few steps, the other party's mutterings sounded once more. Sigh, people these days are too self-conscious. Previously, you said that you would repay me by giving me some money, but now there's nothing from you to ride on my aerial savage beast without paying. If you don't have money, you should have said so earlier. You made me look forward to it for nothing. Princess, do you think that a princess can renege on her debt? You. Xianxia, you better speak clearly. Who doesn't have money? Turning around, Princess Mou couldn't hold herself back anymore. Just as she was about to speak to this fellow, he sighed and shook his head before walking into the courtyard. Damn it. Damn it. Xianxia, darn Xianxia, just you wait. Seeing him disappear, Mou stomped her feet angrily. After a long while, she left with a huff. Looking at her furious expression, she probably wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Returning back to the courtyard, Xianxia was indeed exhausted, so he fell asleep immediately. The night passed peacefully. The moment the sun rose, the 2-star beast tamer emblem was delivered to him. Keeping the emblem, Xianxia made some arrangements. Shen Bairu only sent him to the beast hall, and she still had to return to Tianqian Royal City. Initially, he intended to use the viridescent eagle to send her back, but the other party insisted. Thus, Xianxia gave the gold-alloyed panther to her instead. With the viridescent eagle and howling firmament beast, the gold-alloyed panther was already meaningless to him. Giving it to Shen Bairu would be a great help to her. At the very least, no one would dare to cause trouble for her in Tianqian Royal City. This could be considered as repaying the other party for taking care of him along the way. After making arrangements for Shen Bairu, Xianxia arrived at the courtyard of the howling firmament beast. Only then did he realize that there was a building that looked like a room on its back. It was made entirely out of metal, and it was perfectly fused with its body. Even when the wind blew, it wouldn't shake at all. Most of the weaker cultivators who rode on beast mounts could easily fall off if they were to fly too fast. With this building, it was no different from sitting in a room. It was also specially prepared for the customers of the beast hall. The howling firmament beast was massive, and the building on its back was at least 5 to 6 meters in length and width. Just like a room, there were tables, chairs, and a bed inside. It was impossible to tell that one was flying in the air. Even with the viridescent eagle, it wouldn't feel cramped at all. Farewell. Walking into the building, Xianxia was satisfied with it. Thus, he bade Hall Master Feng farewell. Hoo-hoo, the steel-fung howling firmament beast flapped its thick wings, and the two of them soared into the sky. Seeing the beast hall and Shanluo mountain range getting further and further away, Xianxia smiled. Poison Temple, here I come. Recommending the new book of the Great God, Invincible Reinforcement System. This great god wrote a super WeChat account, and it can be considered as one of the founders of WeChat. His new book is worth looking forward to. White clouds drifted, and the wind whistled. The massive body of the steel-fung howling firmament beast soared in the sky, and the powerful might of a half-Shizuan realm expert was released. The other aerial savage beasts fled in fear, not daring to approach. In the room on the back of the beast, Xianxia and Mou sat opposite each other. There are many aerial savage beasts in the sky. If one isn't riding on the howling firmament beast, he will be harassed. Even though safety isn't a problem, it will be troublesome. Mou said as she gazed at the vast sky through the window. Xianxia nodded. He had gained some understanding of the world through reading books. The sky might seem peaceful, but just like on land, it was survival of the fittest. If the aerial savage beast wasn't strong, it was easy for other savage beasts to target it. Perhaps, it might even be ambushed in midair. This was precisely the reason why the higher the tier of the savage beast, the more expensive it was. It wasn't just about speed, but also safety. If you want to find the Poison Temple, you'll have to go to Red Lotus City first. After a night of recuperation, Mou finally suppressed her rage. Looking at the young man before her, she reverted back to the cold and disdainful look of a princess. Red Lotus City? That's right. It's an ancient city at the foot of Red Lotus Ridge, and one has to pass through it to enter the mountain range. The person I'm talking about is in the city. Mou nodded. Is he a poison master? Xianxia asked. No, he's a herb king. Mou replied. Herb king? Xianxia was perplexed. Apothecaries and physicians required medicinal herbs in order to forge pills and treat illnesses. The cultivation, purchase, and sale of medicinal herbs. There were specialized channels, and those who controlled these channels were known as herb kings. The poison hall specializes in the use of poison, so why would they associate themselves with such a person? This is one of the core secrets of the kingdom, and I only heard of it from someone else. Mou frowned. The Poison Temple is hidden within the mountain range, and every year, countless people attempt to learn from it, only to die under its poisonous miasma. Legend has it that the only way to find it is through the Herb King. This is because the Poison Temple requires a large amount of medicinal herbs to concoct its poison, and it needs to sell the poison. And the only way to buy it is through them. There are 13 Herb Kings in the Red Lotus City, and the one I'm talking about is the most formidable of them all, the Great Herb King. The Great Herb King controls the distribution of medicinal herbs in the entire Red Lotus City. If there is anyone who is in contact with the Poison Temple, it has to be him. However, Mou hesitated for a moment before continuing. I heard that the Great Herb King is already advanced in age, and he doesn't bother with worldly affairs anymore. It is impossible for us to meet him and get him to lead the way to the Poison Temple. Impossible? Then you said you would help me find the Poison Temple. Xianxia was speechless. Previously, this fellow had promised to help him find the Poison Temple. Yet, he couldn't even meet the Great Herb King and refused to lead the way. What kind of help was this? Previously, I only said that I would help you find this person. As for whether or not you can see him or not, it's none of my business. Miss Mou had a smug look on her face. Aren't you angering me every day? See how I make you angry. I see. Xianxia thought about it carefully. The other party did say that she would help him find this person, but she didn't say that she would bring him to the poison temple. No matter how he looked at it, it was a loss for him to teach the other party how to forge pills. He had always been the one to scam others, but to think that he would be scammed by this fellow. However, it didn't matter. As long as he could find this person, it would mean that he had made great progress. At least he wouldn't be blindly groping for an elephant. Mou thought that the other party would be flustered upon hearing those words. Yet, he only uttered "I see" before falling silent. Mou turned to look at him, only to see a leisurely expression on the other party's face. "Aren't you worried that the other party won't meet you?" After a moment, she couldn't help but ask. The great Herb King was already advanced in age, and he wouldn't meet anyone. Why wasn't this fellow anxious at all? "I'm worried," Xianxia replied. "Then you?" Mou blinked her eyes. "Do you look worried?" "Why can't I tell at all?" "There's no point in worrying. Rather than wasting my time, why don't I calculate when you will repay the money you owe me?" At this point, Xianxia asked doubtfully, "Right, it can't be that you are an imposter, right? Otherwise, how can you be so poor? Not only did you refuse to repay me, you even shamelessly rode on my tamed beast?" Mou's body swayed. She thought that she would be able to admire the other party's deflated expression after winning this round. Never in her dreams did she expect that the other party's words would infuriate her once more. Damn it, she knew that this fellow was up to no good, but she didn't expect it to be so. It seemed like it would be best for her not to speak with him in the future. Otherwise, she would die in his hands sooner or later. She gritted her teeth furiously, but she didn't dare to speak anymore. She puffed up her cheeks and ignored the other party. "Sigh, to think that you wouldn't allow me to talk about your debt. People these days are too thick-skinned." Muttering to himself, Xianxia stretched his back lazily. Mou gritted her teeth furiously. For a moment, she really regretted following this fellow out. Other people would tread carefully before beauties, fearing that they would offend them with their words. Yet, this fellow dared to say anything that he didn't like. How could there be such a fellow in the world? She thought that she would be angered to death on the road for the next 2 days, but the other party didn't pay any attention to her at all. Instead, he was sitting quietly by the side of the room, in a daze. What's going on? Initially, she thought that the other party was intentionally putting on an act. But in the end, he ended up sitting there for more than a day. His eyes were bloodshot and fatigued, leaving her bewildered. If it was infuriating, this fellow would definitely infuriate her to death. If it was a genius, even she couldn't match up to him. If it was smart, why was he sitting there in a daze? She was getting more and more confused by the fellow before her. Paying no heed to the other party's confusion, Xianxia was currently immersed in the Library of Heaven's Path, studying. While his consciousness was immersed in the Library of Heaven's Path, it looked as though he was in a daze from the outside. Books were kept in the Library of Heaven's Path. When he wanted to, he would be able to browse through them with just a thought. However, they weren't his knowledge. Only by memorizing them would he be able to utilize them freely and not panic when faced with a problem. Having been in this world for more than 20 days, he knew that he couldn't rely solely on the Library of Heaven's Path to become a true master teacher. He had to read more books and learn more. Only with sufficient knowledge would he be able to advance further. The Golden Book had the ability to instantly memorize the knowledge in books, but he had no idea when it would appear. Since he had nothing better to do at the moment, and he didn't have any Heaven's Path divine art to cultivate, he might as well read more books and convert more knowledge into more strength. To think that there would be so many books on disguise in Xianxia Kingdom's book collection vault. Sweeping through the books in the kingdom's book collection vault, Xianxia's gaze suddenly stopped on a particular bookshelf. There were more than 1,000 books, and they were all on disguise and disguise. I heard that when Emperor Xianxia was young, he had once traveled the world. Could these books have been collected by him? After all, as a prince of a kingdom, there are many people who want to kill him. It would be much safer for him to disguise himself. A thought flashed through Xianxia's mind. He had heard that when Emperor Xianxia was young, he had traveled the world to train. If he were to travel with his original appearance, he would have long been dead. royal authority was devoid of kinship. For the sole throne, there were countless instances of brothers killing one another. When Emperor Xianxia was traveling, his cultivation realm wasn't too high. The reason why he collected these books on disguise was probably for his own safety. Since there are so many books here, let's see if I can compile them into a Heaven's Path manual. At this point, Xianxia's mind jolted, and the correct content of the book slowly appeared in his mind. A moment later, a book appeared in his mind. It's possible. Xianxia's eyes lit up, and he casually flipped open the newly formed book. The art of disguise is based on the heart. Using pills to alter one's appearance and suppress one's voice is the lowest level. In order to truly disguise oneself, one has to have an extremely strong control over one's muscles. The book was filled with knowledge regarding disguise. After browsing through it for a moment, Xianxia couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was no wonder Lu Ling and the others were able to see through his disguise as Xianxia. After reading this book, he realized that his disguise back then was simply too poor. It was only because Tianxian Kingdom was too weak that it didn't have any formidable experts. Otherwise, putting aside Tianwu Kingdom, even in some Tier 2 kingdoms, his disguise wouldn't be able to fool too many people. Soon, Xianxia finished reading the entire book. Even though these are just the basics of disguise, it will allow me to alter my appearance so that many people won't be able to recognize me. Even though the books in Tianxian Kingdom only contained the most basic of disguises, after mastering them, he would be able to alter his appearance easily, making it hard for Lu Shi and the others to notice him. This disguise technique requires one to have absolute control over one's muscles. Through changing the position of one's muscles, one can alter one's appearance. It would be impossible for anyone else to cultivate this technique. Just controlling one's muscles is already difficult enough, but I'm different. After cultivating the Heaven's Path golden body, my muscles have become flexible and I can move them freely. Xianxia chuckled lightly. After reading through this Heaven's Path disguise technique, he was more or less done with it. At this moment, even without using pills, he could easily alter his appearance, making it hard for others to notice him. With this ability, even if he couldn't defeat his enemies, as long as he could alter his appearance, it would be hard for others to notice him. This was equivalent to having an additional means to protect his life. We're here. Just as Xianxia was about to test out the disguise technique he had just learned, Mou's voice sounded. Opening his eyes, Xianxia looked out of the window and saw a massive mountain range before him. This mountain range stretched for several thousand kilometers. Devoid of any vegetation, the entire mountain range was crimson red. It seemed to be filled with rocks and sand, giving it a desolate feeling. This is the Red Lotus mountain range? The undulating mountain range stretched endlessly without an end in sight. It was like a gigantic lotus embedded in the vast earth. It was no wonder why it was said that it was impossible to find it. Given the size of the mountain range, it was indeed difficult to find a concealed poison temple. Yes, that's the Red Lotus City. Mou pointed. Following the direction of her finger, Xianxia saw a city that had been built for an innumerable period of time. It stood majestically under the morning sun, exuding an ancient aura. Kawenka's so happy that I'm dying. Sorry for updating late. Unlike Tianxian Royal City, this city was constructed entirely out of crimson rocks, and it blended in with the Red Lotus Ridge, giving it an ancient vibe. At the same time, its scale was also much smaller, roughly comparable to the Beast Hall. Red Lotus City is even older than Tianwu Royal City. It's said that it has been around for more than 3,000 years, and it's the largest medicinal herb trading center in the 12 neighboring countries. However, due to the influence of the Poison Temple, no one is willing to stay here for long. Thus, it has deteriorated over the years, and it can't even be considered as a third-tier city. Mou explained. She was the princess of Tianwu Kingdom, so she was well aware of the Red Lotus City. If we enter the city, the Howling Firmament Beast and Viridescent Eagle will attract too much attention. Thus, it would be best for us to enter on foot. Even though Red Lotus City was only a small city at the borders of Tianwu Kingdom, due to the fact that it was involved in the purchase and sale of medicinal herbs and poisons, many experts of the kingdom would come here. Furthermore, due to the massive size of the Viridescent Eagle and Howling Firmament Beast, they would surely attract the attention of many. In terms of strength, there was no one who could match the howling firmament beast at Halfshizuan realm. However, if a poison master were to sneak in and poison them, they would be in grave danger. All right. Xianxia replied. After which, he instructed the howling firmament beast to land and instructed the two beasts not to fly too far away before heading toward Red Lotus City with Mou. Walking along the streets of the ancient city, Xianxia felt as though he was traveling through history. Even though the city wasn't big, there were quite a number of people. Medicinal herbs could be seen on the streets, and they were all uncommon medicinal herbs. Yellow earth grass, gossamer cicada, 5-poison silk. Glancing at the medicinal herbs, Xianxia recognized quite a few of them, and he frowned. Most of these medicinal herbs contained lethal poison. Even though some of them could be used in pill forging, they were extremely rare. This was the first time he had seen them being sold on such a large scale. There must be a poison master here. Only poison masters would purchase such items on such a large scale. It was impossible for ordinary apothecaries and physicians to stock up on them. There is indeed a poison master here, but if he doesn't concoct the poison in public, you won't be able to recognize him. Mou said. Xianxia nodded. Unlike master teachers, the strength of a poison master was closely related to one's strength. Sometimes, a seemingly weak child or an old lady who looked like she would collapse at any moment might be able to concoct a lethal poison that even a Zongshur wouldn't be able to withstand. It was precisely because of this that when you saw powerful people buying medicinal herbs, they might not necessarily be poison masters. On the other hand, an inconspicuous and weak woman was coincidentally a formidable person who had killed countless people with poison. If you really wish to find a poison master, you can just wait here for 3 to 5 years. Perhaps, you might be able to meet one. Mou said, many people who have great enmity and can't improve their strength will wait here, looking for an opportunity to become a disciple. However, very few succeed. 3 to 5 years? Xianxia shook his head. If he really had to wait for such a long time, he might as well just kill him. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through a person's occupation, it required the other party to use a battle technique or be knocked unconscious. If that were to happen here, it would be even more troublesome in the future. If he was not careful, he would be treated as a lunatic and be chased out of here. Let's look for the Great Herb King first. Thinking of this, Xianxia said. Indeed, the best solution is to look for the Great Herb King. However, have you thought about it? Everyone knows that the Great Herb King knows about the Poison Temple and Poison Masters, but why would he rather sell medicinal herbs here than look for him? Mou asked. It isn't that easy to meet the Great Herb King. Mou shook her head. How would we know if we don't try? Xianxia also knew that it wouldn't be easy. However, since he was already here, how would he know if the other party was missing if he didn't give it a try? All right. I'll tell you in advance that the Great Herb King isn't someone to be trifled with. Even though you aren't weak, it's best for you to keep a low profile here. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Mou instructed. Don't worry, I'm not a rash person. Xianxia nodded his head. All right, follow me. Seeing that Xianxia had agreed, Mou led the way. She seemed to have been to this Red Lotus City before and was very familiar with the roads. After walking for about an hour, a spacious mansion appeared before their eyes. Red bricks, green tiles, green trees, and flowing water. This mansion seemed to be of a modern style, and it didn't fit in with the ancient city at all. A few guards stood proudly at the entrance, and they exuded an astonishing aura. Tongxian realm? Upon taking a look, Xianxia's face froze. The few guards standing at the entrance were all Tongxian realm primary stage experts. In Tianxian Kingdom, they were influential figures who could shake the entire region with just a stomp of their feet. Yet, here, they were only guards standing at the entrance. This is the residence of the Great Herb King. Mou sent a telepathic message over. Even without her words, Xianxia had already guessed. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a young man walked over with 2 attendants behind him. They walked up to the entrance and presented a name card. I am the Prince of Bailey Tier 2 Kingdom, Yu Qing. I am here to meet the Great Herb King. Bailey Tier 2 Kingdom was a country similar to Beiwu Kingdom, but it was much larger than Tianxian Kingdom. My apologies, but our old master has instructed us that he won't be receiving guests. The guard stood in front of the young man expressionlessly. Audacious. Our prince, the prince of a tier 2 kingdom, wishes to meet your master. How dare you obstruct him? One of the attendants behind the young man bellowed. He stepped forward, get out of the way. Our master has the final say in Red Lotus City. Putting aside a prince of a tier 2 kingdom, even if the king were to come here personally, he wouldn't be receiving an audience. Scram now, or else don't blame us for being impolite. The guard narrowed his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, he drew his weapon. You're courting death. Hearing those words, the attendant flew into a rage. He immediately charged forward and grabbed at the air. A gust of wind blew. Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage? This attendant was actually a Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage expert. It was no wonder why he dared to be so arrogant. Who, a Tongxian Realm Intermediate Stage expert, possessed 200 ding of strength. Before his palm could reach the guards, a sharp screech sounded in the air. You intend to barge into the residence of the great Herb King? The guard who had just spoken took a step back. So what if I do? Prince Yuqing's attendant harumphed coldly. Not only did his palm strike not weaken, it even increased. Since that's the case, then die. Seeing the other party's strength increasing, the guards harumphed and flicked their palms. Voila, a ball of white mist shot forward. You. Before Prince Yuqing's attendant could react, the white mist struck his face. His entire body convulsed, and white foam spewed from his mouth. Lying on the ground, his eyes rolled back, and he died. What? Upon seeing this sight, the faces of Prince Yuqing and the guards behind him warped, and they hurriedly retreated. This guard was stronger than the both of them, but he died in an instant. He didn't even have a chance to say a word. This poison was too vicious. Scram. After killing the attendant, the guard waved his hands. This time, Prince Yuqing and his attendant didn't dare to utter a single word. They took the corpse and left. Even though it took a long time, it only took a few breaths. Witnessing this sight, Xianxia's face turned grim. To poison the guard of a prince of a tier 2 kingdom to death, not giving him the slightest bit of face at all. Even he was taken aback. It was no wonder why Mou was so cautious. This great Herb King was indeed vicious. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia couldn't help but ask, will I be able to enter if I hand over the name scroll? No matter what, Mou was the princess of Tianwu Kingdom. She should be more respected than a prince of a tier 2 kingdom. No. Knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Mou shook her head. Even though Red Lotus City is a city of Tianwu Kingdom in name, it is actually an ungoverned area. I am just a princess. Even if a prince were to come, it would be useless. Didn't you see it? A prince's subordinate was killed on the spot, and yet, he didn't even dare to say a word. Then. Can we sneak in? Sneak in? That's even more impossible. Since the great Herb King is able to become the strongest expert in Red Lotus City, he must have some special means. If anyone could sneak in, his residence would have been visited countless times. Mou said. That's true. Xianxian nodded his head. Given that the great Herb King was able to establish himself in the chaotic Red Lotus City, if anyone could sneak into his residence, he would have died 180 times already. Yet another one courting death. Is it so easy to enter the residence of the great Herb King? Legend has it that there are only 3 types of people who can enter. First, the Herb King. Second, the Poison Master. Third, those with an invitation letter. Otherwise, it would be best not to loiter around here. Otherwise, you might be killed without even knowing it. That's right. Seeing how even the prince of a tier 2 kingdom was defeated, hushed discussions broke out in the surroundings. Invitation letter? Old man, can one enter just because they have an invitation letter? Hearing the conversation, Xianxian's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but walk over to the old man and pass him a gold note. That's right. Receiving the gold note, the old man's eyes lit up and he nodded his head. Then, how did you obtain an invitation letter? Xianxian asked. I don't know about that either. The old man shook his head. Halfway through his words, he suddenly recalled something. Oh, right, there's another type of person who can enter without an invitation letter. Oh? Xianxia and Mou turned to look at the old man. The great herb king is old, and his health hasn't been good. He has been inviting physicians to treat him recently, and as long as one is an official physician, one can enter with a physician emblem. It doesn't matter even if one doesn't have an invitation letter, the old man said. Physician? Xianxia turned to look at the old man. Is there a physician guild here? Physicians had their own corresponding organization, the Physician Guild. As Tianqian Kingdom wasn't a renowned kingdom, there was no such guild. If there was one here, Xianxia could give it a try. How can there be a physician guild here? They are all physicians who are passing by here to purchase medicinal herbs. The old man pointed forward and said, Look, that should be the one. Upon hearing those words, Xianxia looked over and saw a middle-aged man walking forward. I am a 2-star physician from Beichen Kingdom, Niayuan. I am here to meet the great herb king. After which, he passed an emblem over. Physician Niayuan, this way please. Glancing at the emblem, the guard bowed and opened up a path for him. Thank you. Physician Niayuan didn't say much and walked in. Tomorrow, Laowa will be singing on his public WeChat account. If you want to listen to pop songs, nursery rhymes, or pop songs, you can follow him and vote for him. Also, Mou's photo has been uploaded, so you can take a look. Search for the first pinyin of Sweeping the World or HSTYSDS Sweeping the World on WeChat. Also, my monthly votes have dropped to the 6th spot. If there are any who haven't voted, please vote for me. Thank you. As expected, I can do that. Seeing how the physician emblem allowed him to move freely, a thought emerged in Xianxia's mind. Let's go. Without another word, he strode towards the street where he came from. Why? You intend to take the physician examination? There's a physician guild in Tianwu Royal City, and I happen to be heading there as well. We can head there together, and it will only take 5 to 6 days. Following behind him, Mou asked. To enter the great herb king's residence, one had to be a herb king, a poison master, and a person with an invitation letter. All 3 of these were difficult, and the easiest was to possess a physician emblem. Mou was an apprentice, and she had intended to take the examination after becoming a beast tamer. After seeing how Xianxia treated the howling firmament beast, she had gained a deeper understanding of the occupation. As long as she could find a physician guild, it shouldn't be difficult for her to take the examination to become an official physician. 5 to 6 days? Xianxia shook his head. There's no need for that, I have other ways. Only by taking the examination in Tianwu Royal City would one be able to do so. If the great herb king were to recover or die during this period of time, what would be the use of obtaining an emblem? Then what should we do? You intend to gather medicinal herbs to become a herb king? This is even more troublesome, and you will be suppressed by the other herb kings. Mou was perplexed. After staying at the entrance of the great herb king's residence for a while, she knew that other than those few herbs, no one else was allowed to enter. Xianxia didn't even know where the poison temple was, which meant that he wasn't a poison master, and he didn't know about the invitation letter either. Thus, the only way out was to become a herb king. But this was even more difficult than becoming a physician. The Red Lotus City had 3,000 years of history, and only 13 herb kings had emerged. These herb kings had already divided their influence among themselves, and if one were to head there to purchase medicinal herbs, the other party might just wipe them out. This is the place. Ignoring the other party's doubts, Xianxia chuckled lightly, and after walking for a while, he stopped. Mou lifted her head to take a look. It was a high-class medicinal herb market, and there were only a few people looking at medicinal herbs. It wasn't as noisy as the streets before. Audacious! Do you think that I don't know anything? Or is this your first time here? Are you trying to fool me with these lousy things? Do you have a new buyer and you don't want to work with me? After walking along the trading market for a while, a loud shout suddenly sounded from a stall not far away. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was dressed in a light green robe, and there was a doctor badge pinned on his chest that reflected the light. It's Physician Bai Chan. Miss Mou frowned. You know him? Xianxia asked. He's a one-star physician from Tianwu Kingdom. He's a greedy and lustful individual who likes to take advantage of others. To think that I would meet him here. Mou harumphed. Since the reputation isn't good, it's even easier. Xianxia smiled. Let's go and take a look. Mou nodded. Physician Bai, you are my old customer. I can lie to anyone but you. This is the best green bamboo grass I have chosen. Walking forward, Xianxia saw the vendor discussing with Physician Bai Chan. How about this? I won't say 5,000 or 4,000. I'll make it 3,000 gold coins per stock, and 10 of them will be 30,000 gold coins. This is already the lowest price. 30,000? 25,000, I'll buy them all. Physician Bai Chan said. 25,000, I won't even get the cost. The vendor shook his head. Just as the duo was in the midst of their discussion, Xianxia walked over agitatedly. Physician Bai, to think that you would be here as well. What a coincidence. You are. Just as he was haggling with the vendor, he saw an unfamiliar young man walking over. Physician Bai Chan was perplexed. I'm an admirer of Physician Bai, and I've long heard of you. I've always wanted to get to know you, but I never had the chance. Since we met today, it must be fate. Xianxia waved his hands. Boss, wrap up these 10 stalks of green bamboo grass for Physician Bai. Here's 30,000 gold notes. After which, he passed 3 10,000 denomination gold notes over. Of course. Receiving the gold notes, the vendor hurriedly wrapped the medicinal herbs. Physician Bai, here. Xianxia passed the wrapped medicinal herbs over. This? Physician Bai Chan was taken aback. Even though he was trying to reject the gift, he had already accepted it. How can I accept such a valuable gift on our first meeting? I'm an admirer of yours, so it's only right for me to buy some medicinal herbs for you. Xianxia smiled. What is this fellow up to? Mou, who was following behind, was perplexed upon seeing this miser buying medicinal herbs worth 30,000 gold coins for someone else. Wasn't he stingy enough to ask for money from her every day? Why was he being so generous now? Could it be that he wants Physician Bai to bring us into the great Herb King's residence? A thought flashed across her mind. Instead of taking the examination, the other party came over to pay for Physician Bai. This was probably his intention. However, Xianxia didn't understand this Physician Bai Chan. She had heard that he was greedy, lustful, and incapable. Even if she were to invite him to the great Herb King's residence, he probably wouldn't enter. The great Herb King. That was the den of a tiger and a dragon. Wouldn't he be courting death if he were to head there without any capability? Since little brother is so insistent, it would be impolite of me to refuse. While Xianxia was guessing, Physician Bai Chan had already kept the medicinal herbs and smiled as though he was an expert. Of course not. It's my honor to be able to buy medicinal herbs for my idol. Xianxia chuckled. May I know if Physician Bai is free now? Since we met, I'll treat you to a cup of wine so that I can express my admiration for you. This? Physician Bai Chan hesitated for a moment. For a person to suddenly appear out of nowhere, pay the bill, and treat him to a cup of wine, even though he loved to take advantage of others, he couldn't help but feel doubtful. Oh, it seems like Physician Bai doesn't recognize me. You have some misgivings. Knowing what the other party was thinking, Xianxia chuckled and walked up to Mou. You should know this person, she's my friend. With her here, there's nothing for me to worry about. Princess Mou? Upon seeing Mou, Physician Bai Chan was taken aback. Even though she was only an apprentice physician, she was the third princess of the kingdom. Her standing was much higher than a mere one-star physician like him. Mou didn't expect this fellow to push her forward. Thus, she could only nod her head. So you're the princess's friend. I should be the one treating you to a cup of wine, seeing that the young man was the princess's friend, and from the looks of it, they seemed to be on good terms. Physician Bai Chan didn't dare to act arrogantly. Regardless of who it is, since we met, it must be fate. Let's go. Xianxia smiled as he led the way. Soon, the three of them walked out of the market and arrived at a deserted street. Why are we here? I know a tavern that serves good wine. Upon seeing an alley, Physician Bai Chan was alarmed. However, recalling that the princess was with him, he thought that nothing would happen. Thus, he smiled. We can drink the wine later. Actually, I have something to discuss with Physician Bai. Xianxia turned around. Oh, what's the matter? Physician Bai looked at him. It's like this. I would like to borrow Physician Bai's physician emblem for a moment. May I know if it's possible? Xianxia asked. Physician emblem? Physician Bai was taken aback. How can that be possible? The emblem represents the identity and standing of a physician. How can I lend it to another so easily? Before he could finish his words, his vision darkened. A fist had already smashed into his face. Pa, a crisp sound echoed. Physician Bai Chan's vision darkened and he fell to the ground, unconscious. Since I'm asking you to lend it to me, you should have just given it to me straight away. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? He reached out and took the physician emblem from the other party's body. You. What are you doing? Mou thought that the young man before her was intending to have Physician Bai Chan bring them to the great Herb King's residence. She didn't expect him to knock the other party out with a single punch. Oh, nothing much. I just want to borrow his emblem. Xianxia nodded. Borrow? Mou was frenzied. This is equivalent to robbing an official physician. Once he wakes up and reports this matter to the physician guild, you will be in deep trouble. Every occupation has its own guild to protect it. You tricked a physician over, knocked him out, and stole his emblem. If you were to report this matter to the physician guild, you would definitely be in deep trouble. Aren't you being too reckless? Trouble? What trouble? In any case, he doesn't know me, and I didn't say my name. Xianxia waved his hands nonchalantly. He doesn't know me. Upon hearing those words, Mou nearly spurted blood. He might not know you, but he knows me. That's none of my business. Anyway, you're the princess, so you should have a way to resolve this matter. If you really can't resolve it. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying, I'll forget about the money you owe me. Besides, I spent 30,000 gold coins to buy medicinal herbs for them, so I'll consider it as compensation. Mou staggered, and she nearly went insane. The heck, do you have to be so scammer? He doesn't know you, but you pushed me out just now. If he wakes up and can't find you, he will look for me, and the money I owe you. How much money can an aerial savage beast cost? You stole his emblem, and I will be the scapegoat. My reputation as a princess, put down the emblem, we'll think of another way. Ah, what are you doing? Just as Mou was about to stop the other party's next action shocked her once more. That fellow had already squatted down and stripped off Physician Bai Chan's clothes. Not only did he steal his emblem, he even wanted to strip off his clothes. More importantly, she was his accomplice. Mou felt as though she would faint at any moment. Make some preparations, we'll be heading to the great Herb King's residence now. Not bothering to waste his breath on the other party, Xianxia took off his coat and put it back on. Heading to the great Herb King's residence? Just like that? Even though Physician Bai Chan isn't too famous, his emblem is marked with his name. If any other physician were to head over, he would be exposed. Mou thought that the other party would have some good ideas, but now, she finally understood. The other party intended to impersonate Physician Bai Chan and sneak into the great Herb King's residence. It might have been possible for other occupations to do so, but the emblem was marked with his name. If other physicians were to notice it, they would immediately realize that it was a fake. Expose what? Before Mou could finish her words, Xianxia had already put on his clothes and turned around. Upon seeing the young man turn around, Mou was taken aback. Then, her body jolted and her eyes widened. Physician Bai Chan. Oh, no, this is the ability of a disguise master? How is that possible? The Xianxia in front of her had already changed his appearance to that of Physician Bai Chan. If she hadn't seen him putting on his clothes, she would have thought that Physician Bai had a twin brother. She had heard of disguise before, but in Mou's opinion, it was just a smokescreen. As long as one was careful, one would be able to see through it. However, the sight before her had completely overturned her understanding. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a completely different person. How in the world did this fellow do it? Could he really be a disguise master? Legend had it that there was a heaven-defying occupation in the Middle Nine Paths known as a disguise master. Even though it didn't increase one's fighting prowess, it allowed one to disguise as someone they had met before. It was the best way to conceal oneself and escape. However, this occupation had long disappeared in the annals of history, and no one had ever seen it before. She had only heard of it from a few elders, and she thought that it was just a legend. To think that it was actually real: medicine, beast taming, pill forging, master teacher. She thought that this was the limits of this young man, but to think that he had another disguise. A normal cultivator might not be able to learn a single occupation even after spending their entire life. Yet, he seemed to know everything. Does your family sell occupations? Otherwise, how could a person who isn't even 20 possibly know so much? How could there be such a freak in the world? More importantly, a freak will be a freak. It is one thing for him to abide by the rules, but he doesn't play by the rules. Previously, she thought that this fellow was just trying to provoke others with his words. Never in her dreams did she expect that. He was even more vicious than that. Back at the beast hall, he snatched the savage beast that she had tamed with much difficulty. Yet, this time, he knocked Physician Bai out with a single punch, and she was the scapegoat. I am here to help. Who did I offend? If I were to become the scapegoat, how am I going to take the physician examination in the future? Thinking of this, Mou felt an urge to go berserk. Let's go. Ignoring the conflicted Mou, Xianxia prepared himself and walked toward the great Herb King's residence. The Heaven's Path disguise art allowed him to alter his muscles and bones according to his will. Not only was his appearance similar to Physician Bai Chan's, even his voice was imitated to perfection, making it difficult for others to recognize him. It was precisely because of this that he decided to impersonate Physician Bai Chan instead of taking the examination. As for whether this would offend the Physician Guild or not, there was no need to worry. No matter what, Mou was still a princess. If she couldn't even settle such a small matter, what kind of joke was this? Besides, the reason why he disguised himself as the other party was so that he could meet the great Herb King and inquire about the location of the poison temple. It wasn't as if he was committing a crime. Damn it, seeing that the other party had already left the alley, Mou gritted her teeth and chased after him. Now that he had been dragged into the water, even if he wanted to deny it, he couldn't. He could only go all the way. It's easy for you to find a physician emblem, but when you meet the great Herb King later on, let's see what you can do. There were physicians who specialized in treating both humans and beasts. While this fellow was able to treat the howling firmament beast with ease, he might not be able to treat a human. If his illness couldn't be treated, what was the use of seeing the great Herb King? Not too long later, they arrived at the great Herb King's residence. The guards continued to stand guard outside, seemingly knowing that the great Herb King wouldn't meet anyone. Discussions broke out in the surroundings, but no one dared to approach him to pass him a name scroll. After tidying his attire, Xianxia imitated Physician Bai Chan's gait based on his memory and walked to the entrance. Look, another person is courting death. Hee, there were already a few people who didn't know what was good for them today, and they were all beaten to death. Yet, this fellow still dares to come here. He sure doesn't know his place. Haha, he might not even know that he was poisoned to death. Seeing Xianxia walking in, the surrounding crowd gloated. There were countless people who wanted to visit the great Herb King every day. If Xianxia wasn't courting death, what else could he do? Halt. The guard frowned and blocked the two of them. I am a physician. Xianxia took out his emblem. Physician? The guard glanced at Xianxia and shook his head. I'm sorry, but our residence only accepts 2-star physicians and above. Only 2-star physicians and above? Xianxia was taken aback and he nearly spurted blood. When he heard that the old man said that any physician could enter, he hurriedly went to look for his emblem. He didn't expect that there would be such a requirement. Even if he had the time, where could he find a 2-star physician emblem? Most 1-star physicians were at Pixue realm and Tongxian realm, and they could be dealt with easily. 2-star physicians were at least Zhongsha realm experts. Even if they wanted to snatch the emblem, they wouldn't dare to make a move. Sir, please return. Stepping forward, the guard gestured for Xianxia to leave. Hearing those words and seeing the other party's actions, Mou knew that it was impossible for her to enter. Just as she was about to turn around and leave, she saw Xianxia placing his hands behind his back and frowning. Audacious! He exuded an authoritative aura. I, Bai Chan, am indeed a one-star physician, but who said that a one-star physician can't treat patients? Mou felt her vision turning dark. It was true that a one-star physician could treat patients. But even your one-star physician was fake. Where did you get your confidence from? Aren't you being too gutsy? Didn't you see the previous scene? If you aren't careful, you might die. Her heart skipped a beat. She regretted following this fellow here. A one-star physician can treat patients, but the guard didn't expect a mere one-star physician before him to be so stubborn. He was stunned for a moment, and just as he was about to continue speaking, the middle-aged man suddenly raised his hand and questioned, "Did those 2-star and 3-star physicians who went and previously manage to treat your old master's illness?" This. The guard was taken aback. In the past few days, there had been quite a few 2-star and 3-star physicians here, but until now, none of them had any idea what illness the old master was suffering from. Needless to say, treat him. The rank of the emblem doesn't represent one's true capability. Can you bear the responsibility for delaying your old master's treatment? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and he said sternly, "Why aren't you letting us in yet?" This. The few guards stared at one another, unable to make up their minds. Even though the higher the rank of a physician, the higher their capability would be. However, there were some who were capable but didn't have their rank tested. If this fellow was truly capable but was denied entry, who would be able to bear the responsibility if the old master were to blame them? However, the higher-ups had also stated that one-star physicians weren't allowed in. For a moment, everyone was conflicted. What's wrong? Just as they were in a stalemate, a voice sounded and a middle-aged man walked out. Butler Liu. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, the guards bowed. What happened? Walking out of the door, Butler Liu saw Xianxia and Mou standing not too far away. With the guards blocking their path, he frowned. This is Physician Bai Chan. He is a one-star physician. The guard hurriedly explained. One-star physician? Just chase him away. Butler Liu waved his hands. As the butler of the great Herb King, he had seen plenty of 2-star and 3-star physicians. A 1-star physician was beneath his notice. But he said that no one can bear the responsibility if the old master's treatment is delayed. He seems to be confident that he can treat the old master. The guard hesitated. What arrogant words. Harumphing, Butler Liu turned to look at Xianxia with disdain in his eyes. You said that you can treat the old master's illness? Even 2-star and 3-star physicians dare not boast. Where do you get your confidence from? The guards might be unaware of the old master's illness, but he was well aware of it. Even a few 3-star physicians were unable to diagnose the old master's illness. How could a mere 1-star physician like him know anything? You don't need to know where my confidence comes from. If you don't believe me, we can make a bet. Xianxia looked at him. Butler Liu lifted his eyelids and disdain flashed across his eyes. Bet on what? If you punch me once, I'll know what illness you are suffering from. Xianxia placed his hands behind his back. What nonsense are you spouting? Butler Liu has a strong body, how can he possibly be suffering from any illness? It's obvious that you are spouting nonsense. I have seen plenty of 3-star physicians, but I have never heard of one who can treat illnesses through punches. What a pretentious prick. Just chase such a person away. The guards bellowed. Mou felt her face burning up. She nearly dug a hole and jumped into it. Other physicians treat illnesses by looking, smelling, and asking questions. She had never heard of a physician treating illnesses through punches. Do you think that you are looking at a monkey? Do 2 somersaults and you will know whether there is a problem with your body. Initially, she thought that this fellow had a deep understanding of physicians after treating the howling firmament beast. But in the end, you aren't treating a human, you are treating a savage beast. Savage beasts don't know how to speak, so they usually have to move their limbs before they can be diagnosed. Shouldn't you verify whether he is a savage beast first before asking Butler Liu to do the same? Besides, the one who is ill is the great Herb King. Why are you asking the butler? You. Butler Lu often interacted with physicians, so naturally, he knew that one would only move their arms and legs when treating savage beasts. Furious, his face flushed. Just as he was about to speak, his vision blurred, and a fist flew straight toward him. Audacious! Seeing a one-star physician daring to punch him in front of the great Herb King, Butler Lu's face was so dark that blood could drip from it. You're courting death. How dare you? The guards didn't expect Xianxia to be so daring. They unsheathed their weapons, and killing intent surged from their bodies. Some of them even held on to poison in their hands, ready to throw it out at any moment. Before Butler Lu's palm could come into contact with the other party, the physician who launched a sneak attack on him had already retreated back to his original spot. With his hands behind his back, the physician had a calm expression on his face, as though he had never moved at all. Men, take him down! Butler Lu bellowed. Regardless of what the other party was up to, Red Lotus City was the territory of the great Herb King. If anyone dared to mess around here, regardless of whether he was a one-star or two-star physician, even if he was a prince or a princess, it would be futile. Take me down? Xianxia shook his head. Glancing at the middle-aged man before him, he said, if Butler Lu thinks that his daily asthma is tolerable, I'll leave right now. There's no need for you to do anything. What did you say? Butler Lu was taken aback, and his face paled. I wish everyone a happy Lantern Festival. Lao's voice is quite beautiful, right? Haha, since Lao is singing, do you think that there will be any monthly tickets left? Lao is watching anxiously. Ever since 3 years ago, a problem arose in his cultivation. Every night, he would suffer from shortness of breath, as though someone was strangling his neck. He was tortured to the point where it was hard to tell whether he was dead or alive. He had sought a physician for this illness, but regardless of whether it was a 2-star or a 3-star physician, none of them were able to find the root of the illness. They prescribed him many medicines, but none of them were effective. Initially, he thought that he would be tormented by this illness for the rest of his life. Yet, to think that this seemingly ordinary 1-star physician would be able to point it out so easily. Could it be that even though he looked like a 1-star physician, he was actually an expert? May I know how I should address you? Restraining the guards who were about to make a move, Butler Lu suppressed the shock in his heart and bowed. Tianwu Kingdom, Bai Chan. Xianxia replied calmly. So it's Physician Bai Chan, may I have a word with you? There weren't many people who knew of his asthma, and he didn't want the entire city to know about it. Go ahead. Xianxia nodded. Ah. Mou saw this sight and her eyes widened so much that they were about to fall to the ground. At this moment, no matter how foolish she could be, she knew that the asthma Xianxia spoke of was definitely correct. Otherwise, Butler Lu wouldn't have changed his attitude so quickly. Without any questioning or observation, he was able to see through the illness with a single punch. To use the same method to diagnose a savage beast to diagnose a human. Why did she find it hard to believe? Others might think that Xianxia had investigated Butler Lu's condition beforehand and intentionally revealed it at this moment. However, she knew that this fellow didn't even know of the great Herb King's condition, so how could a mere butler possibly know of it? He must have just diagnosed the illness. Subduing savage beasts through beating, guiding others in pill forging, and diagnosing others through punching. She knew that this fellow wasn't an ordinary person, but this was way too unusual. Let's go and take a look. After a moment of shock, she realized that the duo had already walked into the courtyard. Thus, she hurriedly followed them. Butler Lu had already given the order, so the guards didn't dare to stop them. Even though I have no idea how that fellow managed to diagnose my illness through punching, it's useless if he can't treat it. Mou's heart was as clear as a mirror. Red Lotus City was the largest medicinal herb market in the 12 kingdoms around Tianwu, and there were countless apothecaries who frequented the area. Given that Butler Lu was suffering from an illness, how could he not find someone to treat him? Even some 2-star and 3-star physicians were unable to treat him, so she didn't believe that Xianxia would be able to treat him with just a single look. Xianxia speculated as he walked into the courtyard. Just as he was considering what he should do after seeing that Xianxia was unable to treat the illness, he saw the duo who had entered earlier standing not too far away. With a single glance, her body immediately, she staggered and nearly fainted. At this moment, Butler Lu, who was about to step aside to speak with Xianxia, was standing respectfully before Xianxia, as though a student. His eyes were filled with agitation and passion. Ago. Mou rubbed her eyes hard, afraid that she was seeing things. Yang, of, she, of them of, she. Of mo, of, mo or of. If not for the fact that there was no one lying on the ground, she would have suspected that the fellow had knocked him out again. Just as she was about to walk over and question him, Xianxia waved his hands impatiently. All right, bring me to the great herb king. Mou staggered. Impatient? What is there for you to be impatient about? This is the great herb king's residence. Aren't you afraid of being beaten to death for being impatient with their butler? She thought that Butler Lu would be displeased by her attitude, but the latter bowed respectfully, as though he was meeting his parents. Yes, this way please. I'll bring you to the great herb king now. Mou staggered once more. She felt unwell all over. What's wrong? Even if you are suffering from an illness, surely you don't need to act in such a manner. Diagnosing an illness and treating it are two different matters. Aren't you being too spineless if you act in such a manner without treating it? Thinking so, she walked up to Xianxia and sent a telepathic message to him. What's going on? Why is Butler Lu's attitude? Oh, there's something wrong with his body. I've just treated him. Xianxia's voice sounded. Treated? Treated him? Mou's body froze, and she felt lightheaded. He had entered the residence a minute earlier than her, and he had treated the other party's illness? You aren't joking, right? He wasn't ill, he was just poisoned. Naturally, he is grateful to me for expelling the poison from his body. Seeing through her doubt, Xianxia explained. The reason why Butler Lu was suffering from asthma in the middle of the night wasn't due to a mistake in his cultivation. Rather, someone had secretly poisoned him. This poison was extremely bizarre, and even 3-star physicians were unable to discern it. As such, it was extremely difficult to treat it. However, Xianxia was different. With his heaven's path Xianxia, he could easily expel the poison from his body. A minute was more than enough for him to treat the other party. Poisoned? Expelling poison? Hearing Xianxia's words, Mou felt frenzied. Expelling poison was even more difficult than treating it, otherwise, the name of Poison Master wouldn't have struck fear in the hearts of countless people. Besides, only a true poison master would be able to expel the poison from a person's body. Didn't you say that you don't know anything about poison, that you don't even know where the poison temple is? When did you learn how to expel poison? Initially, she was intending to bring Xianxia here before returning to Tianwu Royal City. However, at this moment, her curiosity toward the young man before her was piqued. She wanted to see how many more incredible legends this fellow could create. Ignoring Mou, whose face was alternating between red and white, Xianxia followed behind Butler Lu and discreetly observed the surroundings. It was no wonder why the princess said that it would be difficult to sneak in. After taking a closer look, Xianxia realized that it was true. Putting aside the complex pathways in the residence, there were sentries everywhere. Most of these guards were at Pishue realm, and the more formidable ones had even reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. Not only so, Xianxia also saw formation flags and formation corps at the corners of the residence. Needless to say, not only were there guards with high cultivation, there was also a formation sealing the area. If one were to fall into the formation, it was highly likely that one would be trapped. The guards and formation were just what one could see on the surface. Since the great herb king had a close relationship with the poison temple, how could he possibly not possess lethal poison? Therefore, even if he was not weak, it was almost impossible for him to sneak into this courtyard. With the butler leading the way, Xianxia's journey was smooth. Soon, he arrived at a vast hall. Walking in, there were already more than a dozen middle-aged and elderly men seated in the hall. Every single one of them had an emblem pinned on their chests. With just a glance, Xianxia was astonished. They were all 2-star physicians and above, and 3 of them were even 3-star physicians. Even in a Tier 1 kingdom, 3-star physicians were considered as top-notch existences. To be able to gather 3 of them here, the great herb king was truly influential. Butler Lu, didn't you say that only 2-star physicians and above are allowed to enter? Why did you bring a 1-star physician here? Upon seeing Xianxia walk in, a 3-star physician couldn't help but frown. Isn't this physician Bai Chan? This is not a place you should be in. Get out of here. Another doctor recognized Xianxia and harumphed. Physician Mu Hong, Physician Chung Feng, even though Physician Bai Chan is only a 1-star physician, his understanding of the way of medicine isn't low. Thus, I invited him over. Seeing the disdain of the duo, Butler Lu hurriedly explained. Your understanding of the way of medicine isn't low? Steward Lu, you must be joking, right? Recognizing Xianxia, Physician Chung Feng chuckled softly and snorted, I've known him for more than 20 years. How could I not know his level? Even though Physician Bai Chan was only a 1-star physician, he was a notorious figure in Tianwu Kingdom Physician Guild. He was greedy and lustful, and he had committed many ludicrous acts. In the past, he was almost stripped of his physician license. If not for a stroke of luck at a crucial moment, he might have even lost his 1-star emblem. Butler Lu actually said that this kind of person had a deep understanding of medicine, and specially invited him over. Butler Lu, you must have made a mistake this time around. I know this fellow as well. He barely became a 1-star physician, and yet he claims to have a deep understanding of medicine? To invite him over? Don't be fooled by this fellow's flowery words. There were quite a few among the crowd who knew of this matter, and those who recognized Bai Chan revealed looks of disdain. He was just a useless 1-star physician who only knew how to buy medicinal herbs and dared not diagnose others. When did he become an expert? Hearing the words of the crowd, Butler Lu was taken aback. Clearly, he didn't expect the reputation of this formidable physician who easily solved Xianxia's chronic illness to be so terrible. Just as he was about to speak up for Xianxia, a 3-star physician in the crowd waved his hands and interrupted him. Alright, who cares if he's a 1-star or a 2-star physician, as long as he keeps his mouth shut later on, it'll be fine. We're here to treat him. Butler Lu, since there are so many people here, shouldn't you bring us to meet the great Herb King? Yes, I'll invite the old master over now for everyone to treat him. Hearing that the crowd wasn't going to pursue the matter any further, Butler Lu arranged for Xianxia to sit by the side. Only then did he hurriedly nod his head. Cough cough, after writing 1,500 words, I felt that something was amiss, so I deleted it and rewrote it. That's why I'm a little late. I'm sorry. It should be 7 p.m. sharp. Butler Lu left the room. Not long after, he returned with an old man in his arms. He looked even older than Shen Hong. His skin was wrinkled, and his face was covered with age spots. He leaned on the recliner, inhaling more and exhaling less, looking like he could die at any moment. It was no wonder that the residence was under martial law. Aside from doctors, no one was allowed to enter. Under such circumstances, it was unlikely that they would be able to hold on for much longer. You are all renowned grandmasters in the Physician Guild. I beseech you to save our old master. Steward Lu bowed to the crowd. Explain the symptoms of the great Herb King in detail. The 3-star physician who spoke previously said. Yes. Knowing that a physician had to ask questions before treating a patient, Butler Lu replied without any hesitation, our old master used to be in good health, but around half a month ago, he suddenly fell ill and lost his appetite. His health has been deteriorating day by day, and today, he can't even speak properly. As for the specific symptoms, I don't know either. I only know that my body is getting worse and worse. No matter how much I take, it's useless. A sudden attack? Could he have been poisoned? A doctor interrupted. The sudden onset of illness without any prior signs meant that there was a high possibility of poisoning. We've suspected this as well. We've used a special method to test it, but we didn't find any signs of poisoning. The great Herb King had ruled the Red Lotus City for many years, and he had connections with the Poison Temple as well. It should be easy for him to check if the other party was poisoned. Since he said no, it should not be. Let me take a look. The 3-star physician walked up to the great Herb King and lowered his head to take a look. A moment later, a deep frown formed on his forehead. Pale lips, intermittent breaths, sagging skin, deep age spots, and lifeless eyes. Xianxia shook his head. These are the characteristics of those who have reached the end of their lifespan. Lifespan was determined by the heavens. If one really reached the end of their lifespan, no matter how skilled a physician was, they wouldn't be able to defy the heavens and change fate to extend one's lifespan. Unless he broke through his current strength. The old master is famous, but in truth, he has only inherited the position of the great herb king. This year, he is only in his 40s, not even 50. Butler Lu hesitated for a moment before replying. The title of the great herb king of the Red Lotus City didn't refer to a specific person. Rather, just like a king, it could be passed down from generation to generation. Whoever became the great herb king would be the overlord of the Red Lotus City. Less than 50? Everyone was taken aback, and even Xianxia was taken aback. If this old man said that he was 90 years old, there would definitely be people who would believe him. Yet, he was not even 50. Under normal circumstances, a Xianxia realm expert who was less than 50 years old should be at his golden age. Regardless of whether it was his strength, spirit, qi, or spirit, he should have reached the pinnacle. It was impossible for him to reach the end of his lifespan. Have you eaten the vitality pill? After a moment of hesitation, the 3-star physician asked once more. The vitality pill could allow one's weakened physical strength to regain its strength. It would even be useful for an old man in his twilight years. I have already eaten it, but it's not very useful. Butler Lu shook his head once more. Even the vitality pill is useless? This time, the 3-star physician wasn't the only one. The others also had a grim expression on their faces, and frowns were etched on their foreheads. The vitality elixir was a second-grade elixir that had a miraculous effect on grandmasters. Just the fact that the great herb king's body had deteriorated to an unimaginable level. I have a set of acupuncture techniques to stimulate acupoints to recover one's stamina. You can give it a try. Dr. Mu Hong, who had spoken earlier, stood up. Grandmaster Mu Hong's acupoint piercing technique is renowned throughout the world. It should be effective. The crowd nodded. Without any hesitation, Physician Mu Hong took out his silver needles and pierced them into the great herb king's acupoints one by one. A moment later, shaking his head, he retreated. Even though his acupoint piercing technique was famous and formidable, it seemed to be ineffective on the great herb king. I have a valuable prescription here. You can give it a try. Another person stood up. Most of the physicians were either executing their formidable means or discussing the ailment of the great herb king. Many methods and medical theories were brought out, and the crowd was filled with excitement. Mou was dazzled by their words, and she found herself unable to control herself. Those who were here were the most formidable grandmasters of the various kingdoms. Even the weakest of them was much more formidable than Grandmaster Qin Yang. Mou was only an apprentice physician, and she had never experienced such a grand occasion before. Just by listening to the lecture, she found it refreshing and deepened her understanding of the way of medicine. Suppressing the agitation in her heart, she turned to look at Xianxia, and with a single glance, her face darkened. She thought that the fellow would be intoxicated by such profound theories, just like her. Yet, he remained seated on the spot with a dazed expression. She had seen such an expression before. It was only when one was completely clueless about an occupation and couldn't understand what was being said. Can't understand these, how is that possible? A thought flashed through her mind, and she sent a telepathic message to him. Xianxia, I don't understand the extreme diagnosis method that physician Mu Hong spoke of. What does it mean? Not expecting her to ask him such a question, Xianxia was taken aback. He had never read any books on the way of medicine, and there weren't many such books in the kingdom's book collection vault. As such, how could he possibly know such theories and terms? After pondering for a moment, he shook his head. I don't know either. I've never heard of it before. Mou's vision darkened. The extreme diagnosis method was an elementary diagnosis method for physicians. It used extreme hypotheses to determine an illness. Putting aside physicians, even apprentices would learn it. Yet, this fellow said that he had never heard of it. Then, what about the observational diagnosis method? She couldn't help but send another telepathic message to him. I've never heard of it either. Xianxia shook his head. There was only one Master Yuanyu in Tianqian Kingdom, and he was only a 1-star physician. He didn't interact much with the other party, so his knowledge of medical theories was completely blank. The corner of Mou's mouth twitched. The observational diagnosis method was a method to determine the illness of a patient through observation. It was one of the main topics of the apprentice examination, and there wasn't a single physician who didn't understand it. Yet, he said that he had never heard of it. To not even know the basics of the way of medicine, and yet, he pretended to be a physician to treat others. Brother, do you really think that you have a long life, or are you just bored out of your mind? Mou felt stifled, and at the same time, she couldn't make sense of the situation. Since he didn't even know this, it could only mean that he knew nothing about the way of medicine. But, how did he see through the illnesses of the howling firmament beast and Butler Lu and treat them? While Mou's thoughts were running wild, Xianxia also had a helpless look on his face. The Library of Heaven's path would only appear when someone was punching or unconscious. Even though the great Herb King was unable to speak, his consciousness was clear. From the looks of it, he didn't seem to be much stronger than Shenhong back then. If he were to execute a punching routine, he would probably die before he could even execute it. On the other hand, if he were to knock the great Herb King out with a single slap like Shenhong did, before he could even read the contents of the Library of Heaven's path, he would probably be sliced into pieces. Even though the hall seemed quiet, there were many experts hiding in it. If he dared to make a move, they would definitely rush out. I have to think of a way to knock the great Herb King out openly. Rubbing his glabella, Xianxia contemplated. I'm sorry, but this is the first time we've seen the great Herb King's illness. We are truly helpless. Indeed, Butler Lu. We are truly helpless. I'm sorry. It's our fault for not being skilled enough. Just as Mou and Xianxia were deep in thought, Mu Hong and the others stood up and shook their heads awkwardly. After half a day of diagnosis, they weren't even able to figure out what illness the other party was suffering from, needless to say, treat him. Seeing the expressions on everyone's face, Butler Lu couldn't help but reveal deep disappointment. Ever since the old master fell ill, they had invited many physicians over to take a look. This wasn't the first time they received such an answer. Even though I wasn't able to treat the old master, I'm still grateful. The Medicine King manner won't mistreat you all. Shaking his head, Butler Lu was just about to speak when Physician Qingfeng stood up and looked at Xianxia with an indiscernible smile on his face. Butler Lu, we have just diagnosed the great Herb King's illness and discussed it. However, it seems like this physician Bai Chan whom you specially invited has been sitting motionlessly. I wonder if he looks down on us and thinks that we aren't qualified to discuss with him, or if he already has a diagnosis in his heart and is unwilling to discuss it with us. Hearing Physician Qingfeng's words, everyone was taken aback. At the same time, they recalled that the fellow named Bai Chan had indeed been silent from the very start, as though he was a mute. This fellow has been sitting motionlessly. Not only is he not moving, he hasn't even spoken a single word. A one-star physician isn't much in the first place. It would be a miracle if he could interrupt our discussion. He knows that his standard is low, so he chose to remain silent lest others despise him. Upon recalling that the other party was only a one-star physician, a look of disdain appeared on everyone's faces. A one-star physician might be a formidable figure in other places, but it was insufficient here. How could he possibly see through an illness that even a 3-star physician couldn't? It was right for him to remain silent. You can't say that. Since Butler Lu specially invited him here and praised him for his deep understanding of the way of medicine, how can he not dare to speak at all? Physician Qingfeng looked at Xianxia with a smile. He had long known this physician Bai Chan, and he knew how capable he was. Yet, Butler Lu actually invited him and praised him in front of everyone. This was a treatment that even he didn't receive. Since there was an opportunity to make a fool out of him, naturally, he wouldn't let it go. Butler Lu hesitated for a moment before turning to Physician Bai Chan. Physician Bai Chan, since this physician Bai was able to see through his illness with a single look, he had faith in the other party's medical skills. However, the other party's silence left him perplexed. Hearing Butler Lu's shout, Xianxia snapped out of his thoughts and asked doubtfully, "What's wrong?" "It's like this." Seeing that this fellow was distracted by everyone's diagnosis, Butler Lu coughed and hurriedly explained, "The physicians here are unable to determine the old master's illness, so they would like to hear your opinion." They aren't even able to determine the old master's illness? Xianxia slowly stood up. Glancing at the crowd, he couldn't help but shake his head. Since they aren't able to do it, let me take a look. The climax is here. Zhang Hangnek is going to act cool once more. Do you all still have recommendation votes and monthly votes? Continue to seek fans on WeChat. Search for HSTYSDS on WeChat and search for Sweeping the World's End. Laowa will be uploading the first draft of Heaven's Path, and it's completely different from this. It hasn't been uploaded yet, so you all can take a look. Impudent. Who are you talking about? A mere one-star physician actually dares to spout such arrogant words. Who gave you the guts to do so? The surroundings immediately exploded. We can't do it, but you can take a look. Does that mean that you're stronger than us? Where did a one-star physician get his confidence from? Such arrogance. Bai Chan, I didn't expect you to be so capable after not seeing each other for a few days. Dr. Chung Feng didn't expect him to say this. He narrowed his eyes. Ignorant lad, how dare you spout such arrogant words? I would like to see what capabilities you have. Physician Mu Hong flung his sleeves in displeasure. Even 2-star and 3-star physicians like us are unable to diagnose the illness, so why are you, a mere 1-star physician, putting on an act? Take a look. Can you understand it? This guy, Mou rolled her eyes. So many 3-star physicians are unable to make sense of it, yet you, a fellow who doesn't even know the extreme diagnosis method and observational diagnosis method, actually said that you want to take a look, treating everyone as nothing. So arrogant, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death? Where did his confidence come from? Ignoring the anger and doubt of the crowd, Zhang Xian walked up to the Great Herb King. Those who didn't realize it from afar only realized that the Great Herb King was indeed severely ill. His muscles were flabby, his skin was shriveled, and the light in his eyes had dimmed, as though it would extinguish at any moment. Zhang Xian circled around the other party and carefully touched him, observing every single detail. As expected, he didn't see anything. Did Physician Bai notice anything? Seeing that Zhang Xian was deep in thought, Butler Lu couldn't help but ask. The others also turned their gazes over. Just now, this fellow spoke so arrogantly, and they also wanted to see if he had the qualifications to be arrogant. Yes, I saw something, but I can't be sure yet. Zhang Xian knew that he would be beaten to death if he were to say that he couldn't tell what was going on. You saw something? Really? Steward Lu's face lit up with excitement. With just a glance, the other party could tell that he had asthma. Perhaps he really had a solution to a problem that others couldn't solve. Stop pretending. I'd like to see what you've discovered. The other physicians were filled with disdain. Physicians had to pay particular attention to how, where, and how they should look at a patient. Yet, this fellow had just casually walked around the room, ignoring the most important part of the diagnosis, and yet, he still dared to claim that he had seen through the problem. Are you dreaming? Let's see what you can do if you can't say it later. Don't be anxious. Before we are certain of the problem, we can't use the medicine. Paying no heed to the disdainful gazes of the crowd, Zhang Xian shook his head and paused for a moment before continuing. However, I have a secret art that allows me to easily determine the illness, just that. At this point, he paused, a look of hesitation on his face. But what? Upon hearing that there was a secret art that could determine the illness, Butler Lu hurriedly turned to look at Zhang Xian. Even the corpse-like Great Herb King turned his eyes over. The greatest problem at the moment wasn't that he was unable to treat it, but that he didn't even know what kind of illness he was suffering from. If he could confirm the illness, he might be able to find some clues and find a way to treat it. However, the Great Herb King might have to suffer a little. Zhang Xian said slowly. As long as we can ascertain the illness, suffering a little is nothing. Physician Bai, feel free to speak your mind. After discussing the matter with the Great Herb King, Butler Lu's eyes were filled with determination. Compared to death, suffering, grievances, and the like were not worth mentioning. I don't need anything at all. Since you say that it's nothing, I'll be executing the secret art now. Zhang Xian looked at Butler Lu with a serious expression. Butler Lu nodded his head. Then, he asked doubtfully, since you're executing the secret art, do you need us to retreat? Many secret arts were rather secretive. Wouldn't it be inconvenient for him to do so with so many physicians here? However, before he could finish his words, Physician Bai Chan stretched out his palm and sent a slap toward the great Herb King. Pa! With a crisp sound, the palm struck the back of the great Herb King's head. Before the latter could even react, his vision darkened, and with a look of disbelief on his face, he fainted. What are you doing? Not expecting Physician Bai Chan to knock the old master out instead of executing the secret art, Butler Lu felt goosebumps all over his body. Just as he was about to rush over, the other party touched the great Herb King's body and clapped his hands. All right, I'm done executing the secret art. Done executing the secret art? Everyone staggered, and they nearly fainted on the spot. Brother, are you here to fool around? You can't possibly be saying that. Your secret art is to slap the great Herb King, right? What secret art? Should we retreat? Even a dog would be able to execute a secret art of this level. By the side, Mou's body trembled, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. When she saw how confident the other party was, she thought that he had a good solution to diagnose the great Herb King's illness. Never in her dreams did she expect that it would be this. Knocking out the great Herb King with a single slap. If we can't find a good reason to do so, the both of us will probably die here today, unable to leave this place anymore. Old master. Rushing forward, Butler Lu massaged the great Herb King, and it wasn't easy for him to wake up. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Turning to look at Xianxia once more, he resisted the urge to shout for someone to chop that fellow into pieces. Physician Bai Chan, you. To be honest, if the other party hadn't treated his illness as soon as he arrived, he would have mobilized his guards to kill the other party in the first place. The old master's body was weak, and to knock him out was no different from murder. My secret art can only be executed when the person I treat is unconscious. I had no choice but to do so. I hope that you can forgive me. Xianxia had already thought of an excuse. There's such a secret art? Treating someone only after they are unconscious? Everyone stared at one another, unable to wrap their heads around the situation. How could there be such a bizarre method in the world? The three-star physicians stared at one another, and they could see the confusion in their eyes. They had flipped through countless books in the physician guild, but there was no such thing as treating someone only after they were unconscious. This was already going against the principles of medicine. So that's the case. Butler Lu had never heard of it before either. However, it was already illogical for the fellow before him to be able to diagnose his illness through punching him. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "May I know what illness the old master is suffering from?" Physician Bai, have you verified it? Upon hearing the question, the others turned to look at Xianxia. They were curious to see what this pretentious fellow would say. I verified the illness. Xianxia nodded his head. After a moment of hesitation, he sighed, He deserves it. What did you say? Butler Lu was taken aback. Audacious. The sound of swords being unsheathed sounded, and countless guards rushed forward. Monday, requesting for recommendation votes. After knocking out the great Herb King with a single slap, he said that it involved a secret art, but the guards tolerated it and pretended that nothing had happened. At this moment, he actually dared to say such words. This was clearly a provocation. How could he endure it? Impudent. Courting death. The guards glared at Xiaochen furiously as they brandished their swords and sabers. With a single command, they would immediately chop this pretentious fellow into mincemeat. Is there something wrong with your brain? I've interacted with this Bai Chan before. Even though his character isn't all that great, his brain is still normal. Why? Did he suddenly become problematic? Initially, they thought that Xianxia would be able to come up with some shocking theory, but when the other physicians heard those words, they nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. All of them were dumbfounded, as though they had seen a monster. There was no one in the Red Lotus City who didn't know of the great Herb King's influence. Even if the Prince of Tianwu Kingdom were to come here, he would have to behave obediently. Knocking the other party unconscious with a single slap was already a provocation, yet he actually went even further, saying that he deserved it. Do you think that you have lived long enough to court death? Or do you think that the great herb king has a good temper? Physician Ching Feng also looked at Xianxia as though he was looking at a fool. This fellow. Was his head kicked by a savage beast? Otherwise, why would he say such shameful words? It's over, this time, it's really over. Mou slapped her forehead. She wanted to cry but had no tears. Previously, Xianxia could still say that it was a special secret art that required the great herb king to be unconscious. However, with these words, he had completely offended the other party, and there was no room for negotiation. If you want to die, then die. Don't drag me down with you, I just want to see who I offended. Forget it, we came together. Even if this guy wants to die, I can't throw him away. Feeling stifled, Mou gritted her teeth and sent a telepathic message to Xianxia. Xianxia, inform the howling firmament beast to come over right now. I have the formation plate that my father left for me. As long as it is activated, it should be able to hold on for some time. Hurry up and don't hesitate. Perhaps, there might still be a chance of survival. Even though this was a dangerous place, the howling firmament beast possessed the cultivation of a half-Shizuan, not to mention that it was capable of flight. If it were to come over, there was still a good chance that it would be able to escape with them. However, the most important thing now was how to persist until the howling firmament beast found this place. Holding the storage ring in her hand, Mou was on high alert. As soon as the other party made a move, she would immediately take out the array disc and throw it out. As a princess, she had come out to train alone, so she still had some means to protect herself. A formation plate was a special method to inscribe a huge formation onto an object that could be carried around. When it was needed, one only needed to infuse Xianxia into it. Even if one was not a formation master, one could easily activate it. Although its power was much weaker than a real formation, it could be activated in an instant and was convenient to carry around. It was a life-saving measure that many people used. However, this item was expensive, and it was a one-time use item. Only the princess of Tianwu Kingdom could afford it. Why do you want it to come here? Don't be nervous. Seeing how nervous the other party was, Xianxia smiled. Seeing how the fellow was still acting so recklessly despite being in such a dangerous situation, Mou was on the verge of exploding. You've offended the great herb king. Hurry up and leave. Do you really want to die here? How could I offend him when I'm explaining his condition to him? Xianxia waved his hand and comforted him, just stay here and don't think too much. Explaining his condition? Mou went berserk. Scolding the other party for reaping what he sowed, is this explaining his condition? I have been taking the apprentice physician examination for a very long time, but I have never heard of such a thing. It would be a miracle if he could stay in such a situation. Mou gritted her teeth furiously, but she knew that this wasn't the time for her to vent her frustrations. She scanned the surroundings to find the best escape route. If she knew that this fellow was so unreliable, she wouldn't have risked her life with him. Physician Bai Chan, I invited you here with good intentions to treat the old master, yet you dare to speak to me in such a manner. If you don't explain yourself properly today, don't even think of leaving. Ignoring the shock of the crowd, Butler Lu suppressed his anger, flung his sleeves, and narrowed his eyes. If not for the other party helping him resolve his affliction, he would have been chopped to death by those words. How could he even have a chance to explain himself? Don't panic, I will explain myself clearly. Just that, there are so many people here, do you really want me to speak? Xianxia paid no heed to his threat. Instead, he smiled faintly. Stop putting on an act. No matter what you say today, only death awaits you. Those who dare to challenge the authority of the great herb king must die. Butler Lu, why are you wasting your breath on him? As long as you give the order, we will tear this person who offended the old master into pieces. Seeing how unrepentant Xianxia was, the guards in the surroundings were so furious that they were about to explode. They roared furiously, and killing intent surged from their bodies. These guards were all at Tongxian realm and above. Dozens of them released their auras simultaneously, and it felt as though a viscous liquid had gathered in the room. Everyone's breathing hastened, and their palms began to sweat. Even the faces of the Xianxia realm physicians paled, and they subconsciously retreated. Even though there was a huge gap between Tongxian realm and Xianxia realm, these guards had been together for a long time, and they were familiar with one another. Furthermore, they possessed lethal poison and other means. Even a Xianxia realm expert would find it hard to defend against them. Enough. Seeing that the guards were about to make a move, Butler Lu waved his hands grandly. All of you, stop. After which, he turned to Physician Bai and said, Physician Bai, these people are loyal to the old master. If you don't make things clear with your words, I'm afraid that even I won't be able to control them. His tone was filled with a thick threat. As long as Xianxia couldn't come up with a suitable reason, the guards would really make a move. It's easy to make things clear. However, even though you all don't mind, it involves a secret. In my opinion, it's best that you don't speak of it in front of so many people. Ignoring the guards who were ready to make a move at any moment, Xianxia walked up to the great herb king and said calmly, how about this, I'll say 3 words. If you think that my diagnosis is correct, get these people to leave and we'll talk it out. If not, kill me. After communicating with the great herb king, Butler Lu nodded. All right. It's good that you agree to it. Xianxia chuckled. My words are simple. Contract goo. Contract goo? What's that? Thinking that the other party would say something, Butler Lu frowned. Just as he was considering whether he should chop the other party to death, the great herb king, who was on the verge of death, suddenly changed his expression. Agitation gleamed in his murky eyes. Get the others to leave. The great herb king struggled for a moment, and his hoarse voice sounded. This. Seeing how Bai Chan was able to make the dispirited and motionless great herb king speak with just 3 words, everyone stared at him as though he was a monster. They thought that he was doomed, and no one expected such a twist. Could it be that those 3 words possessed some kind of magical power? Old Master. Seeing the old master speak, Butler Lu hurriedly walked up to the great herb king, and after communicating with him for a moment, he stood up and surveyed the surroundings. Everyone, I'm sorry, but I'll end my diagnosis here. Please leave. I'll have someone send you your remuneration. After which, he couldn't help but glance at Xianxia. The great herb king's body was too weak at the moment, so he was unable to speak. However, having served the other party for many years, he could understand the other party's intentions just by looking at his gaze. The old master's intentions were very simple, he had to follow Physician Bai's instructions. Only he could save him. How could a fellow who spouted nonsense be able to save him? Could it really be as the other party had said, that the old master had brought this upon himself? Yes. Great Herb King, Butler Lu, we'll be taking our leave now. Hearing Butler Lu's order for them to leave, even though everyone was perplexed, they still shook their heads and left. Before leaving, they glanced at Physician Bai Chan with bewilderment. This fellow only said 3 words, and the great Herb King immediately chased them away. Could it be that he really knew what illness the other party was suffering from? But there didn't seem to be any illness called contract goo. You all should leave as well. Ignoring everyone's bewilderment, Butler Lu gestured for the guards to leave. Yes. Knowing that it was the old master's will, the guards responded and left. Seeing the crowd leave, Mou hesitated for a moment before eventually stopping. Regardless of whether that fellow was right or not, or whether she would be hacked to death later on, since she had come together with the other party, it was only right for her to leave. Seeing that the proud princess was a loyal person despite her harsh words, Xianxia nodded his head in approval. Soon, only the few of them were left in the room. Physician Bai Chan, since there's no one else here, can you speak now? Knowing that Mou was with Physician Bai, Butler Lu clasped his fist respectfully without any hesitation. Xianxia nodded his head. Actually, when I saw the great Herb King's condition, I already had a conclusion. Through a secret art, I've confirmed it. At this point, there was a hint of regret in his eyes. The great Herb King isn't suffering from an illness, nor is he poisoned. Instead, he's suffering from something called contract goo. This object was left behind after a trade with someone. Now that the person who made the trade is dead, he's suffering from the effects of the goo. Naturally, he won't be able to live for long. Contract goo. What's that? Butler Lu was still perplexed. Even he, who interacted with physicians and medicinal herbs daily, had never heard of this name. Clearly, the great Herb King knew of this object, but he was unable to speak of it at the moment. Even if he could communicate with the other party, it was only through simple communication. It was impossible for him to express such a complicated concept. Contract Gu is a unique contract that a poison master signs in order to gain the trust of another. It's similar to the life and death contract of beast tamers. Once the contract is signed, one becomes the loyal subordinate of the other party. Once the master dies, the subordinate won't be able to live for long and will soon follow the master. This object is intentionally created by poison masters to control their subordinates. As long as the contract is signed, one's life and death are no longer in one's control. As long as one goes against the master's will, one will suffer the pain of 10,000 gu. Xianxia said slowly with a grim gaze. There's such a thing in the world? Butler Lu was astonished. He couldn't believe his ears. If the other party didn't mention it, he would have never heard of it. By the side, Mou also widened her eyes in shock. She didn't know much about contract Gu, but she knew about the life and death contract. Under this contract, as long as the master dies, regardless of how powerful the savage beast is, it will cease to breathe no matter where it is. Judging from the tone, this contract Gu is even more formidable. If that's the case, doesn't that mean that humans are tamed and ordered around like savage beasts? That's way too fearsome. Could it be that the contract Gu is related to the old master's illness? After recovering from his shock, Butler Lu's face turned ghastly pale. Not only is it related, it's the cause of his illness. Looking at the great Herb King before him, Xianxia couldn't help but shake his head. Your old master is the great Herb King, an overlord of the Red Lotus City. Yet, he chose to become someone else's subordinate and willingly consume such a poison. If this isn't his own doing, what else can it be? The great Herb King of the Red Lotus City was a figure whom even the Emperor of Tianwu Kingdom didn't dare to offend. Even a 3-star physician willingly lowered his head to him. His standing was several times higher than the emperors of some Tier 2 kingdoms. Yet, such a person willingly consumed the contract Gu and became someone else's subordinate. Isn't he courting death? He couldn't blame anyone else for this situation. Hearing those words, the great Herb King's shriveled face reddened, and regret filled his eyes. Physician Bai, please save my old master. Only now did he realize what illness the old master was suffering from. Butler Lu's body trembled, and his knees caved in. He had been unable to understand why the old master was getting weaker and weaker over the past few days. Now that he finally understood the reason, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. He had grown up in the great Herb King manor, and his loyalty was unquestionable. If the old master were to die, the other Herb Kings would attack the great Herb King manor. As the butler of the great Herb King manor, it would be difficult for him to live for long. Regardless of whether it was for official or personal reasons, he couldn't allow anything to happen to the old master. Not only did Physician Bai see through his illness with a single glance, he even saw through the old master's illness. Perhaps, he might have a solution. Get up first. Reaching out to help the other party up, Xianxia shook his head. The contract Gu has already seeped into one's blood and bone marrow. It's difficult to cure it. Once a contract was established, the Gu would enter one's body and swim along with one's blood. It was impossible to find it. As long as Physician Bai treats the old master, the great Herb King manor will agree to any request of yours. Butler Lu said through gritted teeth. In order to save him, you have to find the location of the Gu and capture it or kill it. Xianxia didn't agree to it. Instead, he explained, the Gu is alive, and it will swim along one's blood. The moment it encounters danger, it will escape immediately. How can you capture it? The most important aspect of the contract Gu was that it was nurtured in one's body. It was easy to deal with it as long as one captured it or killed it. However, it was simply too difficult to do it. The Gu was in one's blood, and it couldn't be seen or touched. On top of that, it would swim around to avoid danger. How could one kill it? Most likely, the person would die before the Gu was killed. Since Physician Bai is able to see through the old master's problem, you must have a solution. I beseech you to save him. Butler Lu kneeled down once more. They had looked for so many physicians, but none of them were able to diagnose the old master's illness. Bai Chan was their only hope. I can save him, but I have a condition. Xianxia hesitated for a moment before saying. It might be difficult for others to locate the goo, but Xianxia was different. He possessed the library of Heaven's Path, and he could clearly mark the location of the goo. If he really wanted to treat the old master, it wasn't impossible. Physician, feel free to speak. Hearing that Xianxia could really save Bai Chan, Butler Lu clenched his fists in agitation. I want to go to the poison temple. I hope that the great herb queen can bring me there. Xianxia looked at him impassively. This. Not expecting such a request, Butler Lu's face darkened. The poison temple is currently in a dangerous situation. It doesn't accept outsiders, especially physicians. If you were to go there, it would be extremely dangerous. Poison masters and physicians were hostile occupations. If a physician were to head to the poison temple, wouldn't that be courting death? Dangerous situation? What do you mean? Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia looked at him doubtfully. Glancing at the old master, and seeing that the other party didn't object to it, Butler Lu gritted his teeth and said, there is an internal conflict in the poison temple at the moment, and it has sealed itself off. Even the old master isn't allowed to enter. Going there now isn't the best time. Internal conflict? Yes. Butler Lu said. If Physician Bai wishes to head there, perhaps it would be better to wait for the internal conflict to subside a year later. A year later? That's too late. Xianxia shook his head. The reason why he went through so much trouble to find the poison temple was to resolve the poison aura in his body. He didn't even want to wait for a month, yet he wanted to wait for a year. You must be joking. As long as you bring me to the poison temple, I'll decide how and when I enter. If you agree to it, I'll treat him. If you don't, then forget it. Xianxia said calmly. However, other than me, no one in the surrounding 13 countries will be able to resolve the poison aura. Hearing the determination in the other party's voice, Butler Lu turned to look at the old master, only to see the other party blinking his eyes. All right, our old master agrees to it. Only then did Xianxia nod his head. Lay the old master down, I'll start the treatment now. Yes. Knowing that both parties were influential figures, Butler Lu knew that it was impossible for the old master to renege on his promise. Thus, he placed the reclining chair down for the old master to lie down. Knowing that the other party was going to treat the contract goo, anxiety appeared on the great herb king's shriveled face. Butler Lu and Mou had never heard of the contract goo, but he had experienced it before. Naturally, he knew that there was no cure for it. Yet, the person before him said that he could treat it. Even though he didn't believe it, he still wanted to give it a try. Deciding to treat the great herb king, Xianxia flicked his wrist and a box of silver needles appeared in his palm. He flipped through the book in the library of Heaven's Path and found the location of the flaw, that is, the location of the contract goo. Driving the Xianxia in his body, he flicked his finger lightly, and the silver needles pierced straight into the location recorded in the book. Infused with his Heaven's Path Xianxia, as long as the silver needles were to pierce the goo, they would definitely be killed. After piercing in, Xianxia circulated his Xianxia, and his face darkened. The goo is gone. The book had just been created, and after talking and observing the great herb king for half a day, the goo in the great herb king's body was nowhere to be found. It seemed like he had to create a new book. After hesitating for a moment, Xianxia turned to look at the great herb king in embarrassment. Great herb king, I'm really sorry, but is it convenient for you to pass out for a while longer? In order to ensure that the story continues, I've combined the 2 chapters into one, which is equivalent to today's 2nd and 3rd chapter. Don't worry, there's still a 4th chapter today. On Monday, I hope that everyone will vote for me. Laowa thanks you. Is it convenient for you to faint again? Butler Lu and Mou's mouths twitched. The great herb king shook his head. No matter who it was, no one would want to faint. How could he possibly say that it was convenient for him? If not for the fact that he couldn't move, he would have definitely made a move upon hearing those words. How could he possibly allow the other party to hit him? Physician Bai Chan, this Seeing the resistance in the old master's eyes, Butler Lu hurriedly spoke up. However, before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man fell into deep thought, as though he had comprehended something. Forget it, there's no point in asking you. I'll do it myself. He stretched out his arm. Pada, shaking his head forcefully, the great Herb King fainted once more. After knocking the great Herb King unconscious, Xianxia finally noticed Butler Lu, who was about to speak. Perplexed, he asked, "What's wrong?" This. It's nothing." Butler Lu smiled awkwardly. Initially, he wanted to persuade Xianxia not to knock the other party out. However, seeing that the other party had already made a move, he knew that it would be pointless for him to say anything else. Continue. After the great Herb King fainted, Xianxia touched the other party's body and a book appeared in his head once more. This time, the location of the flaw was updated. After confirming the location, Xianxia flicked his wrist and a silver needle pierced the other party's body once more. Something isn't right. Xianxia circulated his Jinqi and realized that the goo had escaped once more. Looks like killing goo is much more difficult than I thought. Xianxia's expression turned grim. He thought that with the location provided by the Library of Heaven's Path, it would be a piece of cake for him to find the goo and kill it. However, from the looks of it now, it wasn't that simple. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path didn't require much time, it was still sufficient for the goo to leave its original location and escape to the next location. Xianxia touched the great Herb King once more and shot out a silver needle. Poochie! 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 Under the stimulation of the silver needle, the goo seemed to have realized the danger it was in and fled frantically along the other party's blood vessels. A human's blood vessels are complicated, especially the small blood vessels that cover the entire body. If I were to chase it like this, I wouldn't be able to catch up to it even if I were to force it to a certain location before I can kill it. After inserting a few more needles into the goo worm, Xianxia noticed that the goo worm was running faster and faster, and its movements were becoming more and more irregular. Is he dead? After inserting more than a dozen needles into the goo worm, Xianxia gradually forced it into a corner. Just as he was about to kill it, a feeble voice sounded. Turning around, he saw that the great Herb King had already woken up. When he woke up, he could no longer form a new book in his mind. Knowing that time was of the essence, Xianxia didn't waste any more time. Instead, he stretched out his hand. Patter, he was knocked out again. Not good. That guy took the chance to run away again. When the book reappeared, Xianxia's face was ashen. The moment the other party regained consciousness, its blood circulation sped up, and the goo worm took the opportunity to flee further away, escaping the encirclement. Damn it! Not expecting a small goo to be so cunning, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and looked at Steward Lu, who was not far away. Come here and take a look. As soon as your old master wakes up, knock him out. The great Herb King's cultivation had reached Xianxia realm pinnacle. Even though he was on the verge of death due to the goo worm's torture, the Jinqi in his body automatically protected him. Thus, he was able to wake up from his coma swiftly. However, in order to save him, Xianxia couldn't be too ruthless. In order to prevent the goo worm from being trapped and the great Herb King regaining consciousness, it was best to prepare beforehand. As long as this fellow regained consciousness, Xianxia could knock him out by the side so that it wouldn't affect his acupuncture. It shouldn't be a problem for him to kill the goo worm. Knocking him out as soon as he regains consciousness, Steward Lu's body trembled, and he was on the verge of tears. The person before him was his old master. If he were to make a move on him, he would really be courting death. Can I reject? Cut the crap, hurry up. Seeing the conflicted expression on the other party's face, Xianxia frowned. If you don't want to save your old master, reject it and stand still. With a conflicted expression, Steward Lu walked behind the old master and stretched out his hand. Just as he was about to succumb to the torment in his heart, Mou suddenly spoke up. The soul-numbing powder that physicians often use is able to knock a person out with just a whiff of it, and they won't wake up for a period of time. This thing won't harm the body either. Will it work? Soul-numbing powder? There's such a thing? Of course. Xianxia was taken aback. His goal was to knock the other party out. He didn't care whether he knocked him out or smelled the medicine. Will it work? Hearing Xianxia's reply, tears streamed down Steward Lu and Mou's cheeks. Soul-numbing powder was a medicine commonly used by physicians to treat cowardly patients. Its effects were similar to anesthetics, and there was no physician who didn't know of it. Furthermore, most of them would carry a few doses of it with them, yet, this fellow had never heard of it before. The heck, if not for his incredible medical skills, she would have suspected that he didn't know anything about medicine at all. Otherwise, how could he not know of such a simple thing? If he had used this earlier, the great Herb King wouldn't have been smashed on the head so many times that he was on the verge of going into a daze. We have such a medicine here, I'll bring it over now. Fearing that the old master would suffer another punch, Steward Lu hurriedly turned around and left. The great Herb King sold medicine, and such items weren't rare at all. It didn't take long for him to bring back a few bags of them. Taking one of the bags, Xianxia placed it at the tip of the great Herb King's nose. As expected, the other party fell into a deep sleep and wouldn't be waking up anytime soon. Why didn't you take out such good stuff when you had it all along? Seeing how miraculous the medicine was, Xianxia couldn't help but glare at him. Steward Lu felt wronged. You are a physician, and you came here to perform surgery with a kitchen knife. Naturally, I thought that this is your specialty. Who knew that? You don't even know what a scalpel is. Mou had the same expression on her face as well. If not for the fact that she was used to the bizarre actions of this fellow, she would have suspected that he was doing it on purpose. Under the suppression of the soul-numbing powder, the great Herb King fell into a deep coma. Xianxia touched the other party with one hand while controlling the silver needles with the other. This time, it was extremely successful. Soon, he trapped the goo worm once more. Go. Frowning, Xianxia flicked his finger once more and the silver needles flew out. Jijiji, in an instant, a sharp shriek sounded from the great Herb King's body, and it felt as though there were worms twisting in his veins. Die. With a tap of his finger, a surge of pure Xianxia flowed through the silver needles and entered the other party's body. In the next instant, as though meeting its nemesis, the worm struggled for a moment before going completely still. Goo worms were similar to poison. The pure heaven's path Xianxia was its greatest nemesis. Once it came into contact with the heaven's path Xianxia, even the most resilient life form would crumble and die on the spot. Come out. Xianxia placed his palm on the other party's veins, and with a surge of Xianxia, the silver needles and goo worm flew out simultaneously. Thud. He fell to the ground. This is the contract goo? Steward Lu and Mou hurriedly walked forward. The goo worm on the floor was about the size of a firefly. It was dark green in color and there were unique inscriptions on its surface. With just a glance, one would feel goosebumps rising. Replying, Xianxia exhaled deeply. The great Herb King's greatest problem was this goo worm. As long as he could kill it, his weakened body should be able to recover. Removing the soul-numbing powder, the great Herb King slowly regained consciousness. Old Master, Steward Lu walked forward. Do I still need to faint? After waking up, the great Herb King glanced at Xianxia and his lips trembled. He was afraid of being knocked out. He was afraid that he would be punched again if he woke up at the wrong time. There's no need for that, the goo worm has already been killed. Steward Lu pointed. Killed? The great Herb King was taken aback. Looking at the corpse of the goo worm on the floor, his face flushed. After being inflicted with the contract goo, one's life was no longer in one's control. Even the most formidable poison master was unable to treat it. Yet, the physician before him actually killed it so easily. Even though he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he still found it hard to believe. Physician Bai, thank you for saving my life. Standing up from the deck chair, the great Herb King kneeled on the floor. He thought that there was no cure for the contract goo and that he could only await death. Never in his dreams did he expect that the person before him would really be able to resolve the problem, to be able to resolve a matter of life and death, even if he were to be knocked out 10 times, what did it matter? Old Master, you, seeing the great Herb King kneeling down, agitation filled Steward Lu's face. Previously, the old master was lying motionlessly on the floor, unable to even speak. Yet, at this moment, he was actually able to get up personally. This meant that his body was starting to recover. The goo worm in my body has been killed, and I have regained my strength. However, the problem hasn't been resolved yet. Physician Bai, please help me. Stopping Steward Lu from helping him up, the great herb king kowtowed to Xianxia once more. Even though the contract goo was killed and the root of the problem was resolved, the ravaging of the great herb king's body for the past few days had depleted his spirit. As such, he still needed the physician before him to heal his damaged body and recover his stamina. Otherwise, as a person who had yet to reach his 50s, he would probably die before long. Resolve your current problem? Xianxia frowned as he flipped through the books in the Library of Heaven's Path. After being tortured by the contract goo for so many days, he was indeed severely weakened. If not for the fact that he was the great herb king and had countless precious medicinal herbs to prolong his life, he would have died several days ago. This kind of damage to his body required all kinds of nourishing medicine. However, Xianxia didn't need to use them. Not only could the Heaven's Path Xianxia recover one's stamina, it could also rejuvenate one's vitality. As long as Xianxia infused his Xianxia into the other party's meridians, he would be able to resolve the damage to his body and allow him to recover fully. However, the Heaven's Path Xianxia was too pure. Previously, when the other party was unconscious, the Xianxia entered his body and fused with his Xianxia. When he woke up, it was difficult for him to notice anything amiss. However, if he were to treat the other party now, he would definitely notice the peculiarity of the Xianxia. Thus, he didn't dare to take this risk. It's possible to resolve the problem, but, after hesitating for a moment, Xianxia was just about to speak when the great herb king looked at him resolutely. Physician Bai, there's no need to say anything else. I know the rules. After which, he raised his palm and smacked his head. Pada, lying on the floor, he fainted. Not expecting the other party to faint so decisively without any hesitation, Xianxia was rendered speechless. Cough cough, what I mean is, I can cure it, but I have to pay you more. If you faint just like that, who am I going to settle the score with? In exchange for curing the contract goo, the other party was to bring him to the poison temple. Now that he had fulfilled his promise, and the other party still wanted to treat his injured body, he couldn't possibly waste his Xianxia for nothing. To faint before he could finish his words, aren't you being too disrespectful to me, a physician? Hearing Xianxia's mutterings, Butler Lu coughed and hurriedly walked forward. Cough cough, our old master wishes for you to treat him as soon as possible. Physician Bai, feel free to let me know if you have any requests. I will surely fulfill them. That's more like it. Xianxia nodded his head. How about this, don't you sell medicinal herbs? You should have quite a lot of soul-numbing powder, right? Prepare 3 portions for me. No, 10 portions. If he had prepared it beforehand, he wouldn't have needed to make a move on the other party. Since he knew about it now, he naturally had to prepare a few more portions. If he didn't rip off this wealthy merchant, who else could he rip off? 10 portions of soul-numbing powder? Butler Lu was taken aback, and he blinked his eyes. That's right, can't the esteemed great herb king manor afford it? Xianxia frowned. At the same time, he felt uneasy. Could it be that he had asked for too much, and the other party was unable to produce it? This. Butler Lu looked as though he was suffering from constipation. It's just that this thing is too cheap. Soul-numbing powder was the most basic of all physicians. A single portion only cost a few hundred gold coins, and 10 portions would only cost a few thousand. Yet, this little bit of money was sufficient to save the old master's life. Wasn't the life of the esteemed great herb king a little too cheap? Cheap? Xianxia was taken aback. He turned to look at Mou, only to see the latter nodding her head speechlessly. Then, he smiled awkwardly. This. Right, do you have any half-Zongshi and Zongshi realm cultivation manuals in your manor? Regardless of the tier, the more the better. If you can collect 1,000 of them, I can give it to you as a remuneration. Currently, his cultivation had already reached Tongxian realm pinnacle. If he wanted to achieve a breakthrough, he would have to collect even higher tier secret manuals. Tianqian Kingdom's cultivation realm is too low. The highest cultivation realm in Tianqian. kingdom is only at Tongxian realm, and the number of half-Xianxia cultivation technique manuals there is simply too little. On the other hand, the Red Lotus City is a city of a Tier 1 kingdom, as well as a medicinal trading center. Perhaps, he might be able to find sufficient cultivation technique manuals there. Half-Xianxia and Xianxia realm secret manuals? Thousands of books? Butler Lu didn't expect that physician by chance request would be so bizarre. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Our great herb king controls all of the medicinal herbs in Tianwu Kingdom and the 12 surrounding countries. Many cultivators are unable to afford it, so they can only use their unique secret manuals to exchange for it. As such, over the years, we have accumulated several hundred half-Xianxia secret manuals. However, if we really want them, we can gather 1,000 of them within a short period of time with a single command from the Great Herb King Manor. As for the secret manuals of the Grandmaster realm, if there's no requirement for their level, it's not a problem to collect a few hundred of them, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult to collect 1,000 of them." "Alright, I'll take this." Upon hearing that it was possible to collect 1,000 half-Xianxia secret manuals and a few hundred Xianxia secret manuals, Xianxian's eyes lit up and he hurriedly nodded his head. As expected of a city in Tianwu Kingdom, the quality of its resources was indeed much higher. As long as he could gather these secret manuals, he would be able to reach half-Xianxia easily, or even Xianxia realm. By then, even if he were to meet with any danger in the Poison Temple, he would be able to deal with it. "Alright, go and make the arrangements. I'll treat your old master right now." With so many secret manuals as remuneration, Xianxian was satisfied. He pressed his finger on the Great Herb King's meridians and infused a surge of Heaven's Path Xianxia into him. The reason why the Great Herb King was suffering from a lack of vitality was due to the blockage of his meridians. As long as the blockage was cleared, the dense Xianxia of a Xianxia realm cultivator would naturally nourish his spirit, energy, and spirit, allowing him to recover. Boom, pure Xianxia surged through the blockage in the Great Herb King's meridians, and the previous blockage was broken. The repercussions of the contract goo were like snow meeting the blazing sun. There was no longer any place for it to hide. With the trauma in his body cleared, the Great Herb King's dry and loose skin regained its elasticity and vitality. In an instant, he seemed to have become several decades younger. This. Standing by the side, Mou blinked her eyes continuously. Previously, she thought that Xianxian would treat the Great Herb King just like any other physician, requiring a combination of medicinal herbs and time. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect that the other party would recover just by grabbing his wrist. Is this really the means of a physician? Why haven't I heard of it before? She had only spent a few days with this fellow, but everything she knew in the past had been overturned. Her worldview had been turned upside down. "I'm done." Xianxian's Xianxia swiftly flowed through the Great Herb King's body, and the blockage was cleared. Standing up, Xianxian exhaled deeply. It was much simpler than what he had calculated previously. After the trauma was resolved, the Great Herb King slowly regained consciousness. Looking at his soft skin and the immense strength coursing through his body, even though he was overwhelmed with emotions, he wasn't as shocked as Mou. The person before him was able to treat the contract goo, which countless physicians and poison masters were helpless against. It would be a miracle if he couldn't treat such a small matter. "Thank you, Physician Bai Chan." With a reddened face, the Great Herb King kneeled onto the floor once more. If not for the person before him, he would have been dead by now. This debt of gratitude could no longer be measured with money. "It's just a trade. I'm just curious as to why someone of your standing would sign a contract goo and allow yourself to be controlled by someone else." Xianxian waved his hands and looked at the Great Herb King doubtfully. Even Mou couldn't figure it out. Even the Tianwu royal family didn't dare to send troops to deal with the Great Herb King in the Red Lotus City. Yet, such a person actually signed a contract goo. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have dared to imagine it. Sigh, it's a long story. If you knew who the person who made me sign the contract was, you wouldn't think so. Seeing the doubt in the duo's eyes, the Great Herb King smiled bitterly. The other party had saved his life, and after experiencing life and death together, he knew that there was nothing he couldn't say. "The person who signed the contract with me is the Hall Master of the Poison Temple." "The Hall Master of the Poison Temple?" The Great Herb King nodded his head with a complicated expression. The Great Herb King might seem mighty and powerful, and no one in the Red Lotus City dares to offend him, but in reality, he's only the spokesperson of the Poison Temple. Not just me, every generation of Great Herb King has to sign a contract with the Hall Master of the Poison Temple, becoming their puppet. Every generation? Xianxia and Mou were astonished. Then, they came to a realization. The Red Lotus City was the only entrance to the Poison Temple. If not for the support of the Poison Temple, how could they have become the Great Herb Kings and controlled the lucrative medicinal herb market? How could they be fearless against a kingdom, even daring to kill princes and princesses? Only an unfathomable power like the Poison Temple could have such a deep foundation. Otherwise, even if they controlled the flow of medicinal herbs, they wouldn't dare to go against a powerful country like Tianwu. Tianwu Kingdom had more than one 2-star master teacher, and there were more than one of them. Even though not everyone under the tutelage of such a master teacher could rise to greatness, their overall cultivation far surpassed that of Tianxian Kingdom. Their army could easily topple mountains and overturn seas. If not for the support of the Poison Temple, how could a small Red Lotus City become such a lawless land? It would have long been razed to the ground. The contract goo will only act upon the death of the user. Could it be? Xianxia suddenly thought of something and turned to look at the Great Herb King. That's right. The Great Herb King nodded his head. The current Hall Master is dead. Butler Liu has already said that the Poison Temple is facing internal strife recently, and it is extremely dangerous for the Poison Temple to meet outsiders. The sudden death of the current Hall Master of the Poison Temple, and his 3 successors are vying for the position of the Hall Master. This is why the Poison Temple is in chaos. Even I don't dare to head there recklessly. Otherwise, I won't even know how I died. The Great Herb King smiled bitterly. To them, I'm just a puppet. As long as the Poison Temple exists, they can always build a new one. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Xianxia knew that it was the truth. As long as the Poison Temple was backing them, it was just a matter of a single word for them to support the Great Herb King. To think that the majestic Great Herb King was just an insignificant puppet. If he didn't hear it for himself, he would find it hard to believe. The Great Herb King looked at Xianxia with a grim expression. Physician Bai Chan, you saved me. In exchange, it is my duty to bring you to the Poison Temple. However, the 3 of them are vying for the position of the Hall Master, and the entire Poison Temple is fraught with danger. Anyone who goes there will only be death. If you can wait, why don't you stay here? I'll look for news for you. Once the new Hall Master is confirmed, we will be able to avoid a lot of danger. The fight for the Poison Temple was no different from a prince vying for the throne. It was filled with schemes and murder. If an outsider were to enter, they might just end up as a pawn and die without even knowing how they died. It could be said that the current Poison Temple was the most chaotic and dangerous place in the Poison Temple. However, once the Hall Master was confirmed, there was a need to win over the hearts of the people and suppress the losers. I can't wait. Even though Xianxia knew that the Great Herb King wasn't lying to him, he couldn't wait any longer. Even though the poison aura in his body was suppressed by his Heaven's Path Xinqi, no one could guarantee that he wouldn't suffer any backlash. He was willing to wait for 3 days, 5 days, or even half a month. However, it was impossible for him to wait for a year or 2. Actually, it's not impossible for Physician Bai to be anxious. Seeing that his benefactor was anxious to head to the Poison Temple as soon as possible, the Great Herb King pondered for a moment before saying, the 3 disciples of the old Hall Master control a portion of the support in the Poison Temple, and they are evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, it would take at least a year or 2 for a decision to be made. However, that might not necessarily be the case. Tell me about it. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Great Herb King said, just like the Apothecary Guild and Blacksmith Guild, the Poison Temple has a headquarters and many branches. The one in our Red Lotus range is just a small branch. Xianxia nodded his head. Through reading various books, he also knew that his current location was only a drop in the ocean of this world. It was nothing at all. Even though the Poison Temple in the Red Lotus range was famous, it was only in the territory of Tianwu Kingdom. In higher realms, there would naturally be more formidable branches. Based on what I know, the old hall master died abruptly, and he didn't pass his position to anyone. The elders of the hall have already sent the news to the headquarters. If the headquarters is willing to take over, they can send an envoy over to quell the rebellion and determine the hall master. This should make things much easier, and it will take much less time. The great Herb King said. Oh? There's such a matter? Xianxia's eyes lit up. As long as it was a branch, it had to listen to the arrangements of the headquarters. With the death of the branch hall master, no matter how chaotic the situation was, the headquarters should be able to resolve it within a short period of time. Under normal circumstances, how long will it take for the Poison Temple headquarters to send someone over? And how long will it take for them to quell the internal strife? Is there any precedent for this? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Based on the history of the Poison Temple, there are indeed precedents, but... The great Herb King hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly. I can't be sure of the timing. The Poison Temple in the Red Lotus Range might sound impressive, but to the headquarters, it is just an insignificant place. If they were to send an envoy over, it would only take half a month to quell the rebellion. On the other hand, if the other party is indifferent and doesn't send anyone over, it will take at least a year or two for the rebellion to be resolved. Even though the matter could be resolved with an envoy, the Poison Temple was just an insignificant place. There was no need for them to waste their energy on it, so it was normal for them not to send anyone over. Such a situation had happened in the past. If that was the case, it would be ridiculous. Thus, even the great Herb King couldn't afford the time for internal strife. I can't be sure, but I can't possibly wait forever. After hearing the great Herb King's explanation, Xianxia felt even more depressed. He wanted to find sufficient books on poison to resolve the poison aura in his body. He couldn't possibly wait for an uncertain news for a year or two. The best solution is to wait. However, if Physician Bai wishes to head over, I can bring you there now. Just that. I can't guarantee what will happen. The great Herb King hesitated for a moment before saying. Let me think about it. He was only heading to the Poison Temple to read books. As long as he didn't come into contact with them for the position of the hall master, there shouldn't be any danger. Of course, he didn't know much about poison masters, so he couldn't say for sure. He could only take it one step at a time. We'll set off after you're done collecting the books. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia made up his mind. He had gone through so much trouble to get to Red Lotus City, and he couldn't possibly wait forever. Since that was the case, he should just go. Who cares about internal strife? However, before that, he had to raise his cultivation as much as he could. As long as he reached Xianxia Realm Pinnacle, with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path and Pure Heaven's Path Xianxia, he would be able to match even a half Shizuan. Even if the people from the Poison Temple were to kill him, it would be difficult for them to do so. Collect books? The great Herb King was perplexed. When he was negotiating with Butler Liu, he was unconscious, so he wasn't aware of what was going on. It's like this. Xianxia explained. So, Physician Bai wants these books. That's simple, I'll supervise them for you personally, and it'll be faster. In at most 3 days, I'll be able to gather all of the Half-Xianxia and Xianxia realm books in the entire Red Lotus City. Hearing that the incredible Physician Bai Chan was asking for such a remuneration, the great Herb King was taken aback. Then, he smiled confidently. After many years of his management, the Red Lotus City had become an impregnable fortress. Even though these books were valuable, it wasn't a problem for him to collect them personally. Great Herb King, I'll be counting on you then. Hearing that 3 days would suffice, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief and nodded his head. Physician Bai, please stay here for the time being. I'll supervise them right now. The great Herb King stood up, called for a guard to settle the both of them down, and hurriedly walked out. He didn't dare to slight the request of his benefactor. Stay here for the time being. Xianxia knew that it was futile to be anxious. Thus, he settled down peacefully with Mou. Do you guys think that fellow's diagnosis is correct or wrong? Outside the great Herb King's residence, the physicians who had just left were gathered together with a frown on their faces. Instead of leaving the residence, they chose to guard the area. To think that a 2-star and 3-star physician would have their limelight stolen by an unknown 1-star physician. No matter who it was, they would feel depressed. How can a 1-star physician diagnose correctly? You must be joking, he must be spouting nonsense. That might not be the case. How can a single sentence elicit such a huge reaction from the great Herb King unless he's right? If he's right, what is contract goo? Why haven't I heard of it before? The more they discussed, the more perplexed they became. If that fellow was spouting nonsense, it was impossible for the great Herb King to react in such a manner, to the point of even chasing them away. But if that's true, what is contract goo? Why haven't I heard of it before? Is there such a disease in the world, furthermore? How can a 1-star physician be more capable than them? How did he manage to see through it? I've known that by Chan for many years, but when did he possess such capability? Amidst the crowd, physician Ching Feng felt so stifled that he was on the verge of going insane. He was the closest to physician Bai Chan, and he wanted to mock the other party to embarrass him. Never in his dreams did he expect the other party to see through the problem and slap him in the face. Don't be so conflicted. Just wait here, we should be able to find out soon. If he really manages to diagnose the great Herb King's illness, he can walk out proudly. Otherwise, he will become a corpse. Mu Hong and the other 2 3-star physicians interrupted the discussion. Indeed. Everyone nodded their heads. This fellow had already committed a huge taboo by knocking out the great Herb King with a single punch. It would be fine if he could treat the illness, but if he couldn't, he would surely die. Knowing this, the crowd decided not to be conflicted. As long as this fellow walked out vertically, it meant that Ming Zhen had seen through the illness. If he walked out vertically, it meant that he was spouting nonsense and was courting death. Needless to say, he will definitely walk out vertically. Physician Ching Feng gritted his teeth. However, before he could finish his words, Jia, the door to the residence opened. Look, someone is coming out. Hearing the sound, the physicians immediately turned their gazes over. With a single glance, their eyes widened, and they nearly fainted on the spot. The one who walked out was an elder, and Butler Lu followed behind him respectfully. This is the great Herb King? Upon seeing the other party's appearance, all of the physicians swallowed a mouthful of saliva. After treating the great Herb King for such a long period of time, how could they not recognize him, even though this person was much younger than the previous one? Who else could make Butler Lu treat him so respectfully? A moment ago, he was lying motionlessly on the chair, as though he was on the verge of death. In less than 20 minutes, he walked out with a vigorous aura, as though he had turned younger by several decades. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Even if the great Herb King was diagnosed, the treatment would still take some time, right? 20 minutes. And he would walk out on his own. The heck, am I really seeing things? This. Physician Ching Feng's body swayed, and he nearly spurted blood. It was just a moment ago that he said that the other party would walk out vertically, yet the great Herb King walked out vertically. Can anyone tell me what is going on? Physicians, you haven't left yet? Walking out of the courtyard, the great Herb King chuckled upon seeing that the crowd hadn't left. Great Herb King, you. Physician Mu Hong couldn't hold himself back any longer. He walked forward with a perplexed expression. Physician Bai Chan is the one who treated my illness. His medical skills are truly incredible. Admiration flashed in the eyes of the great Herb King. Then, he clasped his fist and said, "All right, I still have matters to attend to, so I won't delay you any longer. Farewell." After which, he left with large strides. He really treated you? In just 20 minutes, he turned a 90-year-old man into a 50-year-old man? Even though they had already guessed it, hearing the other party confirm it personally still left them dazed. Despite having studied the illness for a long time, the other party was able to treat it in such a short period of time. What kind of standard did he possess? Was he really a 1-star physician? Looks like we have all misjudged him. This physician Bai Chan is probably no longer a 1-star physician. After a long moment of silence, a 3-star physician couldn't help but say. An emblem didn't represent one's capability. Indeed, how can a 1-star physician treat the great Herb King so easily? His capability is probably at the level of a 4-star physician. the second three-star physician added. Even though he didn't want to admit it, Physician Mu Hong nodded his head. A four-star physician. When he comes out, I must pay him a proper visit to make up for my previous rudeness. Indeed, I would like to seek his guidance as well. Hearing the judgment of the three-star physicians, the faces of the others froze. Previously, when they were in the hall, they had mocked this physician by. Now that they knew that he might be a four-star physician, they felt flustered. Damn it, don't let me see you. Otherwise, I'll beat you to death. Just as the crowd was making their decision, they heard a furious roar. Turning around, they saw a fellow who wasn't even wearing a coat standing not too far away, waving his hands furiously. Physician Bai Chan? Upon seeing the other party's appearance, all of the physicians were taken aback. Then, with glowing eyes, they rushed forward. The pitiful physician Bai woke up from his coma and realized that not only had his physician emblem been stolen, his coat had been removed as well. Infuriated, he was just about to look for the culprit when he saw a group of two-star and three-star physicians rushing toward him as though they had seen their idol. He was so frightened that his chrysanthemum tightened and his body went limp. These fellows are usually haughty and disdainful of me. Why is it that when I fainted, they treat me as though I'm their elder? Can someone tell me? What the heck is going on? It's another 2-in-1 chapter. There will be another chapter in the afternoon. Everyone, you don't have to worry about Laowa being dispirited anymore. If you have a monthly ticket, please vote for Laowa so that he can persevere. At the same time, I wish everyone a happy Valentine's Day. Physician Ching Feng, this. What's going on? After recovering from his shock, Physician Bai Chan saw an old acquaintance and asked anxiously. Physician Bai, I failed to recognize you previously. I didn't know that your medical skills would have improved to such a level in just a few years. I hope that you can forgive me for my offense. Physician Ching Feng's face reddened upon being called out. He hurriedly clasped his fist. Question marks appeared above Physician Bai Chan's head. Did this bunch of fellows eat the wrong medicine or something? I only fainted for a moment. Why did their attitude change so drastically? After a moment of doubt, the dumbfounded Physician Bai finally understood the situation. The fellow who stole his emblem seemed to have impersonated him to treat the great herb king's illness. Not only did the other party knock him out, he even bought him medicinal herbs worth several dozen thousand gold coins. All for the sake of treating someone else's illness. Why does it feel so unreliable, to think that there would be such a good deal in the world? If that's the case, should I reconsider and wait in a deserted alley? Should I pray to the heavens for mercy and bestow upon him another 1 or 2 bandits? Xianxia wasn't aware of Physician Bai Chan's sincere wishes. For the past 3 days, he had been staying in the Great Herb King Manor. Other than flipping through the books in the library, he had been guiding Mou. This was what he had promised the other party previously. Now that he had found the Great Herb King, it was time for him to fulfill his promise. After a few days of learning, Mou was filled with admiration for this young man who was even younger than her. Her apothecary teacher was a renowned figure in Tianwu Kingdom. However, in terms of pill forging, he couldn't be compared to the other party. After 3 days of learning and correction, her pill forging skills improved by leaps and bounds. She was already capable of forging grade 2 pills on her own. Forging grade 2 pills allowed one to take the 2-star apothecary examination. To reach such a level in just 3 days of learning, even she felt as though she was dreaming. One must know that under normal circumstances, it was impossible to advance from 1-star to 2-star without at least 5 to 6 years of training. Physician Bai, we have gathered all of the books she requested. On the morning of the 4th day, as usual, one was teaching while the other was learning. At this moment, the Great Herb King walked in. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia stood up. He had waited 3 days for this, and it didn't disappoint him. This way please. With the Great Herb King leading the way, they soon arrived at a spacious room filled with all kinds of books. Taking a look, the outermost row was indeed filled with half Xianxia and Xianxia realm secret manuals. I'll watch for a while. You guys go out first. Xianxia knew that Xianxia's reading method was simply too astounding, so he waved his hand casually. Yes. The Great Herb King and Steward Lu walked out. Just as they stepped out of the door, they heard hurried footsteps. It sounded as though someone was running in the room. Didn't he specially bring these books over to read them, running? They looked at each other with a puzzled expression. Dr. Bai is an expert. It's normal for him to do things that are unexpected. Let's not worry about it for now. Suppressing the urge to enter to take a look, the great Herb King shook his head. Other physicians needed to ask questions and observe the patient. This fellow, on the other hand, had to knock the patient unconscious before he could diagnose the patient. The remuneration for treating patients was usually in the form of medicinal herbs and gold coins. Yet, what he wanted was a cultivation technique regardless of its tier, greedy for more than one could take in. This was a principle that everyone knew. Usually, a cultivator would only practice a single cultivation technique. Why did he need so many? For the past 3 days, this question had been plaguing their minds. The duo had thought of dozens of reasons, but none of them made sense. They thought that they would be able to deduce something from the other party's actions after finding the books. Yet, they heard the sound of running. After finding a secret manual, they should either read it or learn it. At the very least, they should flip through it, yet, they heard him running. He knew that the expert was extraordinary, but this was 2F** King extraordinary. Old master, what should we do now? After standing for a long time, they couldn't hear anything other than running. Steward Lu couldn't help but ask, do you want to accompany him, for a while? There's no need for that. Let's wait outside. After he's done running, he'll definitely come out. Shaking his head, the great Herb King was just about to continue speaking when the door to the study opened and Dr. Bai walked out. This? Dr. Bai, is there something wrong with these books? Upon seeing the other party, the great Herb King was taken aback. He thought that the other party would spend at least a day or two reading these secret manuals. Why did he come out after running for a while, in such a short period of time? How many books did he manage to read? I'm done reading them. Xianxia nodded his head. If there's something wrong, I'll think of a way. Ah? What did you say? You're done reading them? The great Herb King and Steward Lu nearly spurted blood and fainted. We went through so much trouble to find more than 1,000 books, and you're done reading them in just a few minutes. All we heard was running. When did you start reading them? And your books are of great help to me. Thank you. Ignoring the other party's shock, Xianxia nodded his head. There were 1,000 books in total, and he finished reading them in just a few moments. Honestly speaking, the reason why he took a few minutes to come out was because he wanted to achieve a breakthrough to Xianxia. Otherwise, the other party would have finished reading them before he even walked out of the door. Of the books that the great Herb King collected, the Xianxia books formed a complete Heaven's Path divine art. Thus, Xianxia started cultivating it on the spot. Xianxia was just a transition to Zhongxia. With the correct cultivation technique, one's improvement was swift. In just a few minutes, he managed to achieve a breakthrough and reinforce his cultivation. As for Zhongxia realm cultivation technique manuals, he only collected 700 to 800 of them. He was still a distance away from completing it, so he didn't continue cultivating it. Now that his cultivation had reached Xianxia, his strength had once again increased explosively. His strength had already exceeded 1,000 ding, reaching 1,500 ding. This strength was comparable to a Zhongxia realm primary stage cultivator. Zhongxia realm primary stage was 1,000 ding, intermediate stage was 2,000 ding, advanced stage was 3,000 ding, and pinnacle was 4,000 ding. At Xianxia realm, his strength was already considered average even among Zhongxia realm primary stage cultivators. More importantly, other cultivators would take at least 3 to 5 years to achieve a breakthrough to Xianxia, but he only took a few minutes. It was fortunate that the Heaven's Path Xianxia was extremely pure, and no one was able to see through his cultivation. Otherwise, if the great Herb King were to know that Xianxia's cultivation had increased by another level in such a short period of time, he would definitely cry on the spot. One must know that in order to achieve a breakthrough to Xianxia, he had consumed innumerable medicinal herbs. If one were to use money to measure the cost, one would be able to purchase a city. Yet, Physician Bai managed to achieve a breakthrough after just running around for a short while. Even the most incredible genius in the world would suffer such a setback. It's nothing much, it's what I should do. Suppressing the urge to go berserk, the great Herb King asked, Physician Bai, then, what are we going to do next? Are we still going to the poison temple? Of course we're going. Xianxia chuckled. Not only so, we're going there openly. Fair and square. That's right. Xianxia nodded. Didn't you say that you've already informed the headquarters of the old hall master's death? It's just that I'm not sure if the headquarters will send an envoy over. If they do, they should be able to quell the rebellion swiftly and we'll be able to reach the poison temple safely. The great Herb King said. If they don't, there might be some trouble. I've already thought of a solution. Instead of waiting here for the illusory special envoy who might not come, why don't we create a special envoy? Xianxia. Create an envoy? The great Herb King was perplexed. Simple. Bring me to the poison temple and tell them that I'm the envoy. In any case, none of them have seen me before, so they probably won't notice. In the past 3 days, he had already thought of a solution. Instead of waiting idly, he might as well take the initiative. Since the poison temple was filled with internal strife and it wasn't safe to enter, he should create an identity that the other party wouldn't dare to touch. After all, they didn't know who the envoy was and whether they would come or not. Since that was the case, he should just impersonate the envoy. In any case, his goal was to browse through the books, and he could leave after that. Even if he was discovered, the envoy would have escaped. He had even impersonated a master teacher before, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to impersonate the envoy of the poison temple. Impersonate the envoy? The great Herb King's face turned ghastly pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Brother, I'm old, and my heart isn't good. Are you sure you aren't joking? Impersonating an envoy wasn't a joke. If anything were to happen, he would be beaten to death on the spot. Prepare yourself, let's set off. You promised to bring me to the poison temple, you won't go back on your words. Right? Xianxia glanced at him and frowned. If you're afraid, you can just bring me to the poison temple. There's no need for you to follow me. This wasn't a matter of fear, nor was it a matter of whether or not they would go to the poison temple. Impersonating an envoy was a huge problem. If they were to be discovered, they would die 10,000 times over. Initially, the great Herb King thought that the other party would be satisfied with just some books to treat his illness. Never in his dreams did he expect that the most difficult part would be this. If I had known that you were harboring such thoughts, I would rather die than agree to it. Is it too late to regret now? The great Herb King's face twitched. This time, he was really crying. Woo-woo-woo, the gale of the Red Lotus mountain range was as sharp as blades, piercing one's skin painfully. The monotonous redness of the scenery made one's eyes ache, and it was exceptionally tiring. From time to time, a worm the size of a fingertip would crawl past one's eyes. It was humid and reeked of nausea. This is the dampness worm unique to the Red Lotus mountain range. It feeds on medicinal herbs and is the natural enemy of medicinal herbs. However, what's bizarre is that the corpses are extremely nourishing for medicinal herbs. The medicinal herbs grown from them are filled with spiritual energy, and they are extremely eye-catching. Many medicinal herbs that are unable to be grown can be grown easily with the help of these corpses, and they even grow well. This is also the reason why the Red Lotus City is the largest medicinal herb trading center in the 13 surrounding kingdoms. In the depths of the lotus-shaped mountain range, 2 figures were walking forward. Looking at the worms crawling all over the ground, one of them explained. It's no wonder. I've been wondering why the Red Lotus City would become a gathering place for medicinal herbs in such a remote place. So that's the reason. The other figure nodded. Taking a few steps forward, he glanced at the mist blocking the sunlight and asked, "This is the poison miasma you spoke of?" The two of them were Xianxia and the great Herb King, who had left the Red Lotus City to head to the poison temple. As it was too dangerous to head to the poison temple, Xianxia didn't bring Mou along and asked her to return to Tianwu Royal City alone. The great Herb King hesitated for a moment before deciding to bring Xianxia along. Since he had already agreed to the other party's request, he couldn't reject it. The duo had already traveled for 5 days. Indeed, there's a huge volcano beneath the Red Lotus mountain range, and due to the scorching heat on the surface, not a single blade of grass grows there. Under the steaming heat, the poison miasma floated several dozen meters above the ground, and its thickness reached several hundred meters. It's possible to fly from the sky on an aerial savage beast, but it's difficult to get down from it. Once one passes through this layer of poison miasma, one will be injured. Even a Xianxia realm aerial savage beast wouldn't be able to survive for more than a moment before dying from bleeding from its 7 apertures. The Great Herb King explained. Thus, one can only travel on foot and not on aerial savage beasts. It is also because of this that the Poison Temple was able to stand tall in Red Lotus Mountain for so many years without being destroyed by those so-called righteous warriors. The Poison Temple concocted poisons and sold them. It was sinister, terrifying, and impossible to guard against. It had always offended many people. The powerful headquarters behind it was only one of the reasons why it had remained standing for thousands of years. More importantly, it was because of the poisonous miasma and its location. Even if they were to find him, they wouldn't be able to pose any threat to them since they couldn't ride on aerial savage beasts. Indeed. Xianxia nodded. It was no wonder that so many people couldn't find the Poison Temple. Some had never even heard of it before. With the miasma acting as a cover, even if someone knew about it, they wouldn't be able to enter. Not only were these objects floating in the air, a portion of them were even connected to the ground. If not for the Great Herb King knowing the route and avoiding them in advance, the duo would have already been poisoned. Without anyone leading the way, it would be nigh impossible to find them. Previously, he had heard that those who tried to search for the Poison Temple on their own would not be able to find it. Now, it seemed that this was indeed the case. It was fortunate that Mou had led the way to the Great Herb King. Otherwise, even if his heaven's path Xianxia could expel some of the poison, it would be troublesome if he were to be afflicted with too much of it. How far are we from the Poison Temple? Gazing ahead, Xianxia saw that the mountain range was still as vast as ever, and there was not even a single building in sight. They had already walked for 5 days, but they still hadn't reached their destination. Wasn't this Poison Temple a little too far? We'll be there soon. It's just in front. The Great Herb King pointed ahead. In front? Xianxia was perplexed. There was nothing in front of them other than barren rocks. How could there be a Poison Temple? Follow me. Chuckling, the Great Herb King walked forward. After circling around a massive boulder and a small hill, a valley appeared before them. Lowering his head to take a look at the valley, Xianxia was astonished. A massive city stood in the midst of the valley. The city was built according to the terrain, and the buildings were ancient. They bore some resemblance to Red Lotus City, and with a single look, it was clear that they had existed for many years. So, this is the Poison Temple? Compared to the Beast Hall from before, this Poison Hall didn't pale in comparison at all. Faint green buildings rose and fell one after another amidst the crimson mountain range, forming a beautiful painting. It said that when the Poison Temple was built, they specially invited a formation master to set up a concealment formation using the mountain range as the formation flag. If one can't find the path, it would be impossible for one to see it even if one stands right in front of it. The Great Herb King said. Xianxia nodded his head. That was indeed the case. Previously, when he stood at the entrance, all he saw was a mountain range. However, after circling around a few boulders and a small hill, the massive city was right before his eyes. He didn't believe that there wasn't a concealment formation here. Physician Bai, the Poison Temple is right in front of us. Are we going to walk in just like that? The Great Herb King asked once more. Recalling the other party's thoughts, he couldn't help but shudder in fear. Honestly speaking, no one had seen the envoy of the Poison Temple before. However, if he were to be found to be an envoy of the Poison Temple, he wouldn't even know how he died. My current identity is that of a physician, so there might be someone who has seen him before. I have to change my identity. Xianxia's current appearance was still that of Bai Chan. There were quite a few poison masters roaming the Poison Temple, so there was a chance that they might have seen him before. Thus, it was better for him to be careful. With a jolt of his mind, Xianxia executed the camouflage art. Kiki. His entire appearance and height changed. Looking at him once more, he appeared to be a middle-aged man in his 40s. Changing into a grayish-green robe that he had prepared beforehand, Xianxia seemed to have transformed into a completely different person. He looked completely different from the previous Bai Chan and even himself. Putting aside the great Herb King, even if Xiaoya and the others were here, they wouldn't be able to guess that the person before them was their teacher. It wasn't easy to disguise as someone whom one had seen before, but it was easy to disguise as someone whom one had never seen before. This is the camouflage art? The great Herb King's body trembled. Even he didn't expect Xianxia to make such a move. It was no wonder why this physician dared to impersonate the envoy. It turned out that he had such a trump card. Just that, if you were to disguise yourself and no one would be able to recognize you, what should I do? I am the great Herb King of Red Lotus City. Even if I can run away, I can't hide from you. If I were to be discovered bringing a fake envoy here, even if I were to escape, I would definitely be caught and chopped into pieces on the spot. Initially, he thought that the both of them were on the same side. Only now did he realize that the other party didn't even reveal his true appearance. Even if he were to investigate, he wouldn't be able to find anything. No matter what, he was the one who was digging his own grave. Understanding all of this, the great Herb King's face twisted in agony. Don't worry. When we arrive at the Poison Temple later on, you can declare that I was the one who found you and claimed to be the envoy. You brought me here without confirming my identity. This way, I won't have anything to do with you. As for the contract on you, you can say that I was the one who removed it so that you could lead the way. Seeing through the other party's thoughts, Xianxia said. This? The great Herb King's face reddened. He didn't expect the other party to have already thought of a way out for him. It was laughable that he was measuring the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. He had to admit that this suggestion was indeed the best excuse. He wasn't a member of the Poison Temple, so it was normal for him to be unable to recognize the envoy. If they were to fail to recognize the envoy as well, they wouldn't be able to pin the blame on him in the future. Besides, even though the contract between the great Herb King and the Hall Master was a secret, there were still people in the Poison Temple who knew about it. Now that the Hall Master was dead and he was still alive, without an explanation, everyone would be suspicious. With a single sentence, he would be able to resolve the great Herb King's problem and prevent others from harming him. This was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, if I were to say that, they would definitely be suspicious of you. The great Herb King hesitated for a moment before asking, may I know how much Physician Bai knows about poison masters? If that was the case, he would be safe. However, Physician Bai would be placed in a more dangerous situation. The members of the Poison Temple would definitely think of ways to test him. It was fine if he had a deep understanding of poison masters, but the slightest mistake would expose him. I only heard of this occupation half a month ago. I have never heard of it before. Xianxia said. You only heard of it, half a month ago? The great Herb King's eyelids twitched and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. Brother, are you kidding with me? You only heard of it half a month ago, yet you dare to impersonate an envoy without even knowing what a poison master is. That's right. To impersonate an envoy, you don't even have an emblem or an identity token from the headquarters. In order to gain the other party's trust, you have to display your poison skills. You don't know anything at all. Seeing how the other party agreed without the slightest fear, the great Herb King felt a mouthful of blood welling up in his chest, threatening to spurt out at any moment. If you had an identity token from the headquarters or a high-ranked poison master emblem, others would believe you if you impersonated an envoy. Even if you didn't have those, you would still be able to convince others with your poison skills. Half a month ago, you don't know anything at all, yet you dare to impersonate an envoy. Are you daring or do you not know the dangers involved? This isn't child's play. If the other party were to realize that you are an imposter, they would really kill you. Don't worry, we just have to act according to the circumstances. Knowing what the other party was worried about, Xianxia waved his hands. Alright, since we are already here, there's no point thinking too much. Let's go. Even though he didn't know much about poison masters, with the help of the Library of Heaven's Path, he could even impersonate a master teacher. Thus, it shouldn't be a problem for him to impersonate a formidable poison master. Seeing the other party's nonchalant expression, the great Herb King felt dejected. The little bit of confidence he had just regained dissipated once more. He really didn't know where this fellow's confidence came from. However, since things had already come to this, there was nothing he could do. He could only take one step at a time. Walking down the valley, it didn't take long for them to arrive at the city. Who dares to barge into the poison temple? Before they could enter the city, they heard a loud bellow. A few black-robed middle-aged men darted out with cold gazes reminiscent of eagles. Poison Master Zhou, Poison Master Liu, it's me. Stepping forward, the Great Herb King hurriedly said. Oh? You are the Great Herb King? What are you doing here instead of staying in Red Lotus City? The middle-aged man named Poison Master Zhou narrowed his eyes. Given the current situation, it's already too late for others to hide. Yet, you chose to barge in. Are you tired of living? Poison Master Liu harumphed. The poison temple was in chaos, and everyone was in danger. Barging in at this moment was no different from courting death. These two were acquainted with the Great Herb King, and they had received many valuable gifts from him. Naturally, they would speak up for him. I'm here to look for the 3 Vice Hall Masters. Knowing that the other party had good intentions, the Great Herb King was just about to explain his intentions when a poison master walked up to Xianxia. Who is this person? Doesn't he know that bringing someone in without permission is a crime punishable by death? Looking at Xianxia, intense killing intent could be seen in the poison master's eyes. Outsider, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky. However, it's your honor to be killed by my newly developed poison. Wait a moment, this is... Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, the Great Herb King's face warped. Just as he was about to say that the other party was the envoy, the physician raised his leg and kicked him. Pung, before the poison master who was about to kill him could react, he was sent flying. His body crashed heavily into the wall, and blood spurted from his mouth. His neck tilted and he fainted. What? Audacious! Not expecting that this fellow who barged into the poison temple would dare to make a move on them, Poison Master Zhou, Poison Master Liu, and the others were taken aback. After which, they exploded and surrounded the duo with killing intent. It's over. Without an emblem to represent his identity, the Great Herb King thought that it would be best for him to keep a low profile and win the trust of the others. After which, he would think of another solution. Yet, this fellow actually dared to beat him up as soon as he arrived. Brother, do you really think that we can't die quickly enough? Upon seeing this sight, the Great Herb King's body swayed, and he couldn't hold back his tears any longer. The heck, the other party has godlike teammates. What I am doing? Isn't this a death trap? Get your Vice Hall Masters and Elders to come out and meet me. Even though he was surrounded by poison masters, Xianxia's face remained impassive, as though he didn't see them at all. Raising his chin slightly, he placed his hands behind his back and maintained an indifferent expression. You want to meet our Vice Hall Masters? Elders? Who do you think you are? Not expecting the other party to make a move on their comrade without the slightest fear, Poison Master Zhou's face turned savage. How dare you hurt someone in the poison temple? You're dead meat today. Harumphing coldly, he was just about to make a move to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson when his vision blurred. Who? A figure flashed, and a hand had already grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Why you? Poison Master Zhou trembled. Only then did he realize that the middle-aged man 10 meters away from him had appeared before him. With a pale face, he clenched his teeth tightly. Let go of me, or else you can forget about leaving this place alive today. This is the Poison Temple, not a place for you to behave atrociously. Poison Master Liu and the others didn't expect the fellow who came with the Great Herb King to be so brazen, making a move on the slightest disagreement. Even though the Poison Temple was isolated from the world, it was a place that many powers feared. For an outsider to barge in and kill someone who gave him the guts to do so, Xianxia couldn't be bothered with the roars of the crowd. Without the slightest expression on his face, he grabbed Poison Master Zhou's neck with one hand and slapped him with the other. Pa 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 pa, for consecutive slaps sounded clearly in Poison Master Zhou's ears. His face immediately swelled up, blood trickled down the corner of his lips, and his teeth fell to the ground. This is to teach you a lesson for being disrespectful to me. After slapping him, Xianxia threw the fellow on the ground and placed his hands behind his back once more. Standing proudly with a domineering aura, he said, also, there's a limit to my patience. Don't anger me, or else I won't mind destroying your useless branch. destroying your useless branch. The great Herb King felt his vision turning dark. Destroying the branch. Physician Bai, do you know how many Xianxia realm experts there are in the Poison Temple, given our strength? If we were to make a move, we might be pummeled to death before we even meet the elders. Furthermore, the other party doesn't use poison. Although he was depressed, he understood his intentions. Since he was pretending to be an envoy, he naturally had to act like one. As an expert from the headquarters, if he didn't dare to retaliate after being bullied by a few poison masters, no one would believe him no matter what he said afterward. Therefore, the most important thing was to establish their might, let everyone in the Poison Temple know that the special envoy had arrived. By doing so, he would be able to swiftly confirm his identity, but, if he were to be exposed, his death would be even more tragic. The great Herb King felt his legs trembling, and he couldn't even stand properly. After becoming an overlord, he could be considered to have seen the world. However, when he thought of the Poison Temple's methods of dealing with people, he couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. He couldn't remain calm anymore. As expected, upon hearing those words, no matter how foolish Poison Master Lu and the others were, they immediately realized that the person before them was no ordinary person. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act so arrogantly. After a moment of hesitation, they couldn't help but ask, "May I know? How should I address you?" Xianxia stood silently on the spot. It was as though he was saying that small fries like them weren't worthy of his words. Seeing his reaction, the great Herb King could only step forward and try his best to stabilize his breathing. This is the special envoy sent by the headquarters." Special envoy? The faces of Poison Master Lu and the others warped. Due to the internal strife in the Poison Temple, they knew that the headquarters would send an envoy over. However, they didn't expect that he would really come. It was no wonder why he dared to speak so arrogantly, attacking without any hesitation. If he was truly an envoy, he definitely had the qualifications to do so. "Since you are the special envoy, do you have the golden poison heart token from the headquarters?" Stabilizing his breathing, Poison Master Lu stepped forward. The golden poison heart token was the identity token of the envoys sent by the headquarters. Only with this token would one be recognized. Similar to the imperial sword of an imperial envoy, it represented the headquarters and unparalleled authority. Hearing the question, the great Herb King clenched his fists tightly. The physician by before him was an impostor, so how could he possess the golden poison heart token? But if he couldn't take it out, the other party would surely not believe him. He thought of several excuses. For example, he lost it on the road and didn't bring it with him. But after contemplating over it, he felt that it was inappropriate. For an envoy of the Poison Temple to lose the golden poison heart token was no different from an imperial envoy losing his imperial sword. If that wasn't courting death, what else could it be? No matter how foolish one was, they would surely think that it was impossible. He couldn't help but turn to see how Physician Bai would resolve the matter. Just as he was worried that it would be difficult for him to answer, the other party narrowed his eyes, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, causing everyone to find it hard to breathe. "Who do you think you are?" Xianxia harumphed coldly. "Get your Vice Hall Master and elders here." Poison Master Lu's face flushed red. As an official Poison Master, he was a respected existence no matter where he went. This was the first time someone insulted him. However, he knew that if the other party was truly an envoy, he would at least be a 4-star Poison Master. Before such a person, he was indeed nothing. What happened? Just as Poison Master Lu was contemplating whether he should inform the Vice Hall Master and the others, a cold harumph sounded. An elder walked over with widened strides. Elder Black Eye. Upon seeing the elder, Poison Master Lu hurriedly clasped his fist. The elder who walked over was the 4th elder of the Poison Temple, Black Eye. The 4th elder's eyes were completely black, without the scara. From afar, he gave off a terrifying aura. It was said that when he concocted the poison back then, his eyes were poisoned to such an extent. Ever since then, he had been known as Black Eye. No one remembered his original name. Even though no one remembered it, everyone in the Poison Temple knew that this elder Black Eye was in charge of administering punishment. He was the most vicious and merciless of them all. Initially, everyone would feel fearful upon seeing this elder, wishing that they could grow a few more legs and leave immediately. However, at this moment, they felt as though they had found a pillar of support. Reporting to Elder Blackeye, this elder was brought here by the great Herb King. He said that he is an envoy from the headquarters. Stepping forward, Poison Master Lu hurriedly explained. Envoy? Elder Blackeye frowned as he stared at the middle-aged man before him. Even though he knew that the other party was looking at him, Xianxia continued to ignore him calmly. The envoys sent by the headquarters are red, white, gold, and green. May I know, which one are you? After hesitating for a moment, Blackeye clasped his fist. As an elder, he knew the authority of an envoy. He wasn't as rash as Poison Master Zhou and the others. Thus, he decided to first clarify his attitude. Red, white, gold, and green? There are different levels of envoys? Getting. The great Herb King's heart skipped a beat. He only knew that there were envoys in the Poison Temple, but he didn't know that there were different levels of envoys. Naturally, Physician Bai was unaware of this as well. However, this could also be a trap set up by the sixth elder. If it was just a test and he casually mentioned a level, it would be equivalent to falling into a trap and he wouldn't even know how he died. Anxious, the great Herb King turned to look at Xianxia once more. He knew that impersonating an envoy would make one nervous, but he didn't expect it to be to this extent. If he had a weak heart, he might have been frightened to death. You are the hall master of this branch? Ignoring the great Herb King's anxiousness and the other party's question, Xianxia raised his eyelids. I'm not. Elder Blackeye was taken aback. I'm just the fourth elder. Who gave you the right to spout nonsense here? Xianxia's face darkened. Elder Blackeye was at a loss for words. Is it because the envoys who come here are too good-natured, causing you all to be pampered? Is there a need for you to question me when the headquarters sent me here? Flinging his sleeves, Xianxia's face was as cold as ice. A mere poison master of a small branch dares to question me like that. How dare you? Elder Blackeye breathed heavily, as if a storm was brewing in his pitch-black eyes. After a while, he forced himself to calm down and said, I wouldn't dare. I'll call the vice leader and the first elder over to welcome the envoy. After which, he turned around and left. Elder Blackeye, seeing the usually cold and impartial fourth elder being scolded in public without daring to say a single word, Poison Master Zhou, Poison Master Lu, and the others trembled. They turned to look at Xianxia once more, and deep respect appeared in their eyes. Seeing the changes in their expressions, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With his experience of disguising as a master teacher, he knew that if he wanted to succeed and not be suspected, he had to possess an imposing aura. Otherwise, if the other party were to approach him, he would be in a passive position. Just as Poison Master Lu and the others were about to be rendered speechless by the oppressive aura, a group of people suddenly walked over with widened strides. They were the 3 vice hall masters and the grand elder. The old hall master had taken in a total of 3 disciples, and they were the 3 vice hall masters. They possessed the strength of a Xianxia realm pinnacle and 2-star poison master. The 3 of them had been operating in the poison temple for many years, and they had their own supporters and means. Thus, it could be said that they were evenly matched. This was also the reason why they were unable to decide who would be the hall master. I didn't know that the envoy would be here, so I apologize for not welcoming you. A green-robed middle-aged man stepped forward to welcome him. With a single glance, Xianxia knew that he was the first vice hall master, Liao Sun. Even though he didn't know much about the envoys from the headquarters, the great Herb King knew a lot about the vice hall masters. On the way here, he had already described the characteristics of each of them. Liao Sun was a 2-star pinnacle poison master, and he had the highest chance of becoming a 3-star poison master. He was a vicious person, and there was a dagger hidden behind his smile. Even though he seemed to be in a good mood, he might just backstab you. He was a classic example of a smiling tiger. Upon seeing him walking over, the 2 middle-aged men immediately stepped forward and bowed. Vice Hall Master Yao Qing, Gu Shao, of the Red Lotus Branch Hall pays respect to the envoy. Nodding slightly, Xianxia expressed his greetings. May I know how to address the envoy? Is it convenient for me to take a look at the golden poison heart token? I am not doubting the envoy's identity, but according to the rules set by the headquarters, the envoy must have a token representing his identity before we can talk to him. The 3 vice hall masters and the few elders who wielded authority walked forward. When they met, the first vice hall master Liao Sun smiled lightly and looked at Xianxia. You want to take a look at the golden poison heart token? It's not impossible. Xianxia looked at him calmly, and with a calm voice, he said, but are you qualified? Today, a picture of Xianxia was released on the public account WeChat search engine, HSTYSDS. It was specially drawn by a painter from the Taiwanese publishing house. Seated on a chair, he is guiding many students, and he looks like a teacher. Everyone, you can go and take a look. I will release a picture of Xiaoya awakening her unique constitution 2 days later. This is her naked body lying in a bathtub. Just as the great Herb King was thinking about how Physician Bai would deal with the 3 vice hall masters and the other elders, he heard those words and felt his vision turning dark. The golden poison heart medallion represented one's identity. It was normal for the other party to check the medallion's identity when the envoy was here. He asked if he was qualified. Now that the hall master had died, there were only 3 deputy hall masters and many elders left. If they were not qualified, then who was? Even if the special envoy was of noble status, there should still be a limit to his arrogance. If he continued to be so arrogant, he would be easily beaten to death. Special envoy, you must be joking. As expected, upon hearing those words, the previously smiling vice hall master Liao's complexion darkened. I am the first vice hall master of the Red Lotus branch. Now that the hall master isn't around, I hold the highest position. Naturally, I am qualified to do so. I already know about the death of your hall master. The reason why I'm standing here today is to deal with the matter regarding the new hall master. Otherwise, why would I come to such a remote and desolate place? Before a new hall master is appointed, everyone's status is the same. If you really want to be qualified, don't tell me what your role is. Instead, show me your control and understanding of poison. Xianxia flung his sleeves, and a dignified look appeared in his eyes. What our poison temple needs are capable poison masters, not mediocre ones. Control over poison? Liao Sun was taken aback. Special envoy, are you testing us? That's right. I don't have time to waste on you, and I can't be bothered. In the end, the strength of a poison master was still determined by the strength of their poison. You guys concoct the poisons while I observe from the side. Whoever can concoct a poison that I have never seen before or a theory that I have never heard of before will be qualified to see my golden poison heart order and become the next hall master. Xianxia looked at him expressionlessly. Otherwise, rather than handing the poison temple over to an embroidered pillow, we might as well let it run its course. Yes, hearing him speak so straightforwardly, everyone looked at each other with solemn expressions. In the past, when special envoys came over, they would basically eat and drink. As long as they served them well, their requests would be satisfied. Now, it seemed that these methods were useless in front of this special envoy. The young man before him had made a show of his strength as soon as he arrived. If he wanted to rise up, he would have to rely on his own strength. If you don't have the strength, then don't talk nonsense. As expected of someone who can deal with the contract goo, amazing. Hearing that Physician Bai resolved the crisis with a single sentence, the great Herb King heaved a sigh of relief. Not only was Physician Bai skilled in the way of medicine, his grasp of the human heart was also surprisingly accurate. He knew that the 3 hall masters were eyeing the position of hall master, so he used this as bait. They were already fighting with each other, and no one was willing to give in to the other. Now that the rules were set, they naturally followed it immediately. Even if they had doubts about his identity, there was no way they could verify it right now, unless they were incapable of convincing the masses. With a single sentence, he shifted the spearhead that had fallen on him onto the 3 hall masters, causing them to fight to the death. It was indeed powerful, however. In order to assess the 3 of them, he had to know how to use poison first. You don't even know what a poison master is. How are you going to assess him? If the 3 hall masters could not recognize any of the poisons that they had concocted, then even if they didn't need to examine the golden poison heart token, they would still be exposed. Upon thinking of this, the great Herb King's face turned bitter. Others were playing with their heartbeats, but he was playing with his life. After the rules were set, the crowd didn't wait outside the city. Under the lead of the vice hall masters, they soon arrived at the most majestic hall. "Envoy, please lay down the rules for the examination." After everyone sat down, Vice Hall Master Liaosun said. "Simple, there are only 2 tests. Firstly, you will have to use your abilities to concoct a poison, and the one who concocts the highest poison will emerge victorious. Secondly, you will have to concoct a poison that even I am unable to identify, and that person who concocts the highest poison will emerge victorious as well." Xianxia said calmly. Upon hearing the content, the 3 Vice Hall Masters nodded their heads. Just like apothecaries, the higher the poison that a poison master concocts, the higher the rank of the poison he concocts, the higher the rank of the poison master he concocted. The more powerful the poison he concocted, the more likely he would be able to advance in the future. Of the 2 tests, one was to assess his strength, and the other was to assess his talent. If he could excel in both tests, there would be no objections to him becoming the next Hall Master. "Alright, I'll give you 4 hours to prepare." Casually waving his hands, Xianxia stood up and asked, "Where is your book collection vault?" "This time, I came here on orders from the headquarters to look for a book." "Look for a book?" Everyone was perplexed. However, upon hearing that it was an order from the headquarters, they hesitated for a moment before deciding not to ask. "Envoy, the book collection vault is over there. I'll send someone to bring you there right now," Liaosun hurriedly said. "There's no need for that, I can head there myself. The rest of you should prepare for the upcoming examination. This concerns the position of the Hall Master, so I hope that you can give me a satisfactory answer." Xianxia placed his palm behind his back. "Yes." Liaosun and the others nodded. Ignoring the crowd, Xianxia walked toward the book collection vault. The poison temple of the Red Lotus Ridge had stood for several thousand years, and it had a vast collection of books. Even though it couldn't be compared to the Tianxian Kingdom's book collection vault, it was still comparable to the Beast Hall. Upon entering, Xianxia immediately saw innumerable books placed on the shelves, stretching as far as the eye could see. There were bamboo slips, thread-bound books, and even all kinds of engravings on pottery and beast bones. As they hadn't been through the flames of war, the books were well preserved. To think that I would be able to enter so easily. Seeing that no one was following behind him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. His motive for coming to the Poison Temple was to browse through these books. He thought that there would be a lot of trouble, but he didn't expect it to be so simple. Even though the people of the Poison Temple were suspicious of his identity as the envoy, they didn't dare to do so openly. After all, if it was true, it would represent the will of the headquarters. If they fell out with the Poison Temple, the entire branch could be destroyed. If it was fake, as long as he didn't escape, he would be exposed sooner or later. Forget it for now. I should finish reading the books and resolve the poison aura in my body. Even though the poison aura in his body was suppressed by the Heaven's Path Xianxia, he knew that it would be a huge problem if it were to suffer a backlash. If not for the pressure of survival, he wouldn't have risked his life to come here. Now that he had successfully arrived at the Poison Temple and entered the book collection vault, he had to make full use of his time. Even though he had managed to intimidate the few Vice Hall Masters, there was no guarantee that they wouldn't react in time and fall out with him. Even though there were a lot of books here, he had a new running through calligraphy. He could finish reading them within 2 hours, so he had sufficient time. Let's begin. Exhaling deeply, Xianxia focused his attention. Placing his palm on the first bookshelf, he began running once more. Vice Hall Master, do you think that the envoy is the real deal? In the room, Elder Blackeye, who was seated opposite Liaosun, couldn't help but ask. Everyone knew that Elder Blackeye was impartial, but in truth, no one knew that he was actually Vice Hall Master Liaosun's subordinate. I can't confirm it without seeing the golden poison heart token. Liaosun hesitated for a moment before saying, however, even though the Poison Temple hasn't appeared in the world for a long time, its reputation still lingers. I believe that no one would dare to come here and court death. That's true. Elder Blackeye nodded his head. Even though the Poison Temple lived in seclusion, it didn't mean that anyone could bully them as they pleased. To impersonate an envoy. Unless one was tired of living. Furthermore, no matter what one does, there must be a motive behind it. Even if it is fake, there must be a motive for him to sacrifice his life for it. Liao Sun continued, other than poisonous substances, our poison temple doesn't have many valuable items. I believe that no one would be willing to take such a risk. There must be a motive and a reason behind every action. The poison temple only had some poisons, and the most valuable were some medicinal herbs. If one were to be caught impersonating an envoy, death would be certain. It was impossible for one to take such a huge risk just for these. Liao Sun didn't think that these poisons and medicinal herbs, which could be bought with money, would be worth it. Of course, if he were to know that the other party wasn't here for the poison but to read books, he would probably spurt blood on the spot. At the very least, poison still had value. What was the use of reading books? Most importantly, he had to run back and forth. Vice Hall Master, have you forgotten about that thing? Elder Black Eye hesitated for a moment before asking. You mean the one beneath the volcano? Liao Sun's face turned grim. That's right. Elder Black Eye nodded his head. The main reason why our Red Lotus branch is guarding this remote place is for that thing. Could it be possible that someone knows that the thing has matured and that the old Hall Master died because of it? It's not impossible. Hearing those words, Liao Sun lost his composure. Bring the Great Herb King in, I want to question him. Yes. Elder Black Eye backed out, and soon, the Great Herb King was brought in. Paying respects to Vice Hall Master Liao and Elder Black Eye, the Great Herb King clasped his fist. Tell me, how did you meet this envoy? Also, if I'm not wrong, you should be dead by now. Why are you still alive? Liao Sun narrowed his eyes. I was poisoned by the contract goo, and I was indeed on the verge of death. It was this envoy who saved me. After which, he asked me to bring him to the poison temple. As for the rest, I don't know anything. The Great Herb King hurriedly revealed the story that they had discussed previously. You really don't know? Liao Sun harumphed coldly. Do you know the consequences of hiding this from me? I know. The Great Herb King kneeled on the floor in fear. I'm speaking the truth. Vice Hall Master, you should also know that I'm a puppet of the Poison Temple, a spokesperson. This elder said that he was an envoy, and I didn't dare to stop him. Thus, I could only bring him here. As for the rest, I really don't know anything. You may leave. After asking a few more questions, Liao Sun realized that he was unable to get anything out of the Great Herb King. Yes. As though he had been pardoned, the Great Herb King hurriedly walked out. Even my teacher is unable to resolve the contract goo that has fused with his blood. To be able to ensure that this fellow is completely fine, he is probably a 4-star poison master. After the Great Herb King left, Liao Sun tapped on the table and analyzed. Only the headquarters have 4-star poison masters. Even the most formidable poison master in the Red Lotus Poison Temple was only a 3-star poison master. Only the headquarters were capable of dispatching 4-star poison masters. If that was the case, the envoy was probably the real deal. However, it's best to be careful. Elder Black Eye, I'll have to trouble you to sneak into the book collection vault to see what books that envoy is looking for and what he's up to. After a moment of hesitation, Liao Sun said. All right. Elder Black Eye replied and left the room. Roughly 2 hours later, he returned with a perplexed and bizarre look on his face. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? Is there a book that he's looking for? Seeing the other party's expression, Liao Sun couldn't help but ask. There's nothing wrong. There isn't any book that he's looking for either. Recalling the sight he saw previously, Black Eye shook his head vigorously. He saw the incomparably cold envoy running around the book collection vault like a lunatic, showing no signs of stopping. Even though he said that he was looking for books, he didn't draw a single one of them out. Even an experienced elder like him was dumbfounded. He had no idea what the other party was up to. If not for the fact that he was sure that the other party was the envoy, he would have thought that he was insane. That's good. Liao Sun heaved a sigh of relief. Seems like the envoy is the real deal, there's no need to doubt him anymore. We should hurry up and concoct a medicine that can make his eyes light up. Elder Black Eye nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, Poison Master Lu rushed over with a flustered look on his face. Vice Hall Master. What's wrong? Liao Sun frowned. There's a person outside, and he wants you and the other two Vice Hall Masters to meet him. He even says that he's the envoy. Poison Master Lu stuttered. Envoy? Liao Sun and Elder Black Eye stared at one another, and their eyes widened in bewilderment. Isn't the envoy already here? Why? Why is there another one? In the hall, the Great Herb King sat on a stool and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Earlier, Liao Sun wasn't the only one who had asked. The second and third Vice Palace Masters had also sent people to inquire about the situation. If they hadn't prepared their excuses in advance, they probably wouldn't even be able to stand. The pressure was too great, he was just a spokesperson. It was one thing for him to show off outside, but to deceive people here, if it was in the past, he wouldn't even dare to think about it. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had saved his life and that the Poison Temple was truly ungrateful, he wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. But now, there was no turning back. Once Dr. Bai was exposed, not only would he not gain any benefits, both of them would definitely die here. Putting everything else aside, just the fact that they didn't recognize the envoy and were intimidated by the physician was enough for the three Vice Hall Masters to poison everyone who knew about it to death. If such a shameful matter were to spread, how would they have the face to manage their subordinates and fight for the position of Hall Master? Of course, he had to kill a few people to appease his anger. Therefore, if he wanted to live, he could only think of a way to make everyone think that Dr. Bai was the real special envoy so that they wouldn't dare to take action. From the looks of it, the effect was pretty good. At the very least, the three Vice Palace Masters did not dare to act rashly despite their doubts. I wonder what you've come to the Poison Temple for. Let's finish this quickly and leave. Recalling Physician Bai, the Great Herb King shook his head. Dr. Bai insisted on coming to the Poison Temple. He didn't mention his specific purpose, but in his opinion, it might be for some treasure or something that he must have. Since that's the case, hurry up and find it. Why the hell did you run to the library to read? The book collection vault only contained books on poison masters, and any poison master could enter it. Naturally, there wouldn't be any treasures in there. He risked his life to come here, just to find a book. If that was really the case, it would be 2F** ket up. Forget it. He probably knows how dangerous it is, so he can't possibly stay for too long. Just as Xianxia was deep in thought, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the room. Countless poison masters rushed out with widened strides. The Poison Temple had always been secluded from the world, and every poison master had their own duties. What was going on here? Poison Master Han, what happened? Standing up, he pulled one of the poison masters aside and asked. You don't know? I heard that another person has arrived outside, claiming to be an envoy. He wants everyone in the Poison Temple to welcome him. Poison Master Han said. Another, special envoy? Dr. Bai was a fake. This couldn't be real, right? If it was true, then it would be really **ket up. Li Gue met Li Kue, and he wasn't trapped in the Poison Temple. The Great Herb King felt his vision turning dark. Indeed. Let's go and take a look together. The headquarters has never sent anyone here before, so why would they send two of them here all of a sudden? Poison Master Han muttered in bewilderment as he pulled Xianxia forward. The Great Herb King's legs cramped as he shook his head. I think it's better if I don't go. Just as he was thinking that he had finally managed to bluff his way through without being exposed, the real envoy arrived. God, you must be playing with me. Let's go. Not allowing him to say anything, Poison Master Han pulled him forward, and the two of them hurriedly made their way to the entrance. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the entrance. At this moment, the entrance was already filled with poison masters. The three Vice Hall Masters and the other elders had already arrived as well. Two figures stood in front of the crowd. Steward Liu? With just a glance, he recognized one of them. It was Steward Liu from his residence. He had brought him here before, but he only stayed outside for a short period of time before leaving. He didn't expect him to remember the route to the Poison Temple. It seemed like he was the one who led the way here. Otherwise, even if the real envoy was here, it would be difficult for him to find his way here. Realizing this, the Great Herb King turned to look at the person standing beside him. It was a middle-aged man dressed in a crimson robe. He stood on the spot with his hands behind his back. His lower jaw was slightly raised, and it was impossible to discern his emotions from his face. That is, a Poison Master emblem. 3-star Poison Master? The Great Herb King's eyes landed on the other party's robe, and his mouth twitched. On the other party's chest was a Poison Master emblem with 3 shining stars. The most formidable Old Hall Master of the Red Lotus branch was only a 3-star primary Poison Master. After his death, the most formidable person was Vice Hall Master Liao Sun, a 2-star pinnacle expert. 3-star Poison Master, he was still wondering if the other party was a fake, but now, his last bit of hope was gone. Even if the other party wasn't an envoy, no one in the Poison Temple dared to offend a 3-star Poison Master. Otherwise, they would be poisoned into a beehive, and they wouldn't even know how they died. For a person to reach such a rank, his cultivation had probably reached Jizuan realm. Even without using poison, he could easily destroy the entire Poison Temple with a single hand. This, Liao Sun didn't expect another envoy, not to mention a 3-star Poison Master, to come. His attitude turned respectful, and he clasped his fist. May I know how to address you? May I take a look at the Golden Poison Heart token? I am not doubting your identity, but according to the rules set by the headquarters, an envoy must have a token representing his identity before we can negotiate with you. He said the same words he said to Xianxia previously. The envoy didn't say a word. Instead, he flicked his wrist and a heart-shaped golden token appeared in his hand. He threw it over casually. Catching it, Liao Sun and the others lowered their heads to take a look. With a single glance, their eyes narrowed, and they came to a realization. It's real. The Golden Poison Heart token was something that only the envoys possessed. It represented the Poison Master headquarters, and it carried a unique aura. Even if one had never seen it before, one would be able to easily discern its authenticity. This person is a 3-star Poison Master, and he possesses the Golden Poison Heart token. It can't be a fake. Then, the one before it, after seeing the token representing the envoy's identity, Liao Sun and the others' hearts skipped a beat. Since this was real, there was a high chance that the one before it was fake. Otherwise, why would he reject the Golden Poison Heart token so much? Why, is there a problem? Seeing the faces of the others flickering between redness and paleness, the envoy's face darkened. It's not that, Liao Sun hesitated for a moment before continuing. It's just that a moment ago, an envoy arrived, and we were shocked to see you here. The envoy frowned. The headquarters only sent me here to settle the appointment of the new hall master. Since that object had matured, they instructed me to take it away. They didn't send anyone else here. Another envoy? What do you mean by that? It's like this. 2 hours ago, a person arrived, and he claimed to be the envoy as well. He is currently browsing through the books in the book collection vault. Liao Sun hurriedly explained. He claimed to be the envoy? Does he have the Golden Poison Heart token? The envoy's eyebrows shot up. This? Liao Sun hesitated for a moment before replying. He didn't pass us the Golden Poison Heart token. Preposterous. The envoy flung his sleeves, and a powerful aura surged into the clouds. Without the Golden Poison Heart token, how can he be the envoy? Bring me to meet him. I would like to see who is so daring as to impersonate the envoy from the headquarters. Yes, envoy. This way please. Liao Sun and the others hurriedly stepped aside, and the group immediately headed to the center of the Poison Temple. As the group walked forward, the Great Herb King's body swayed, as though his spirit had been sapped away, and his entire body stiffened. Old Master, upon seeing this, Butler Lu hurriedly walked forward. What's going on? The Great Herb King couldn't help but send a telepathic message. A day after you and Physician Bai left, this person arrived and requested for you to lead the way to the Poison Temple. Left with no choice, I could only lead the way. Initially, I thought that I might be able to catch up with him, so I hastened my pace. Who knew that we would end up here? Butler Lu looked as though he was on the verge of tears. Only 4 people knew that Physician Bai was going to impersonate the envoy to the Poison Temple. They were the Great Herb King, Butler Lu, Physician Bai himself, and Mou Xiaojia. Mou had already left for Tianwu Royal City, and he was the only one who knew of this matter. Since the great Herb King wasn't around, he could only lead the way himself. He thought that he would be able to catch up with the other party if he hastened his pace. At the very least, he would be able to avoid a calamity. Never in his dreams did he expect that he wouldn't be able to catch up with the other party. This time, we're really doomed. After hearing Butler Lu's explanation, the great Herb King's mouth twitched. A mouthful of blood welled up in his chest, threatening to burst out at any moment. If they were slightly slower, Physician Bai would have left the poison temple after obtaining what he wanted. Even if they were to notice the other party, it would be too late. If they were to catch up with them earlier, they would know that the real envoy was here. Thus, they wouldn't have to disguise themselves and would be able to enter the poison temple easily. But now, he had just claimed that he was the envoy, and the other party was starting to believe him. But, the heck, the real envoy had appeared. It was like stripping off one's clothes and getting intimate with a beauty. If you were to say that there was nothing between the two of you, who would believe you? Now that he was caught red-handed, it was too late for him to explain himself. He knew that disguising as the envoy was unreliable. To think that it would be so unreliable, it seemed that the life that had just been saved was going to be lost again. Old master, what should we do now? Butler Lu also thought of this and asked with a long face. There's nothing I can do either. The great Herb King shook his head. It seems like we can only wait for death to come. With a depressed expression, the great Herb King glanced around and realized that many poison masters were looking at him. It was impossible for him to escape. Thus, he could only follow behind the crowd and head to the main hall. Right. It seems like Physician Bai isn't aware of the arrival of the real envoy yet. After taking a few steps, the great Herb King suddenly thought of something and his face warped. If he knew about it in advance, he could still think of a solution. But now, he was completely oblivious to the situation. However, the vice hall masters, elders, and even the real envoy were all in front of him. It was too late for him to report the news now. While his thoughts were running wild, the crowd had already entered the main hall. Elder Black Eye, I'll have to trouble you to invite the envoy out. After taking a seat in the main hall, Liao Sun gestured with his hands and instructed calmly. Yes. Elder Black Eye hurriedly walked out and headed to the book collection vault. 2 hours later, Xianxia had finished reading all of the books in the vault. Seeing that the other party was here to invite him over, he walked out as well. Why, are you all ready? Since you're ready, let's begin. Walking into the main hall, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and glanced at Liao Sun and the others. Are you the only one who claims to be the envoy? Liao Sun and the others remained silent. The envoy stood up and narrowed his eyes. Who do you think you are? Xianxia's eyebrows shot up and he spoke with an authoritative tone. Did I allow you to speak? The heck? The great Herb King spurted a mouthful of blood. It's really over. By the side, Butler Lu also realized that the middle-aged man was impersonating Physician Bai. His face contorted, and the corner of his robe was about to be torn off. Even if you don't know who the envoy is, you should at least recognize the Poison Master emblem on his chest, right? There isn't a 3-star Poison Master in this poison temple. If he isn't from the headquarters, where did he come from? Just by paying a little attention, one would be able to figure this out. To say, who do you think you are? I allowed you to speak. The heck, damn. He might have been able to find an excuse previously, but this time, he had slapped his face in public. There was no room for negotiation at all. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, this Physician Bai was a formidable person in Red Lotus City. Why did he act so recklessly here? By doing so, not only will you harm yourself, the old master might lose his life as well. Even I will be implicated. While the duo was on the verge of going insane, the mouths of Liao Sun and the others twitched. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. For an impersonator to speak to the real envoy in such a manner, this was no longer just being courageous, he was simply courting death. Furthermore, it would be a tragic death. You reap what you sow. Great, we don't need to do anything now. The envoy will settle this for us. The remaining 2 vice hall masters also revealed gloating expressions. To think that the impersonator managed to intimidate them. Just the thought of it made them feel humiliated, and they wanted to teach him a lesson. But from the looks of it now, it wasn't their turn to make a move. What did you say? As expected, the envoy flew into a rage. A powerful aura surged into the clouds, suppressing everyone, making it difficult for them to breathe. Jizuan realm, just as they guessed, this envoy was a Jizuan realm expert. Fighter 9 Dan Jizuan was a person who reigned supreme in the world. His strength exceeded 10,000 ding, and he possessed the strength to destroy cities and mountains. The moment he flew into a rage, the world rumbled. Pure energy gushed forth like a massive wave, making one feel as though they were facing the might of the heavens. Liao Sun and the others cowered in fear, and they subconsciously retreated. The great Herb King's face darkened, and he shrank into a ball. It was too fearsome. Even a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert wouldn't be able to retaliate. Just when they thought that the impersonator would be forced to reveal his identity, they saw his eyebrows shot up in displeasure. Impudent! With a loud shout, Xianxia waved his hand and said, "Reckless fools, how dare you attack me? Who gave you the guts?" Ah, the great Herb King's body convulsed. Unhappy? What the hell are you unhappy about? What a reckless fool, big brother, where does your confidence come from? You've already exposed yourself. If you continue to pretend, he'll really beat you to death. Even though Xianxia was unable to gauge Physician Bai's exact cultivation realm, after interacting with him for the past few days, he could tell that the other party was only around Xianxia realm. It was impossible for him to be stronger than Xianxia realm pinnacle. I can't even resist this special envoy, so why are you still pretending? Very well, an impostor dares to speak to me in such a manner. My horizons have truly been broadened. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll kill you right now. Not expecting that not only would the other party remain unfazed after releasing his aura, the other party would even berate him for courting death. The envoy felt as if he was on the verge of going insane, and killing intent surged in his eyes. The headquarters had only sent him over. If it wasn't fake, what else could it be? For an impostor to dare to berate him, it was hard to tell if there was something wrong with his head or that fellow's heart was simply too big. With a jolt of his body, he dashed forward with lightning speed. Spreading open his fingers, he exerted a powerful might to envelop Xianxia. Jizuan realm was also known as 10,000 ding realm, and one's strength exceeded 10,000 ding. With a single move, one would be able to display one's true strength. Like a tidal wave, one would have nowhere to hide. Even a small mountain would be reduced to dust easily. Suppressed by this might, those with lower cultivation would find their bodies stiffening, making it difficult for them to execute battle techniques. Xianxia's heaven's path Xianxia was pure, so he didn't suffer much from such suppression. However, he was only a half-Xianxia, and the gap between him and Jizuan realm was simply too huge. Even though he was able to challenge opponents stronger than him, it was only limited to Xianxia realm primary stage. The difference between the two was like the difference between heaven and earth. At the very most, he could only rely on the heaven's path movement art to dodge the sure kill blow. Feeling the pressure on him, Xianxia's mind spun furiously. Even though he maintained a calm expression on his face, he was incomparably anxious inside. He had already guessed that the other party was the real envoy, but he couldn't back down now. Otherwise, he would die without a doubt, and no one would be able to save him. Aren't you arrogant? I am even more arrogant than you. This was the only way he could intimidate the other party and make him hesitate for a moment. Yet, who could have thought that the other party wouldn't fall for his trap and make a move on him instead? Flaws. Knowing that even if he were to escape, he would only be able to dodge 1 or 2 blows before his stamina was depleted. Thus, he hurriedly communicated with the Library of Heaven's Path. A book appeared before his eyes. Upon seeing the content, Xianxia's anxious heart calmed down. His figure, which was intending to execute the Heaven's Path movement art to escape, came to a halt. In an instant, he became as steady as a mountain, and a cold voice sounded. "Gumu, how dare you make a move on me? Are you trying to wipe out your entire clan?" "Who? You." Hearing those words, the calm envoy was taken aback. He forcefully halted his charge and asked, "Who are you? Why do you know my name?" He had received orders from the headquarters to rush here from afar, and he had never mentioned his name. Before receiving the orders, he had been in seclusion. Other than those who had tested him and a few of his friends, no one knew of him. Logically speaking, it was impossible for anyone to know of him in such a remote and backward place. Yet, the fellow before him was able to call out his name. He couldn't help but feel perplexed. Of course, even though he had stopped, he didn't release his strength. If the other party were to spout nonsense, he would surely burst forth and kill him. Seeing that the other party had stopped, Xianxia knew that he had made the right gamble and heaved a sigh of relief. Curiosity was a part of humans. No matter how infuriated they would still be perplexed upon hearing a stranger calling out their name. As long as the other party was perplexed, through the information recorded in the Library of Heaven's Path, he would be able to rebut the other party. Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxian's face remained impassive. His figure was as straight as a spear, as though the other party's rage and pressure didn't faze him at all. Xianyuan. Conferred Kingdom Branch, the 14th 3-star Poison Master to pass the 3-star Poison Master examination. In just a short 5 years, he advanced from 3-star to 3-star pinnacle, and he is known as the most talented genius in the entire branch. He was born with an interest in poison. At the age of 14, he passed the Apprentice Poison Master examination and concocted burning heat powder to poison his enemy's entire family of 314 people. At the age of 17, he became an official poison master and concocted soul-shattering powder to poison a Xianxia realm primary stage expert to death. At the age of 26, he passed the 2-star poison master examination and concocted bone-softening fragrance to poison a Xianxia realm pinnacle savage beast to death. At the age of 35, he became the disciple of the 100 Transformations Poison Master, Ling Hong. He is 44 this year, and there is no one in the Xianyuan branch who is a match for him in terms of his proficiency in poison. The reason why the headquarters appointed you as an envoy is to temper yourself so that you can take over as the next hall master of the branch. These. Xianxian paused for a moment before smiling lightly. Looking at the envoy before him, he asked, "Am I right?" "You. Who in the world are you?" Envoy Gumu narrowed his eyes. Other than those closest to him, no one knew about these matters. Furthermore, for the other party to be able to point out the orders from the headquarters, it seemed like he knew everything about him. Who in the world was he? Of all the people he knew, there wasn't a single one of them who was behaving in such a manner. That was to say, he didn't know the person before him at all. How could he speak of his affairs in such detail, ignoring the other party's question? Xianxian chuckled lightly and continued, "You were so determined to become a 4-star poison master that you even used your own body to test the poison. Others thought that you were willing to sacrifice your life for your passion for poison, but in truth, you were just trying to exact vengeance for your deceased wife. That's because your enemy is a 4-star poison master. His proficiency in poison is above yours, and without reaching that level, it is impossible for you to kill him." "Why you?" Gumu's face paled, and his eyes narrowed. He looked as though he had seen a ghost. There was no mistake about it. All along, he had been cultivating diligently, researching new poisons, and even using his own body to test the poison, all for the sake of vengeance. However, this matter was a secret hidden in the depths of his heart. He had never spoken of it before, and he didn't dare to speak of it either. After all, every single poison master was an important resource of the poison temple. If others were to know that he intended to poison a 4-star poison master to death, there would surely be someone who would stop him. Thus, this matter had always been a secret of his. Yet, this stranger before him was able to point it out. How could he not be shocked and fearful? "Your current cultivation is at Jizuan Realm Pinnacle. If you wish to become a 4-star poison master, you will have to strive for a higher realm. In order to achieve that, you chew on green serpent grass every day and apply it on your Shinmen acupoint to raise your potential. You smeared bone corrosion powder on your Shinhun acupoint to raise your soul depth. Even though the stimulation from the lethal poison has raised your strength and soul depth, it has depleted your life force. If I'm not wrong, you are already at the end of your rope, and you are on the verge of death." Circling around the other party, Xianxian sighed. The other party's battle technique had been compiled into a book, and the flaws on the other party's body were all recorded in the book. Just like a sieve, there were more than 100 flaws on the other party's body. To others, he might seem like a glorious 3-star pinnacle poison master who could become the new hall master at any moment, but in truth, his body had already reached its limit, and he could die at any moment. Based on this situation, he might not even live past 3 years. Dang 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 dang, retreating several steps, Gumu's face paled. There was nothing wrong with the other party's words. He was currently using his life to raise his cultivation. If he didn't do so, even if he were to die, he wouldn't be able to become a 4-star poison master. Without that, how could he exact vengeance? If he couldn't exact vengeance, he wouldn't be able to answer to his deceased wife. Who in the world are you? Clenching his fists tightly, Gumu turned to look at the other party once more. To be able to know his affairs so clearly and fearlessly face his attacks, could he be an unknown elder of the Xianyuan branch? Who am I? Xianxia lifted his head, and his gaze fell into the distance. Of course you don't know who I am, because even your teacher has to address me as Senior Uncle. I'm not feeling too well. I went to the hospital this morning, so I came back late. Also, do you still have any recommendation tickets? Your teacher's senior uncle? The envoy's senior uncle? The great Herb King and Butler Lu stared at one another and scratched their beards. Aren't you physician Bai? Didn't you not know whether the envoy would come and when he would come? Aren't you impersonating him? When did you become the envoy's senior uncle? The heck, more importantly. The envoy was dumbfounded. It seemed like he didn't know that he had a senior uncle. You can even pretend to be his senior, junior, fellow disciple, or friend. To claim such a high position. Brother, you really dared to speak. If it were them, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. The duo felt blood gushing into their chests, threatening to spurt out at any moment. By the side, Liao Sun, the other 2 hall masters, and the other elders also stared at one another in bewilderment. Initially, they thought that the impersonator would be slapped to death by the envoy. Never in their wildest dreams did they expect the 2 of them to know one another. Furthermore, they seemed to be related by seniority. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Teacher called you senior uncle? Gumu was taken aback and his body froze. The person before him seemed to know him like the back of his hand. Initially, he thought that he was a comrade from the branch whom he had never met before. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that he would have such an identity. After following his teacher for so many years, he had never heard of his teacher having a senior uncle. But if that wasn't the case, how could the other party know everything about him so accurately? Putting everything aside, just his eye of discernment wasn't something that an ordinary person could achieve. In fact, even his teacher might not possess such an eye of discernment. It's just based on seniority. I have always been a carefree person living in seclusion. Your teacher might not even know of my existence. Zhang Xian waved his hands as though he was an expert. If he didn't want the other party to make a move on him, he had to possess an identity that could subdue the other party. In any case, since they had attended his lecture together, they could call each other senior and junior. If he were to impersonate an unknown identity, there wouldn't be sufficient reason for him to expose him. After all, he couldn't possibly run back to his teacher and ask him whether he had a senior uncle or not. Besides, if he were to make things clear, even your teacher might not know of it. Even if he wanted to investigate, he wouldn't be able to do so. However, it wasn't enough to trick the other party. Since he had pointed out the other party's problem, he had to solve it for him. Only then would he be able to convince the other party. Zhang Xian didn't waste any more words. He smiled lightly and looked over. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Since we've met here, it can be considered fate. I just want to ask you one thing. Do you want to solve the problem in your body? This problem, can still be solved? Gumu still harbored some doubts about the identity of the person before him. At this moment, upon hearing the other party's question, his face reddened in agitation. If one could live, who would be willing to die? What's more, he had a blood feud on his shoulders. His wife was poisoned to death by a 4-star physician, and all along, he had been suppressing the pain and rage in his heart to cultivate diligently, hoping that one day, he would be able to exact his vengeance. Originally, he was only a hair's breadth away from reaching a higher realm, and there was hope for him to exact his vengeance. But recently, he had discovered that forcefully raising his strength over the years had caused his body to be depleted. Just as the other party had said, he didn't have long to live. His death was not to be regretted. However, even if he were to die, he would still tear his enemy into 10,000 pieces. Forcefully raising one's cultivation through poison has caused one's body to be depleted. If it was anyone else, they would surely be helpless. However, to me, this isn't a problem at all. I can resolve it easily. Xianxia said calmly. Even the heaven's path Xianxia was able to heal the ravaged body of the contract Gu, needless to say, someone like him who was still alive and kicking. Senior granduncle, please make a move. After hesitating for a moment, Gumu kneeled on the floor, and determination gleamed in his eyes. As long as you can treat my illness and kill my enemy, I'm willing to do anything for you. After his wife died, he had always wanted to follow her into the afterlife. The reason why he struggled to survive was so that he could exact vengeance for her. Even though the background of the person before him was unknown, the other party was able to see through his problem and point out something that even his teacher was oblivious to. Perhaps, the other party might really be able to resolve his affliction. As long as his affliction was gone, he was confident that he would be able to break through the final hurdle and reach the realm he had always dreamed of. This was an opportunity for him. If he succeeded, there would be hope for him to exact his vengeance. Of course, if the other party was just toying with him, he would just take him down with him. In any case, he didn't have much time left, so there was nothing for him to fear. As he kneeled on the floor, everyone's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The envoy of the headquarter, a 3-star pinnacle poison master, a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert, kneeled before an impostor. Is this for real? This was especially so for the great herb king. He knew the true identity of this physician by. He wasn't a senior granduncle at all. In fact, he wasn't even a hair's breadth away from him. To make the other party kneel down willingly with just a few words, "Physician Bai, you're incredible," if they were to be exposed, they would have kneeled down in fear, not daring to utter a single word. In the end, someone did kneel. However, the one kneeling was the person he was impersonating. Even though he was witnessing it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but wonder if he was dreaming. The change was too sudden, catching him off guard. He felt as though his waist was about to snap. However, after the shock, he was able to understand the situation. If it was him a few days ago, if someone were to say that he could treat the contract Gu, he would even be willing to call the other party grandfather, much less senior granduncle. Only when one is about to die would one understand the preciousness of life. Dignity and face mean nothing in front of this. I can treat him, but there are some rules that I have to make clear beforehand. Xianxia gestured and instructed, "Great Herb King, tell Gumu about my rules." His current cultivation was only at half Xianxia. If the other party were to treat him while he was awake, he would definitely give himself away and his image as a profound expert would be destroyed. It was best for him to treat the other party while unconscious. Not only would he be able to conceal his true cultivation, he would also be able to conceal the uniqueness of his heaven's path Xianxia. However, if he were to say these words, there would definitely be suspicions. Thus, it would be much better for the Great Herb King to do it. The Great Herb King was also a wise person, and he immediately understood Xianxia's intentions. He stepped forward and said, "Senior Bai has to be completely unconscious when treating the patient." Completely unconscious? Gumu frowned. In an unfamiliar place, falling unconscious meant that one's life was in the hands of another, and he had no control over it. Even though the other party's words were accurate, it wasn't enough to put him at ease. "Don't worry, this is Senior Bai's rule. When he treated the contract Gu for me previously, he had me unconscious as well." Seeing Gumu's hesitation, the Great Herb King persuaded. "Treat the contract Gu? You're saying that he treated the contract Gu for you?" Gumu was taken aback, and he was filled with disbelief. Liao Sun and the others didn't have a deep understanding of the contract Gu. After all, they were only 2-star poison masters, so they didn't know much about it. However, as a 3-star pinnacle poison master, he had seen many formidable poison masters and knew how fearsome it was. It was said that if one were to be afflicted by it, even a 5-star poison master wouldn't be able to treat it. For this senior granduncle to be able to treat something that even a 5-star poison master couldn't, could it be that his rank had surpassed that of a 5-star poison master? That's right. A few days ago, I nearly died. Senior Bai saw it and treated me. The Great Herb King said. We can verify this. He was indeed afflicted by the contract goo of the old hall master. Liao Sun and the others nodded. He can treat the contract goo? Clenching his fists tightly, Gumu took a closer look at the great herb king. Indeed, he could tell that something was amiss. As a 3-star pinnacle poison master, it was easy for him to tell that the contract goo had acted up before. After confirming his judgment, his face flushed red. Once again, he verified the standards of this senior granduncle before him. However, he was still worried that the other party would be unconscious before treating him. I know what you're worried about. If you were to fall unconscious, your life would be in the hands of others, and you wouldn't even know how you died. No one would be willing to do such a thing. Xianxia could see through his doubts. If it was anyone else, I would have ignored their doubts and left. However, since you're my grand student, let me tell you something. If I really wanted to kill you, I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Xianxia said softly as he stomped his foot lightly on the ground. So, before the crowd could react, he had already appeared 60 meters away. In the next moment, the silhouette in the distance slowly dissipated, but Xianxia was still standing on the spot, as though he hadn't moved at all. What incredible speed! Even a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert isn't capable of such a feat. Could it be that he has already surpassed Jizuan realm? Everyone in the surroundings was taken aback, and their eyes narrowed. They were all at Xianxia realm or below, so they had never seen such speed before. How could a person who could execute such speed be weak in his cultivation? It was fortunate that they didn't make a move previously. Otherwise, if he were to make a move, the entire poison temple branch would be destroyed. The great herb king's face paled. All along, he thought that physician Bai's strength was on par with his. He didn't expect the gap between them to be so huge. With such speed, before the other party could even react, his head would have already been lopped off. Gumu clenched his fists tightly. Even with his current strength, he couldn't match up to the other party's speed. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the other party didn't even exert his full strength. That was to say, the strength of this senior granduncle had definitely surpassed Jizuan realm, reaching a whole new level. Looks like it's effective. Seeing the shocked expression on everyone's face, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Having reached half Xianxia, his Heaven's Path movement art was much faster than before, allowing him to cover a greater distance. That was why he was able to execute the previous move. This move might seem impressive and swift, but in reality, given his current physical prowess, executing it twice was already his limit. Furthermore, with such speed, even he wouldn't be able to react in time, needless to say, injure or kill someone. To put it bluntly, even though this move was fast and could be used for escaping, it was completely useless against an enemy. But of course, there was another use for it now, to act cool. Suppressing the tearing sensation in his body, Xianxia secretly drove his Xianxia. On the other hand, he stood quietly on the spot with his hands behind his back, as though an otherworldly expert. He looked at Gumu calmly, and his voice was impassive, devoid of any emotions. I wonder, with my current strength, killing you, easier than slaughtering a chicken? Silence. The surroundings were completely silent. Gumu's face alternated between red and white. He had observed the speed that this senior granduncle displayed previously. If he were to really use such a speed, he wouldn't even be able to last a single breath, that is to say. Killing him wouldn't be any more difficult than killing a chicken. Recalling how he actually made a move on such a person, cold sweat drenched his back. It was fortunate that the other party recognized him and had a friendly relationship with him. Otherwise, even if the other party was an envoy, he would have been reduced to a corpse immediately. An expert of this level didn't even make a move previously. How could he possibly trick him into fainting before killing him, thus lowering his status? I was too narrow-minded. Please forgive me, Martial Granduncle. Understanding this, Gumu bowed deeply. Killing you is easier than killing a chicken. If I really want to kill you, I won't play mind games with a chicken. As a wandering crane, I happened to pass by Red Lotus City and saw that the great herb king was afflicted with contract goo. Thus, I decided to save him. Thus, I heard that the branch of the Poison Temple is fighting to the death over a mere hall master position, even going as far as to kill one another. I can't bear to see a descendant of my poison master hurt, so I came here to resolve the conflict. Gazing at the sky, Xianxia's eyes were filled with compassion. This. Hearing that the other party came here because of this, Liao Sun and the others felt ashamed. So, this was the motive of this elder. For a moment, they thought that he was a swindler after some treasure. Thinking about it now, it was truly laughable. It was no wonder why he said that he would conduct an examination and that the strongest would become the hall master. This was precisely to avoid trouble and conflict. Gumu also came to a realization. He had been wondering why the other party would impersonate the envoy since he was his senior granduncle. So, it turned out that he couldn't bear to see his disciple hurt. Understanding this, Gumu couldn't help but feel impressed. Probably only a true poison master, a person who was deeply in love with this occupation, could be so magnanimous. Alright, since the true envoy is here, there's no point for me to remain here. I'll take my leave now. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned around and walked out of the room. With the deterrence of the Heaven's Path movement art, no one dared to think too deeply into his words. As time passed, they would realize that there were many loopholes in his words. However, for him, the purpose of coming to the Poison Temple was to read the books. Now that he had finished reading the books and the real emissary had arrived, instead of continuing to wait here for his cover to be blown, it was better to leave immediately. As long as he was out of the range of the poison gas, he would be able to summon the howling firmament beast. At that time, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Martial Granduncle, please save me. Seeing the other party turn around and leave, not mentioning the matter of saving his life anymore, Gumu's face paled. He knew that he had offended the other party with his words. Thus, he immediately stepped forward and kneeled on the floor once more. All experts had their own dignity. He had made a move on Xianxia as soon as he arrived, and the other party even said that he would help him resolve the matter. The fact that he didn't teach Xianxia a lesson was already a sign of his good temper. I need the victim to be unconscious to save me. You're worried about your own safety, so it's normal that you don't believe me. Xianxia shook his head. Seeing that the other party was clearly angry and didn't intend to make a move, Gumu hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and sending a telepathic message over. Martial Granduncle, please wait a moment. On the surface, the headquarters sent me here to support the new hall master and stabilize the branch. However, the truth is that the Crimson Flame Lotus seed of this branch has matured. Crimson Flame Lotus seed? That's right. The Crimson Flame Lotus seed lives in the depths of volcanoes, and it absorbs the energy of the earth veins. If a cultivator consumes it, they will have a 20% chance of breaking through the bottleneck of Xizuan realm. It was precisely because I was stuck at a bottleneck that I applied to come here. Gumu didn't hold back at all. I know that with Martial Granduncle's strength, it is useless to you. However, if you can obtain it and give it to your disciples or students, it will be a huge favor to you. It can increase a cultivator's chances of breaking through the bottleneck of Xizuan realm by 20%. Xianxia was astonished. Breaking through one's cultivation depended on one's will, confidence, accumulation, and cultivation technique. As for pills, they could only be considered as supplementary. As such, ordinary pills weren't that effective on cultivators. If Xianxia hadn't heard of it himself, he wouldn't have believed it. Even though 20% wasn't too high, it was already a heaven-defying achievement in cultivation. Xizuan realm was the highest realm a cultivator could reach. However, it wasn't the end of one's cultivation. Given how vast the continent was, there were bound to be countless experts who had surpassed Xizuan realm. For a single Crimson Flame Lotus seed to increase one's chances of breaking through by so much, it could be considered a priceless treasure. Even Xianxia was taken aback by the fact that the Poison Hall branch actually had such a treasure. Alright, tell me what you want. Xianxia knew that the other party had a motive for mentioning this, so he turned to Gumu and asked. Martial Granduncle, I only hope that you can resolve my affliction. As for the lotus seed, I only want one that can help me break through my cultivation. I don't dare to ask for more than that, so I'll offer the rest to you. Gumu said. Hearing the other party's words, Xianxia knew that given his current condition, even if he were to find the lotus seed, he wouldn't be able to achieve a breakthrough. Rather than that, he would rather have the other party treat him. Besides, even though the Crimson Flame Lotus seed was a valuable treasure, it wasn't easy to obtain it. Otherwise, the old hall master wouldn't have died so suddenly. Others might not know the reason behind the old hall master's death, but Xianxia was well aware of it. The Poison Hall branch had recorded the cause of his death in a book and submitted it to the Poison Hall. He didn't suffer from any illness as the rumors said. Instead, when the old hall master tried to pluck the crimson flame lotus seed, he was incinerated by the earth flame. If even a Jizuan realm expert was unable to withstand it, he would have to rely on the young man before him in order to obtain the lotus seed. Thus, after contemplating for a moment, he decided to reveal the news to the old hall master. He knew that an expert of Xianxia's caliber wouldn't mistreat him after learning of the news. All right. Xianxia nodded his head. He was already intending to help treat the old hall master, and now that there was something for him to obtain, he was more than happy to do so. Then, when should we begin? Seeing that Xianxia had agreed to it, Gumu's face lit up in delight. Do I need to prepare anything? There's no need for any preparations, let's begin now. Xianxia waved his hands. The longer he delayed, the more trouble he would have. Thus, he might as well start as soon as possible. All right. Hearing that he could treat the old hall master, Gumu's face lit up in delight. I'll be counting on senior granduncle then. After which, he flicked his wrist. Pada, Gumu's head was struck, and he fainted on the floor. Ah? Seeing that the other party had knocked him out, Xianxia lowered his head to look at the soul-numbing powder in his hand. Helpless, he could only keep it back into his storage ring. To think that I would have you use this. To think that you're even more reckless than the great herb king, soul-numbing powder, could knock one out, and it was extremely useful for his unique medical skills. Thus, he asked for quite a few before he left. In any case, this wasn't worth much, and the great herb king was willing to do him a favor. Thus, he gave Xianxia more than 20 packets. He thought that he would be able to test its effects this time, but to think that the other party would knock him out as soon as he took it out. That was way too fast, however, this was fine as well. Since he was unconscious anyway, he didn't have to waste his effort. Stepping forward, Xianxia walked up to the unconscious Gumu, flicked his wrist, and a few silver needles appeared on his palm. The Library of Heaven's Path had already generated a detailed description of the other party, so there was no need for him to diagnose the other party now. With a flick of his finger, the silver needles flew over. With a flick of his hand, Xianxia moved nimbly, as though a butterfly. Gumu's body was different from the great herb king's. The latter's foundation was damaged by the contract Gu, resulting in his weakened state. On the other hand, the other party's condition was due to him stimulating his acupoints with poison to raise his cultivation. As a result, the poison entered his body and destroyed his life force. The former required the nourishment of Heaven's Path Xianxia, whereas the latter required the Heaven's Path Xianxia to find the location where the poison was concentrated and force it out of his body. In fact, it was much easier than the great herb king's treatment. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, using the Heaven's Path Xianxia, the silver needles pierced into the location where the poison was concentrated. Soon, the sound of flowing water echoed from Gumu's body, and black liquid flowed out from his fingers and toes. This is the poison hidden in his body? He forced it out just like that? Upon seeing this sight, Liao Sun and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Having come into contact with poison daily, they knew how difficult it was to expel it. When poison entered one's body, it was impossible to expel it even after using countless medicines and a lifetime. This was also the reason why poison masters, despite their fearsome reputation, didn't have a long lifespan. 50 to 60 years was a hurdle for them. Even though they didn't show any symptoms on the surface, they had all sorts of problems in their bodies. Coming into contact with poison daily, they had all suffered significant damage. They thought that it would be impossible to treat them, but to think that the elder before them would be able to resolve it so easily. Since the other party was able to expel such a potent poison from the envoy's body, wouldn't they be able to do the same as well? Everyone turned to look at Xianxia once more, and their eyes burned with passion. Ignoring the expressions of the crowd, Xianxia focused his attention and pierced the silver needles into the deepest parts of Gumu's body. A moment later, with a flick of his wrist, he retrieved all of the silver needles. With a wave of his hand, Gumu slowly regained consciousness. Opening his eyes, Gumu immediately felt the changes in his body. Previously, the poison lingered in his body, and he felt as though he was carrying a huge shackle on his back, making it difficult for him to move. However, at this moment, he could clearly feel that the shackle had been removed, and his entire body felt light. Even without using his Xianxia, he could tell that the trauma that threatened his life previously had been resolved by the other party. "Senior Granduncle, thank you for saving me." Gumu kneeled on the floor once more. This time, he was filled with sincerity and admiration, unlike before, when he was only fearful of the other party's strength. Xianxia waved his hands. "The condition of your body is more severe than what I thought. You might need to undergo 3 treatments before you can resolve it completely. Thus, there's no need for you to thank me. It won't be too late for you to speak of it after you're completely healed." He hadn't obtained the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed yet, and it wasn't safe here either. Naturally, he had to leave some backup plans. It was impossible for him to treat the other party in an instant. Yes. Gumu knew that the condition of his body was at its worst. He thought that it would take at least several months for him to recover, but he didn't expect that it would be sufficient after 3 treatments. He couldn't help but feel impressed by the strength of the senior granduncle before him. "Given your current condition, there shouldn't be any problems in the short term. I'll treat you slowly for the remaining 2 treatments. You'll have to deal with the Poison Temple branch and the matter regarding the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed. After all, you're the envoy, so it's not my place to interfere." Knowing that Gumu's envoy had already submitted to him, Xianxia wasn't worried anymore. After saying those words, he sat down at the very center of the hall. Gumu nodded his head before turning to Liao Sun and the others. "Other than the elders and the vice hall masters, everyone else is to leave." Yes. No one dared to disobey the words of the envoy. Soon, there were only 7 people left in the room. The 4 elders and the 3 vice hall masters. "I'm here for 2 things." Flinging his sleeves, Gumu surveyed the surroundings. Before Xianxia, he was no different from a junior, not daring to overstep his boundaries. However, as a Jizuan realm pinnacle and a 3-star poison master, it wasn't difficult for him to destroy a branch here. His absolute strength determined his authority, and no one dared to refute his words. "Envoy, please speak." Liao Sun and the others hurriedly bowed. "Firstly, I want to choose a hall master. Secondly, the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed has matured, and I'm here to pluck it." Gumu said. "Crimson Flame Lotus Seed." Liao Sun and the others shuddered, and their faces paled. The Crimson Flame Lotus grows in places where earth flames burn, and it feeds on poisonous substances. Regardless of whether it's its branches, leaves, or lotus, they all carry lethal poison, making it the ideal material for concocting poison. Only the lotus seed is immune to poison. Even though it grows in such an environment, it isn't poisonous at all. On the contrary, it's an invaluable treasure for one to reach Jizuan realm pinnacle. The reason why the red lotus branch was built here for several thousand years was to take care of this lotus. Gumu's voice carried authority. "Now that the lotus seed has matured, I'll leave the lotus and leaves to you. I believe there shouldn't be any problems with the lotus seed, right?" "No problem." Liao Sun and the others smiled bitterly and nodded. The special envoy had spoken, and the special envoy's martial granduncle was watching from the side. Even if there was a problem, they wouldn't dare. "That's good. How long will it take for the lotus seed to fully mature?" Seeing that the other party didn't dare to resist, Gumu nodded his head in satisfaction and asked. For him to be able to come at this time, he had naturally calculated the date when the lotus seeds would ripen. It was around these few days, but he wasn't clear on the exact date. Replying to the special envoy, "It will take about 10 days. Liao Sun said. 10 days? All right then, go and prepare the best room for my martial granduncle to stay in. Within these 10 days, I will choose the new hall master." Gumu said. Yes. Seeing that Xianxia had made up his mind, the crowd nodded. Knowing that the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed would only mature after 10 days, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. He could take this opportunity to digest the knowledge he had just learned and carefully study the poisonous gas in his body. In any case, he hadn't helped the other party completely remove the hidden danger. Even if the other party realized that this martial granduncle of his was a fake, he wouldn't dare to do anything to him. Besides, given that he had displayed so many formidable means, even an ordinary 5-star poison master wouldn't be able to pull off such a feat. Ignoring the selection of the new hall master of the poison temple, Xianxia was currently in his room. He had the great herb king and butler Lu stand guard outside the door while browsing through the books that he had collected in the library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Muttering in his heart, the countless books on poison swiftly gathered together to form a thick secret manual. Knowing that this was the Heaven's Path poison art that he was looking for, Xianxia didn't hesitate. Grabbing it lightly, he flipped it open. Poison, a type of medicine. It can be used to harm and save others. It was densely filled with explanations about poisons. Even though it was the same Heaven's Path poison art that he had compiled by collecting books on poison, this one was much more detailed and profound than the one in Tianxian Kingdom's book collection vault. As he continued reading, Xianxia's understanding of poison deepened. After an unknown period of time, Xianxia opened his eyes. The confusion in his eyes had turned into clarity. To think that poison would be so profound as well. Recalling the poison art that he had just learned, Xianxia lamented. It was no wonder why poison masters were able to strike fear into the hearts of countless people. In terms of complexity, poison was in no way inferior to apothecaries, blacksmiths, and the other upper 9 paths occupations. In fact, its offensive prowess might even surpass them. For example, given his current strength, he wouldn't be a match for a Xianxia realm intermediate stage expert. However, with sufficient poison, he could easily kill a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert. In fact, he could even kill a Zhizuan realm expert. Of course, poison wasn't omnipotent. If one's cultivation wasn't high enough, one would be unable to suppress the killing intent in one's body, and one could easily be noticed by an expert. Most likely, one would be killed before they could use the poison. Furthermore, there were some powerful poisons that required a poison master's blood essence and Xianxia to activate. If one wasn't a poison master, or if one's cultivation was too low, even if one was given a powerful poison, one wouldn't be able to use it. It was just like how everyone knew that an atomic bomb was powerful, but without sufficient strength, one wouldn't be able to control it. Even if one was given one, it wouldn't pose a threat to one. In fact, one might even be killed. Powerful poisons were like powerful weapons. Without sufficient strength, one would be poisoned to death within several hundred meters, or even several thousand meters. It was incomparably dangerous. Initially, Xianxia was still thinking that if he were to concoct a powerful poison for himself, he wouldn't need to fear even Zhizuan realm pinnacle experts. However, from the looks of it now, he was still dreaming. I don't wish to use poison to harm others, but I can prevent myself from being harmed by others. Knowing that the occupation of poison master was vast and profound, Xianxia couldn't help but feel wary. He didn't need to use poison to kill others, but he had to prevent himself from being poisoned. Take the poison aura in his body for example. If he was a poison master, he would have been able to prevent it from happening and wouldn't have ended up in such a pathetic state. Based on the records, the highest realm that a poison master can reach is to possess the poison body. I can definitely cultivate it. Xianxia smiled. Just like other occupations, a poison master's talent was also important. Talented poison masters were known to possess the innate poison body. Not only did they possess exceptional sensitivity toward poison, their body also possessed extraordinary poison resistance. In other words, even if other poison masters were to place poison in their mouth, they wouldn't be harmed in the slightest, as though they were eating a meal or drinking water. In fact, it was said that such people were even able to absorb the energy within the poison to raise their cultivation. Of course, such a constitution was extremely rare, and there might not even be a single poison master in the world. Just like Xiaoya's purine body, this was an innate ability. It was impossible for Xianxia to achieve such a feat. However, there were quite a few secret techniques regarding poison masters in the poison temple, and he managed to compile them into a Heaven's Path divine art. If he were to cultivate according to this, even if he didn't possess the innate poison body, he would still be able to raise his body's resistance to poison by several times. Let's give it a try. Thus, without any hesitation, Xianxia took out the poison master's secret art and flipped it open to take a look. After an unknown period of time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and abruptly stood up. Jai. 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 His bones creaked as though fried beans, and his aura surged. Even though it isn't as strong as the innate poison body, I don't fear ordinary poison anymore. Even the poison concocted by a 3-star poison master wouldn't be able to harm me after consuming it. Feeling the changes in his body, Xianxia chuckled. After cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, his physical body had undergone a significant change, and his resistance to poison had increased. Even though he didn't possess the innate poison body, given his current condition, even if he were to consume the poison concocted by a 3-star poison master, he wouldn't be harmed in the slightest. More importantly, after cultivating the Heaven's Path Xianxia, I can use it to treat illnesses and help others achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. At the same time, I can also turn it into lethal poison with a single thought, killing one in an instant. Even though his physical body had undergone a significant change, his Xianxia had undergone an even greater change. The Heaven's Path Xianxia was pure and untainted. It could heal injuries, restore stamina, increase vitality, and help others achieve breakthroughs in their cultivation. After cultivating the Heaven's Path poison art, Xianxia was able to turn it into lethal poison with a single thought. Once it entered one's meridians, even a Jizuan realm expert would find it difficult to neutralize it. Just like clear water, once it entered one's body, it would seep into any crevice or acupoint. Even though one knew where it was, if one's Xianxia wasn't pure enough, one wouldn't be able to neutralize it. This was no different from a terminal illness. Even though one knew the cause of the illness and the means to resolve it, one was unable to treat it. As expected of the Heaven's Path Xianxia, one could live and die with a single thought. He didn't know that it possessed such a formidable ability. Now that I'm done cultivating the innate poison art, let's take a look at that poison aura. After cultivating the innate poison art, Xianxia exhaled deeply. Then, he turned his gaze to the poison aura hidden within his body. Previously, he didn't have a deep understanding of poison, so he wasn't able to determine what it was. However, in terms of knowledge, he was already comparable to a 3-star poison master. In terms of poison, even Gumu might not be a match for him. He was already capable of studying the origin of the poison aura and finding a way to neutralize it. Driving his mind swiftly, Xianxia's state of mind entered heart of tranquil water. This poison aura can be hidden within the blood, allowing it to evade my Heaven's Path Xianxia. Looking at the poison aura, the books on poison in the library of Heaven's Path appeared before Xianxia's eyes, and knowledge flowed through his mind. There were more than 1,000,000 types of poison, and every single one of them had a different concoction method and solution. The slightest mistake could cause a huge difference in the outcome. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he began sifting through the books in the library of Heaven's Path. Science Spirit Poison, no. Ink Void Poison, no. It doesn't look like a poisonous snake either. After a long period of time, Xianxia suddenly came to a halt. His face paled, and disbelief filled his eyes. To think that it would be such a poison, this. How is this possible? I said that I was stuck, and I was asking for consolation. What I meant was that I should give Laowa some monthly tickets, recommendation tickets, and the like, so that he could regain his composure. Yet, everyone actually asked me to console. Sigh, you guys are too dirty. Everyone else is a real reader, but mine is definitely a fake. Don't pull me, let me cry for a moment. This is innate fetal poison, in other words, an innate poison. Recognizing the type of poison, Xianxia was on the verge of going insane. Innate fetal poison refers to the poison that one is afflicted with even before birth. It seeps into one's blood and soul, making it nigh incurable. Just look at Xiaoya. She possesses the innate purine body, and after activating it, she is as though an empress. Yuan Tao possesses the innate emperor's bloodline, and after activating it, his defense is invincible, as though a human meat shield. Initially, he had been envious of Xianxia, but now, he realized that he has an innate as well. Just that. They are both innate, but why is there such a huge difference between them? Other people's innate poison allows their cultivators to soar into the sky, but his innate poison is fatal. Innate fetal poison is a unique poison that is planted in one's body before birth. It fuses with one's mother's body, and it is classified as an innate deficiency of innate embryonic energy. Those afflicted with this poison are usually unable to live past 30, and it is known as the premature death constitution. There is no antidote for it. Xianxia was on the verge of tears. Other people have the innate formidable body, but I have the innate premature death constitution. Premature your head, can't you just play around with me? If I can't live past 30, doesn't that mean that I only have 10 years left to live? I don't have much time left. Suppressing his frustration, he searched through all of the books in the library once more and found 7 to 8 books with records on the innate fetal poison. In the end, they were all identical to the poison aura in his body. In other words, there was no doubt that he was afflicted with this lethal poison. Just that. To be able to infect the body of a mother and infect her offspring without being noticed, the poison must be at least at 7-star. I am just an orphan, surely it can't be. After ascertaining what the poison in his body was, Xianxia felt stifled for a moment. After reading through so many books in the poison temple, he had gained a deep understanding of poison. To infect a mother with the innate fetal poison without being noticed, the poison master must be at least at 7-star. In other words, the poison master must be at least an 8-star or even 9-star. Just the cultivation of a poison master of that level was already unparalleled. Why would he spend so much effort to deal with an orphan like him? His previous self was just an insignificant figure who lived in a small place like Xianxia Royal City. He had no parents and was so poor that he wasn't worth a single copper coin. Before he was 18, his talent was slightly above average. After that, he became an extremely mediocre teacher, and he was even hailed as the worst teacher in the history of Hongtian Academy. For such a figure to be dealt with by a poison master who stood at the pinnacle of the world. Wasn't this a little inconceivable? This kind of poison fuses with one's entire body. Under normal circumstances, one wouldn't be able to detect it even at death's door. The heaven's path Xianxia that I cultivate is too pure, and that's why I was able to force it to reveal its true form. However, even so, there's no way for me to treat it. He felt helpless in his heart. The first time he discovered this poison, he thought that someone was trying to murder him and that his previous self had been killed. Now, it seemed that he had worried too much. This poison had been present in his body ever since he was born, and it was hidden within his body. Even a 9-star poison master wouldn't be able to detect it. It could be said that it kills without leaving a trace. Even if he were to die, no one would know who the culprit was. Even as a poison master, it would be difficult for him to notice it. However, the heaven's path Xianxia that he cultivated was too pure. When it flowed through his meridians and blood, it was impossible for any impurities to remain hidden. However, it was useless even if he were to reveal it. The other party had been nurtured by his mother, and just like a human, it had gained sentience. Even the heaven's path Xianxia was unable to remove it. Instead, as time passed, it would only grow stronger and stronger, thus ensuring that he would die before 30. The heck, what in the world is this? Other people have a golden finger on their backs, and yet, he is carrying a ticking time bomb on his back, the kind that guarantees his death. Even though his previous self didn't die from the poison, it wasn't far from it. Feeling stifled, he sought death, and the poison aura acted up in advance. However, he didn't expect that he would be able to transcend into this world. As for how he became a genius before becoming a mediocre person, his cultivation stagnated due to the poison aura as well. Before reaching Xianxia realm pinnacle, his previous self was able to raise his cultivation swiftly, and it was said that it was extremely rare. However, he was unable to reach Pika realm. It was due to the poison aura fusing with his entire body that it suppressed his turbid Xianxia. Unless one could reach the level of purity of heaven's path Xianxia, otherwise, with the turbid Xianxia cultivated using the cultivation technique of Tianxian Kingdom, it would be impossible for one to break through the bottleneck and reach higher cultivation. Since it's a poison, there must be an antidote. Otherwise, how did such an innate poison seed get known? Perhaps the level of this poison temple is too low. As long as I enter a higher level place, I might be able to find a solution. Even though he was stifled, Xianxia wasn't frightened. Having comprehended the heaven's path poison art, he had a deep understanding of poison. There is a cause and effect, and a poison has an antidote. Even though the books here stated that there was no antidote for the innate fetal poison, it didn't mean that there was no solution for it. Perhaps, there might be a solution in a higher-level poison temple. This innate fetal poison won't flare up before the age of 30. That is to say, I have to find a solution within these 10 years. Heart of tranquil water, as though a saber glint, cleansed all of his negative emotions. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It had only been a month since his reincarnation, and he had already reached half-Xianxia from Jinqi realm pinnacle. It was hard to imagine how far he would be able to go in 10 years. By then, he might be able to resolve this poison. There was no need for him to be nervous. However, even though he wasn't nervous, it was still a form of pressure. There was still a huge gap between theory and reality. He didn't want to die for no reason after he had painstakingly regained his life. Call Gumu over. Standing up, Xianxia instructed the great herb king and the others who were guarding outside. Senior granduncle, you were looking for me? Not too long later, Gumu walked over. Sit. Xianxia beckoned him over. The reason why I called you over is because I have something to ask you. Gumu sat upright. Senior granduncle, feel free to speak. In the past few days, the other party had taken some time to conduct a second round of treatment for him. After which, he felt a surge of energy, as though he had returned to the peak of his strength 10 years ago. He possessed inexhaustible strength. After 2 rounds of treatment, he knew that the means of the senior granduncle before him could be said to be a celestial being. He was already filled with admiration for the other party, and he didn't dare to think too much about it. Have you heard of the innate fetal poison? Xianxia asked. Gumu came from the Xianyuan Kingdom Poison Master Branch, and he had read through more profound books. In terms of knowledge, he was definitely much more knowledgeable than Xianxia. Innate fetal poison? Gumu hesitated for a moment before saying, I've heard of this poison before. It's a lethal poison planted in the fetus, and it fuses with the fetus as it grows. There's no cure for it. No cure? Yes. Gumu nodded his head. Then, he suddenly thought of something and hesitation appeared on his face. However what? Xianxia turned to look at him. I've heard of a rumor, but I'm not sure if it's true or not. After a moment of hesitation, Gumu said, it's said that the most formidable celestial conjurer in history was afflicted with the innate fetal poison. However, no one knows how he was cured, but he lived for 10,000 years before dying of old age. Celestial Conjurer was known as the #1 master teacher, as well as the founder of Mingshi Tang. He was respected by countless people, and there wasn't a single master teacher or apprentice who didn't know of him. Oh? Xianxia had heard Huang Yu speak of him once before, and he was filled with respect for him. Just that, he didn't expect this ancestor to be afflicted with the innate fetal poison as well. Since there was a precedent of him being able to cure it, it meant that the poison wasn't incurable. This is only a rumor. If you wish to know more about Conjurer, you'll probably have to pay a visit to Mingshi Tang. Only true master teachers are qualified to know about him. Poison masters like us have only heard of rumors about him. May I know why Senior Granduncle is asking about this? Gumu asked doubtfully. I'm just asking casually. Waving his hands casually, Xianxia had an idea in mind. It seemed like it was time for him to pay a visit to Mingshi Tang after this matter was settled. The biographies of the outstanding figures of the various occupations would be compiled into books and kept in the various guilds so that the later generations could learn from them. Since this Conjurer was the old ancestor of the master teachers, there should be records of him in Mingshi Tang. If there really was an innate fetal poison and he died of old age, it would mean that the problem had been solved. With a precedent of success, there was no need for him to be nervous. How is the situation in the poison temple? Having made up his mind, Xianxia decided not to pursue the matter any further. After a few rounds of examinations, I have already confirmed the candidate for the new hall master. It is the first vice hall master, Liao Sun. The crimson flame lotus seed is about to mature, and it can be harvested tomorrow. Gumu replied. Tomorrow? All right. Xianxia's eyes lit up. After learning the knowledge and understanding of the different types of poison, there was no need for him to remain here. It would be best for him to leave as soon as possible. After Gumu left, Xianxia continued to study the contents of the books in the Library of Heaven's Path. At the same time, he also reinforced the strength in his body. Even though the Xianxia realm cultivation technique manuals collected in the Red Lotus City weren't sufficient to form a Heaven's Path manual, there were still quite a few of them that he could try cultivating. After countless attempts, he could clearly sense that the half-Xianxia realm Xianqi in his body was growing denser, and he was only a step away from reaching Xianxia realm. Even though the Library of Heaven's Path was able to see through his flaws, he still had to have a solid foundation if he wanted to advance further. Thus, whenever he was free, he would study. In just 10 short days, his knowledge had increased by more than twofold, and he had gained a deep understanding of beast taming and poison masters. Even without the Library of Heaven's Path, he could still be considered as knowledgeable. While he was studying, he also practiced the Heaven's Path fist art, leg art, and spear art. Even though these moves were the most basic, they were able to bring out the strength in his body perfectly, increasing his offensive prowess significantly. If he were to use the Heaven's Path fist art and the other moves, he would be able to stand against even a Xianxia realm intermediate stage expert, and perhaps even kill him. Of course, if he were to make use of the plausibility of the Library of Heaven's Path and complement it with the Heaven's Path movement art, he might even be able to kill a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert despite sustaining injuries. For a half-Xianxia realm to be able to kill a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert, even the most famous genius of Mingshi Tang might not be able to match up to him. Senior Granduncle, the Crimson Flame Lotus Seed has matured. Time passed in Xianxia's cultivation and study. At dawn the next day, Gumu appeared before him. Good. Xianxia nodded his head and stood up. He had waited 10 days for the treasure that could increase one's chances of reaching Jizuan realm pinnacle by 20%. Finally, he could pluck it. The Red Lotus Ridge is a large volcano, and our Poison Temple branch is built on the mouth of the volcano. Back then, when we built the branch, we specially invited a formation master to seal the volcano with a formation so as to gather the earth flame within for the growth of the Crimson Flame Lotus. Even though Liao Sun had become the official hall master, he didn't dare to put on airs before the duo. As he walked, he introduced the place respectfully, "Envoy, Senior Granduncle, this way please." As for Xianxia, he also addressed him as Senior Granduncle, just like how Gumu addressed him. The trio walked forward, and soon, they arrived at an altar. The mouth of the volcano is hidden beneath this altar. Liao Sun pointed forward. Xianxia turned his gaze over. Before him was a massive altar with a diameter of more than 100 meters. From afar, it had an ancient feel to it, and it had nothing to do with the mouth of the volcano. Instead, it looked more like a place that had been abandoned for a very long time. Xianxia was perplexed, but after his previous experience in the Poison Temple, he knew that there was definitely a formation here. As expected, Liao Sun walked to the center of the altar, flicked his wrist, and the token representing his identity as the Hall Master appeared in his palm. He placed the token into the groove at the center of the altar. Hung long long, the world spun around them, and the scenery before them immediately changed. On the previously flat and wide altar, there was now a staircase that extended downwards. No one knew where it led to. "This way please." Liao Sun led the way, and after walking down the staircase for nearly 2 hours, a vast underground palace appeared before their eyes. At the center of the palace was a massive mouth of the volcano. Scorching flames burned intensely, and the heat wave made it difficult for one to approach. Feeling the heat wave, Xianxia's expression turned grim. Even before entering the mouth of the volcano, just the heat wave in the palace was enough to make even a Pishue realm expert unable to withstand it. "Envoy, Senior Granduncle, that is the Crimson Flame Lotus." Walking forward to the mouth of the volcano, Liao Sun pointed forward once more. Following the direction of his finger, Xianxia saw a scarlet lotus floating amidst the scorching lava at the center of the volcano. There was a seed pod on it, and it was filled with lotus seeds. A faint fragrance emanated from it. Beautiful. Xianxia's eyes lit up. The Crimson Flame Lotus before him was only 2 to 3 meters tall, and its entire body was crimson, reminiscent of a blazing flame. Even though it was several hundred meters away from them, he could still feel the intense heat emanating from it. Even a Jizuan realm expert would find it hard to withstand it. "How do I pluck it?" Xianxia asked. Not only was the crimson flame lotus unbearably hot, it was also floating right above the mouth of the volcano, rooted in the lava. It was several hundred meters away from the shore, so how was he supposed to reach it, enter the lava to pluck it? Even if the heaven's path golden body wasn't weak, it would be burned to ashes the moment it entered the lava. Needless to say, the others. I don't know either. My master saw that the lotus was about to mature and tried to pluck it, but he ended up being burned to ashes. Liao Sun shook his head dejectedly. The reason why the old hall master suddenly died was because he wanted to pluck the crimson flame lotus seed. The crimson flame lotus seed matures once every 100 years, and there are people who succeed every single time. The headquarter receives your tributes as well, so how could he be burned to death? Gumu asked doubtfully. Since the branch of the poison temple was built here to guard the lotus, there must be a way to do so. Otherwise, wouldn't the countless medicinal herbs be used to nourish the lotus be used to benefit others? Besides, the branch had provided a certain amount of lotus seeds to the headquarter every 100 years, so it was impossible for them to not have a way to pluck it. There is a way, but it is no longer usable. Please take a look. Liao Sun smiled bitterly. He casually picked up a rock, and with a flick of his wrist, he threw it toward the crimson flame lotus. He was a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert. Under the augmentation of his Xianxia, the rock hummed as it flew forward, seemingly tearing the air apart. What are you doing? Seeing the other party throw a rock at the crimson flame lotus with such immense force, Gumu's face warped. At this moment, the crimson flame lotus seed had already matured. If it were to be struck, it would easily fall into the lava below. If so, it would be impossible to find it again. Envoy, just watch. Liao Sun said. While the duo was speaking, the rock had already arrived before the crimson flame lotus. Just as it was about to strike the lotus, the lava below suddenly shook violently. A bizarre creature flew into the air, opened its mouth, and swallowed the rock. This bizarre creature had the body of a snake, and it was several dozen meters long. Its entire body was covered in thick red scales, and it was swimming in the lava. What is this? Not expecting such a bizarre creature to be swimming in the scorching lava, Gumu suddenly recalled something, and his face warped in astonishment. Could this be the lava beast that you mentioned to the headquarter? Upon seeing this creature, Gumu recalled it. In the report from the Red Lotus branch, on top of the sudden death of the old hall master, there were also records of a savage beast that lived in the lava, and it was known as the lava beast. Initially, he thought that it was just an excuse that the other party came up with to avoid handing over the crimson flame lotus seed. To think that it would be true. Yes, this is the lava beast. The unique scales on its body allow it to withstand high temperatures. It lives in the lava, and its strength is comparable to a Zhizuan realm pinnacle expert. Liao Sun smiled bitterly. There's such a creature? Gumu wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even Zhang Xian was perplexed. The temperature of the lava below was at least 1 to 2,000 degrees Celsius. To think that there would be life in such a scorching environment, not to mention that it was such a huge creature. If they hadn't seen it for themselves, they wouldn't have believed it. Indeed. No one knows where or when this creature came from, but it has been guarding the crimson flame lotus all these years, treating it as its own. Anyone who tries to approach it will be attacked. Liao Sun explained. It would be fine if it was on the shore, but the lava is its domain. Furthermore, it has reached Zhizuan realm pinnacle, so there's nothing we can do about it. This. Gumu's face darkened. Even though he was also a Zhizuan realm pinnacle cultivator, if he were to fight with such a huge fellow in the lava, there was a high chance that he would die here. Can't we use poison? Gumu couldn't help but ask. The poison temple was proficient in the use of poison, and they could easily poison the lava beast to death. The lava beast isn't even afraid of the scorching heat of the earth flame, so how could mere poison possibly work on it? Liao Sun said. It was able to swim freely in lava of 1 to 2,000 degrees Celsius. Some poisons would be reduced to ashes before they could even approach it, needless to say, poison it to death. We have tried all sorts of methods. Unless we find a beast tamer and find a way to tame it. There's no other way. At this point, Liao Sun shook his head. However, this is our greatest secret. Furthermore, our poison temple doesn't have much contact with the other occupations. If we were to find a beast tamer, it would bring about an unnecessary disaster. Poison temple didn't have any relations with the other occupations. In fact, they were even enemies. If they were to invite other occupations over, it would be equivalent to exposing the location of their nest. If so, it would be a huge waste for them to hide in the Red Lotus Ridge for so many years. Indeed. Gumu also understood this point, and he couldn't help but shake his head. Poison wouldn't work, they wouldn't be able to charge in, and they couldn't find a beast tamer. Harvesting the crimson flame lotus seed was indeed a huge problem. Can a beast tamer tame this fellow? Hearing the conversation between the two, Xianxia hesitated for a moment before asking. Perhaps. I can give it a try. It's almost the end of the month. Do you still have monthly tickets? I'm back to my peak condition today, hee. Recommendation tickets. Monthly tickets. All of them. Hearing those words, Gu Mu and Liao Sun's eyes lit up. Does senior granduncle intend to suppress it personally? The person before them was an expert who had surpassed Jizu in realm pinnacle. Even if this huge fellow was swimming in the lava, as long as he made a move, he would be able to defeat or even kill it easily. It's just a small savage beast, there's no need for me to make a move personally. Xianxia shook his head disdainfully, but he was rolling his eyes in his heart. Make a move personally? You must be joking. That was a Jizu in realm pinnacle savage beast. Even if he were to encounter it on land, he would be able to flee as far as he could. To make a move personally. If he were to head over, not only would he not be killed, he would become the other party's delicious lunch. Then. The duo was perplexed. It isn't easy for a savage beast to cultivate to Jizu in realm pinnacle. Killing it would be detrimental to the world. Xianxia shook his head. With a benevolent expression, he said, Gu Mu, since you are my grand disciple, I shall bestow upon you an opportunity. Go down and tame this savage beast. As long as it becomes your tamed beast, plucking the crimson flame lotus seed will be a walk in the park. I tame it? Gu Mu was still wondering what kind of solution it was, but upon hearing those words, his body swayed and he nearly fainted on the spot. Even on land, it would be difficult for him to defeat this huge fellow. Entering the lava was no different from courting death. Tame it? It was already a blessing that he wasn't tamed by the other party. Senior granduncle, I know nothing about beast tamers. Gu Mu hurriedly shook his head with a reddened face. He only knew how to use poison. What was beast taming? Even though he had heard of it, he didn't know who the other party was. To ask him to tame a huge fellow of the same cultivation realm as him. Forget it, I still want to live a little longer. It's fine if you don't know anything, I can give you some pointers. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up, and he said authoritatively, Why, you don't trust senior granduncle? I dare not. Gu Mu hurriedly bowed and asked, Senior granduncle. Could it be that you have some understanding of beast taming as well? This senior granduncle didn't seem to be much older than him. Given how skilled he was as a poison master and how skilled he was in the way of medicine, it couldn't be that he was in beast taming as well? If that was the case, he should be famous in the Beast Hall. Why hadn't he heard of him before? A little. Nodding his head, Xianxia placed his hands behind his back and walked to the mouth of the volcano. The lava beast before him was like a massive snake coiling around the crimson flame lotus. Even if he wanted to pluck it, he wouldn't be able to get close to it. Turning around, Xianxia glared at the other party. This is a Jizu in realm pinnacle savage beast. Countless people dream of taming it. Do you really not want such an opportunity? Seeing the earnest look on Xianxia's face, Gu Mu hesitated for a moment before his face reddened. Can it really be tamed? If he were to tame a savage beast of the same cultivation realm as him, his fighting prowess would increase by twofold. To be honest, Xianxia was tempted by the idea. If a savage beast of this level were to consume the crimson flame lotus seed, it might be able to overcome its bottleneck. By then, the two of them would be able to work together to exact vengeance. Just that. Isn't taming savage beasts a skill that only beast tamers possess? Give me pointers. Even if Xianxia were to guide him, it was impossible for him to become a beast tamer immediately and tame such a formidable savage beast. As long as you follow my instructions, it won't be difficult to tame it. Seeing that Gumu was tempted, Xianxia flung his sleeves and said calmly, the choice is up to you. If you're unwilling, then forget it. It's just a Jizuan realm savage beast. If you're unwilling, I can just kill it myself. However, there won't be a second chance once you lose it. This. Gumu's face flickered. In less than 10 breaths, he gritted his teeth and said, all right. Senior Granduncle, what should I do? Do I need to prepare anything? To him, this was indeed a good opportunity. To tame a savage beast of equal strength to him, and one that was impervious to lethal poison, his standing in the Xianyuan branch would rise significantly. However, even though he had never tamed a savage beast before and didn't know much about it, he had seen others taming savage beasts before. He knew that a beast tamer had to prepare many things to attract the other party's attention before taming a savage beast. Only by increasing the other party's goodwill would it be able to gradually approach the savage beast and eventually submit to it. There's no need for that, and it's too late anyway. Xianxia shook his head. Since this fellow has been guarding the Crimson Flame Lotus for so long, it must be very fond of it. No matter how good the preparation is, can it be more attractive than the lotus? Besides, the lotus seed is already ripe and can be consumed. If I were to go up and prepare anything now, it would probably be eaten by it before I could even come down. Then. Gumu was perplexed. If he didn't prepare anything, how could he attract its attention? Just as he was perplexed, Senior Granduncle's voice sounded in his ears. Simple. Jump down now and beat it up. After that, I'll tell you how to tame it. Beat it up? Gumu's face turned green. When others tamed savage beasts, they would find a way to gain its trust before using various means to influence it. Wouldn't this incur the wrath of this fellow? If there was a conflict, it would incur the other party's displeasure. How could he tame it, more importantly? If he were to jump down, he probably wouldn't be able to come back up. Are you sure that you want me to tame a savage beast and not feed it to this fellow? Seeing his hesitation, Xianxia knew what he was worried about. Thus, he consoled, don't worry, with me around, it won't be easy for this fellow to kill you. Yes. Gumu gritted his teeth. Indeed, Senior Granduncle was a formidable figure who had surpassed Jizuan realm. With him around, how could he possibly allow him to fall into a disadvantageous position? Of course, if he were to know that this Senior Granduncle of his was only at half Xianxia and that he could easily crush him to death, he would probably burst into tears on the spot. Having made up his mind, Gumu took in a deep breath. Flicking his wrist, a sword appeared in his hand. Driving his Xianxia, the sword chi flashed across the ground several times. In an instant, the sturdy stone floor was sliced into many thin stone slabs of equal size. There were about 70 to 80 of them, and every single one of them was squarish, around a chi in length and width. Grabbing them, he placed them in front of Liao Sun. Hall Master Liao, I'll have to trouble you to help me build a place to rest. All right. Liao Sun nodded his head. Even a Jizuan realm pinnacle expert was incapable of flight. In order to fight with the lava beast, one had to build countless footholds. These footholds weren't fixed. As long as one threw the stone slab in one's hand out, one would be able to walk on the surface of the lava without sinking. This was the strength of a Jizuan realm expert. Even a Xianxia wouldn't be able to withstand the heat, needless to say, advance. Senior Granduncle, then. I'll be heading down. After making the necessary preparations, Gumu took in a deep breath. Xianxia waved his hands. Seeing that the other party had agreed to it, Gumu drove his Xianxia to its limits. With a flick of his wrist, a stone slab flew out and landed on top of the lava. At the same time, he chased after it. Tapping lightly on the stone slab, he made use of the counterforce to rise into the air once more. Jizuan realm experts usually cultivated movement techniques. Even on the surface of the water, they were still able to glide across it easily, needless to say, the buoyant lava. So, seeing that the lava beast had exhausted its strength and was starting to fall, Liao Sun calculated where it would land and threw out the stone slab in advance. Like a dragonfly skimming on the surface of the water, Gumu tapped on the stone slab once more and leaped into the air. Just like that, in just 7 to 8 breaths, he was already before the lava beast. Let's begin. Frowning, Gumu gathered all of his strength and with a loud bellow, he thrust his sword forward. Since he had made a move, he couldn't hold back. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. Roar, seeing that someone was making a move on it, the lava beast flew into a rage. With a roar, it whipped its thick tail. Walala, lava splattered and energy gushed forth. Before the attack could even land, Gumu felt a surge of heat gushing toward him. Flicking his wrist, he hurriedly changed his move and deflected his sword. Ding, the tail struck the sword, and without any leverage, Gumu's body flew backward like a cannonball. So, looking at where he would land, Liaosun tossed the stone slab forward to serve as a foothold. Even though they had never worked together before, Liaosun was still a Xianxia realm pinnacle expert. Senior granduncle, what should I do next? Not expecting this fellow to be so formidable as to send him flying with a single tail, Gumu couldn't help but ask. Wait a moment, I haven't figured it out yet. Continue. Xianxia waved his hands. Haven't figured it out yet? Continue. Gumu nearly lost his foothold and fell headfirst into the lava. This senior granduncle of his was way too unreliable. Just a moment ago, he told him that as long as he fought with this fellow, he would offer him some pointers on how to tame it. Yet, he still hadn't figured it out. Did he have to go to such lengths? Just as he was feeling stifled, the enraged lava beast charged forward and bit down with its razor-sharp teeth. The attack was so swift that Gumu couldn't make it in time. Thus, he could only thrust his sword forward. Pung, the tip of the sword collided with the lava beast, and his arm went numb. Then, he was sent flying once more. Beneath him was the scorching lava, and there was no land for him to touch. Even though he could use the stone slab to move, Gumu's fighting prowess had been greatly reduced. He could only exert 60 to 70% of his strength. With his current strength, it was impossible for him to withstand the frenzied attacks of the lava beast. Senior granduncle, are you done? It took Gumu great effort to stabilize himself. Turning to look at Xianxia once more, he saw that the latter was still standing on the spot, seemingly in a daze. Gumu's heart turned cold, and he was on the verge of tears. If only he knew that this senior granduncle was so unreliable, he wouldn't have come down. Now that he was being pestered by this fellow, it was impossible for him to escape. It couldn't be that he would really die here, right? Screw it. Knowing that it was impossible for him to escape, Gumu gritted his teeth and raised his sword once more. Driving the Xianxia in his body, he swung it downward. Pung, the two collided, and Xianxia was sent flying for another 10 meters. It was fortunate that Liaosun wasn't weak, and he had a good grasp of where Gumu would land each time. Otherwise, putting aside defeating the other party, he would have fallen into the lava and been burned to death. Ding ding ding, after exchanging a few blows, just as Gumu was on the verge of collapsing, a voice sounded in his ears. All right, listen to my instructions. Turning around, he saw senior granduncle looking at him impassively. Roar, while he was distracted, the lava beast charged forward once more, and the searing heat wave threatened to tear him apart. Taking a deep breath, Gumu flicked the sword in his hand, intending to defend himself once more. However, the other party's voice sounded once more. Don't block it, keep your sword back into your storage ring. Don't block it? Hearing those words and seeing the lava beast charging toward him, Gumu nearly fainted. If he didn't block such a ferocious attack, wouldn't he be killed in an instant? Hurry! Just as he was hesitating, the voice sounded once more. Yes. Even though Gumu was filled with doubts, if senior granduncle really wanted to kill him, there was no need for him to waste so much effort. Gritting his teeth, he kept his sword back into his storage ring without any defense. Extend your head over. Just as he was done keeping his sword, senior granduncle's next instruction sounded. Gumu's body swayed, and he nearly fell into the lava. You told me to keep my sword and not block it, and I can even abide by it. Why do I have to extend my head over, Marshal Granduncle? Are you complaining that I'm not dying fast enough? If I were to really extend my head over, given the other party's ferocious appearance, wouldn't my head be bitten off and I die on the spot? This isn't beast taming, it's suicide, alright. Don't hesitate, move quickly. The urging voice sounded once more. The two of them were conversing telepathically. Even though they had spoken for a long time, only 2 breaths had passed. The ferocious lava beast was already less than 3 meters away from them, ready to bite down at any moment. There was no time left. Screw it. If Senior Granduncle really wanted to kill him, he would have done so while he was unconscious. How could he possibly make use of this fellow to kill him? Gritting his teeth, he no longer hesitated. Turning his body sideways, he thrust his head forward, aiming for the other party's ferocious mouth. This. Oblivious to the content of their telepathy, Liaosan's body trembled in fright upon seeing the envoy sending himself to his death. Beast taming was usually done by preparing delicacies and treasures to attract the attention of savage beasts. This was the first time he was seeing someone sending his own head over. As long as the lava beast bit down, even a Jizuan realm pinnacle cultivator would die on the spot. If the envoy were to die here, he, who had just been appointed as a hall master, would no longer be able to hold his position. He would probably be sent over by the headquarters to be interrogated for 10 days to half a month before being poisoned to death. She hurriedly turned her head to look at her martial granduncle, only to see him standing not too far away with an expressionless face. Martial granduncle, Xianxia couldn't help but shout, but barely after he said those 3 words, he saw the other party pointing a finger forward. He hurriedly turned his head to take a look, and with a single look, his eyes widened. Gumu had already inserted his head into the mouth of the lava beast. As long as the latter closed its mouth, it would be able to kill him on the spot. Yet, at the crucial moment, not only did the lava beast not bite down, it even turned around and fled. A moment ago, he was so furious that he could not wait to tear Gumu into pieces. Why did he take the initiative to send his head over and retreat instead? What was going on? Not only was Xianxia dumbfounded, Gumu's face was also filled with disbelief. This time, he was already prepared to die, but he didn't expect such a scene to occur. Don't just stand there, rush over and grab its tail. Just as he was filled with doubts, his senior granduncle's voice sounded by his ear once more. Even though he was still a little hesitant previously, upon hearing those words, he no longer hesitated. Stepping on the stone floor, he leaped into the air as though a swallow leaping out of the water. In the blink of an eye, he was already right before the lava beast. Closing his arms, he hugged the thick tail of the lava beast in his embrace. Roar! Having its tail grabbed, the lava beast panicked. It shook its body violently, and in an instant, lava surged and sparks flew in all directions. When the sparks landed on Gumu's body, holes appeared one after another on his clothes. What should we do next? Sensing that the Xianxia in his body was about to reach its limit, Gumu hurriedly asked. Hold on to it tightly, ignore its movements. Xianxia continued. All right. Determined, Gumu wrapped his limbs tightly around the latter's tail. No matter how the other party struggled, he wouldn't let go. As for his body, he couldn't be bothered with it anymore. All he could do was to drive his Xianxia to fend off the intense heat. Roar! Roar! Having its tail grabbed, the lava beast was infuriated. It roared furiously and tried to fling Gumu away. However, its movements were getting slower and slower. In less than a minute, it fell limply to the ground, resembling a dead snake. Seeing the state the lava beast was in, Gumu heaved a sigh of relief. He couldn't believe that he was dreaming. He had seen with his own eyes how ferocious the lava beast was when he was fighting with it earlier, and how could it not want to tear him into pieces? Yet, when he stretched his head forward, the lava beast didn't bite him. Instead, it retreated and hugged its tail. All right, bring it up to the shore. While Gumu was still hesitating, he heard an order. Yes. This time, there was no longer any hesitation. Grabbing the limp lava beast, Gumu drove his Xianxia and lifted it up before flying over. Not too long later, the man and beast arrived at the shore. The moment the lava beast arrived, Xianxia took 2 steps forward. With a flick of his wrist, a few silver needles appeared in his hands and he shot them toward the lava beast. Make it submit. If you agree, I'll help it achieve a breakthrough in its cultivation. If not, die. After doing all of this, Xianxia stood silently on the spot. Yes. Gumu walked up to the lava beast and repeated his words. A moment later, the latter rubbed its massive head against Xianxia, expressing its submission. Soon, the contract was signed, and the lava beast was completely subdued. By the side, Liao Sun was dumbfounded. He had seen beast taming before, but he had never seen anyone do it so quickly. That was a Jizuan realm pinnacle savage beast. For it to submit to a human in an instant, wasn't it? Too easy. If beast taming was that easy, wouldn't he be able to take the beast tamer examination as well? He wasn't the only one. Gumu also felt as though he was dreaming. If not for the massive lava beast rubbing itself against him, he would have doubted whether it was real. Senior granduncle. Knowing that the one who created this miracle was their senior granduncle, the duo couldn't help but turn to look at him. This lava beast lives in the lava. It doesn't have any kin or companions, and it has never interacted with other life forms. As such, it has a suspicious nature and fears new things. Knowing what they wanted to ask, Xianxia explained. Even a human would become autistic after living alone for an extended period of time, needless to say, a savage beast. Jizuan realm pinnacle savage beasts possessed intelligence comparable to humans. Living alone in the depths of the lava, it had never seen any other life forms. As such, it was filled with curiosity and fear toward new things. You tried to fight it head-on, so naturally, it would retaliate without thinking too much about it. Even though the lava beast doesn't have much battle experience, given that it has the home field advantage, it is impossible for you to defeat it. Xianxia continued. Gumu nodded. In a real battle, he would only be beaten up. He wasn't a match for the lava beast at all. If this were to continue, only death would await him. I told you to put away your sword and send your head over. Even though this is clearly a suicidal action, it instilled doubt and fear in the lava beast. That's because, it doesn't make sense. Xianxia chuckled. More importantly, the lava beast has a huge weakness, its mouth. Seeing your abnormal movements, it suspected that you might have noticed something amiss. Fearing that it would be subdued, it turned around and fled. I see. Hearing the explanation, Gumu and Liao Sun came to a realization. This was especially so for Gumu. He was glad that he had listened to his senior granduncle's words. Otherwise, if he were to continue fighting, he would have been crippled. Then, why did it go limp and lose its ability to fight when I hugged its tail? Do savage beasts need to breathe? Xianxia asked. Of course it does. Gumu was taken aback for a moment before hurriedly nodding his head. Just like humans, savage beasts needed to breathe. The lava beast lives in the lava. Don't you find it strange that we didn't see it when we first arrived? Gumu was taken aback. The reason why fish could breathe in water was because they had gills that could filter the air in the water. Lava, on the other hand, was just molten rock. As such, it was impossible for there to be air in it. When the trio arrived, they didn't see the lava beast's head outside. It was only when Liao Sun threw a rock that it jumped out. Could it be that, this fellow didn't need to breathe? That was impossible. They had never heard of a savage beast that didn't need to breathe to survive. The place where the lava beast breathes, also known as its nose, isn't on its head but its tail. Xianxia explained. On its tail? The duo hurriedly turned to look at the lava beast and saw 2 rows of tiny holes on its tail. Usually, when this fellow hides in the lava, it only needs to expose its tail to breathe easily. Furthermore, the color of its tail is almost identical to the lava. Even when we first arrived, we didn't notice it. Xianxia chuckled. The reason why I told you to hug its tail is to use your body to block its breathing. Even if a fighter can't breathe, the Xianxia in their body can sustain them for a long period of time. However, it's different for a savage beast. Especially in the scorching lava, it won't be long before it runs out of stamina. Naturally, it won't be able to retaliate. I wasn't able to notice these characteristics at the start either. I only deduced them after you fought with it. I see. Only then did Gumu understand why his senior granduncle didn't speak at the start. It turned out that he wasn't trying to scam him. Instead, he was observing the characteristics of the lava beast to come up with a plan to tame it. It was laughable that he misunderstood it. How embarrassing. Upon learning of this, Gumu felt even more admiration for his senior granduncle. To be able to determine the characteristics and personality of the lava beast within such a short period of time and come up with a plan to tame it. Even a 4-star beast tamer would find it hard to achieve this level of insight. Furthermore, the few needles he pricked the lava beast on the shore were probably to restrict its movements. Otherwise, it wouldn't have submitted so quickly. The lava beast has been tamed. Go and collect the lotus seed. After explaining, Xianxia waved his hands. Yes. Gumu nodded his head. Without any hesitation, he leaped into the lava and flew toward the crimson flame lotus. Seeing that Gumu had successfully tamed the lava beast, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just like humans, savage beasts could be compiled into books in the Library of Heaven's Path. The reason why he had Gumu fight with the lava beast was so that he could see through its flaws. Now that he knew its flaws, the rest was simple. Without the obstruction of the lava beast, it didn't take long for a lotus head to be plucked. There were 9 golden lotus seeds on it. Even before the lotus head was taken out, a fragrant aroma assaulted one's nostrils. Taking a whiff of it, one would feel refreshed. Senior Granduncle, this is the crimson flame lotus seed. He placed the lotus seed into a jade box and passed it over. Grabbing the lotus seed, Xianxia took out 2 and passed them over. One is yours, and the other is this lava beast's. Previously, they had agreed that the other party would leave behind a crimson flame lotus seed, and the other one would belong to him. Now that he had this crimson flame beast, which could achieve a breakthrough at any moment, he would have an additional one. After all, without this envoy, he wouldn't have known that he would have missed out on such a treasure. Thank you, Senior Granduncle. Gumu was agitated. I'll leave this one for your branch. Only those who have reached Jizuan Realm Pinnacle can consume it. He passed another one to Liao Sun. The latter couldn't help but express his gratitude. Even though the crimson flame lotus seed was incomparably valuable, it wasn't of much use to the current Xianxia. If he wanted to reach Jizuan Realm Pinnacle, all he had to do was to find sufficient secret manuals and cultivation technique manuals. The so-called cultivation bottleneck didn't exist at all. Since it wasn't of much use, and it was obtained from the Red Lotus Poison Temple, it wouldn't be right for him not to give one to the other party. Of the 9 lotus seeds, Xianxia had given away 3 of them, leaving him with the remaining 6 in his storage ring without any qualms. Since the matter here is settled, it's time for me to leave. With the crimson flame lotus seed in hand and the books in the poison temple in hand, Xianxia had accomplished his objective. After resolving Gumu's final problem, he waved his hands and bade farewell. Senior Granduncle. If I wish to meet you in the future, where should I go? Knowing that Xianxia would definitely leave, Gumu couldn't help but ask reluctantly. Even though they hadn't known each other for long, the other party had cured the trauma in his body and even tamed a savage beast for him. The favor he owed him was indescribable. Even though Gumu had guessed that the other party wasn't his senior granduncle, he was still filled with admiration for the other party. Not only that, he didn't dare to oppose the other party. Instead, he even felt a little admiration for the other party. If fate allows it, we'll meet again. Xianxia shook his head. He was a fake, so it would be best if he didn't meet him. Senior Granduncle, this is a token that represents my identity. I know that it isn't of much use to Senior Granduncle, but if you have a descendant or student who is in trouble, you can bring this to Xianyuan Kingdom's Poison Temple to look for me. As long as it's within my means, I'll do my best. Flicking his wrist, Gumu took out a jade token and passed it over. Alright, thank you. Knowing that the other party was trying to repay his favor out of goodwill, Xianxia didn't turn her down. He took it and stowed it into his storage ring. Farewell. After saying everything that needed to be said, Xianxia walked out of the poison temple with widened strides. Even without the great herb king leading the way, Xianxia would still be able to leave easily. 5 days later, he left the Red Lotus Range. Xianxia waited for a moment, and the massive figure of the Steelfang Howling Firmament Beast appeared in the sky. Leaping onto the back of the Howling Firmament Beast, it flapped its wings and flew toward Tianwu Royal City. Mingshi Tang, I, Xianxia, am here. Tianwu Kingdom spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, and its territory was vast. Due to the presence of a 2-star master teacher, it was classified as a Tier 1 kingdom. Tianxian Kingdom, Beiwu Kingdom, Hanwu Kingdom, Beichen Kingdom, Qianyuan Kingdom, Anyuan Kingdom, Beili Kingdom. These 12 kingdoms were located in close proximity to Tianwu Kingdom, making Tianwu Royal City the center of cultivation and trade within a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. Princess Mo had already left on the viridescent eagle, leaving Xianxia alone on the back of the howling firmament beast. Thus, Xianxia had nothing to do. While studying the knowledge in the Library of Heaven's Path, he reinforced his cultivation and summarized his current situation. Along with the rise in my cultivation, the effects of the Heaven's Path Golden Body are no longer significant. The Heaven's Path Golden Body was still very useful when he was at Tongxian Realm, allowing him to surpass many of his peers. However, after reaching half Xianxia, the effects would be negligible. Once he stepped into Xianxia Realm, the effects would be even smaller. At this point, it was nothing much. It seemed like he would have to look for some physical body cultivation techniques when he was free. As for the Heaven's Path fist art, leg art, movement art, even though they were simple, they were powerful. It seemed like they wouldn't fall behind before reaching Jizuan Realm, so there was no need for him to look for secret manuals in a hurry. In order to head to Tianwu Royal City, I will first have to take the Master Teacher examination. Only by becoming a Master Teacher will I be able to enter Mingshi Tang and browse through the records on Kongshi. On the way here, he specially wrote down the contents on a blank book and tested it using the Library of Heaven's Path. Just like him, Emperor Kongshi was afflicted with the innate fetal poison, but he managed to resolve it successfully. In other words, the innate fetal poison wasn't incurable. It was just that Xianxia hadn't found the correct solution yet. Upon seeing this result, Xianxia felt much more at ease. At the same time, he was perplexed. His previous self was just an orphan. How could he possibly make an 8 or 9-star poison master deal with him personally? Could it be that he had some incredible background? Even though it was perplexing, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. Putting aside the fact that his previous self was an abandoned orphan, even he, as a transcender, didn't wish for his parents to appear out of nowhere. Rather than adding to his troubles, he might as well ignore them. In any case, with the Library of Heaven's Path in hand, along with the increase in his cultivation, there was no place he couldn't go in this vast world. After walking for close to 2 days, the sun was about to set in the west. A majestic city appeared in front of him. Under the fiery red sunlight, it looked like a vast mountain range. It was unknown how far it stretched, but it was impossible to see the end. This city was more than 10 times larger than Tianxian Royal City, and the various buildings were arranged in a beautiful manner. Compared to the ancient city walls that were dozens of meters tall, it gave one a feeling of the vicissitudes of life. When Xiaochen looked down from high in the sky, he saw that the streets of the city extended in all directions, and people shuttled back and forth. All sorts of carriages and horses entered and exited in an endless stream. It was a beautiful scene. To be able to become the trading center of the 13 kingdoms, Tianwu Royal City was indeed a majestic city. None of the cities Xianxia had seen before could compare to it. Let's go. Knowing that such a large city would definitely have restrictions on large savage beasts like the howling firmament beast, Xianxia chose not to stand out. Thus, he landed on the ground before the howling firmament beast could find a mountain range to roam freely while he walked toward the majestic city with widened strides. Please wait. You will have to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. Upon reaching the city gates, Xianxia was stopped by a group of soldiers. Entrance fee? Looking around, Xianxia realized that one had to pay an entrance fee to enter the city. If there weren't such a restriction, Tianwu Royal City would surely expand once more, and even the Tianwu royal family would be unable to control it. That's right. Unless you are a master teacher or an apprentice, you will have to pay an entrance fee even if you are a master teacher or a Xianxia of other occupations. The soldier said. Master teachers were the foundation of the world's development, and they were highly respected. No matter where they went, they would receive special treatment. This was something that other occupations were unable to enjoy. Alright, why are you wasting your breath on him? Given his age, how can he possibly be a master teacher or an apprentice? That's right. Hurry up, the others are still waiting. Seeing that Xianxia was wasting time here, the other 2 soldiers grew impatient. The crowd waiting to enter the city also began urging Xianxia to hurry up as well. What are you acting for? Since several thousand years ago, Tianwu Royal City has required a fee to enter the city. Where in the world did this country bumpkin come from? How much is it? Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Xianxia asked. 100 gold coins. The soldier said. 100? Xianxia was astonished. As a teacher in Hongtian Academy, he only earned 1 to 2,000 gold coins a month. Yet, here, he had to pay 100 gold coins just to enter the city. That's right. Seeing Xianxian's shocked expression, a look of disdain flashed across the soldier's face. To make such a big fuss over 100 gold coins, it was clear that he was a penniless fellow. I don't have any money. Xianxian shook his head. Hearing those words, an expression of "I knew you would say that" appeared on the soldier's face. Then, he bellowed, if you don't have any money, don't be a hindrance here. You want to enter the city? Dream on. However, before he could finish his words, the infuriating fellow before him suddenly took out a token. At the same time, the other party looked at him happily and said, with this, I don't have to pay, right? Nothing is of use. Ah? The identity token of a master-teacher apprentice. Halfway through his words, the soldier recognized the token in the other party's hand and his body trembled. The words he wanted to say were stuck in his throat, and he was on the verge of tears. Master-teacher apprentice? Upon seeing the token, the eyebrows of the soldiers twitched uncontrollably and their faces paled. They thought that the other party was a country bumpkin, but to think that he was actually a formidable figure. Brother, you are already a master-teacher apprentice, so you should be able to enter directly. Why are you asking how much the entrance fee is? Aren't you intentionally making things difficult for us? Please enter. Suppressing their frustration, the soldiers hurriedly opened up a path, not daring to obstruct Xianxia anymore. If the royal family were to learn that they were making things difficult for a master-teacher apprentice, putting aside their position, they might even lose their lives. After taking out the token that Lu Shi and the others had given him, Xianxia nodded his head in satisfaction. To think that this thing would be so useful. I saved 100 gold coins in an instant. The soldiers. They had seen stingy people, but they had never seen such a stingy one. As a master-teacher apprentice, he was in existence respected no matter where he went. To think that he would be so happy just because he saved 100 gold coins. Are you worthy of your noble identity? Paying no heed to the depressed soldiers, Xianxia walked into the city. Even though he had several tens of millions of gold coins in his storage ring, he was still a farmer. Every cent he could save was a cent. As for what others thought of him, what did it have to do with him? The streets of the city were wide, and there were peddlers hawking their wares everywhere. Under the afterglow of the setting sun, the tall buildings reflected the light, giving one a sense of warmth. As expected of Tianwu Royal City. Even a random stall sells much better goods than those in Tianxian Kingdom. Walking along the streets, Xianxia couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment as he looked at the various goods around him. The current him was like Granny Lu entering the Grand View Garden. There were many things that he was interested in. Even though he had read about most of them in books, seeing them with his own eyes gave him a different feeling. You are a master-teacher apprentice as well? Just as Xianxia was looking around, a voice sounded. Turning around, he saw a lady in her 20s standing not too far away, looking at him with a doubtful expression. This lady was dressed in a light green robe. Even though she couldn't be compared to Shen Bairu and the others, she could still be considered a beauty. Beside her was an elder dressed as a guard. His aura was deep, and from time to time, lightning would flash across his eyes. He was actually a Xianxia realm expert. For a Xianxia realm expert to be her guard, it seemed like this lady was of high standing. Xianxia replied. He could tell that the two of them were following behind him when he entered the city, and they noticed his apprentice token. Thus, they came to question him. Me too. Chuckling, the lady flicked her palm, and a token appeared in her palm. She was actually a master-teacher apprentice as well. Incredible. Xianxia was impressed. Even someone as outstanding as Lu Sun found it hard to become a master-teacher apprentice in Tianxian Kingdom. Yet, here, he met with any random lady. Hearing the other party's praise, a satisfied expression appeared on the lady's face. Then, her attitude toward the young man before her improved significantly. My teacher is a one-star master teacher, Xianxia. May I know who your teacher is? My teacher isn't too famous, so you wouldn't know him even if I told you. It's best if I don't tell you. Xianxia shook his head. He didn't have a teacher, and this apprentice token was given to him by Lucia and the others. Thus, he could only play dumb. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to speak, the lady didn't pursue the matter. Instead, she looked at him doubtfully and asked, coming to the capital at this time, could it be that you are participating in the question symposium as well? Question symposium? Xianxia was taken aback. What's that? You don't know? The lady stared at him as though he was a monster. The question symposium is the final process of the master-teacher examination. Only by passing the question symposium can one become a true master teacher. Since you are an apprentice, how can you possibly not know about it? Xianxia was bewildered. He had obtained the apprentice token by impersonating as Yang Shi's apprentice, so he knew nothing about the process of the master-teacher examination. Previously, Lucia and the others only spoke about the qualifications for the examination. Thus, he wasn't aware of the question symposium. That's right. Nodding her head, the lady hesitated for a moment. Then, as though recalling something, she came to a realization. I get it, you must have just become an apprentice recently. Since you have just become an apprentice, you still have a long way to go before you can take the master-teacher examination. Naturally, you don't know much about the process of the examination. Xianxia nodded his head. Putting aside the fact that he hadn't been an apprentice for long, it had only been 2 months since he came to this world. Besides, there wasn't a single master teacher in Xianxia Kingdom, and there weren't even any books on master teachers. Thus, it would be a wonder if he knew anything about the process of the examination. There's no need to rush even if you have just become an apprentice. Study hard. As long as you pass the examination within 10 years, you will be able to bring glory to your ancestors. Upon hearing that he had just become an apprentice, the lady's attitude became much friendlier. After all, we aren't as talented as Princess Mou, who passed the master-teacher examination at just 22. Speaking of Princess Mou, her eyes immediately lit up, revealing a deep sense of worship. She passed the master-teacher examination? Xianxia looked at her doubtfully. Wasn't she still an apprentice back at the Red Lotus City? His trip to the Poison Temple took 20 days. Could it be that the princess passed the master-teacher examination as soon as she returned to Tianwu Royal City? Princess Mou is one of the most famous geniuses in Tianwu Kingdom. Half a month ago, she returned from an expedition and passed the 2-star apothecary examination before taking the master-teacher examination. She completed all of the examinations in a single go, and all that's left is the question symposium tomorrow. As long as she passes it, she will become a true 1-star master teacher. The lady said excitedly, a 22-year-old 1-star master teacher. In the entire Tianwu Kingdom, probably only the number 1 genius, Mo Hongyi, can surpass her. Mo Hongyi? A 22-year-old 2-star apothecary, 1-star beast tamer, 1-star master teacher, and apprentice physician, yet he wasn't the number 1 genius? You don't know? Seeing the confusion on the other party's face, the lady was speechless. If she hadn't seen his apprentice token with her own eyes, she would have doubted whether this fellow was real. It was one thing for him to not know the process of the master-teacher examination and the question symposium. To not even know of Mo Hongyi. Which corner of the world did you pop out from? Is he very famous? Xianxia asked. Upon hearing those words, the lady suppressed her dismay and said, "It can't be that. This is your first time in Tianwu Royal City." Xianxia nodded his head. All right. Seeing the other party admit to it so straightforwardly, the lady rolled her eyes. If it was anyone else, they would surely feel embarrassed and inferior upon coming to the city for the first time. Yet, this fellow spoke so confidently. It was as though it was an honor for him to come to Tianwu Royal City for the first time. It was truly a wonder where his confidence came from. Since you don't know, I'll tell you then. The lady said, Mo Hongyi is known as the number 1 genius of Tianwu Kingdom in the past 1,000 years. He's only 26 this year, but he's already a 1-star pinnacle master teacher, 2-star apothecary, 2-star formation master, and 2-star blacksmith. Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. 1-star pinnacle master teacher, 2-star apothecary, 2-star formation master, 2-star blacksmith. He was only 26 years old, and he had mastered 4 major professions. From the looks of it, the so-called genius Lu Sun was on a completely different level compared to him. In fact, even Mou paled in comparison. The girl nodded in satisfaction when she saw the change in his expression. She continued, not only that, this great genius Mo's talent in cultivation is terrifying too. 3 years ago, when he had just stepped into the Xianxia realm, he was able to defeat the Xianxia realm intermediate stage General Tai Shu. He even killed the Songbei 5 heroes, who were wreaking havoc in the area, with his sword alone. All 5 of them were evolved Jing masters, and 3 of them had even reached the middle stage of evolved Jing master. If I didn't hear it with my own ears, I wouldn't have believed it. I reached Xianxia realm late stage this year, and I challenged the Xianxia realm pinnacle expert, Master Hong Rua, at the Dayspring Peak and defeated him within 100 moves. During the duel, he successfully achieved a breakthrough to Xianxia realm pinnacle. Even His Majesty the King said that he is a once-in-a-thousand-years genius and that his future achievements will be limitless. Xianxia realm pinnacle at 26? You're even able to challenge those of higher cultivation realms? It was no wonder why he was known as the #1 genius in the past 1,000 years. This Mo Hongyi was indeed fearsome. Compared to him, the so-called geniuses he had met previously were like fireflies, not worth a mention at all. This Mo Hongyi's surname is Mo as well. Could he be a member of the Tianwu royal family? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Princess Mo's surname was Mo, which meant that the royal family of Tianwu Kingdom shared the same surname. Could this Mo Hongyi be a member of the royal family? That's right. The girl nodded. He is the son of a king in the royal family, and he isn't favored by the royal family. Even though he is Princess Mo's elder brother in terms of seniority, his standing is far beneath hers. However, with his talent, no one dares to underestimate him. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Being born with a good background was just one of the conditions. As long as one worked hard, he would be able to win the respect of others. Take Mo Hongyi as an example. Even though he wasn't a direct descendant of Tianwu Kingdom's royal family, given his current strength, no other princes would be able to stop him from vying for the throne. When one's strength reached a certain level, the so-called conspiracies and schemes were as laughable as playing house. Seeing Xianxia in deep thought, the girl continued, however, even though he is formidable, I am more impressed by Princess Mou. Not only is she beautiful, she is talented as well. I want to be like her, humble and courteous, eager to learn, and strive to make a name for myself in the world. Humble and courteous, eager to learn? Xianxia looked at her. He had been with this Mou Xiaojia for many days now, but why didn't he think that she had such an advantage? Shaking his head, Xianxia recalled what she had said previously and asked, the question symposium you spoke of. Other than Princess Mou, how many others will be taking the examination? Upon hearing those words, the girl rolled her eyes once more. There are many master-teacher examinations, and there might not even be a single person who passes them every year. Do you think that they are cabbages that can be found anywhere? The reason why I came here from Quanhai City is to participate in the princess promotion ceremony. How could there be others? Quanhai City? A book appeared in Xianxia's mind, and it was a map of Tianwu Kingdom. If Tianwu Royal City was compared to Tianxian City, Quanhai City was similar to Baiyu City. It was the second largest city in Tianwu Kingdom, and she had a Xianxia realm expert as her bodyguard. This girl seemed to be talkative and fearless, so she probably had a high standing. But that was to be expected. Without connections, it was impossible for one to find a good teacher to guide them. After chatting for a while longer, Xianxia learned that the girl was called Ling Xiaoxiao, and she had just passed the master-teacher examination this year. As fellow apprentices, they should take care of one another, which was why she spoke so much to him. The question symposium will be held at Mingshi Tang tomorrow afternoon. If you wish to take the master-teacher examination in the future, feel free to come over. Farewell. After chatting for a while longer, Ling Xiaoxiao realized that this apprentice named Xianxia knew nothing about the master-teacher examination. Thus, she lost interest in chatting with him. In her view, even if such a person were to take the master-teacher examination in the future, it would be decades later. By then, he would be on a completely different level from her. I should find a place to eat first before finding a place to stay. After bidding farewell to the girl, Xianxia stretched his back lazily. In any case, he had already found out the location of Mingshi Tang, so he wasn't in a hurry to head over. After 7 consecutive days of traveling from the Poison Temple, he had been eating nothing but dried rations. After eating, just as he was about to look for an inn to spend the night in, a towering building appeared before his eyes. On top of it, there were 5 words written in bold calligraphy. It seemed as though they were alive, and they would fly out at any moment. Painter Guild? Recognizing the words written on it, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Just like apothecaries, painters were a unique occupation, and there was a guild to manage them as well. However, Tianxian Kingdom was too small, so it didn't have the qualifications to set up a branch. He didn't expect to see one as soon as he entered Tianwu Royal City. Let's go in and take a look. Other than beast tamer and apothecary, Xianxia's understanding of painting was the greatest. In fact, he was even capable of producing works of the 5th level. Since he had encountered a guild, he might as well take the examination to become an official painter. After all, his current official occupations were only 2-star beast tamer and 1-star apothecary. As such, he seemed to be a little pale in comparison. As for Poison Master, even though he had reached 2-star, as senior granduncle hadn't taken the examination yet, he didn't have an emblem. But of course, even if he had one, he wouldn't dare to take it out given how the other occupations despised Poison Masters. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia walked in. As expected of the Painter Guild. Even though it was a vast hall, the interior was arranged in an orderly manner, giving one the impression that one was in a painting. Walking in slowly, Xianxia felt an indescribable sense of comfort, as though he was immersed in a book. All kinds of paintings were hung on the walls, and every single one of them was vivid and lifelike. They had actually reached the 1st level of reality depiction. To become an official painter, one had to grasp the 4 levels of reality depiction: spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. Even though the 1st level sounded simple, it required several years of study. This was especially so when it came to painting. Without experience and comprehension, it wasn't an easy task to depict the scenery before him. It seemed like those who were able to produce these paintings were at least apprentice painters. Gongzi, may I know what kind of painting you need? I can bring you to take a look. As Xianxia slowly walked forward, a green-robed attendant walked over and looked at Xianxia respectfully. These paintings are for sale? Xianxia pointed. That's right. Gongzi, aren't you here to buy paintings? The attendant nodded. If the Painter Guild didn't sell paintings, where else could he buy them? Oh. Xianxia pondered for a moment before coming to a realization. The Apothecary Guild sold pills. If the Painter Guild didn't sell paintings, where else could he buy them? Nodding his head, Xianxia asked, these are all paintings of the 1st level. Are there any higher level paintings? Upstairs, please. The 1st floor of the Apothecary Guild has paintings of the 1st level, the 2nd floor has paintings of the 2nd level, and so on. Gongzi, what level of painting do you wish to purchase? I'll bring you up now. The attendant's eyes lit up. The higher the level of a painting, the more expensive it would be. As long as it could be sold, as an attendant, he would be able to earn more. Yes. Just as Xianxia was about to ask if there were any paintings of the 5th level, he suddenly saw a huge crowd rushing forward. Hurry up, Liamo Gongzi is out. He passed the 1-star painter examination? That's right. He just passed the examination, and in order to repay the crowd, he intends to paint in public. Not only that, he intends to auction it off. Paint in public? That's great, I must buy his painting. Discussions broke out amidst the crowd. Most of them were females, and they weren't too old. As they walked forward, they chattered among themselves. There were also some middle-aged men among them, and from the clothes they were wearing, it was clear that they were of high status. Liamo Gongzi, painting? Xianxia glanced at him doubtfully. Liamo is the young master of the Ji clan in the capital. He isn't even 20 this year, but he is already an official painter. Speaking of Liamo Gongzi, a look of admiration appeared on the attendant's face. Gongzi, if you wish to buy a painting, why don't you head over to take a look? If you can buy young Master Ji's painting, your trip here won't be in vain. Oh? Let's go take a look then. Xianxia also wanted to understand how the painter examination worked. Thus, he followed behind the green-robed attendant and headed in the direction of the commotion. At the very front of the crowd, a dark green table was placed against the wall. An 18 to 19-year-old young man dressed in white was seated on the chair with his eyes tightly shut. GMO Gongzi, I love you. I want to bear your child. Shameless. Ji Gongzi is mine. I'll tear apart her clothes if anyone dares to snatch him from me. Young mistress, there's a beauty over there who insists on snatching him from you. Hurry up and tear her clothes, we'll cheer for you. While GMO Gongzi's eyes were still closed, the ladies below had already gone mad. Ji Gongzi might be young, but he has a tender heart for the fairer sex. More importantly, he has a handsome face, and there are many ladies who look up to him, the green-robed attendant said with a hushed voice. Xianxia nodded his head. He turned to look at GMO Gongzi. That fellow's skin was fair and he had a handsome face. Even though his eyes were closed, the edges of his lips were slightly curled up, giving off the impression of a smile. He had talent, strength, a good family background, and most importantly, he had good looks. It was no wonder why so many ladies would go crazy for him. What is he doing? Seeing the other party sitting there with his eyes tightly shut, ignoring the commotion around him, Xianxia asked. GMO Gongzi is going to paint, so he should be calming his mind and adjusting his state of mind, the green-robed attendant said. Adjusting his state of mind? Here? Xianxia was perplexed. It was just a painting, and he usually grabbed the brush to start it. This thing. Why would he need to adjust his state of mind? Besides, even if he were to adjust his state of mind, wouldn't it be better to do it somewhere quiet? There were so many people here, so what was the point of adjusting his state of mind? Ji Gongzi has become a master painter before he's even 20, and his actions carry deep meaning. How can a country bumpkin like you understand? Hearing Xianxia's doubtful voice, before the green-robed attendant could speak, a lady turned around and glared at him furiously. Indeed, an outsider who popped out from nowhere. Scram to the side, don't sully Ji Gongzi's painting. Another lady harumphed. Walala, in an empty space, the surrounding ladies stared at Xianxia coldly with disgust. Huh? Xianxia didn't expect that he would be targeted by so many people without saying anything at all. There is a painter guild in Tianwu Kingdom, and there are many people who are interested in painting. As such, painters enjoy high standing in the Tianwu Kingdom. Furthermore, Liamo Gongzi is one of the top geniuses among them, and he's sought after by countless people. It's best that you don't say anything here, or else you'll be cursed to death. The green-cloaked manservant lowered his voice with a bitter smile. Xianxia nodded his head. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Gongzi, whose eyes were tightly shut, opened his eyes and stood up slowly. Look, young Master Ji is going to paint. I wonder what level of painting he will produce. Isn't that obvious? Ji Gongzi is an official painter. He will definitely be able to create a second-level painting. Seeing Xianxia open his eyes, the people who were glaring at him earlier could not be bothered with him anymore. They looked ahead again, and stars appeared in their eyes. Official painters were also known as master painters. Just like Lu Chen and Yuan Yu, they were able to easily create a second-level or even third-level painting. As for whether they could achieve breathtaking verisimilitude or not, that would depend on their luck and condition. The first 4 levels of painting were reality depiction, spiritual canvas, infused intentions, and breathtaking verisimilitude. I, Liamo, will be presenting my incompetence. GMO Gongzi stood before the study table, and with a flick of his wrist, a folding fan appeared before him. Fanning himself twice, his black hair fluttered in the wind, and his white robe fluttered in the wind. I will be auctioning off my painting on the spot. However, I won't be taking a single cent of the money. I will use it to build a painter pavilion and invite apprentice painters to teach them, so that more people can appreciate and understand painting. As expected of Ji Gongzi, to view money as dirt. The character of a scholar is truly admirable. Hearing those words, a commotion broke out in the crowd. Especially so for the ladies, they shrieked. This fellow sure knows how to win the hearts of others. Xianxia shook his head. This GMO Gongzi might seem young, but he was well versed in the ways of officialdom. He knew what could attract the attention of others. This was similar to the charity auctions of celebrities in his previous life. To put it bluntly, it was nothing more than a gimmick. If he really wanted to build a painter pavilion so that everyone could appreciate and love painting, he could have done it discreetly. There was no need for him to create such a huge commotion. Not to mention, it was already late autumn, and it was night time. It was a little cold to stand on the spot, and he even fanned himself. Silence. Closing his fan, GMO Gongzi gestured grandly. All right, I won't waste any more words. I'll start painting now. I hope that everyone can remain silent. Hearing his words, the shrieking crowd immediately quietened down. Chuckling softly, GMO Gongzi flung his sleeves, and a brush appeared in his hands. Spreading out the Xian paper, his left hand pressed on the table. Under the surge of Xianxia, the ink in the inkstone dripped onto the tip of the brush. Then, his right hand danced, and the brush landed on the paper. It was a majestic sight to behold. Walala, the brush moved on the paper as though a fish swimming in a pond. As time passed, a painting gradually appeared. It was a painting of mountains and rivers. The towering mountain range was filled with strange forests and rocks. Flowing water flowed amidst it, and as it knocked against the surface of the rocks, ding-dang sounds could be heard. All of the leaves seemed to be dancing in the same direction, and a slight breeze seemed to be blowing. It's a painting of the second level, spiritual movement realm. Taking a look, Xianxia nodded his head. After learning the Heaven's Path painting from Master Lu Chen's residence, he had gained a deep understanding of painting. Even without using the Library of Heaven's Path, he was still able to appreciate some paintings. This painting of mountains and rivers was beautiful, as though one was looking at a mountain range with one's own eyes. A spiritual aura emanated from it, and it exuded a unique sense of beauty. This meant that it had reached the spiritual movement realm. However, even though it was beautiful, there was no artistic conception or charm within it. In other words, it hadn't reached the level of infused intentions. It's a pity. If he didn't flaunt his skills and focused on painting, he might have been able to reach this level. After looking at it for a moment, Xianxia sighed. Although this young master GMO seemed to be putting on an act, his painting skills were indeed not bad. Logically speaking, as long as he focused on painting, it shouldn't be difficult for him to create a painting of the third level, infused intentions. It was a pity that for the sake of looking good, many parts of the painting were too exaggerated, and the original intention of the painting was neglected. In the end, the painting only reached the peak of spiritual movement, and was only a step away from infused intent. He sighed in his heart, but he didn't say it out loud. He was only here to take a look at how the painter examination was conducted. It had nothing to do with GMO Gongzi. Besides, he had already been reprimanded by the crowd before he could say anything. He didn't want to be scolded to death by these women. Soon, the painting was completed. Young Master Liamo then threw the brush into the brush holder and hung the painting on the wall. This is a painting at the peak of the second level, the Breeze Landscape painting. The auction will now begin. Everyone can bid freely. The base price will be 1 million gold coins, and each bid cannot be less than 100,000 gold coins. At this point, the corners of GMO Gongzi's lips curled up into a mesmerizing smile. He waved the fan in his hands, accentuating his elegant disposition. I will accompany the person who buys this painting to dinner for free. Dinner? I'll buy this painting. Don't compete with me, I offer 1 million gold coins. You want to buy GMO Gongzi's painting with 1 million gold coins? You must be joking. 3 million. I offer 2 million gold coins. Upon hearing that the painting would be auctioned off, the eyes of the ladies immediately reddened in excitement. They placed their bids frenziedly, and soon, the price skyrocketed. 4 million gold coins? Seeing the price swiftly rise to more than 2 million gold coins, Xianxia widened his eyes in shock. Previously, when he sold a 5th-level painting to Lu Chen, Huang Yu, and the others, he only earned 2 million gold coins. Yet, this second-level painting, which couldn't be any more trashy, actually exceeded this price. This was too much. This? How much does a fifth-level spirit creation realm painting cost? With a depressed expression, Xianxia turned to the attendant beside him and asked. Fifth level? That is a painting left behind by a 2-star Xianxia realm master painter. Furthermore, it isn't possible to successfully paint it every time. It requires luck and the right state of mind. Even here, this kind of painting is considered a treasure of the guild. It can be said to be priceless. The attendant hesitated for a moment before saying. Priceless? Xianxia's body swayed. Indeed. If we really have to set a price, the starting bid is probably 10 million gold coins. I don't know how much it will rise to in the end, but I do know that half a year ago, there was an auction here, and the final price was 34 million gold coins. The green-robed attendant. The corners of Xianxia's mouth twitched. He felt as if he was on the verge of tears. For a painting worth 34 million gold coins, he was going to sell 4 of them for 2 million gold coins. Did he have to be so greedy? The Painter Guild has only been established in the capital for less than 30 years, and the price of paintings has also skyrocketed in this period of time. If it was 30 years ago, no one would have placed much importance on it. Even a fifth-level painting would only be worth 1 or 2 million. The attendant continued, no one would be willing to buy anything higher than that. 30 years ago, 1 or 2 million? Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed. The attendant nodded his head. Upon receiving the other party's confirmation, Xianxia finally calmed down and felt a little more at ease. Tianxian Kingdom was a closed-off place, and there wasn't a painter guild either. It seemed like the price that Huan Yu and the others had quoted to him was 30 years ago. 2 million was already a huge sum. Gongzi wants to buy a fifth-level painting? The green-robed attendant asked doubtfully. Only the guild leader is capable of painting a fifth-level painting. However, the guild leader left in search of inspiration half a month ago, and he hasn't returned yet. I'm just asking casually. Suppressing his frustration, Xianxia shook his head. Then, the attendant turned to look at Xianxia. Why don't Gongzi buy GMO Gongzi's Breeze by the Mountain and Stream painting as well? It's a second-level pinnacle painting, and it's a product of G Gongzi. It will surely rise in value in the future. Forget it. Xianxia shook his head. I'm not here to buy a painting. Besides, it's just a second-level painting, I'm not interested in it. Just a second-level painting? How arrogant. Before the green-robed attendant could reply, a cold harumph sounded. Lifting his head, he saw GMO Gongzi staring at him coldly. Ah? Not expecting the other party to hear his soft voice, Xianxia awkwardly said, I'm sorry, I was just speaking casually. Please don't take it to heart. It wasn't easy for the other party to be sweating profusely from the exhaustion of his painting. His words were indeed inappropriate. Do you think that a simple, please don't take it to heart will suffice? GMO Gongzi flung his sleeves and his eyebrows shot up. Interrupting the auction and disregarding my painting, you are insulting the painting profession and belittling an official painter. Then, what do you suggest I do? He had only spoken casually, and he had already apologized. Yet, the other party actually went to the extent of insulting the painting profession and belittling an official painter. Xianxia shook his head helplessly. Simple. Buy this painting of mine for 5 million gold coins. Placing his hands behind his back, GMO Gongzi looked at Xianxia impassively. Don't worry, I won't take a single cent from you. I'll donate all of it to rebuild the painter hall. This way, you will be able to make up for your mistake. 5 million gold coins? Xianxia was taken aback. He was only here to take a look and casually said a few words. Yet, the other party wanted to force him to buy it. What kind of joke was this? There are so many ladies here who admire you, why don't you just force them to buy it? Why? You don't want to buy it? GMO Gongzi sneered coldly. Waving his hands, he said, it's fine if you don't want to buy it, but apologize immediately and don't step into the Painter Guild ever again. Our Painter Guild doesn't welcome people like you. Don't step into the painter guild? Xianxia was speechless. It was true that a kind person would be bullied, and a kind horse would be ridden. He had only casually said a few words and apologized, but the other party was still unwilling to forgive him. You can apologize, refuse to step into the painter guild, or even buy it for 5 million gold coins. However, the prerequisite is that the painting is worth the price. Xianxia shook his head. Do you think that a painting that can be drawn by any apprentice is worth it? The monthly tickets are about to fall out of the top 10. Does anyone still have it? End of chapter 290. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.